Chapter 159. The Ancestry of Xianxia. Xianxia was born into the prestigious Ye family of Nanzhou, with his father serving as the current patriarch. By all accounts, such a lineage should afford him a life of luxury. However, the reality was starkly different. The patriarch and his wife had one child, Yilin. During her pregnancy with Yilin, the matriarch faced a perilous incident that left her severely injured, resulting in permanent damage and a lasting affliction. After Yilin's birth, she exhibited remarkable intelligence, yet her innate vitality was profoundly weak, a fundamental deficiency that no amount of precious medicine could rectify. What should have been a prodigy turned into a source of deep sorrow for her parents. Ultimately, they conceived a plan to bear another child. Their intention was to extract the innate essence of a newborn to remedy Yilin's shortcomings. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from the necessity for the new child's essence to be closely related. Only blood relatives, such as siblings, could possess the requisite essence. The essence of others, including her parents, though closely related, was simply too powerful and lacked the pristine purity of a newborn. Yilin required a completely untainted essence. They did not consider the cruelty of their intentions towards the next child. They felt compelled to prioritize Yilin. However, after 2 or 3 years of trying, they had yet to conceive. For the strong, producing offspring is often a matter of luck, despite relentless efforts. Yet, some individuals could bear 4 or 5 children in a few years, while others might not conceive even after centuries. This disparity was all too common. The longer they remained childless, the more their anxiety grew, for as Yilin matured, the task of perfecting her essence became increasingly arduous. Ultimately, they resorted to an alternative method. Sacrificing the matriarch was not an option, so the patriarch resolved to sacrifice himself. He sought numerous women who appeared capable of bearing children and united with them. When one-on-one efforts failed, he cast a wider net, hoping to expedite the process of acquiring offspring. Although this approach lacked the matriarch's essence, the patriarch's essence was still of value. The patriarch tirelessly pursued this endeavor, uniting with thousands in a single day and sowing countless seeds. Indeed, with many, strength in numbers proved effective. Within 2 months, one of the women became pregnant. She was Xianxia's mother, forcibly taken by the Ye family. His mother was the daughter of a minor clan leader. The Ye family threatened her with the annihilation of her entire clan if she did not bear this child. With no options left, she bore Xianxia in humiliation. During this time, the matriarch vented her rage, mercilessly eliminating every woman the patriarch had been with, leaving no survivor, employing various cruel methods of torture. Hundreds of thousands of innocent women perished as a result. After such a bloodbath, only one woman among them became pregnant, illustrating the difficulty that the powerful face in producing heirs. For the strong, coupling with those of similar status increases the odds of offspring. However, in the Xiao continent, no revered figures were willing to unite with the patriarch without cause. Thus, the hundreds of thousands of women were of lower cultivation, further diminishing the likelihood of producing descendants. Nonetheless, for them, the silver lining was that one woman had indeed conceived. Xianxia was ultimately born, and immediately upon his arrival, a portion of his vital blood was extracted. Initially, his mother felt revulsion towards the child she never wished for, but upon seeing his pitiful state, her heart softened. The Ye family might be cruel, but the child was innocent. Consequently, she nurtured Xianxia as he grew, and the matriarch did not hastily order her demise. The Ye family provided them with a small courtyard to live in, albeit with annual blood extractions from Xianxia. With each extraction, Yilin's condition improved. The patriarch and others gradually discerned that Xianxia possessed an extraordinary constitution, undeniably a remarkable talent. Yet in their hearts, Yilin remained of greater importance. It wasn't until Xianxia turned 5 that the matriarch presented his mother with a cup of wine, a poison cup. Xianxia's mother perished in his small embrace. He realized that the only person who cared for him was gone forever. An abyss of hatred surged within him, precisely as the matriarch had intended. Witnessing the woman's demise, she erupted into laughter. Consumed by hatred, Xianxia sought vengeance against the matriarch for his mother's death. The Ye family did not hinder his training. Rather, they wholeheartedly supported him, flooding him with abundant resources. He understood that they wished for him to grow stronger, making his blood essence even more valuable. Aware of their intentions, he nonetheless had no choice but to train. To exact revenge, he needed formidable strength. Thus, he trained day and night, advancing at an astonishing rate. The Ye family soon recognized that he outpaced Yilin in his training speed, clearly demonstrating that he was the greater prodigy. However, There was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Xianxia had completely renounced any loyalty to the Ye family. It was inconceivable for him to kill the patriarch merely to vent his frustrations. Consequently, although the higher-ups were aware of his sentiments, they found themselves powerless to act. They could only extract everything from Xianxia for Ye Linlong's benefit. In this manner, Ye Linlong's talents would also be enhanced, which was not a complete loss. Thus, even the elder ancestors of the Ye family, once aware, could only acquiesce and allow it to continue. This persisted until 3 months ago when the Ye family completely drained Xianxia of all his blood and marrow. At the brink of death, the Daluo sword body awakened, sustaining his last breath. The fragmented sword spirit sensed this and rushed to bond with Xianxia, enabling his escape from the Ye family and into hiding. For a full 2 months, Xianxia remained in a state of unconsciousness as the sword spirit stabilized his essence, bringing him back to life. To achieve this, the sword spirit expended most of its remaining strength on Xianxia. Unbeknownst to him, the sword spirit had sacrificed so much energy, and as a result, it grew increasingly weak after several escapes. The miraculous survival of Xianxia, who should have perished, caused great unrest among the Ye family. Both the higher-ups and the ancestors personally mobilized to track Xianxia, fully aware of his deep-seated hatred for them. If they did not eliminate him entirely, the future of the Ye family could be dire. A month ago, they located Xianxia and pursued him relentlessly. He fled from Nanzhou to Dongzhou, and even now, he remains on the run. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Master, both the sword spirit and I would have perished. As he concluded, Xianxia cast a grateful glance at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the sword spirit. And you, do you have anything to say? Chapter 160. The residual spirit of the imperial weapon, the sword of slaughter. Do you truly wish to know? The sword spirit gazed at him, its voice remaining as frigid as ever. I can divulge this information, but the implications are far-reaching, and it would not bode well for you. You saved us, and I am grateful, hence this warning. Should you refrain from inquiring into my origins, I shall bestow upon you a sacred-level divine art as a token of my gratitude. As it concluded, the sword spirit's demeanor grew earnest. It observed Chu Yuan, hoping to witness delight upon his countenance. After all, a sacred-level divine art is an unparalleled treasure for one in the divine realm. However, what it beheld was Chu Yuan's unwavering composure, though a hint of intrigue flickered across his remarkably handsome visage. With a calm demeanor tinged with curiosity, Chu Yuan inquired, "Oh, just how significant are these implications? Does it involve an emperor? A true immortal? Perhaps a celestial king, or even an emperor of the celestials? Or something even greater?" To Chu Yuan, the notion of a sacred-level divine art did not hold the weight of utmost importance. Rather, he found himself more fascinated by the identity of the sword spirit. After all, one capable of offering a sacred-level divine art as gratitude could hardly be a simple being. They were at least connected to the realm of the sacred or beyond. The sword spirit was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. An emperor, a true immortal, a celestial king, an emperor of the celestials. How could this individual speak of such formidable entities with such ease? It was aware that this was indeed the lower realm. Even those within the divine realm here likely possessed little knowledge of the realms beyond the sacred. Yet, this person spoke of emperors as if they were commonplace. This realization rendered the sword spirit solemn as it regarded the figure before it. Merely knowing such things indicated that this individual was anything but ordinary. This was far more alarming than discerning that Xianxia possessed the great Luo sword body. Was this person truly from the divine realm? Alas, too much of its power had dissipated, leaving it unable to sense the individual's true realm. At this moment, its thoughts were quite disordered. Initially, it had considered that although this person had rescued it, it would offer only a sacred-level divine art as thanks. It had no intention of parting with anything more unless it was of its own volition. If coerced, it would rather perish. Though it acknowledged that a noble death was preferable to a disgraceful life, it would choose death over a life devoid of dignity. Being a sword spirit, it would rather be unyielding than bend. However, now it seemed this individual far surpassed its expectations, showing little interest in the sacred-level divine art. In that case, I shall reveal this to you, but know that any ensuing causality is not my responsibility, the sword spirit stated with utmost seriousness. There exists no cause and effect that I fear. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly. The sword spirit scrutinized him intently, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Very well. My true form is an extreme imperial weapon, a sword at the pinnacle of humanity's essence. To put it simply, it is a supreme treasure of the imperial grade. As for how long ago this was, it has become impossible to ascertain. My master led me into battle against a mysterious sovereign. A confrontation so fierce that my essence was shattered. A fragment of my being breached the boundary between realms, becoming lost in the lower world. This fragmented essence harbors the remnants of my spirit. Although my true form is of the highest imperial rank, my adversary was dreadfully powerful, and their arcane curse relentlessly ravaged my fragmented body, causing it to decay. Consequently, I fell into a deep slumber, the duration of which remains unknown to me. It was only with the awakening of Xianxia's Daluo sword body that my dormant consciousness stirred. At that moment, I realized my essence had decayed to its utmost limits, and my remaining spirit was on the brink of dissipating. Thus, I took a gamble, severing ties with my decaying form, and sought out Xianxia. Alas, this young man is in dire straits. In conclusion, the sword spirit shook its head and smiled. Now you understand that, while it may appear that nothing significant has transpired, an intricate web of causality has already been woven. I remain uncertain of the current state of affairs. Whether my master triumphed or perished remains a mystery. However, I must caution you. Should that enigmatic sovereign encounter you, they will undoubtedly perceive some connection between you and them. Simply knowing of their existence constitutes a form of causality. At that juncture, your fate will hinge upon your own actions. To the sword spirit, this individual, being aware of the distinctions between emperors and immortals, must comprehend the terrifying nature of an emperor. It yearned to witness some emotional fluctuation on this person's face, but ultimately observed none. This individual maintained an unwavering composure. Even the knowledge of the emperor's causality failed to stir them. This was not a mere facade of tranquility. It was genuine. The sword spirit was genuinely curious about the identity of this person. How could they be the remnant spirit of an imperial weapon? Chu Yuan pondered. Truly, they are deserving of the fortuitous blessings befitting a wielder of great destiny. Their origins are anything but trivial. Nevertheless, he harbored no covetousness toward this fragmented sword spirit. Be it the spirit of an imperial weapon or even that of a celestial artifact, he would never vie with his disciple for it. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, instructing, "You shall continue to accompany Xianxia. As a sword spirit, you are well suited to guide him in the ways of swordsmanship. It appears he lacks understanding of the sword." This was the sword spirit's assessment of Chu Yuan. It was precisely this ignorance of swordsmanship that led the spirit to take on the role of instructor. The sword spirit acquiesced very well. "However, as a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you this sacred tier divine ability. As it stands, this individual does not pose any threat to them." Upon uttering these words, the sword spirit conjured a series of sword lights, revealing the profound mysteries of a divine technique. It is called the killing sword art, an extraordinarily potent technique of slaughter. Chu Yuan scrutinized it, frowning slightly. "Is this merely a sacred tier upper grade? Is that all?" The sword spirit retorted, "No. Even as a sacred tier upper grade, it is highly coveted in the upper realms. Why do you seem so disdainful? I possess nothing stronger." Chu Yuan shook his head and remarked, "I do not lack your sacred grade divine abilities. However, I did not anticipate that as a remnant spirit of an imperial weapon, you could only present a sacred grade superior technique. I was originally aware of my master's imperial grade abilities, but now, as a mere remnant, I have lost too many of my inherited memories. This sacred grade superior technique is indeed among the most formidable. I hope you do not look down upon it." The sword spirit sighed, explaining. For the first time, it felt a sense of inferiority for offering a sacred grade technique. Primarily, it had perceived disdain in the countenance of this individual. Chu Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Very well, since it is your token of gratitude, I shall accept it." He then turned his gaze to Xianxia. "Master," Xianxia hurriedly responded. He had been attentively listening to the conversation between the senior sword spirit and his master, but he had no comprehension of the significance of the terms imperial or celestial. Yet, he understood that such matters must pertain to realms beyond the divine. He also realized that both his master and the former sword spirit were extraordinary beings. "Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall naturally impart to you the cultivation techniques and divine abilities." He continued, "This technique is called the Luo Tian Sword Classic. It encompasses both cultivation methods and divine abilities, perfectly suited for your great Luo sword body. I shall now transmit it to you." Chapter 161. Then, haven't you become my disciple in vain? After speaking, Chu Yuan pointed his finger at Xianxia's forehead. Just moments ago, he had already accepted the inheritance of the Luo Tian Sword Classic. Similar to the 9 Revolutions Immortal Sutra, the ancient scripture of the Luo Tian Sword Classic now resided within his consciousness. Through this ancient text, he could pass on its contents to others while embedding powerful restrictions to prevent any prying eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A supreme scripture began to form in Xianxia's mind, despite numerous restrictions in place. Nevertheless, the sword spirit still sensed that unique and terrifying aura. This aura had once existed within the consciousness of its master, Imperial Grade Supreme. This was indeed of Imperial Grade Supreme quality. Moreover, it was a fusion of both cultivation technique and divine ability. At this moment, it became apparent to the sword spirit that in comparison to this technique, the sacred grade superior ability it had provided was indeed rather meager. If this individual could produce something of Imperial Grade Supreme quality, how could he possibly regard its sacred grade divine abilities with any significance? The fact that he accepted it was already a considerable honor. The sword spirit found itself pondering the same thoughts as Chu had previously. To put it plainly, they both hailed from the upper realm, where the Imperial grade was incomparably precious. It seemed that the causal concerns I harbored were perhaps of no consequence to him. The sword spirit sighed inwardly. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. Xianxia's expression was filled with excitement and immense gratitude. Previously, he had cultivated a noble grade technique, and the Yi family had spared no effort in providing him with resources to expedite his advancement. However, in this moment, the noble grade techniques paled in comparison to what his master had granted him, appearing as trivial as refuse by the roadside. Divine, sacred, imperial. These are the classifications that followed the noble grade. What your master has given you is of Imperial Grade Supreme quality. The disparity between it and the techniques you practiced before is vast. The disparity is even greater than that between the lower tier of the yellow rank and the upper tier of the respect rank. The sword spirit, fearing that Xianxia would not comprehend, conveyed this through voice transmission. This only deepened Xianxia's gratitude, since this was a reward bestowed by the system. Once granted to Xianxia, it could not be returned. Remove the cloth from your face, Chu Yuan gently instructed. Master, I have been disfigured, Xianxia replied. Yi Linlang, envious and jealous of his appearance, had marred his face with a blade since childhood, leaving behind a series of grotesque scars. To restore his visage, one would require either a special elixir or to wait until reaching the Nirvana realm, at which point a rebirth of his face would be possible. It matters not. If you are to remove it, then so be it, Chu Yuan smiled. The sword spirit understood that this individual intended to restore Xianxia's appearance, a feat easily achievable for those above the divine realm. Hearing this, Xianxia quickly complied, though he hesitated, which was out of character for him. He had merely feared that his master would be repulsed by his appearance. Since his master insisted on him removing it, he resolved to do so. Besides, given his master-esque cultivation, he likely had already seen through him. Soon, the cloth was entirely removed, revealing a face marred by countless scars, intersecting like the parched earth riddled with crevices. Only his features remained intact. The one who had inflicted this harm must possess some degree of madness. Chu Yuan said nothing but simply pointed. In the next moment, a divine force surged into Xianxia's body, and in an instant, the horrific visage began to restore itself at a visibly rapid pace, fully returning to normal in a matter of moments. It was a face of unparalleled handsomeness, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, features beyond reproach, as if crafted by divine hands, slightly inferior only to Chu Yuan. Although Jiang, Yi, and Xiao Yan were also commendable in appearance, in terms of looks, Xianxia undoubtedly surpassed them. Xianxia reached out to touch his face, exclaiming, I have recovered? He recalled the sorrow etched on his mother-esque face when he was disfigured. Yi Linlang, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Xianxia vowed silently, determined that once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he would make the Yi family and Yi Linlang pay dearly. The divine force suggested that this person was indeed from the divine realm. However, based on the nature of his inheritance, he was undoubtedly of extraordinary lineage. My earlier assertions were indeed correct. This represents an opportunity for Xianxia and for me as well, reflected the sword spirit as it witnessed Chu Yuan demonstrate his divine power. Although the other party belonged to the divine realm, the sword spirit did not underestimate him. Following such an individual might lead to ascension to higher realms and perhaps the retrieval of other fragmented essences, though it remained uncertain what had become of its master. Your fundamental essence has suffered excessive loss, which is detrimental to your cultivation, Chu Yuan remarked after assessing Xianxia's condition. He utilized divine power to assist Xianxia in healing his injuries, yet restoring his essence was beyond his capabilities. Even employing the innate sacred body's essence would prove ineffective. Only by utilizing the essence of the great Luo sword body could Xianxia achieve a swift recovery. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate and reclaim my essence at the earliest opportunity, Xianxia vowed earnestly. With your master at your side, must you still reclaim your essence alone? Would that not render your apprenticeship futile? Chu Yuan chuckled heartily. Xianxia was taken aback. Master, do you mean you will assist me in reclaiming my essence? Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded. Your essence cannot linger within another for long. Each moment it remains is a loss to you. Lacking his essence would hinder Xianxia's cultivation speed, slowing his progress. Such a deceleration would indirectly affect his chances in the lottery, a circumstance he could not abide. He must seek justice for his disciple. In that moment, Xianxia felt deeply moved. In the past, only his mother had shown him kindness. Later, it was the sword's spirit elder, and now, his master treated him with utmost generosity. Not only had he saved his life and imparted powerful legacies, but he also intended to personally help him reclaim his lost essence. What merit did he possess to deserve such treatment from his master? To one shrouded in darkness, even a single ray of light could appear as radiant as the sun. The notion of reclaiming his essence alone seemed to render his apprenticeship pointless, a thought that etched itself deeply in his mind. His master was indeed protective. Master, I feel I am imposing upon you. Perhaps it would be best for me to wait until I'm strong enough to handle this myself, Xianxia suggested. Scratching the back of his head, a hearty smile reminiscent of Xianxia gracing his face. Be cautious, for if you continue to be so polite, I may just expel you from my tutelage, Chu Yuan jested. Xianxia immediately knelt, bowing fervently. I am grateful, master. From that moment forth, he resolved that his life belonged to his master, never to betray him. The kindness bestowed upon him was beyond measure. In such a brief period, he had received countless gifts that others could scarcely imagine. Enough, let us depart, Chu Yuan declared, rising to his feet. The sword spirit melded into Xianxia's consciousness. With a gentle sweep of his hand through the void, Chu Yuan tore open a spatial rift, revealing a passageway. He enveloped Xianxia and entered. After a few moments, a spatial passageway materialized above the Yi family estate in southern continent, where Chu Yuan emerged with Xianxia. Chapter 162, A Home Infiltration. Not long prior, within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family in southern continent, at the Soul Palace. Not good. The soul lamp of ancestor Yi Xiaotian has extinguished. A voice filled with dread echoed from the Soul Palace as an elder of the Yi family, a king-level guardian, rushed out in haste. Soon, several figures radiating the aura of revered beings appeared. Xiaotian has fallen? What transpired? A fellow late-stage revered ancestor of the Yi family inquired, his expression grave. To pursue Xianxia and meet such a fate? This is a tremendous loss for the Yi family. Quickly, ascertain what has occurred with the others. A woman clad in imperial attire, her countenance exceedingly grim, was named Nalan Jingyue. She was the matriarch of the Yi clan and also a member of the esteemed Nalan family from Zhongzhou. At present, the patriarch of the Nalan family was none other than her own elder brother. Nalan Jingyue's union with Yi Xiaoying, the patriarch of the Yi clan, was a strategic alliance between families. Given the formidable stature of the Nalan family, Nalan Jingyue held a prominent position within the Yi clan, transcending the role of mere ornamentation. Furthermore, her own cultivation had ascended to the early stages of the venerable realm. Immediately, messages were dispatched to contact others. Aside from the venerable ancestor Yi Xiaotian, several other venerables from the Yi family were also pursuing Xianxia, including the patriarch Yi Xiaoying himself. However, they were all acting independently, scouring the vicinity. Yi Xiaotian was the first to locate Xianxia, leading to a fierce confrontation, which ultimately resulted in Xianxia being slain by Chu Yuan in a single glance. In fact, upon discovering Xianxia, Yi Xiaotian had already sent word to others, urging them to hasten, though their arrival would take some time. When Chu Yuan appeared, Yi Xiaotian had not anticipated the need to alert them. He was caught off guard by his own swift demise. Thus, The others in the Yi family remained unaware that Xianxia had encountered a formidable opponent who had rescued Xianxia. After pursuing Xianxia for some time, Xianxia engaged in battle near the floating city, during which the other members of the Yi family hastily made their way there. At this moment, they had arrived near the floating city. Where is he? Where has he gone? The formidable members of the Yi clan furrowed their brows, scanning the area for clues. The presence of the venerable ancestor, Xianxia, lingered nearby. Let's search for traces of his aura, or perhaps inquire about the situation. One of the powerful figures sensed the surroundings, relaying messages to Xianxia, yet received no response. It was presumed he was engaged in battle with that beast. A tall man clad in a long black robe let out a cold snort. His expression bore an air of authority, exuding the demeanor of one accustomed to high status. He was Yi Xiaoying, the patriarch of the Yi clan and the biological father of Xianxia. The beast they referred to was, of course, Xianxia. Was there a scent of blood in the air? Could it be that the beast was wounded and had fled? Had Xianxia pursued him? But something felt amiss. There should be residual traces if that were the case. It was improbable that someone would deliberately erase their presence. Was there not a city nearby? Surely someone there would know what had transpired. After deliberating, one of the Yi clan's powerful members declared, "I shall go and interrogate a few individuals." However, before any action could be taken, a message arrived in Yi Xiaoying's hands. The communication jade slip they used was of the highest grade, allowing for seamless correspondence across the entirety of the continent. After reading the message, Yi Xiaoying was momentarily stunned. What has occurred? Someone inquired. A message from within the clan reveals that the soul lamp of ancestor Xianxia has extinguished. He has perished. On Yi Xiaoying's face, an endless rage emerged. The esteemed ancestor Xianxia was not a frail old man. He still possessed ample lifespan and potential, with hopes of one day achieving perfection in the revered realm, becoming one of the strongest pillars of the Yi family. Yet, to their dismay, he had now perished. The communication from the clan could not be false. What? How could this be possible? The onlookers were utterly stunned. Could it be Xianxia? Wasn't he supposed to be fleeing in a state of utter disarray? How could this have transpired? Perhaps it was not him. Could it be the people from Xiankong Mountain? Damn it, regardless of who it was, they must provide the Yi family with an explanation. The members of the Yi family were filled with profound indignation. Meanwhile, above the Yi family in southern continent, although Chu Yuan had never been here before, he was aware of the general location of the Yi family from the ancient maps he had studied. Upon arriving in the southern continent, a sweep of his consciousness confirmed the precise location. He was now terrifyingly powerful. Sinking the entire Lingxiao continent posed no challenge for him. Had he truly arrived? Xianxia was momentarily stunned as he gazed down at the Yi ancestral land. He had fled southern continent for quite some time before, and now he had arrived in the blink of an eye. Master, you are truly formidable. The Yi ancestral land spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, enveloped by a grand formation, a top-tier array of the revered level, composed of several formations of the same rank, serving multiple functions. Even a dozen revered beings working together would find it impossible to breach it in a short time. This was the foundation of the top-tier forces in the Lingxiao continent. That person is still merging with your essence, but has not yet completed the fusion. I will reclaim it for you now. Everything concerning the Yi family was within Chu Yuan's sight. Thank you, Master. Xianxia nodded, casting a gaze filled with hatred towards the Yi family below. With a gentle flick of his finger, the seemingly impenetrable formation vanished in an instant. All restrictions dissolved instantaneously, as though snow had encountered an intensely scorching heat. With a grasp of his hand, within the Yi ancestral land, a cave filled with formations, exuding a sense of security, revealed itself. A young man, partially unclothed, was seated cross-legged, refining the essence of blood and marrow within his dantian space. These substances had been forcibly infused into his dantian. Suddenly, he was drawn out, appearing before Chu Yuan and the others in an instant. This man bore a striking resemblance to Xianxia, though he lacked Xianxia's striking handsomeness. At that moment, Yi Linlang opened his eyes, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia, his pupils jolted with shock. The formidable members of the Yi family were equally stunned. They had yet to comprehend how the Yi family's formation had vanished when they beheld three figures in the sky. A strikingly handsome youth holding Yi Linlang captive with one hand, and the other was Xianxia. What was happening? What was going on? My son Linlang. Upon witnessing this scene, a sense of bewilderment enveloped Nailin Jingwei, causing her heart to shudder. An aura of terrifying, murderous intent radiated from her entire being. Although she could not comprehend the situation, she sensed her child was in peril. One of the elder members of the Yi family, with remarkable swiftness, transmitted an urgent message. A mysterious individual has appeared in the skies above the Yi family, accompanied by Xianxia. For reasons unknown, the family's protective formation has suddenly dissipated, and Yi Linlang has also been captured. Return swiftly. Outside the floating city, the members of the Yi family, who were consumed with rage over Yi Xiaoyan's demise, were now faced with a grave revelation upon receiving the message. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Their home had been infiltrated. Chapter 163. Could he really be Yi Chang'a's master? How could this be possible? Wasn't Yi Chang'a just nearby? How could he have vanished in an instant to return to the family? Furthermore, why had the family's protective formation vanished? How could Yi Linlang be so easily captured? An elder was filled with perplexity. I am currently inquiring for more details. Yi Xiaoying exclaimed anxiously, truly distressed. He desperately wished that the news he had received was merely a jest from the Yi family. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, Nailin Jinghua thought, this must be an illusion. It cannot be my child. She swiftly turned and flew towards the cave where Yi Linlang resided, only to discover that the cave's formation had completely disintegrated, including the entrance. Inside, Yi Linlang was nowhere to be found. Nailin Jinghua exclaimed, that is my child. That is indeed my child. Her eyes widened in despair as she turned back to the previous location. At this moment, numerous powerful figures from the Yi family gazed gravely at the unfolding spectacle above. Other members of the Yi family also became aware of the situation. Their minds were in a daze, for all this had truly surpassed their imagination. How could the formation simply vanish? How had Yi Linlang suddenly been captured? Everything felt like a dream, yet they were acutely aware that this was no dream. It was reality. Bang! The individual who had transmitted the message, upon receiving Yi Xiaoying's inquiry, attempted to respond, but the jade slip in his hand suddenly exploded. Chu Yuan was acutely aware of every movement made by these individuals. The earlier transmission had been permitted by him. The upheaval within the Yi family, once transmitted outward, was merely a call for assistance. This was splendid, drawing people in. He could ensnare them all effortlessly. As for why he did not allow further communication, it was simply to prevent the messenger from conveying a tale so terrifying that others would hesitate to come. The earlier message was sufficient. Once those on the other side received no response, they would undoubtedly rush to investigate. That alone was enough. Bang, bang, bang. Not only him, but all others attempting to send messages found their jade slips exploding as well. Yi Chang'a, it is you. Why are you still alive? Who are you? Release me. Let me go at once. Otherwise, you shall perish without a grave. After a moment of realization, Yi Linlang fixed her serpent-like gaze upon Yi Chang'a, simultaneously threatening Chu Yuan. Release my son, came the cold voice of Nailin Jinghua. Whatever you desire, we can provide. Though the situation was perplexing, the immediate priority was to ensure Yi Linlang's safety. My lord, please do not act impulsively. We can negotiate. An elder of the Yi family urged hastily. The methods employed by this individual were dreadfully terrifying, and they were utterly unable to discern the slightest clue. Yet, they could surmise that this person might have come to exact vengeance on behalf of Yi Chang'a, who stood beside him. Curse be this. They silently cursed. From whence did Yi Chang'a find such a formidable entity? The two venerable elders of the Yi family wore grave expressions, realizing that their once impregnable formation had been rendered ineffective. Yi Linlang had been inexplicably seized by the opponent. It was crucial to note that all these alterations transpired almost instantaneously. The formation, which had been intact just moments before, had vanished without a trace, leaving them utterly oblivious to the signs. To possess such capabilities, could this individual possibly be a being of the legendary divine realm? The thought filled them with an overwhelming dread. Silence. The cold voice of Chu Yuan resonated, and, as his words fell, numerous powerful figures from the Yi family were struck as if by a heavy blow, plummeting from the sky, spewing blood, and obliterating the surrounding structures. In an instant, they were all gravely wounded, rendered completely immobile, unable to move even a finger. Chu Yuan refrained from slaying them. It would be far more gratifying for Yi Chang'a to exact his own vengeance. Buzzing, the entire Yi family found themselves ensnared within a confined space, forming an impenetrable domain. No one could escape. Of course, no one was attempting to flee. As they remained in a state of shock, their minds paralyzed. They could hardly believe that the once invincible elders and high-ranking members of their family had been so swiftly defeated. The opponent had not even lifted a finger, merely issuing a cold huff. How terrifying must this be? It was beyond imagination. The high-ranking members of the Yi family, as the very subjects of this calamity, found themselves questioning their existence. They had lost their combat capabilities, and in such a manner, divine realm. The other party must undoubtedly be a being of the legendary divine realm. It was over. The Yi family was doomed. Despair enveloped them. At the hanging city, Yi Xiaoying was consumed with anxiety. Why has there been no message returned? We have not received anything from our side either. Others replied gravely. This is not good. We must return immediately. Without a second thought, they soared back without looking back. Within the Yi family, upon witnessing their leaders so easily vanquished, Yi Linlang felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. Impossible, this cannot be true. His pupils dilated, his body trembled, unable to fathom the reality before him. The invincible elder of the Yi family had been so easily defeated. Who on earth is this person? How could they possess such overwhelming strength? At this moment, an endless wave of fear engulfed him, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. This esteemed elder, could there be some misunderstanding? Cold sweat streamed down his brow. He was not a fool. He struggled to compose himself. To threaten such a being was tantamount to courting death. Not only the Yi family, but even with the support of the Nalan family, it would be a path to annihilation. This individual was unfathomably powerful. He could only wait and see if any opportunity for negotiation might arise. You have used the blood and marrow of my disciple. Tell me, what misunderstanding could there be? Chu Yuan spoke indifferently, using his true vision to assess Yi Linlang, finding her talent and potential comparable to that of the young master of Xiankong Mountain, Lu Ming. Rubbish. At that moment, his words fell upon the ears of the Yi family's members like a thunderclap. Nalan Jingwei, Yi Linlang, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. This person was actually the master of Yichanga. It was over, truly over. Everything the Yi family had done to Yichanga. This individual most likely knew all about it. This was a vengeance brought forth by Yichanga. No, how could you possibly be his master? Yi Linlang could not accept it. Endless jealousy flickered in her eyes. Why must such a powerful being be the master of Yichanga? What right did he have? Yichanga was nothing but a lowly beast. How could he possess such fortune? The higher-ups of the Yi family began to regret their past actions. Had they known it would come to this, they would not have treated Yichanga so poorly. Senior, look at me. I am far more outstanding than him. I am willing to become your disciple. Yi Linlang was frantic. This person was Yichanga's master. Unless she too became his disciple, there would be no room for retreat. Lives were at stake. Yichanga would never let her off the hook. Chapter 164, Anticipation. The senior members of the Yi family, upon hearing Yi Linlang's words, felt a glimmer of hope pierce through their previously desolate world. If this person truly accepted Yi Linlang as a disciple, then perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. But was this even possible? They were all tense, straining to hear the words of this formidable being. However, in the next moment, what they heard was Yi Linlang's wretched screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The being did not utter a single word, but their attitude was unmistakable. Their hearts sank, the flickering hope once again extinguished. My child, release my child. Though Nalan Jingwei was immobilized, her eyes were fixed upwards, her gaze bloodshot, and her trembling lips emitted weak yet frantic cries. Regrettably, no one paid her any heed. At this moment, Chu Yuan extracted all of Yi Linlang's essence and marrow that belonged to Yichanga. Moreover, he also removed the source that was inherently hers. One must always collect some interest. As for taking on disciples, does such trash even deserve it? He could hardly be bothered to respond, swiftly taking action instead. In the blink of an eye, the young Yi Linlang's skin became wrinkled, her hair turned pale, and vitality drained away incessantly. The extraction of one's source inflicts tremendous harm. Yichanga had experienced a similar fate when he was drained, nearly facing death itself. Had it not been for the sword spirit's intervention, which stabilized his source and prolonged his life, Yichanga would have been in grave danger. No. That is mine. Return it to me. Yi Linlang, with disheveled hair and a frail body, trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of madness. This visage was unacceptable to her, especially after witnessing Yichanga's recovery. Previously disfigured, he now appeared whole again. The members of the Yi family recognized him at a glance, as Yichanga's bloodline, aura, physique, and features confirmed his identity. Had they bound the original cloth around his face, he would have been indistinguishable. Chu Yuan paid no mind to Yi Linlang, the mere jester. Were it not for her lingering utility, she would have already faded into oblivion. With a wave of his hand, he transferred all that had been extracted into Yi Chang's body. Hurry and refine it, Chu Yuan urged gently. Thank you, master. Yi Chang's eyes brimmed with boundless gratitude. His master was indeed extraordinarily kind to him. He immediately sat cross-legged, dedicating himself to the reception and refinement, a process that would likely take several days. This was a task he must undertake himself, although Chu Yuan could assist in the refinement. The results would not be as profound as if he were to do alone. After all, this gradual process of refinement would yield greater enhancement, relying on external forces, while Swift did not yield optimal results. This was precisely why neither Chu Yuan nor the sword spirit intervened to assist him. Ding! The system returned with superior source and essence, all of the same lineage. However, Chu Yuan did not immediately present it to Yi Chang'e. He decided to wait until Yi Chang'e had fully integrated the previous essence. That lad was indeed fortunate to have such a master. The sword spirit mused quietly, protective, overbearing. It remained silent throughout, merely observing. This individual's style of conduct exuded the essence of a true powerhouse. He did not waste words on the insignificant. He acted decisively. Furthermore, he left the enemy alive, evidently wishing for Yi Chang'e to personally deliver the fatal blow. His strength, methods, and intentions were impeccable in every regard. With such a master, Yi Chang'e was exceptionally fortunate. Perhaps I might simply bask in victory as well, the sword spirit thought, reclining leisurely with its hands behind its head. Feeling utterly content, Chu Yuan gazed with satisfaction at Yi Chang'e. After this, Yi Chang'e's cultivation might very well revert to its original state, ascending directly from the mid-stage of the condensation realm to the soul palace realm. Furthermore, this re-established level of cultivation should also provide opportunities for system lottery draws. It is indeed a prospect that stirs anticipation within Chu Yuan. His spirits were high. He had the entire Yi family under his control, ensuring that not even a fly could escape or enter. Even if outsiders sensed something amiss within the Yi family, they would be unable to investigate or perceive the unfolding scenes, for this place had transformed into a forbidden zone of life. Chu Yuan had no desire for mere ants to behold him. However, should a member of the Yi family return, they would be swiftly drawn inside. This life-restricting domain was exceedingly welcoming to those of the Yi lineage. Many within the Yi family had already begun to react, with numerous individuals attempting to flee. Yet they could not breach the spatial barrier. The Yi family's ancestral grounds had become isolated from the world. Although the Yi family was a top-tier clan in southern continent, its population barely reached 1 million. In truth, such families might not differ significantly in population from some smaller clans. The real disparity lay in their heritage and strength. The more potent the force, the more it emphasized quality over quantity. While lower cultivation levels may facilitate reproduction, there exists an inherent issue. The offspring of those with lesser cultivation, disregarding innate talent, are fundamentally inferior to those born of individuals with profound cultivation. Thus, those of formidable factions typically consider procreation only after achieving considerable strength, following an elite path. The children birthed by those at the body refinement realm and those at the monarch realm exhibit vast differences, even with identical talents and identical resources for training. The progeny of monarch realm cultivators invariably surpass those born of body refinement cultivators. The principle of superior genetics prevails. The offspring of the strong are more likely to possess elevated talents, with monarch realm children starting with a baseline of at least above average, if not higher. Only in rare cases do exceptions arise. The offspring of the strong and the weak represent two extremes in innate ability. The children of the powerful generally exhibit robust talents, with the occurrence of weaker talents being extraordinarily rare. Conversely, the children of the weak typically display lower innate abilities, making the emergence of high-talent individuals exceedingly difficult. The descendants of the strong inherit potent bloodlines and exceptional talents, while the progeny of the weak rarely manifest extraordinary geniuses unless through mutation. Consequently, within the Yi family, procreation generally commences only when one reaches the soul palace realm or higher. However, the challenge lies in the fact that as cultivation levels rise, the difficulty of reproduction increases. This has led to a notably low birth rate, resulting in a core population that is not particularly large within even the most extensive families. Only some of the offshoots, due to their relatively lower cultivation levels, tend to have larger families. In the Lingxiao continent, many core members of prominent families are far outnumbered by their collateral branches. Yet, the ones in charge have always been the direct descendants, for strength remains paramount. No matter how numerous, if they lack power, they ultimately amount to nothing more than mere ants. It is the pinnacle of combat prowess that holds the utmost significance. The majority of resources are devoted to nurturing the strong. Some factions exert themselves to procreate, hoping to achieve miracles through sheer numbers, aspiring to give rise to an extraordinary genius. However, such endeavors often end in failure. The emergence of a prodigious talent is exceedingly rare and cannot be dictated by quantity. The members of the Yi family are aware of their impending downfall, and many plead in terror for mercy. Yet, Chu Yuan pays them no heed. The authority over life and death rests with him, the fifth disciple. He stands with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm, awaiting silently. Of course, he is not entirely idle. He engages in various forms of cultivation. After receiving the bestowal of Xianxia's sword path genius talent, his own aptitude has ascended once more, accelerating his pace of training. His mastery over the sword has also become more intuitive, akin to the effects of the fire sovereign talent provided by Xiaoyan. Chapter 165. Must I avoid his brilliance? Meanwhile, in an obscure relic cave within the boundless sea, a figure seated in meditation suddenly opens his eyes, filled with astonishment. He swiftly morphs into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the depths of the cave. This relic, although ensconced within the endless ocean, remains untouched by the waters, setting it apart from many others. Many relics are established in certain locations, surrounded by intricate formations. However, this particular relic exists in a separate dimension, belonging to a miniature world. Inside, it is shrouded in darkness, with remnants of walls and no sign of life, yet it emanates a unique aura. Soon, that figure reaches the depths of the relic. There, hovering in the air, is a golden silhouette, a bald elder clad in a golden robe. In this lightless realm, the golden radiance he emits illuminates the surroundings like the sun. The newcomer halts. This individual is even older than the bald elder. Yet at this moment he bows respectfully, his voice urgent and hoarse. Ancestor, a grave matter has arisen. The seated bald elder does not rise, but his body turns to face the hunched black-robed elder, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him, and he inquires in a deep tone, Yimo, you are a composed individual. What has transpired to render you so flustered? Yimo hastily replies, Ancestor, the Yi family is in turmoil. A formidable being has suddenly invaded our clan. The family S formation has been silently obliterated in an instant, and Yi Linlang has been captured by this individual. The high-ranking members of the clan have also been gravely injured by a mere cold snort from him. The individual in question is the esteemed master of Xianxia. Currently, he has extracted the very essence of Yi Linlang's bloodline and is in the process of merging it with Xianxia. The Yi family has also been effectively sealed off by this formidable opponent. A sense of impending doom looms over them. Yimo's eyes glimmered with profound trepidation. Though he is physically present here, he possesses an acute awareness of all that transpires within the Yi family, solely because a fragment of his essence resides within their midst. This manifestation, while not particularly potent, having only attained the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, pales in comparison to his own cultivation level, which is at the mid-stage of the Venerable realm. However, his doppelganger serves a unique purpose. Typically, ordinary manifestations cannot share distant perceptions and experiences. Yet his can. By a stroke of fortune, he acquired a rare artifact comprising two halves, one tethered to the spirit of his doppelganger and the other to his own. This allows for a shared vision and the transmission of information. It is precisely for this reason that he was retained by an ancestor of the Yi family, serving as a vital link to the clan, far more reliable than mere communication talismans. The ancestor of the Yi family raised an eyebrow. The protective mountain formation of the Yi family has been utterly obliterated, and without a trace of noise. A cold snort has severely injured the higher echelons of the Yi family. Such a powerful being exists in the Lingxiao continent. It seems that perhaps I am not the only one to have encountered fortuitous circumstances. The ancestor mused quietly. Many years prior, he had discovered this relic site, where he obtained a fragment of an ancient scripture and a shard of a divine artifact. Moreover, he realized that this place was particularly conducive to comprehending the true essence of gold. As the most formidable individual within the Yi family, He had long since reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm. Coincidentally, he had already attained a complete understanding of the essence of gold. Once he grasps the true essence, he will be poised to break through to the legendary divine realm. Therefore, for centuries he has remained here in contemplation. Now, he stands but a step away from the threshold of true understanding. Yet this solitary step feels like an insurmountable chasm, and he is uncertain how long it will take to traverse it, unless a suitable opportunity arises. As for Xianxia and Linlang, Mo had previously reported to him. After all, such matters are of considerable significance, particularly when Xianxia suddenly grew formidable and fled. He had planned to wait until the Yi family captured Xianxia, then have them deliver him for thorough examination. However, he did not anticipate that Mo would now convey such alarming news. The ability to swiftly dismantle the protective formation of the Yi family indicates that this individual's power undoubtedly far exceeds that of the pinnacle of the venerable realm. It is highly likely that, like him, this person has encountered a similar opportunity. To be candid, he could easily dismantle the protective formation of the Yi family himself at this juncture, with the artifact in his possession. Delivering a cold snort could indeed devastate the higher echelons of the Yi family. To think they would dare to bully the Yi family. This ancestor shall pay a visit to this intruder. The ancestral figure of the Yi family rose, his tone icy. Stop, Mo urgently interjected, ancestral elder. Do not act impulsively. That individual possesses the essence of true divine realm. Your presence there would be perilous. His duty was to relay all significant events concerning the Yi family to the ancestral elder. He had rushed here in haste due to the gravity of the situation. However, he did not wish for the ancestral elder to return to the Yi family so recklessly, for his own avatar had witnessed the terrifying prowess of that being. He felt that should the ancestral elder proceed, it would merely result in offering oneself as a sacrifice. Thus, he hastily spoke to dissuade him. Oh, are you suggesting that I, the ancestral elder, should stand by and watch my family face annihilation? The ancestral elder's gaze was as frigid as ice. No, that is not my intention. Mo quickly shook his head. It is just that this person is exceedingly formidable. Ancestral elder, are you not striving to break through to the divine realm? Perhaps it would be wiser to achieve that first before confronting him. As for the Yi family's fate, whether it thrives or perishes is subject to destiny. He would indeed feel a profound sorrow should the Yi family be destroyed. Yet, if a divine being were to emerge from the Yi family, it could forge an even stronger lineage. At this moment, Mo was remarkably rational. Since going would merely amount to offering oneself, it was better to bide one's time. Do you believe I should cower before his brilliance? The ancestral elder strode past Mo, his voice brimming with confidence. The divine realm is not easily attained. That individual likely possesses a divine artifact, well concealed from your sight. Such individuals do not intimidate me. Even if he is a true divine being, I remain unafraid. I can assure you, over the years, I have approached the threshold of the true essence of gold, yet have been unable to cross it. Previously, I was unaware of the cause, but recently, I sensed that perhaps an external stimulus is required to shatter this barrier. I had no idea what could provoke me, but it seems an opportunity has arisen. A fortuitous chance. A being of such strength will undoubtedly provide me with an unparalleled experience. I feel that a vigorous battle might be the key to my breakthrough. If he is indeed a true divine being, perhaps he need not even engage. Merely exerting some pressure could suffice for my advancement. Thus, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Such strength is rare to find again. As for the possibility of death, I must concede, there is indeed a chance of demise. However, in the pursuit of cultivation, one cannot afford to be timid. Such hesitation guarantees failure. Therefore, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall proceed without fear. Moreover, I possess considerable confidence that I shall emerge unscathed. And if the Yi family were to be annihilated without a fight, it would be a source of great shame for me. Chapter 166. How foolish. Elder brother, the Yi family is in peril. Jingwei and Linlang are in danger. Please provide support quickly. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoying, en route back to the Yi family, was also sending a distress signal for assistance to the Nalan family, located far away in the central continent. Soon, in the heart of the Zhongzhou region, within the esteemed Nalan family, the patriarch Nalan Ba received an urgent message. Upon reading its contents, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table beside him. What audacity! Who dares to bully my sister and nephew? He exclaimed. What on earth has transpired? The Yi family, though not weak, had compelled their patriarch, Yi Xiaoying, to seek his assistance, indicating that the situation was exceedingly grave. Yi Xiaoying conveyed, I'm not entirely informed. We were in pursuit of that wretched Yi Chang'e when we received word that a mysterious individual had taken him to the Yi family. The protective formation surrounding the Yi clan inexplicably vanished, and Yi Linlang was captured. We have since lost all contact with anyone from the Yi family. The matter is urgent. Hence my plea for aid. With the inability to reach his clan, a foreboding sense crept over Yi Xiaoying. Nalan Bar responded, the protective formation has vanished? Could it be that there is a traitor among the Yi family, colluding with others to disable the formation? Very well, I shall gather some formidable allies and investigate. He was resolute in his commitment to his sister and nephew. Yi Xiaoying felt a surge of relief. Thank you, dear uncle. Let us rendezvous at the Yi family estate. With the support of his uncle, he felt reassured. The Nalan clan's involvement significantly enhanced their chances of overcoming the formidable adversary. Before long, Yi Xiaoying received another message. This time from Yi Mo. Centuries ago, Yi Mo had accompanied the progenitor of the Yi family to a mysterious realm, rendering direct contact with him impossible. They could only communicate with his avatar. Regrettably, their prior attempts to reach Yi Mo's avatar had been futile. Now, with Yi Mo reaching out, Yi Xiaoying was filled with excitement as he inquired about the current state of the Yi family. Yi Mo relayed the dire circumstances. Upon reading the message, Yi Xiaoying was rendered speechless. The upper echelons of the Yi family had been severely injured by a mere cold snort, leaving them incapacitated. Yi Linlang had her essence drained, rendering her aged and her cultivation diminished to mere body refining. The enigmatic assailant was revealed to be the master of Yi Chang'e, suspected to be a being of divine realm. The overwhelming news left Yi Xiaoying in shock, fury, and fear. A being of divine realm. The Yi family had inadvertently provoked such an enemy, especially one tied to that wretched Yi Chang'e. The other's presence soon mirrored his terror and despair. Yet, hope soon blossomed anew, for Yi Mo delivered fresh tidings. The progenitor of the Yi family had returned, undeterred by the adversary. Could it be that he too had attained divinity? One of the senior members of the Yi family exclaimed with fervor, if so, salvation is at hand, and in the future, the Yi family may dominate the Lingxiao continent. Yi Mo concluded, let's gather outside the Yi family estate. Wait for us to arrive before entering together. Do not rush in and risk being severely injured. Yi Xiaoying exclaimed. Understood. Meanwhile, within the Yi clan, the aura emanating from Yi Chang'e intensified steadily. The frail essence was fervently rejuvenating. His cultivation, previously at the mid-stage of the essence condensation realm, began to ascend. Although the pace of his advancement was not particularly swift, it was certainly not languid. Once he fully integrated his blood essence, marrow, and original essence, he would revert to his former state of power. The majority of his cultivation resided within this essence. Thus, its extraction had precipitated his decline in strength. As an hour elapsed, he reached the pinnacle of the essence condensation realm, and shortly thereafter, he finally broke through to the early stage of the pool origin realm. However, no system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's ears. It seemed that the situation was as he had surmised. He sighed, having previously harbored great anticipation that upon Yi Chang'e's breakthrough, he would be granted a chance for a lottery draw. Particularly, a transition from the essence condensation realm to the former Soul Palace realm would at least yield 4 lottery opportunities, potentially leading to a series of 4 consecutive draws. Yet, he later pondered that since Yi Chang'e's cultivation was embedded within this essence, the enhancement following its integration might not constitute a true breakthrough, but rather a restoration. Now it seemed indeed to be a mere restoration, not a breakthrough. Yi Chang'e had regained a portion of his former prowess, although he had achieved the pool origin realm. This power was one he had attained prior to his apprenticeship, thus he was ineligible for rewards. Let him restore himself first. I shall receive my due share when he breaks through. After providing Yi Chang'e with the blood essence, marrow, and original essence, Chu Yuan himself received a portion in return. This share was significantly enhanced, with its cultivation level reaching the late stage of the law manifestation realm. Should Yi Chang'e integrate this as well, a breakthrough would be assured, and he would certainly be eligible for rewards upon this new ascension. Approaching a full day later, Yi Chang'e's cultivation had reverted to the early stage of the Xiandan realm. Yi Linlang wore a visage of despair, and others from the Yi family mirrored her despondency. Some refused to concede, continually battering against the spatial barrier, while others attempted to burrow underground in a desperate bid to escape. Yet all efforts proved futile, for the spatial confines of the ground were equally sealed. Amidst the crowd, Yi Mo's avatar appeared frantic, yet in truth, he awaited the arrival of the clan's ancestral guardian. Just a little longer, he thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. That singular presence was currently safeguarding Xianxia and had no intention of harming the Yi family. Excellent. Once the ancestral guardian arrives to extricate them from peril, the losses to the Yi clan would not be catastrophic. If all of them perished, the consequences would be dire. Just as Yi Mo's avatar contemplated this, suddenly a multitude of silhouettes materialized in the sky. The Patriarch. It is the Patriarch and his entourage. The despairing members of the Yi family, upon sighting Yi Xiaoying and the others, felt a flicker of hope ignite within their eyes. How could the Patriarch have appeared so suddenly? They were utterly bewildered by their unexpected presence. How powerful! Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the lower-ranking Yi clansmen. Is the Patriarch here to rescue us? We are saved. Some regarded them as if they were saviors. However, the higher-ups of the Yi family, though taken aback, did not allow hope to blossom. Instead, they were engulfed in a profound sense of desolation. Their expressions of confusion revealed that they too were unaware of how they had arrived here. It was evident that this could only be the handiwork of Master Xianxia. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the Patriarch's capabilities, realizing they were on par with their own. Rescue us? How absurd! Were they not instructed to wait outside? Yi Mo's avatar observed this scene with a growing sense of frustration. Chapter 167. The Ancestor has arrived. The Ancestor is dead. A portion of the higher-ups in the Yi family were aware of Yi Mo's avatar, yet after witnessing Master Xianxia's prowess, they believed that even if the avatar informed the Ancestor, it would be of no avail. The arrival of the Ancestor would be inconsequential. Thus, they refrained from transmitting any guidance to Yi Mo's avatar. As for whether the avatar would relay the information from this place, there was no doubt he would. The Ancestor would certainly be informed. However, they hoped that upon learning, the Ancestor would refrain from rushing to his demise and would also caution Yi Xiaoying and his group against coming to their death. As long as there were lives spared, the Yi family would retain a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Yet, they never anticipated that Yi Xiaoying and his companions would still make an appearance. Was this not akin to courting death? Yi Xiaoying and his group were equally bewildered. They had initially halted at a considerable distance from the Yi family estate, intending to await the Ancestor's arrival. The Ancestor was approaching from a remote part of the boundless sea, and it would take time for him to arrive. However, they were taken aback when, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the Yi family's grounds, witnessing the dire state of the higher-ups and Yi Linlang, which aligned closely with the message conveyed by Yi Mo. Their gazes fell upon the young man standing beside Xianxia, poised in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. This individual, was he truly a being of divine realm? They were not foolish. They comprehended that their inexplicable arrival was undoubtedly linked to this person. Yet, was this not a tad too formidable? They had been separated by a vast distance. The thought of being so effortlessly brought here sent shivers down their spines. For if such a being were to take their lives, they would likely have no time to react before meeting their end. Is this what one refers to as the divine realm? Though they remained silent, the terror in their eyes eloquently conveyed the tumultuous emotions they were experiencing at that moment. However, they quickly realized the strength of the individual before them. Yet, Yi Mo communicated that the Ancestor was unafraid of the divine realm and could contend with this person. Reassured by this thought, they breathed a sigh of relief. The Ancestor had not yet arrived, so they refrained from provoking the individual, choosing instead to wait for the Ancestor's arrival. They were not foolish, understanding their own limitations. They opted to remain silent and bide their time. According to Yi Mo's last message, the Ancestor would soon be here, and once he arrived, the situation would surely improve. However, just as they were contemplating restraint, an unforeseen calamity struck. One by one, they were struck down, blood spewing forth as they fell, rendered immobile in an instant, much like the high-ranking members of the Yi family before them. As these individuals drew closer, Chu Yuan sensed the potent bloodline aura of the Yi family emanating from them, and he absorbed it without hesitation, leaving them gravely injured. The entire event unfolded in the blink of an eye. He neither spoke nor lifted a finger, for these individuals were unworthy of such effort. The recently wounded high-ranking members of the Yi family bore expressions more ghastly than that of a liver. Yi Xiaoying and the others were filled with rage. They had intended to endure their humiliation until the ancestor arrived. But they never anticipated that this individual would act with such swiftness. The severity of their injuries rendered any hope of recovery a daunting challenge, should they survive. It was infuriating. Despite their frustration, they ultimately chose to suppress their anger and await the ancestor. Meanwhile, those within the Yi family who had once believed that Yi Xiaoying's arrival signified salvation now fell into a heavy silence. Such was the might of the ancestor. Concurrently, Yi Mo relayed the latest developments of the Yi family to their ancestor. How utterly audacious! The ancestor of the Yi family scoffed, gazing ahead as the ancestral grounds of the Yi family came into view. Very well, let me confront this adversary. In an instant, the figure of the Yi ancestor vanished from sight. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted in the distance, more dazzling than the noon sun, engulfing all surrounding brilliance and casting the realm into shadow. Within the golden glow, a shattered golden bowl floated above the head of the Yi ancestor, emanating a brilliant light that stretched for millions of miles, accompanied by an overwhelming divine might that resonated with the shimmering radiance. It seemed as if the very void was stirring with ripples. The Yi ancestor's figure soared, enveloped in golden runes, resembling a deity capable of plucking stars from the heavens. With each step he took, the air trembled as if it were on the verge of distortion. The nascent essence of gold was unleashed, elevating his aura to unprecedented heights. At that moment, even those at the pinnacle of the venerable realm would find themselves obliterated before him. The fragments of divine artifacts he possessed far surpassed those acquired by Yu of the Xianxia palace. Yu acquired, at most, a mere tenth of a divine artifact, while the ancestor of the Yi family obtained, at the very least, a third of one. Moreover, there existed a fragmented ancient scripture, originating from the same source as the remnants of the divine artifact. By cultivating this ancient scripture, he could better harness the power of the artifact's remnants. Additionally, though he had yet to grasp the essence of gold, its embryonic form had already begun to manifest. He surpassed Yu by a considerable margin. Should they face off, Yu would undoubtedly perish at his hands. Yema gulped, overwhelmed by the strength of the ancestor. The Yi family was saved. He sensed that the ancestor was not inferior to the individual within. At that moment, the spatial barriers surrounding the Yi family suddenly opened a wide portal. Oh, it seems they willingly allow the ancestor to enter. Are they afraid he might shatter this array? The ancestor of the Yi family scoffed, striding forward, believing this to be an array. As he stepped inside, a terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The ancestor has arrived. Hiss, such a powerful presence. The ancestor has ascended to divinity. Remarkable. Yi Xiaoying and the others gazed at the ancestor, who radiated an aura akin to bearing the sun upon his shoulders, their hearts brimming with elation. The ancestor had claimed to fear no divine realm, yet they had always harbored some doubt, having never witnessed it firsthand. But now they believed. The overwhelming might exuded an aura of invincibility. Upon entering, the ancestor's gaze fell upon Chu Yuan. He felt no lethal pressure emanating from him, which only bolstered his confidence. So it is you, audaciously rampant within my Yi family. The ancestor of the Yi family spoke coldly, his ire not solely stemming from the actions of this individual against the Yi family, but also from the fact that this person had yet to acknowledge his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Such disdain infuriated him. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Yuan shifted his gaze from Yi Chang'e to him. Boom! In that instant, a terrifying force akin to a reversing galaxy enveloped him. At that moment, all feelings of strength dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as if he were but a speck of dust amid an infinite cosmos. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Yi family widened his eyes, filled with existential doubt. How could this person possess such strength? It was entirely contrary to his expectations. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Countless beads of cold sweat broke forth, and the once resplendent remnants of the divine artifact lost their luster, resembling nothing more than worthless scrap metal. Amidst the ancestor's boundless terror, the force trembled slightly. Bang! The ancestor of the Yi family was reduced to ashes. His vitality, essence, and soul were all obliterated. He arrived swiftly and met his demise just as quickly. Chapter 168. The depths are too profound. Escape quickly. The progenitor of the Yi family vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence. Only a shattered golden bowl remained, suspended in midair. With a swift motion, Chu Yuan summoned the bowl into his grasp. It was a broken artifact of the lower divine tier. Such an artifact could easily be crushed by him, yet he refrained, choosing instead to store it away. In due time, when he took on disciples, he could bestow upon them this incomplete holy artifact. Even if he himself had no use for it in the future, it could serve his disciples or the sect. Moreover, this damaged artifact contained a space within it, functioning as a storage treasure, housing the entire wealth of the Yi progenitor. At that moment, all members of the Yi family stood rooted in disbelief. The once mighty progenitor had perished just like that. They had believed he could rescue the Yi family from dire straits. Yet he was effortlessly obliterated without even lifting a finger. Yi Xiao, Ying, and the others twitched at the corners of their eyes. Was this what the progenitor meant by fearlessness in the divine realm? Or was this individual beyond even that realm? Meanwhile, Yi Mo felt the weight of the situation most acutely. The progenitor had been brimming with confidence moments ago, only to meet such a swift demise. It was over. All was lost. Yi Mo shook his head. If even the progenitor could be so easily dispatched, the strength of this opponent was beyond imagination, leaving the Yi family with no hope of recovery. Unless, perhaps, Yi Changge could set aside past grievances and spare the Yi family, and implore his master to do the same. But was that even a possibility? Almost impossible. Yi Mo was fully aware of all that the Yi family had done to Yi Changge. If he were in his position, he too would not forgive the Yi family. With their greatest savior vanquished without a chance to retaliate, Yi Linlang rolled her eyes and fainted. Yi Mo felt an overwhelming force act upon him. His body uncontrollably propelled towards Chu Yuan, who placed a hand above his head and began to search his soul. Chu Yuan had killed the Yi progenitor so swiftly that he had forgotten to probe for information about the source of the artifact fragments. However, as this person had returned with the Yi progenitor, he might possess some knowledge. Yi Mo let out a horrific scream as his soul was incessantly torn apart, his memories being stripped away. Moments later, his eyes became vacant, and with a violent tremor of his divine power, he disintegrated into ashes. From the fragments of memory, Chu Yuan gleaned all that Yi Mo knew, including the existence of a cave dwelling in the boundless sea. The Tianyun Sect had severed the divine realm inheritance in Xianxia continent, yet certain areas of the boundless sea harbored secret realms or caves containing artifact fragments. Chu Yuan pondered quietly. Did the Tianyun Sect not fear that the sea tribes would acquire these artifact fragments and subsequently slaughter the beings of Xianxia continent? After all, Xianxia continent was essentially the breeding ground for the Tianyun Sect. If all its inhabitants perished, it would surely not bode well for the sect. It remained a mystery what the Tianyun Sect was truly contemplating. With the capability to orchestrate plans across Xianxia continent, they should have no reason to neglect cleansing the surrounding areas of the boundless sea. Just as Chu Yuan was deep in thought, outside the Yi family's territory, a fleet of several premium-class warships was rapidly approaching from a distance of 100,000 miles. On the warship, banners emblazoned with the name Nalan fluttered in the wind. Look, it is the battle vessel of the Nalan family from Zhongzhou. They have arrived. The Yi family is utterly oblivious to the turmoil that has unfolded, unable to establish any contact with those inside. Previously, numerous formidable warriors from the Yi family had made their appearances, only to vanish inexplicably. A singularly terrifying powerhouse entered and has not emerged since. In the surrounding areas, many have been lying in wait. It has been nearly a day since the Yi family experienced their upheaval. As an extraordinarily powerful clan, they engage in daily communication with the outside world concerning various business dealings. Should there be a failure to connect punctually, the inability to reach them raises alarms. Consequently, individuals have resorted to various means to contact other members of the Yi family, while more powerful entities have ventured forth to investigate the situation. To their astonishment, those who dared to probe discovered horrifying revelations. Anyone who approached within 100,000 miles of the Yi family was inexplicably transported over 1,000,000 miles away, regardless of whether they were of king or venerable status. Such a terrifying method instills fear. Some strong individuals asserted that this was beyond the capabilities of the Yi family. Indeed, something monumental must have transpired there. Thus, within a single day, a multitude of formidable warriors had gathered in the vicinity. After all, the South Continent is not solely dominated by the Yi family. Many other powers of similar stature exist. The Yi family is merely one among numerous elite forces. Upon the return of Yi, Xiaoying, and the others, many sought to inquire about the circumstances, only to discover that Yi Xiaoying and the others had inexplicably vanished. Some speculated they too had been transported 1,000,000 miles away, yet after a thorough search, they remained elusive. Eventually, a powerful figure emerged, recognized as an ancestor of the Yi family, a being long thought lost to time. The overwhelming aura radiating from this ancestor astonished countless onlookers. It was a terror they had never before witnessed. Only in the realm of legends might one encounter such might. Upon entering the Yi family, they anticipated an unprecedented spectacle, yet were met with an unsettling silence. Now, the Nalan family has arrived. What a perplexing situation that they cannot reach Yi Xiaoying. On board the warship, the imposing and formidable Nalan Ba furrowed his brow. Previously, there had been some means of communication, but now there was none. Now that they have reached the Yi family's territory, we shall venture forth and see for ourselves. A venerable ancestor of the Nalan family stood with hands clasped behind his back, eager to uncover the nature of the Yi family's upheaval. Wait, I shall inquire further, declared another ancestor of the Nalan family, intent on gathering information first. After a brief period, he returned with grave news, which he relayed to the gathered members of the Nalan family. Upon hearing the news, the members were left in stunned disbelief. Is this truly the case? Nalan Ba could scarcely fathom it. If this is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying. The depths of the Yi family are far too profound. I have inquired with several masters at the king and venerable realms, and even delved into the memories of some individuals. The results were consistent. The old ancestor of the Nalan family solemnly remarked that the waters of the Yi family are perilously deep. Should we rashly venture in, we may very well drown. Let us retreat. Nalan Ba decisively commanded. Sister? Nephew? It matters not. He cared for those two solely due to their significant status within the Yi family, which could yield substantial benefits for the Nalan clan. As for emotions, that was merely a facade. Now the winds are howling. The Yi family's depths are beyond their grasp. They must make a swift escape. The Nalan family cannot afford to be entangled in this matter. If it were a foe they could contend with, the Nalan family would not hesitate to engage. However, the intelligence suggests that this is beyond their capacity to resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, the Nalan warships abruptly turned and sped away, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 169. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Suddenly, a spatial passage appeared before the multitude of Nalan warships. The vessels could not halt in time and were all drawn into the passage, swiftly transported to a new location. Is this within the Yi family's territory? Nalan Ba gazed around, momentarily stunned. He had visited the Yi family before and retained vivid memories of their domain. Thus he recognized it instantly. Upon this realization, he felt a chill. This is preposterous. They were supposed to be fleeing. How could they have arrived in the Yi family's territory so suddenly? Not only Nalan Ba, but the other ancestors and powerful figures of the Nalan family also felt a shiver run down their spines, their expressions filled with dread. For they discovered that not only had they materialized in the Yi family's domain, but the formidable members of the Yi family were all gravely injured. No wonder they could not reach anyone from the Yi family. It turned out they were all on the brink of death. Nalan Ba's gaze also fell upon Nalan Jingyue and Yi Linlang, but at this moment, he had no time to focus on them. His attention swiftly locked onto the two figures hovering in the sky. Strange, unfamiliar. As for their auras, he dared not probe. He feared offending them. Presently, with the entire Yi family incapacitated, these two remained unscathed in the sky, and the gazes of the Yi family members towards them, especially the one standing with his hands clasped behind his back, were filled with palpable terror. This alone was sufficient to indicate that the one responsible for the Yi family's plight was most likely this individual. If he could bring the Yi family to such a state, he could do the same to the Nalan family. There are so many outsiders, yet we inexplicably find ourselves here. Perhaps this connection stems from the deep-seated ties between the Nalan and Yi families. The members of the Nalan family immediately grasped this notion. It was precisely because of such thoughts that they were gripped by even greater terror. Clearly, they would not be easily spared after being brought here. Moments ago, they seemed to have rushed into a dark passage, arriving at this place, akin to a legendary spatial conduit. This individual must be the fabled deity realm. Bang, bang, bang. At once, numerous ancestors of the Nalan family knelt, each one quicker than the last, with Nalan Ba also hastily following suit. We pay our respects, esteemed elder. They bowed towards Chu Yuan's direction. Faced with the current predicament, A more amiable attitude might afford them a glimmer of hope. As for resistance, upon realizing that their opponent likely belonged to the divine realm, any thoughts of defiance vanished. To resist would be tantamount to dragging the Nayland family toward certain doom. Their sole desire now was survival. A wise person recognizes the times. "Uncle, save me." Yi Linlang, having just regained consciousness, instinctively called out joyfully upon seeing Nayland Ba. It was only after the shout that she remembered the gravity of the situation. Her uncle could not save her now. As soon as Nayland Ba knelt, he noticed an old woman address him as uncle. He recognized her as Yi Linlang, yet his expression was frigid. "Uncle? Who is your uncle? Your mother has already been disavowed by the Nayland family. This time, I am merely here to deliver a message. If the Nayland family wishes to survive, they must sever ties." Chu Yuan quietly observed them. The Nayland family was indeed astute, knowing to flee when they could not intervene, and to dissociate themselves when escape was impossible. From the memories of Yi Mo, he was well aware of many ancestors of the Nayland family present, and their names. The matriarch of the Yi family, Yi Linlong's mother, had an exceedingly close connection with the Nayland family. Thus Chu Yuan would not easily allow the Nayland family members to depart unscathed. Even if he chose not to kill them, he would extract some benefits as compensation for his disciple. My disciple, Xianxia, had over 20 years of his essence extracted by Yi Xiaoying and Nayland Jingyue for their son. Now, I have come to seek justice for my disciple. As the maternal kin of Nayland Jingyue, what do you believe would be the most appropriate course of action for me to take? Chu Yuan gazed at them with a calm demeanor, yet his voice bore the chilling weight of Yama's decree, utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this, the Nayland family members suddenly comprehended. They realized why the Yi family had drawn the ire of such an entity. It turned out that this person was indeed the master of Xianxia. Or had Xianxia found such a mentor? Those present had some knowledge of Xianxia. They had all heard of the frenzied breeding conducted by Yi Xiaoying. Nayland Ba was particularly aware that Yi Linlang had long required the essence and marrow of Xianxia. This is disastrous. Could this person possibly involve them as well and eliminate them all? The thought sent cold sweat streaming down their backs. Esteemed elder, although we are the maternal kin of Nayland Jingyue, we have never participated in this matter. We implore you to see clearly. Nayland Jingyue has been disavowed by our Nayland family. From this moment forth, she has no ties with us. The elder has slain her, and we shall harbor no inappropriate thoughts. I implore you, esteemed elder, to show mercy and spare the Nayland family this once. Nayland Ba hastily pleaded. No, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot expel me from the Nayland family. I was born a member of the Nayland family, and shall die as a ghost of the Nayland family. Faced with abandonment, Nayland Jingyue found it impossible to accept her fate. Even knowing that the Nayland family might suffer as a consequence, she remained indifferent to her plight. You. Nayland Ba was nearly consumed by rage, his gaze fixated on Nayland Jingyue, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he wished he could personally eliminate her. Did Nayland Jingyue intend to drag them all down with her? How could she be so selfish? Chu Yuan remained silent. Yet the pressure he exuded only intensified for Nayland Ba and the others. Esteemed elder, my Nayland family is willing to offer half of our savings as an apology to young Master Xianxia. Let this be a punishment for our lax discipline over Nayland Jingyue in recent years, declared a shrewd elder of the Nayland family. The others felt their hearts ache. Half of their savings was an unfathomable sum. However, despite their anguish, they refrained from voicing their concerns. The survival of the Nayland family far outweighed material possessions. All of it. Chu Yuan uttered two words with an undeniable authority. All of our foundation. This. The members of the Nayland family trembled, realizing that this meant depleting their entire clan's resources. Yet could they refuse? The answer was they could not. Absolutely. Esteemed elder, then our Nayland family shall present all our savings as an apology to young Master Xianxia. Nayland Ba suppressed the pain in his heart and took a deep breath. According to your wishes, esteemed elder, if we offer our entire foundation, then this calamity for the Nayland family shall be considered averted, even if it was painfully unbearable. They had no choice but to accept reality. They understood that if they refused, the Nayland family would face annihilation, taking their entire legacy with them. Since they would lose everything, why seek death while still alive? What dire misfortune? Why must such a terrifying being exist? This is utterly unreasonable. Many powerful members of the Nayland family shared this sentiment. The Lingxiao continent is about to undergo a transformation. If there are no other divine realms, then this individual could easily dominate the entire continent without challenge. No one would dare to defy him. Esteemed elder, we will return to gather our savings, which may take some time. We hope for your understanding, said Nalanba. There is no need for such trouble, Chu Yuan casually remarked as he waved his hand, opening a spatial passage. The members of the Nalan family were uncontrollably drawn into the passage. Chu Yuan also manifested a clone and entered as well. Lingxiao Continent, Central Region, within the Nalan family's estate. Buzzing sounds filled the air. A group of individuals stumbled out of the spatial passage, and upon surveying their surroundings, their eyes widened in disbelief. How we arrive home. Chapter 170. Another source of the great Luo sword body? Previously, they had embarked on a luxurious vessel, and despite their vigorous efforts, it took them an entire day to reach the territory of the Yi family. Yet now, they had returned in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of the divine realm? Indeed, it is terrifying. At this moment, the members of the Nalan family were filled with utmost reverence. Their sudden appearance left the ancestral elders of the Nalan family bewildered. However, before these elders could inquire, Nalan Ba and the others hastily conveyed the events that had transpired, fearing that the elders might recklessly intervene, which would plunge the Nalan family into dire straits once more. Upon hearing the news, the elders were incredulous. Yet they ultimately heeded the counsel, and none dared to provoke the situation. They decided to observe first. They approached respectfully to pay their respects. Meanwhile, the rest of the Nalan family dared not even breathe audibly. The fact that the elders showed such deference left them understandably anxious. Chu Yuan paid no heed to the ancestors of the Nalan family, his serene demeanor tinged with an air of aloofness and indifference. An awkward yet tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Nalan Ba quickly stepped forward, saying, "Senior, please wait. We shall bring the treasures of our clan to you at once." "There is no need for such trouble," Chu Yuan replied, slightly raising his hand. In the next moment, from within the Nalan family, dozens of treasures from their storied vaults, medicinal gardens, and repositories of ancient texts, as well as weapons and elixirs from their forging and alchemy halls, were all drawn into his spatial realm. The formations that guarded these treasures proved utterly ineffectual. The years of accumulation by the Nalan family were uprooted in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Nalan family felt their eyelids twitch in disbelief. Everything was gone, completely erased. Simultaneously, those elders who had intended to observe the situation now recognized the truth of Nalan Ba's words. This individual was undoubtedly from the divine realm. Otherwise, how could he so easily claim the treasures of the Nalan family? It is worth noting that even a single vault would be impenetrable, even for a coalition of several esteemed individuals, let alone the complete extraction of its contents. Chu Yuan casually collected the luxurious warships as well. These assets could serve as strategic weapons for Tianyun Sect once they were returned after being imparted to his disciples. "I have taken what is mine. Do you have any objections?" Chu Yuan inquired. "None at all." Nalan Ba quickly waved his hands. "It is our Nalan family's honor to have our treasures taken by you, esteemed senior. Indeed, it is an immense honor." The other strong members of the Nalan family chimed in, their smiles dripping with sycophancy. Though they were pained by the loss of such vast reserves, they were at least relieved to be alive. They could slowly rebuild their fortunes. This time, it could only be deemed misfortune for the Nalan family. "Considering your timely understanding, I shall spare your family this time. As long as you do not provoke me in the future, I shall not trouble you," Chu Yuan stated. Subsequently, he tore open a spatial portal, disappearing within. After his departure, the members of the Nalan family breathed a sigh of relief, experiencing what it truly meant to survive a calamity. Xianxia is indeed fortunate. The formidable figures of the Nalan clan lamented. Yet, the suffering was not exclusive to Xianxia. Many others endured far worse fates. However, how many could be fortunate enough to encounter such legendary beings and be accepted as disciples? Exercise greater restraint among our kin during this period. Let us refrain from committing heinous acts that could provoke further calamities. In the southern region, at the Yi family estate, Chu Yuan's avatar emerged from the spatial passage, merging with his true self. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. Boom, boom, boom. The treasures within the Yi family's vaults were uprooted entirely, ultimately collected into his system space. Many within the Yi family had grown numb. Ever since they learned of their impending doom, treasures had lost their significance. However, some still struggled in despair, while others attempted to end their own lives. Chu Yuan decisively confined everyone, rendering them immobile and unable to speak. Thus, profound silence enveloped the surroundings. It appeared that several days would be required. Chu Yuan assessed Xianxia's condition before immersing himself in his own cultivation. 5 days swiftly passed. Xianxia had successfully integrated everything, restoring his cultivation to the late Soul Palace realm. Moreover, he did not cease his efforts. Having suffered significant injuries due to the extraction of his blood, essence, and marrow, Xianxia now felt a sense of rebirth. The portion of the source extracted from Yi Linlang proved beneficial, providing impetus for his resurgence, and he continued to ascend further. The essence could only be refined and integrated with that which was exceedingly similar to oneself. A substantial disparity would only taint one's purity, rendering cultivation detrimental rather than beneficial. This was why Chu Yuan refrained from extracting the essence from the members of the Yi family for Xianxia's cultivation. It would be inappropriate and ultimately harmful. Half a day later, a resounding boom echoed. The aura of cultivation emanating from Xianxia surged dramatically, culminating in a breakthrough to the perfected Soul Palace realm. His entire being underwent a purifying transformation, emerging even more flawless, embodying the essence of rebirth with myriad benefits. He even sensed that a breakthrough to the Dharma image realm was now within his grasp. As he opened his eyes, a radiant confidence sparkled within them, and his demeanor sharpened. He resembled a sword unsheathed, exuding an undeniable brilliance. The sword spirit relayed the events that had transpired earlier to Xianxia. When Xianxia was refining his essence, Chu Yuan had shielded him from external influences to protect him, which is why he remained unaware of the arrival of a clan ancestor. However, now all was revealed. "Thank you, Master." Xianxia earnestly bowed, 1,000 words condensed into a single expression of gratitude. Without his master, he would not be who he is today. Indeed, Chu Yuan examined him and revealed a gentle smile. "I shall grant you an additional source of essence. Once refined, you shall advance further." Chu Yuan infused the returned essence into Xianxia's being. The sword spirit was about to protest that another source of essence would be inadequate, but upon sensing this particular essence, it was rendered speechless. Wait a moment. How is this the essence of the great Luo sword body? Moreover, why does it resonate with the auras of Xianxia and Yi Linlang? And why does its level seem significantly higher than before? How could this be? It was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 171. Xianxia breaks through to the law manifestation realm. A lottery. Surely, it cannot be that the essence of a future Xianxia was drawn forth. This was the most plausible explanation it could muster, yet it seemed utterly outrageous. Even an emperor could not accomplish such a feat. No, there remained another possibility. The creation of something from nothing, to conjure forth an essence so remarkably similar. Yet even stronger. This was even more absurd. An emperor could not achieve this either. Surely it was neither of these scenarios. Yet how could it have been accomplished? The sword spirit racked its brain in vain. If Chu Yuan had merely produced the essence of the great Luo sword body, it would not have been so astonished, for it could have belonged to a previous wielder of the great Luo sword body. However, the essence presented was not merely imbued with the aura of the great Luo sword body. It distinctly bore the essence of Xianxia and Yi Linlang. Even if it were the essence of past wielders, it could not be identical to this. This was the crux of its bewilderment. At this moment, even with its vast experience, it felt its understanding being redefined. Xianxia's master was unfathomably mysterious. "Master this," Xianxia exclaimed with unbridled joy, feeling his very blood surging with fervor, his body seemingly igniting with the strongest yearning. He did not possess the sword spirit's understanding of the significance of this essence, but he recognized its extraordinary value. "Hasten the refinement. Do not squander this opportunity," Chu Yuan urged with a soft chuckle. Once Xianxia refined it, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to the law manifestation realm, and the chance to draw from the lottery would be assured. As for whether presenting this essence would provoke unnecessary thoughts in Xianxia or the sword spirit, he no longer cared. Had this occurred before obtaining the 10-second invincibility card, he might have harbored some reservations, but now, such concerns were unnecessary. Yes, Xianxia immediately seated himself once more, beginning the refinement process. With such a precious gift from his master, he could not let down his master's expectations, due to the shared origin of the essence. Xianxia encountered no obstacles during the refinement. However, His own cultivation was relatively feeble compared to this powerful essence, thus the speed of refinement was not particularly swift. Furthermore, although this essence contains the power of cultivation, Xianxia had not yet attained the realm of the law manifestation. His prior refinement of that which belonged to him was merely a restoration. However, at this moment, it signifies a different elevation, inherently more challenging than before, necessitating a significantly greater amount of time. Chu Yuan quietly estimated the duration involved. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. True intent of the sword, 80, true intent of fire, 80, true intent of destruction, major completion, true intent of impermanence, major completion. During this month, Chu Yuan had elevated his comprehension of the 4 true intents. After synchronizing with Xianxia's innate gifts, his own understanding and talent had grown exponentially. This was achieved while concurrently engaging in both training and contemplation. Had he focused solely on the comprehension of true intent at the very least, the true intent of the sword and the true intent of fire would have reached perfection. The 4 true intents now possess the potential to augment my strength by approximately 50%. Such an enhancement is indeed commendable, Chu Yuan mused. Let us not underestimate a 50% increase. With such power, he could annihilate a divine king. In addition, his techniques and abilities had also seen progress, and his cultivation had advanced. If this trend continues, it is estimated that within around 2 months, he would achieve yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. Practitioners in the venerable realm possess lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, yet upon attaining divinity, their lifespans surge tremendously. This is due to a significant metamorphosis in the level of existence. Although still constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, the lifespan is not excessively exaggerated. Nonetheless, the longevity in the virtual god realm begins at 10,000 years. This marks a substantial rupture of the initial limitations imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Yuan observed that the lifespan of cultivators is restricted by the laws of this realm, which seemingly do not grant them an abundance of years. Otherwise, the realms of law manifestation and nirvana might reasonably possess lifespans of several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. However, even with the constraints of heavenly laws, the true God realm still affords a lifespan of approximately 30,000 years. The celestial God realm offers around 50,000 years, while the divine king realm boasts lifespans of 70 to 80,000 years. Thus, many cultivators within the divine realms require several hundred years, if not over 1,000, to break through even a minor realm. Could those who reach the divine realms be deemed inept? That is inconceivable. At the very least, they could be considered geniuses. Yet, even amidst the divine realms, they must still invest a considerable amount of time. Upon reaching this stage, only the truly exceptional can swiftly rise above, advancing their strength in a fraction of the time it takes others, tenfold, even 100-fold. However, Chu Yuan's speed surpasses that of many by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. After all, even upon reaching the celestial god realm, he can break through a minor realm in roughly 3 months. It is critical to note that this is under normal cultivation conditions. Should he acquire other treasures for swift elevation, his speed would be even more accelerated. Boom! At that moment, the aura of the law manifestation surged forth from Xianxia. During the past month, Xianxia did not rush to break through his cultivation, but instead focused on refining his essence while steadily solidifying his foundation. This approach garnered great admiration from Chu Yuan. Although consolidating one's foundation may consume some time, it facilitates future cultivation endeavors. Thus, after a month, Xianxia successfully advanced to the early stage of the Dharma phase. Upon this breakthrough, his aura became profoundly robust, as if he had honed it within this realm for an extended period, enabling him to attempt a challenge towards the mid-stage of the Dharma phase. This exemplifies the advantages of his prior foundation consolidation. A notification from the system echoed, "Ding." Detection indicates that your 5th disciple has broken through to the early stage of the Dharma phase. You have received a lottery opportunity. A smile graced Chu Yuan's face, as he realized that this time, he had indeed gained something valuable. Without hesitation, he addressed the system internally. System, initiate the lottery in the realm beyond the 10 sects. At the periphery of the Dequan mountain range, Jiang Yi and his companions chose to undergo training in this area over the past month. It was rife with formidable beasts and bandits claiming dominion. making it an ideal location for them to hone their skills. Senior brother, the encampment ahead should be Yufeng camp, Xiaoyan remarked. They had previously slain a beast and were preparing to roast it for Xianxia to taste, but suddenly a group of Yufeng camp members emerged, intent on seizing their quarry. Clearly, although Jiang Yi and his companions had gained some notoriety recently, they were not universally recognized. The assailants were unfamiliar with them. However, Jiang Yi and his companions were no pushovers, and a fierce battle ensued between the two parties. One of the attackers was even the grandson of the Yufeng camp's leader, who, before meeting his demise, threatened them, declaring that should they dare to kill him, they would invoke the wrath of the entire Yufeng camp. Following his demise, Jiang Yi and his companions resolved to take the initiative against Yufeng camp. This camp was notorious for its rampant misdeeds, instilling fear in countless cultivators who ventured into the Dikuan mountain range. However, the members of Yufeng camp were remarkably selective about whom they antagonized, avoiding confrontations with the 10 sects, which allowed them to operate without interference. Additionally, the leader of Yufeng camp was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Dharma phase, which further safeguarded their existence. Chapter 172. Who claims invincibility? Step forward and face my palm. Unlike other factions, Yufeng camp was relatively small, spanning only a few dozen miles. It is hard to fathom how such a modest establishment could be home to a full-fledged Dharma phase powerhouse. The camp was nestled among steep peaks, devoid of any protective formations, indicating that they were prepared for an attack. Retreating would be relatively simple should they find themselves outmatched. There are no structures on the mountain, only numerous caves carved into the rock, resembling a beehive with countless openings. As night enveloped the landscape, darkness prevailed, obscuring the stars and moon. Within those caverns, a myriad of lights flickered, not the glow of fire, but the radiance emanating from the practitioners of the Ghost Wind stronghold, indicating the diverse array of cultivation techniques they employed. Outside the stronghold, numerous sentinels stood guard and patrolled. Let us boldly advance without hesitation, declared Jiang Yi. Indeed, Xiaoyan nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Leave the weaker ones to me, Jiang Yao said, swiftly finishing a spirit fruit before rolling up her sleeves to reveal her delicate arms. She crossed her hands and gently stretched her muscles, and in the next moment, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from within her. At that instant, she resembled a young mythical beast, radiating an aura of oppression. Leave the strong ones to me. Yin Shuran smiled brightly. Soon, the four of them swaggered to the entrance of the Ghost Wind stronghold. Stop. Who are you? A patrolling member of the stronghold quickly flew over to intercept them. Oh, just a few little brats, one exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he beheld Yin Shuran's beauty. Lacking spiritual awareness, the underlings all below the Soul Palace realm could not sense the cultivation levels of Jiang Yi and his companions. Ha ha ha, such a stunning beauty has come to us. Truly a gift from the heavens. Another laughed heartily. I'll take this one. The others joined in the jest, dismissing the four as mere children. Seek death. Xiaoyan's gaze hardened as he prepared to strike. Just then, a formidable aura swept forth from the depths of the mountain, followed by a boisterous, rugged laugh. At last, I have broken through. This feeling is overwhelming. I am invincible. The voice echoed through the skies, brimming with ambition, as if the speaker were already unmatched in the world. Xiaoyan, already perturbed, became further agitated upon hearing this proclamation. Channeling his cultivation into his voice, he coldly demanded, Who dares claim invincibility? Step forth and receive my palm. Silence enveloped the realm. In the next moment, the Ghost Wind Stronghold S members turned to Xiaoyan with disdainful gazes. That is our Stronghold Master speaking. He has attained the Nirvana realm. You foolish child, your demise is imminent. Impertinent, Xiaoyan struck out with his palm, instantly slaying the mid-stage Xiandan realm speaker. The members of the Ghost Wind Stronghold were momentarily stunned. This brat is surprisingly strong. Kill him. Instantly, a throng surged toward them. Jiang Yi and his companions plunged into the fray. Qilin Tremor Step, Double Pupil Slaughter Technique, Vermilion Bird's Sky Palm, World Annihilation Calamity Light. The three unleashed their formidable techniques, swiftly dispatching numerous members of the Ghost Wind Stronghold. As more foes approached, they met the oncoming tide. Meanwhile, Yin Shuran remained poised, her gaze fixed on the depths of the stronghold. Indeed, moments later, a brilliant light shot forth, hovering in the sky, revealing a brawny man whose muscles resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, his rugged visage exuding an air of ferocity. Who is it that dared to strike at me? The master of the Ghost Wind stronghold cast a chilling glance around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Wait a moment. Are these not the 4 disciples of that legendary figure above the King Realm? This is disastrous. How did the Ghost Wind stronghold incur the wrath of such beings? Stop, he shouted urgently. This caused those on either side to momentarily pause and turn their gazes toward him. My young friends, might there be some misunderstanding in this matter? He spoke gravely, for he had no desire to offend these individuals. He was acutely wary of the power that loomed behind them. I killed your grandson. Does that count as a misunderstanding? Xiaoyan retorted with a heartless declaration. What? The master of the Ghost Wind stronghold hastily checked his storage ring, only to discover that his grandson's soul lamp had indeed extinguished. Why have you done this? He demanded. He attempted to rob us, and we simply retaliated. It is as simple as that. Xiaoyan scoffed. So, you intend to eradicate our Ghost Wind stronghold to eliminate any future threats? The master of the Black Wind stronghold replied coldly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent rising from him. In that instant, he no longer cared about the identities of these individuals. They had slain his grandson and were now directly challenging him. Such offenses warranted death. They would surely not seek reconciliation, and thus, he resolved to annihilate them all. Even those above the King Realm are not omniscient. I shall swiftly eliminate them and depart. He contemplated the notion of rising anew elsewhere, fortified by his recent breakthrough into the early stage of the Nirvana realm, sealing off the surroundings. If your master did not accompany you, today shall be your last. He sneered, a seasoned warrior accustomed to bloodshed. He was not easily intimidated. Perfectly positioned to slay these individuals, perhaps he could acquire some valuable treasures. Kill them, he bellowed, raising his arm high, prompting the other members of the Ghost Wind stronghold to charge forth. Some, aware of the identities of these 4, disregarded their own safety. Go, Yuan commanded, unleashing a puppet rivaling the early stage of the Nirvana realm to contend with the master of the Ghost Wind stronghold, while she herself engaged those of the Dharma aspect and Soul Palace realms. In an instant, chaos erupted. Cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Before long, a multitude had perished. Among the few in the Dharma aspect realm, only a handful remained. The more than 10 from the Soul Palace realm were ensnared and slaughtered by Yuan alone. The remaining combatants proved no match for Xianxia and his companions. Damn it, I'm ensnared by this puppet and cannot strike at those 4. The master of the Black Wind stronghold fumed. These 4 appear so young. How can they be so terrifying? Those seasoned in battle from the Ghost Wind stronghold are utterly ineffectual before them. What manner of prodigies are they? This cannot continue. I will surely perish. With that, he abandoned the fight, preparing to flee. As for the others, they must fend for themselves. However, he soon found himself in a state of utter despair, realizing that this puppet was not only formidable in strength, but also astonishingly swift, completely dominating him and leaving him no chance of escape. As time passed, he bore the marks of battle. He attempted to project his spirit out of his body, yet found himself equally trapped. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the entire Ghost Wind village was drenched in blood. Others attempted to flee, but they were intercepted and slain by 4 individuals. These souls were unworthy of pity, each stained with the blood of the innocent. After eliminating the remaining villagers, the 4 turned their cold gazes upon him. He understood that there were no more chances left. You shall accompany me to the grave. The village chief bellowed, eyes ablaze with madness, his body swelling with energy. Bang! In the next instant, he self-destructed. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion leveled everything within 100 miles, while the puppet had long shielded the 4, leaving them unscathed. Suddenly, their attention shifted downward. What lay beneath? Chapter 173, Disappearance of the Disciple, Enlightenment of the Ancient Tea Tree, Pinnacle of the Emperor. The original peaks of Ghost Wind Village had vanished entirely, and the ground was deeply sunken, forming a vast pit. At that moment, a dazzling array of colors erupted within the pit, followed by a rift in the void, revealing a circular continent beyond. It seemed as if an entire world existed within that tear in the fabric of reality. What is that? Xianxia blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity. It is likely a small world created by a powerful being, Yuan replied. A small world created by a powerful being? Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, asking, Shuran, what kind of formidable entity could forge such a realm? In his view, such a cosmic force must be extraordinarily powerful. Xianxia and Xianxia gazed at her with equal intrigue. To establish a small world solely through one's own strength, one must attain the sacred realm. However, if one possesses void stones, even those in the divine king realm can create a small world. By the way, the storage rings we utilize are actually crafted from void stones, albeit the stones used are as insignificant as dust. The void stones required to forge a small world, however, are immensely large. Currently, many of the storage rings in use were forged by powerful beings from ages past and have endured until now. To create a storage ring, one must at least possess the cultivation of the divine king realm. Thus, in the present era of Xianxia continent, it is impossible for anyone to forge a storage ring. Nevertheless, the ancient world produced an abundance of such rings, and due to their resilience against destruction, many have survived to this day. Now it makes sense? The three understood. Is there any distinction between a small world and our own? Xianxia inquired. The first difference is that the space within a small world is typically much smaller, which is precisely why it is called a small world. As for other differences, they may vary. In some small worlds, the conditions are inferior to those of the external realm. Yet, there are small worlds where the internal circumstances surpass those of the outside world, Xianxia remarked. Xiao Yan and the others nodded in agreement. It appeared that the small world had been activated, though they were uncertain as to whom might emerge from it. Let us depart, Xianxia suggested after surveying their surroundings. Very well, Jiang Yao agreed first. However, just as they prepared to withdraw, the fissure suddenly surged towards them, its speed exceeding their capacity to react. In the blink of an eye, they were consumed by the rift. Subsequently, the fissure sealed itself, and the small world vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. Notification: lottery in progress. Lottery completed. Congratulations, Master, on winning a Wisdom Tea Tree. Wisdom Tea Tree, an extraordinary being of unparalleled strength beneath the immortal realm, possessing the peak power of an emperor. Its leaves have the ability to purify the soul, and long-term consumption can enhance one as comprehension. Upon first use, it grants a fleeting moment of enlightenment. Note, as this wisdom tea tree was won by the master, it shall remain eternally loyal and never betray. In the southern region, within the Yi clan's territory, upon witnessing the lottery reward, Chu Yuan took a deep breath. The wisdom tea tree seemed quite remarkable. It possessed the strength of a peak emperor, essentially serving as a formidable guardian. No matter what saintly being approached, it could vanquish them in an instant. Most importantly, its leaves purify the soul, enhance comprehension, and facilitate moments of enlightenment upon first consumption. Truly, it is a treasure that is both offensive and supportive. Moreover, it remains utterly devoted to him. Indeed, quite impressive. At this moment, the wisdom tea tree had been transported into the system space, where time stood still, rendering everything within it motionless, including the tree itself. Chu Yuan sensed the aura of the wisdom tea tree, which transcended his understanding, defying description. Before such an aura, his current strength felt minuscule. The wisdom tea tree was not particularly large, merely a few hundred meters in size, with a trunk of deep black, resembling one crafted of gold. Intricate patterns coiled around its branches, with crimson streaks shimmering as if tattooed by flowing magma. Each branch bore these profound patterns, seemingly containing the principles of heaven and earth. At the tips of the branches, lush green leaves, each the size of a palm, flourished abundantly. The patterns on every leaf were exquisitely intricate, simultaneously emanating a peculiar fragrance. With a mere thought, Chu Yuan plucked a leaf. The effect of one leaf was no different from that of several. He conjured a teapot and began to brew tea. The originally clear spring water, upon contact with the wisdom tea leaves, instantly transformed into a light green hue, releasing a rich aroma into the air. Chu Yuan enveloped his surroundings with divine power, rendering even the sword spirit unaware of his actions at that moment. He drained his cup of tea, and in the next instant, he felt his mind entering a peculiar state, achieving an unprecedented peak of enlightenment. He realized he had entered a brief moment of epiphany and could not afford to waste this precious time. Promptly, he began to comprehend various truths. The essence of the sword, perfected. The essence of fire, perfected. The essence of destruction, perfected. The essence of immortality, perfected. The 9 transformations of immortality scripture and the Qilin's shocking heaven step made significant progress. The vermilion bird's azure sky palm, a supreme divine art, reached minor completion. Boom! Even his cultivation level surged from the early stage of the heavenly god realm to the mid-stage. His spiritual cultivation leapt to the late stage of the heavenly god realm. The moment of enlightenment concluded. In just a fleeting moment, he made considerable advancements. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment truly lived up to its reputation. Chu Yuan rejoiced. This had saved him a great deal of cultivation time. He discovered that after brewing a single tea leaf, there was hardly any change, and it could still be reused for brewing. He continued to brew and consume the tea. However, he soon encountered a problem. His aptitude had not increased. While the leaves from the ancient tea tree could enhance understanding, it was relative. If one's aptitude was exceedingly formidable, as in his case, it surpassed the limits of what the leaves could elevate. Thus, no matter how much he drank, there could be no further enhancement. Chu Yuan understood. Nonetheless, although it could not enhance his aptitude, regular consumption would allow him to maintain his understanding at its optimal state. That was quite beneficial. Few could ensure they were in their best condition at all times. Even the prodigies could not manage that. At most, a prodigy could sustain their optimal state for a considerably longer duration than others. While it could not augment his own understanding, it could significantly aid his disciples. And he would make sure they drank it often. Chu Yuan contemplated. Chapter 174. The True Essence of the Five Elements and the True Essence of Space. Perfected. Chu Yuan glanced at Xianxia's condition. After breaking through to the early stage of the law manifestation realm, Xianxia still had not fully refined the essence of the blood and marrow, given the vast amount he had received. If completely refined, it would be sufficient for Xianxia to advance to the late stage of the law manifestation realm, or even achieve perfection in it. Within the Yi family's territory, the members of the Yi family had been confined by Chu Yuan for a month, rendered as wooden puppets. However, as long as he did not allow them to perish, they would remain alive, even those who had not embarked on the path of cultivation. For the Yi family, this was a torment. Xianxia still required considerable time. So after leaving a clone behind, Chu Yuan departed with his true self. Soon after, he found himself in a certain location in the boundless sea. The very place from Yi Mo's memories where an ancestor of the Yi family obtained fragments of a divine artifact. Chu Yuan scanned the area with his divine sense, discovering no formations or subterranean caverns. In the next moment, his consciousness transcended the confines of the external world and delved into the void. Soon, he discovered a hidden, small world deep within this void. This small world was exceedingly secretive. Had it not been for his formidable consciousness and the proximity of his exploration, it would have been nearly impossible to discern its existence. He slipped into the void, meticulously investigating this concealed realm. The dimensions felt comparable to those of the 100 Nations. Yet the periphery of the small world was encased in barriers and defensive prohibitions. It seemed that even a being of the Divine King realm would find it arduous to breach these defenses. After some contemplation, Chu Yuan refrained from forcefully entering the small world. Instead, he retrieved a small golden token from the relics of the ancestor of the Yi family. One side of the token bore an engraved swastika, while the other inscribed the words Golden Awakening. In the memories of Yi Mo, it was through this very token that the ancestor of the Yi family had accessed the secret realm. Additionally, among the relics was a fragmentary, divine-level cultivation technique named the Golden Body of the Ming Wang, evidently acquired from the secret realm. Chu Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that this secret realm possessed a hint of Buddhist essence. It is noteworthy that neither the 100 Nations nor the entire Lingxiao continent contained any records pertaining to Buddhism in the texts he had perused. It seemed that such practitioners were non-existent. Yet at this moment, Chu Yuan sensed a potential connection to Buddhism within this realm. Could it be that this world harbored Buddhist elements? Indeed, with the vastness of the Tao encompassing myriad possibilities, it was not entirely implausible. With a slight exertion of the token, a golden portal materialized before him. Chu Yuan, audacious by nature, stepped forth without hesitation. Setting aside the fact that he possessed a 10-second invincibility card, the mere release of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree would render him unafraid of any emperor. Surely, this small secret realm could not possess the capability to ensnare an emperor. If it did, the ancestors of the Yi family would have perished long ago. This secret realm was far beneath the level to challenge the imperial domain. Not to mention the imperial realm, even engaging with the sacred realm would be precarious. Upon entering the small world, Chu Yuan's consciousness radiated outward, enveloping every corner of the space. Instantly, the entirety of the scene unfolded before his eyes. There was no sign of vitality, and the surroundings were shrouded in perpetual darkness, littered with dilapidated ruins, crumbled ancient structures, and decaying palaces that were nearly reduced to dust. As for treasures, none could be found. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was utterly absent. This was a completely abandoned small world. If lower-tier beings were cast into this place, they would perish in a short time due to the lack of energy replenishment. The atmosphere resonated with the essence of the 5 elemental attributes, with metal being particularly pronounced while the other 4 remained subdued. With his cultivation, he quickly sensed the elemental energies surrounding him. This essence constituted a form of power, albeit one that was fundamentally primal, without entering the divine realm. One could not transmute these energies. In Yi Mo's recollections, the ancestor of the Yi family had comprehended the true essence of metal in a specific location, while Yi Mo himself, in pursuit of elevating his cultivation, had to rely on the spirit crystals and elixirs he brought along. Chu Yuan swiftly transported himself to the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the very place where he once contemplated the essence of gold. Indeed, the essence of gold emanated from below, albeit faintly, possessing only a rudimentary intensity. Curiosity piqued, he decided to descend. Utilizing his divine consciousness, he probed deeper, discovering that the essence of gold intensified the further he ventured. However, upon reaching a certain depth, he encountered an obstruction that hindered further exploration. He himself quickly arrived at this juncture. Here, the essence of gold reached a consummate level. Standing within this space, Chu Yuan observed that the essence surrounding him had attained perfection. His gaze fell upon the ground, where 5 luminous spheres encircled a unique stone of 3 zhang in size, their radiance intermingling in a dynamic interplay, embodying the 5 elemental attributes. This must be the core of this world. It appeared that the entire microcosm was intrinsically linked to that stone and the 5 elemental origins. Furthermore, there were several restrictions in place that suppressed all attributes aside from the essence of gold, which was fully unleashed. In this small world, the gold attribute seemed to be particularly pronounced. Chu Yuan's interest was immediately ignited. Such a microcosm was undoubtedly a product of human endeavor, and the means by which it was created were surely connected to this core. Although he was unaware of the precise circumstances, he could make some conjectures based on his observations here. "I shall delve into a thorough study," he declared, embarking upon a meticulous examination, particularly of the restrictions, which he sensed resembled a unique formation. There was also another form of truth, the essence of space. Soon, Chu Yuan made further discoveries. He brewed several pots of enlightenment tea, intent on comprehending the truths of this place within a short span. Half a month later, he achieved perfection in the 5 elemental truths of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the truth of space. Ah, how enlightening! How wondrous! At that moment, he had also completely deciphered the restrictive formation. He had roughly discerned the logic behind the creation of this microcosm. First and foremost, the unique stone contained spatial power, which was employed to carve out a stable void world within the expanse of nothingness. Subsequently, someone wielded divine power to manipulate the 5 elemental forces, conjuring land and other constructs. Following that, they coalesced the 5 elemental origins and arranged them into a formation, which, through its operation, perpetually extracted the elemental forces from the surrounding universe to sustain the world's function, including the derivation of spiritual energy. Of course, while other entities could be created, living beings could not be fashioned. At least, the level of craftsmanship here was insufficient for that feat. This formation had sustained some damage. If my conjecture is correct, it likely pertains to the derivation of the yin and yang origins of the 5 elements, governing the cycle of day and night within a microcosm. The intersection of yin and yang. Chapter 175. The Trial of the True Dragon. I shall attempt to deduce further. This diminutive world has been abandoned, and Chu Yuan intends to obliterate it, taking with him the peculiar stone, with the prospect of perhaps creating a new realm of his own in the future. In light of this, it is only fitting to delve into the intricate formations that give rise to the fundamental principles of yin and yang. Gurgling, he poured himself a generous cup of enlightenment tea, and subsequently commenced his calculations. Now, let's rewind to a fortnight ago. Jiang Yi and his companions were engulfed by a spatial rift, rendered devoid of their senses. When their awareness was restored, they found themselves plummeting at a rapid pace, and the 4 of them hastily steadied themselves. Senior brother, third junior disciple, sister, Xu ran. Upon seeing one another, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Drawing close together, the quartet surveyed their surroundings, discovering below them a vast, flat desert, stretching endlessly, devoid of life or any semblance of elevation. As far as the eye could see, nothing but desert stretched forth, as if the entirety of this land were so. Where's this place? Xiaoyan sensed a foreboding. We must have been drawn into that small world we glimpsed. Jiang Yi positioned Jiang Yao behind him, gravely asserting, "It could be a formidable entity within this realm that has ensnared us. Wait, all our treasures have become ineffective. Even the storage rings cannot be opened." Yin Shuran exclaimed, her expression suddenly shifting dramatically. She realized that even the protective talismans bestowed by her family had ceased to function. This is merely the lower realms. How could such a terrifying small world exist? This is inconceivable. It must be noted that her protective talisman was impervious even to beings of the sacred realm. Yet now, it rendered no assistance. A premonition gripped her, foretelling that should they face a life-threatening crisis, all means of survival would become futile. In that moment, the once palpable sense of security vanished entirely. It truly cannot be opened. Jiang Yao attempted, her brow furrowed. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin tried as well, met with the same disheartening result. Even the protective restrictions bestowed by our master cannot function here. It seems we are unable to utilize anything beyond our own selves. Jiang Yi's gravity of demeanor was unprecedented. He activated the power of his heavy pupils, scanning the environment with utmost vigilance. Xiao Yin and the others were equally on edge. They had never encountered such a situation before. However, they did not succumb to panic, maintaining a semblance of composure. At that moment, a grand and authoritative voice resonated throughout the expanse, the true dragon trial. Commencing now, the first trial, the physical body challenge. The longer the duration, the more outstanding the performance. The benefits reaped thereafter will be greater. The maximum duration is 1 year. Those who cannot endure will be eliminated prematurely. As the declaration concluded, the 4 of them plummeted from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. They landed amidst the desert, each rising with great difficulty. Spit, spit, spit. Jiang Yao and Xiao Yin were frantically expelling mouthfuls of sand. Our cultivation has been suppressed, rendering us unable to utilize it. Yin Shuran declared heavily. It is precisely for this reason that they plummeted from the heavens. The fall was not from a great height, and their physical forms are robust. Aside from a minor discomfort, they have not sustained any injuries. Dragon trials? It seems we have arrived at a place of testing. Jiang Yi remarked. That appears to be the case, but what does it mean to cultivate the physical form? How does one do so? No one has informed us. Xiao Yin interjected, then shouted toward the sky. Hello, is anyone there? Please enlighten us on how to cultivate. No response came. Yet, in the next moment, boom, an invisible force bore down upon him, catching him unawares and forcing him to kneel. The other 3 experienced the same phenomenon, as if an immense weight were placed upon their backs. After a brief moment, Xiao Yin managed to rise, even stretching his limbs slightly. The tremendous pressure persisted, yet failed to inflict any serious harm. Is this it? Xiao Yin mused, feeling the challenge was not particularly formidable. It seems we are being tested on our physical endurance through this pressure. Jiang Yi deduced. Moreover, the pressure each individual experiences must differ, likely correlating to one's cultivation level. Indeed, I sense the same, Yin Shuran concurred. The pressure she endured was negligible for her, yet could effortlessly crush any being below the Soul Palace realm. If Jiang Yi and the others were to bear this pressure, their condition would likely be quite different. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, golden dragons appeared in the air before them, though they were not true dragons, but rather patterns of Tao that ultimately coalesced into a scripture, true dragon body refinement technique. Is this for our cultivation? Xiao Yin blinked in surprise. Presumably so. As expected, this place is a trial set by powerful beings to select their successors. It seems we have been fortunate enough to be chosen. Furthermore, this trial appears to be related to the dragon lineage. Yin Shuren contemplated. True dragon trials, what an audacious claim. She mused inwardly. One must remember that even in the upper realms, true dragons are but a myth. The dragon clan in the upper realms are merely descendants of the legendary true dragons. Then, let us commence our cultivation. If this is indeed a trial, we must clear it to escape. The voice mentioned that those who cannot endure will be eliminated prematurely, and the consequences of such an elimination could be dire. We must strive not to be cast aside, Jiang Yi asserted earnestly. Elimination could lead to death. That would be unfortunate. The others nodded in agreement. They then began to train in the true dragon body refinement technique. As they practiced, the script of the technique seemed to come alive, guiding them in their cultivation. Strange forces from the surrounding world entered their bodies, and they felt their physical forms growing stronger. This is the essence of the dragon. This thought naturally emerged in their minds. As time gradually passed, a month later, their physical bodies had significantly strengthened, allowing them to nearly disregard the pressures weighing upon them. Boom! Yet at this moment, an even greater pressure arrived. Once again, the group found themselves kneeling on the ground, and this time, rising proved to be more arduous than before. The difficulty was escalating. Was a monthly occurrence? Soon, they managed to stand again. Xianxia was the most at ease. Although her cultivation was the lowest, her supreme blood nurtured a remarkably powerful supreme body, especially her supreme bone, which could convert the energy of consumed sustenance into her flesh. In second place was Chu, whose golden spirit sacred body was no mere facade. Her physical form was exceedingly formidable when it came to overall potency and efficacy. Her golden spirit sacred body could not rival Xiao Yintian's fire Dao body. However, when comparing physical strength alone within the same realm, she subtly surpassed Xiao Yin by a fraction. In terms of physical prowess, the weakest among them was actually their senior brother Xianxia. Nevertheless, the dual pupils were a part of the body, and thus, although he could not utilize his cultivation, he could still wield the powers of his dual pupils to withstand a portion of the pressure. Just as Xianxia made use of her supreme bone, and Xiao Yin and Yun Shurian relied on their unique physiques, they continued to cultivate the true dragon body refinement technique. While circulating their mental methods, they emulated the combat techniques of a true dragon. Under the pressure, they still moved with the grace of swimming dragons. Clearly, they had gradually adapted to the immense pressure. In the subsequent months, the pressure would increase once more. Their movements became increasingly difficult. After half a year, they moved as slowly as turtles. The resistance against the pressure while practicing their techniques was no longer leisurely. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the dragon energy they inhaled continuously replenished their strength, preventing them from succumbing to exhaustion. Chu Yuan took 3 days to deduce the formation that evolved the source of yin and yang. Afterward, he shattered the formation, sealing 5 paths of the 5 elements source and retrieving that special stone. Rumbling, without its core, the small world could not withstand the spatial pressure and directly collapsed, dissipating into nothingness moments later. Chu Yuan tore through the space, and his figure vanished once more. Soon, in another location within the boundless sea, he appeared. This place was where Qing Yu and others had obtained the fragments of the divine artifact, the site of the god-slaying formation. A high-tier divine formation. Moreover, it was a lethal array. Even those of the celestial realm could very well perish within. Chu Yuan's divine consciousness scanned the great formation, and beneath it lay a vast expanse that seemed to indicate something had been taken away in advance. It is improbable that a formation would be established here to exterminate divine realm cultivators without reason. There must be a specific purpose behind the slaying of these divine realm practitioners. However, the most critical element has been taken away. Chu Yuan shook his head. Were there not many divine realm beings in the Lingxiao continent and this boundless sea in the past? Yet, what transpired that led to the current state of affairs? It seems evident that something monumental occurred in this realm long ago. Chu Yuan casually collected the god-slaying array, recognizing that encountering it must be fate. He intended to bestow it upon his disciples, as it might enable the creation of a sacred slaying array. No one would ever disdain an excess of treasures. Even a wealthy tycoon would bend down to pick up a coin found by the roadside. It is simply the nature of things. This vast sea might still harbor numerous other artifacts related to the divine. However, he had no intention of personally embarking on a search, for the potential gains did not justify the effort. If it were a known location, he might make a brief visit, but searching unknown territories for an extended period would be a waste of time. Only matters concerning saints or emperors would warrant his personal quest. He decided to return to the sect, to return the acquired treasures to his disciples, and explore the possibility of establishing a small world. If successful, he could directly situate the sect within it, significantly elevating its status. As Chu Yuan contemplated this, his figure vanished. Soon, he arrived in the land of 100 nations through a spatial passage. However, upon his arrival, his expression shifted dramatically. Where are my disciples? Where have they gone? His pupils constricted, and his consciousness surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the Lingxiao continent in mere moments. Yet, he found no trace of his disciples' presence. It had been less than 2 months since his departure. They had previously been in the land of the 10 sects, and given their cultivation levels, it was impossible for them to have strayed far. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow and quickly checked the attribute panels of his disciples, noting that they were still intact, suggesting they had not perished. Furthermore, on the Lingxiao continent, there was likely no one capable of vanquishing his disciples, especially since he had equipped them with life-preserving measures that would activate in times of peril. He should have sensed such an occurrence by now. Yet to this moment, he had not perceived any activation of the safeguards he provided. Nevertheless, his disciples were missing. Although Chu Yuan's consciousness could cover the entire Lingxiao continent, his perceptive range outside of that was limited to around one continent. His disciples were situated on the floating mountain in the eastern continent, while he had been in the southern continent. Therefore, their disappearance had not registered with him until now, upon returning to the eastern continent. There was no need for haste. They were alive and bore great fortune, ensuring they would not fall easily. He would search for them methodically. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan focused his consciousness with greater precision, and soon he detected the lingering aura of his disciples. He swiftly arrived at the Di Kuan mountain range, which was originally the territory of the Yufeng village. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed that their essence had vanished from this place in the final moments. He began his search. When he could not find anything outside, he delved into the void. Yet, there were still no clues to be found, as if his disciples had disappeared into thin air. With a thought, Chu Yuan summoned the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. The tree's aura receded, lest the very fabric of this world be torn asunder. An elderly face materialized upon the tree's trunk, respectfully addressing him with a voice steeped in age. Master. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, gathering 4 remnants of his disciples' essence. Please assist me in locating the owners of these 4 essences. They must have vanished from here. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment, a being rivaling the pinnacle of emperors, should have no trouble finding a few individuals. Understood. After examining the 4 remnants, the tree began its sensing. However, it spoke. Master, I am unable to trace them. It seems they have entered a deeper layer of space. That realm exceeds my probing capabilities. What? Chu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Not even the pinnacle of an emperor could track them down in a deeper layer of space. The void, or rather, space, is not merely a single layer, but can be penetrated further. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the realms one can explore. For instance, that earlier small world would be imperceptible to those of the void deity realm, or true deity realm, as its depth eludes those of lesser cultivation. It is akin to the ocean. Those of lower cultivation can only skim the surface, while those of higher cultivation can delve into its depths. Is it a deficiency in your probing ability, or is there another reason? Chu Yuan inquired. Master, my probing ability is not inferior to that of a true pinnacle emperor. It may even be slightly superior. The inability to trace them only indicates that the place they have vanished to exceeds my strength. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment replied earnestly. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. If that is the case, could it be that the place my disciples have gone is a higher tier than that of emperors? Could it be related to the celestial realm? Chapter 177, The Inner World and the Outer World, the Innate Longevity Elixir. Chu Yuan felt a bit unsettled. Surely, his disciples had not ascended to the celestial realm by accident. At that moment, he hesitated over whether to use the 10 breaths of invincibility card to search for the 4 disciples. System, if my disciples are indeed facing death, will I be informed in advance? Chu Yuan inquired within his mind. Ding! When a master's disciples truly face death, this system will notify the master. Came the response from the system. Hearing the system's words, Chu Yuan sighed in relief. If that is the case, there is no need to hastily use the 10 breaths of invincibility card, he ultimately decided. He was uncertain of the extent of the invincibility granted by the card. While there was a possibility of an everlasting effect, what if it merely lasted for 10 breaths? Thus, he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. They are all great bearers of fortune, and this time, it is likely their moment of destiny. Currently, the system has not indicated any life-threatening dangers, which offers a measure of relief. Should the disciples find themselves in genuine peril, he can utilize the invincible card at any moment. If they can return safely, he would save it for another occasion. It can only be said that they truly embody the essence of fortune. Their luck is extraordinary, and the places they visit may indeed be connected to the celestial realm. Chu Yuan sighed, acknowledging that the children of fortune never truly remain at rest. During the time they were by his side, no significant tribulations arose, leading him to believe that no mishaps would occur. Yet, in a moment of negligence, they vanished completely. What is this? Chu Yuan retrieved the peculiar stone he had obtained and inquired with the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Perhaps an existence at the peak of the Emperor's realm wouldn't know its significance. Here, he felt no need to feign an air of profundity. Master, this is a void stone, also known as a space stone. It can be used to establish a small world or refine it into a spatial treasure. The Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree responded. Please elaborate on the establishment of a small world. Chu Yuan expressed his interest, although he had previously speculated about it. His understanding was somewhat vague. The Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree answered all his queries. Master, the establishment of a small world can be divided into two scenarios. When a cultivator reaches the saint realm, they can rely on their own power to create a small world. If their cultivation has not reached the saint realm and is only at the divine king level, they must depend on the space stone to open a small world. Furthermore, regardless of whether the small world is created by an existence above the saint realm or by utilizing the space stone, it can be categorized into two types. The first type is the inner world, which refers to the small worlds established within the bodies of beings above the saint realm, as well as those created within the space stone. The second type is the outer world, which, as the name suggests, refers to small worlds established outside the body or beyond the space stone, and are thus termed outer worlds. I see. Chu Yuan nodded in understanding. So, the previous secret realm, small world, must be an outer world. It does not reside within the space stone, but rather emanates the power of the stone to establish a small world. What are the differences between the inner world and the outer world? Chu Yuan inquired. The Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree explained. Under the same conditions, an inner world is not as vast as an outer world. The area of the outer world can often be several times greater than that of the inner world. However, the inner world also possesses its advantages, namely the ability to relocate at any time. The outer world is akin to being rooted within a specific space. Moving it is no simple task. And if one were to forcefully take it away, it could potentially damage the world. In contrast, the inner world exists within the body of a powerful being or within the space stone, allowing the powerful to transport it wherever they wish without difficulty. A storage ring can actually be considered a miniature inner world, albeit only in its primitive form, lacking the true essence of small world. Chu Yuan comprehended the explanation. The advantages of the outer world lie in its vast expanse, while the inner world boasts the convenience of portability. The storage ring contains but a singular space, devoid of any supplementary conditions. Before arriving here, where were you? Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. The Wu Dao ancient tea tree, a prize he had won in a lottery, responded. I am a being that has existed since the dawn of a certain world. Some refer to our kind as innate imperial spirits. A unique life form born at the level of an emperor, with little hope of transcending to a higher realm, yet blessed with an almost infinite lifespan. Thus, we are also known as the innate longevity elixir. The Wu Dao ancient tea tree continued, before the emperor's time comes to an end, should one obtain my essence. They may live once more. After my birth, I endured eons, only to be besieged by numerous emperors, ultimately perishing in bitter defeat. Unexpectedly, due to my master, I have been revived. This life belongs to my master. Chu Yuan was slightly taken aback. The Wu Dao ancient tea tree was, in fact, a naturally born emperor-level being, and it had perished before. It seemed that the power of the system had resurrected it and bestowed it upon him. How many years do those in the sacred realm and emperor realm live? Chu Yuan asked, noting that even emperors eventually meet their end. The Wu Dao ancient tea tree replied, those in the sacred realm possess lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years, while those in the emperor realm can live for millions. Aside from us exceptional beings, without achieving immortality, one will ultimately be laid to rest by the passage of time. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and posed one final question. Have you ever seen an immortal? The Wu Dao ancient tea tree swayed. I have not. Immortals exist only in legends. Chu Yuan nodded in understanding, and with a thought, he stored the Wu Dao ancient tea tree away. Afterward, with his disciples absent, Chu Yuan did not return directly to Tianyun Sect, but instead teleported back to the Yi family in southern continent. With the 4 disciples missing, he could only seek to impart teachings and return them through Xianxia. Over the course of more than half a month, Xianxia's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the law manifestation realm, and his efficiency in refining and merging his essence had evidently improved significantly after his breakthrough. In just a few days, he would be able to complete the fusion, Chu Yuan did not interrupt Yichang's progress. After leaving a clone behind, he vanished from his original location to wander and search for a promising disciple. With his current cultivation, he could effortlessly assess the attribute panels of countless beings at a glance. Several days later, he found not a single one endowed with the potential to become a deity, nor anyone with remarkable fortune. It seemed that finding a satisfactory disciple was indeed a daunting task. He had traversed many places in these few days, having perused attribute panels numbering in the billions. Yet none possessed exceptional prowess. System, it appears you must continue to exert effort. I must rely on you. The system responded. Chapter 178. Yichang's Revenge. The Intent of Slaughtering Sword. Chu Yuan returned to the Yi family's ancestral land. At this very moment, Xianxia had completely refined the primordial essence, achieving the pinnacle of the Dharma form realm. The additional refinement of an extra portion of primordial essence had further enhanced his Deluo sword body, strengthening his physique beyond its previous state and augmenting his innate talent and potential. He contemplated the possibility of extracting some primordial essence from other disciples, which, upon their return and refinement, could elevate their talents and potentials as well. However, he secretly considered that excavating the supreme bone and the reversed eyes would yield the best results for such a return, though it would severely harm their bodies. Without absolute certainty, he could not attempt it lightly. Master. As Xianxia opened his eyes, he beheld his master, adorned in a flowing robe of purple and gold, standing with arms behind his back, his snow-white hair contrasting against the backdrop. The sight of his master's imposing figure filled him with reverence. He quickly rose to pay his respects. He was acutely aware of his own transformation. After merging the portion of primordial essence bestowed by his master, he had undergone a significant leap. His gratitude towards his master was boundless. Without the master, there would be no present him. Chu Yuan turned to him, offering a slight nod accompanied by a gentle smile reminiscent of a warm spring breeze. Now, go forth and pursue your desires. Indeed, Xianxia affirmed solemnly, realizing it was time to act on his intentions. His gaze fell upon the members of the Yi family, his eyes betraying a clear intent for vengeance. He first approached Yi Linlang, who was now scrambling backward on the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she gasped, Please, don't come any closer." Chu Yuan had already lifted the restrictions placed upon the Yi family. If Xianxia were to slay a mere wooden figure without movement, his quest for vengeance would be thoroughly unsatisfying. The disciples must be allowed to indulge in their desires. Simultaneously, he had suppressed the cultivation levels of the higher-ups of the Yi family, imposing a complete restraint that even diminished their physical strength. Otherwise, with Xianxia's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to breach the defenses of a venerable's physical form. With each step he took towards Yi Linlang, she retreated further, crawling in desperation. Hatred and disappointment flickered in his eyes. Yi Linlang had stolen too much from him. Regrettably, she exhibited none of the qualities of a proud genius. Her pitiful demeanor filled him with profound disappointment. Once, she had utilized his primordial essence, yet now she displayed no trace of dignity. If it were him, he would rather die standing than in such a cowardly manner. At this point, he had no interest in exchanging even a single word with Yi Linlang. She was unworthy. With a surge of true essence separating from his body, it transformed into a sword, piercing through Yi Linlang's heart. After withdrawing, he thrust the sword once more, shattering her skull and obliterating her soul. Yi Linlang's eyes widened in terror during her final moments, filled with fear, resentment, and unwillingness. Xianxia did not linger over her, but moved on to Yi Xiaoying, who forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears, his voice trembling with desperation. "Xianxia, your father acknowledges his mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I will treat you well. I will make you the patriarch of the Yi family. We are father and son. Everything can be restarted. You truly disgust me." Xianxia, a man of few words yet fierce resolve, cleaved Yi Xiaoying's head with a single stroke. Under Chu Yuan's suppression, Yi Xiaoying had no strength to resist, and his primordial spirit was extinguished. Next, it was your turn. Xianxia advanced upon Nalan Jingyue, reminiscent of a grim reaper. "Little beast, you will meet a wretched end. I curse you to a short life." She shrieked, her madness apparent. Almost die." Nalan Jingyue realized that begging for mercy was futile and that her demise was inevitable. In her frenzied state, she hurled curses at Xianxia. Whoosh! A flash of sword light severed her head from her body. Whoosh! Another stroke obliterated the severed head. As Xianxia He gazed upon Nalan Jingyue's headless corpse. Tears streamed down his face. Mother, I have avenged you. He had exacted vengeance for the one who cared for him most in this world. His wish was fulfilled. A profound energy began to swirl around him. The nascent form of sword intent. Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The very essence sought after by countless Nirvana realm cultivators had been grasped by Xianxia, and it seemed he would soon master it. Truly, a prodigy of the sword. This scene caused the surviving high-ranking members of the Yi family to recoil in shock, their regret deepening. Had they known, they would never have allowed Yi Xiaoying and the others to torment Xianxia. Had they nurtured him properly, they could scarcely imagine the heights the Yi family might achieve. Xianxia, those actions were perpetrated by your parents, not us. One high-ranking member's heart sank as he saw Xianxia approaching. Whoosh! A sword strike ended his life. Not us. What about the pursuit against me? Does that not count? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia became a relentless machine of slaughter, and wherever he passed, heads soared into the air as he ruthlessly decimated the high-ranking members of the Yi family. Xianxia, you may kill us, but please spare the others of the Yi family. You are one of us. We cannot allow the Yi family to perish. That would be a betrayal of our ancestors. An elder pleaded. Who wishes to be part of your Yi family? Did you ever treat me as one of your own? Xianxia scoffed. Kill, kill, kill. Like a wolf in a flock of sheep, he descended into madness, each stroke of his sword claiming lives. He slaughtered the high ranks, then the mid-ranks, and finally the low ranks. Soon, the Yi family was awash in blood. He understood the principle of eradicating the root. A heavy thirst for slaughter overtook him. Chu Yuan mused quietly, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In this world, killing one often necessitated the killing of many more. Only by severing the bloodline could one find respite. Otherwise, like spring grass, they would only grow back, bringing further troubles. On this day, Xianxia transformed into a deity of death, with the Yi family left in ruins, blood flowing like rivers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the massacre, Xianxia's sword intent was finally grasped. Unlike the pure sword intent I had previously comprehended, this youth had understood the intent of slaughter. Chu Yuan contemplated. Master. Xianxia approached Chu Yuan, clasping his hands together, his face etched with exhaustion. He had taken countless lives, a toll that weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he was resolute in his conviction. He had unraveled the very essence of this world. Innocence was a mere illusion, and even the weak bore the burden of guilt. His sole purpose was to wield his sword in defense of those he cherished. Chu Yuan patted his shoulder and waved his hand to gather the fallen storage rings, presenting them to Xianxia. These belong to you, along with these, part from the Yi family, and another part from the Nalan family. He bestowed upon Xianxia the treasures acquired earlier, including the space stone and the god-slaying array. Now, Xianxia had become the new instrument of destiny. Master, this is far too much, Xianxia exclaimed, awestruck, feeling the weight of the gifts in his hands. The imperial-level techniques and divine abilities are bestowed upon you. These are but trifles. Accept them, for I despise refusal. Chu Yuan feigned a stern demeanor. Then thank you, master, Xianxia replied, moved by the generosity, aware that his mentor's disposition left little room for dissent. He marveled at how unworthy he felt of such kindness from Chu Yuan. Master, did you mention the Nalan family? He inquired. Indeed, I made a visit and retrieved all their treasures. They are a gesture of apology from the Nalan family to you. In that moment, Xianxia was deeply touched once more by his master's devotion. You are my disciple. It is only natural for me to treat you well. Chu Yuan laughed heartily. Ding! The rewards for apprenticeship have been fully credited. The god-slaying array has indeed returned, the holy slaying array. The space stone has transformed into a higher grade. And a plethora of other treasures, such as a vessel upgraded from respect to divine rank, and weapons elevated to divine artifacts, have also emerged. Once again, fortune smiled upon them. Chu Yuan felt elated. However, the higher-grade space stone proved challenging for those at the God King level to carve out a small world within. Yet he mused. It was not imperative for him to undertake it personally. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree would be the perfect candidate, an apex emperor effortlessly capable of creating a small world. Now, let us return to the sect, for I have more splendid treasures to share with you, Chu Yuan said with a gentle smile. Xianxia was taken aback, intrigued by the prospect of further gifts. You are truly a remarkable master. The voice of the sword spirit echoed in Xianxia's mind. Chu Yuan opened a spatial passage and departed with Xianxia. As they left, the spatial barrier surrounding the Yi family dissipated. Soon, others began probing into the situation of the Yi family. Upon discovering the rivers of blood within, they were left utterly astounded. One of the premier families of the Lingxiao continent, the Yi clan, has been annihilated today. A revered figure sat down in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. Ha ha ha! This is splendid, truly splendid. The Yi clan has met its fate. Relay my orders to pursue every surviving member of the Yi clan relentlessly, leaving none behind. Those with grievances against the Yi clan are overjoyed, with some even immediately commencing the hunt for other Yi clan members. As a formidable force, the Yi clan has offended countless individuals and factions. However, their overwhelming strength previously rendered those factions powerless to challenge them. Now that the Yi clan has fallen, the remaining members are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In truth, when a faction's leadership suffers a significant loss, it faces imminent disaster. Even those without enmity will not hesitate to strike if there is profit to be gained. With the main branch of the Yi clan extinguished, the external branches are also destined for obliteration. This task does not even require Xianxia to take action personally. The news of the Yi clan's demise is swiftly spreading across the Lingxiao continent. This will undoubtedly cause tremors and upheaval among countless forces. Chu Yuan and his companions have returned to Daoyuan Peak. Once seated in the pavilion, he retrieved a teapot and leisurely began brewing tea. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and upon inhaling it, Xianxia felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, as if he were on the verge of enlightenment. Suddenly, the figure of the sword spirit manifested beside Xianxia, astonished at the tea leaves Chu Yuan had produced. Cautiously, it inquired, "Is this the tea of enlightenment?" "Oh, you are familiar with the tea of enlightenment?" Chu Yuan chuckled lightly while glancing at the sword spirit. This spirit hailed from the upper realm. Could it be that the upper realm also possesses ancient enlightenment tea trees? The sword spirit nodded earnestly, stating that the upper realm indeed has enlightenment tea. Sourced from Forbidden Zone. That zone is terrifying beyond imagination. Even emperors struggle to emerge unscathed. Every century, 10 leaves of enlightenment tea escape from the Forbidden Zone, attracting fierce competition among the various factions. In the upper realm, each leaf of enlightenment tea commands an astronomical price, often with no market to satisfy the demand. Chu Yuan marveled silently. It seemed that an ancient enlightenment tea tree must exist in the upper realm. However, with only 10 leaves produced every 100 years, that is exceedingly rare. Even if he desired tens of thousands of leaves now, he could easily procure them. Xianxia gasped in astonishment. Merely hearing the sword spirit's account made it clear how precious the enlightenment tea truly is. His master is extraordinary, possessing such treasures. Wait, could this be what his master referred to as a good thing? "Master, are you from the upper realm?" The sword spirit could not help but ask. It had sensed that this individual was remarkable, effortlessly imparting imperial-level skills to disciples and now producing enlightenment tea leaves. The significance of this person was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, even though it was once the spirit of an imperial weapon, it displayed no arrogance, instead lowering itself to regard this individual as its superior. Chu Yuan shook his head, stating simply, "No, that is the truth." "Oh," the sword spirit replied, "if not from the upper realm, then from where?" "It is impossible. Could it be a being from the legendary celestial realm?" However, the last time, the master spoke of true immortals and celestial kings, leaving it somewhat uncertain. Despite the confusion, it dared not inquire further. One question was acceptable, but to ask again would be to overstep. Regardless, it firmly believed that the master must hail from a place not inferior to the upper realm. "Drink this. The first sip will bring enlightenment. Seize this opportunity to elevate yourself." Chu Yuan gently nudged the teapot towards Xianxia. "Is this truly for me?" Xianxia was taken aback, expressing gratitude. "Enough, enough. Just drink." Chu Yuan interjected, waving his hand. "In the future, refrain from excessive thanks. My ears are growing weary of it." A warmth enveloped Xianxia's heart. His master treated him as one of his own. He nodded earnestly, then poured a cup and presented it to Chu Yuan with both hands. "The first cup is for my master." Chu Yuan smiled and nodded, pleased with his thoughtfulness. Subsequently, Xianxia consumed a generous cup of enlightenment tea, and as the liquid flowed into his being, he became utterly still, entering a state of sudden comprehension. The murderous intent emanating from him surged rapidly, and his cultivation aura grew increasingly profound. Perhaps there is hope for a breakthrough. Chu Yuan mused with a smile. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Master. Upon its appearance, the ancient tea tree bowed respectfully, its branches forming a gesture of deference. What is this? Initially, the sword spirit did not recognize the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. However, upon observing the leaves adorning its branches, which were indeed the leaves of enlightenment tea, it stood in stunned disbelief. Impossible. Am I seeing things? 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. How many leaves are there? Moreover, if the leaves of enlightenment tea sprouted from this tree, then this must be the legendary tree of enlightenment tea. It had initially assumed that while the master possessed some leaves, the quantity would not be vast. Yet now it had a whole tree. If this were in the upper realm, countless factions would surely go mad over it. Even the great emperors would likely take matters into their own hands to seize it, leading to fierce battles. The remnants of the imperial weapon spirit. Just as the sword spirit was lost in its astonishment at the ancient tea tree, an aged human face emerged upon the trunk, its gaze fixed upon the sword spirit. A mere glance evoked a long-forgotten sensation within the sword spirit. Could you be from the emperor's realm? The sword spirit blurted out. This feeling was all too familiar. Only an emperor could elicit such a response. It was at the pinnacle of the emperor tier. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze to sip his tea, softly uttering boom. It felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. At that moment, the sword spirit's head buzzed with realization. The pinnacle of the emperor tier. This is indeed the pinnacle of the emperor. What is most terrifying is that such an existence dares to address the revered one as its master. Chapter 180. Achieving the pinnacle of divine sovereignty through enlightenment. In the perception of the sword spirit, the pride of the emperor's realm is the most unyielding. Persuading an emperor to submit is an arduous task. The vast majority of emperors would rather perish than bow to another. Only a select few might yield for various reasons. Yet these individuals are seldom formidable, typically being in the early or mid stages of emperorhood, having already reached their zenith. It has never witnessed, nor even heard of, an emperor at the pinnacle submitting to another, and with such reverence. Its former master was indeed a peak emperor, a figure who traversed the world with unparalleled might and would never submit. Could it be that the revered one is deceiving it? Perhaps this enlightenment ancient tea tree does not possess the cultivation of a peak emperor? At that moment, such thoughts began to stir within its mind. For the notion of a peak emperor yielding to another is truly unfathomable. Just then, as the sword spirit entertained such thoughts, the enlightenment ancient tea tree let out a cold snort. In the next instant, the sword spirit found the surroundings transforming, as it was drawn into a unique domain. Within this realm, a colossal tree loomed infinitely, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura. Under the weight of this imperial might, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of collapse, as if the sun and moon were destined to be reborn. The sword spirit's scalp prickled. This was indeed the pinnacle of the emperor. Such a sensation was all too familiar, and it felt even more potent than those peak emperors it had encountered before. Its former master was a swordsman of unparalleled strength, unmatched within his realm. Yet at this moment, it sensed that even its former master would find it impossible to contend with this enlightenment ancient tea tree. This tea tree was astonishingly powerful. Do you still doubt your master's words? The cold voice of the enlightenment ancient tea tree resonated. It had just perceived a hint of skepticism in the sword spirit's eyes toward its master. Such a thought was nothing short of blasphemy. Therefore, it felt compelled to admonish the sword spirit. The sword spirit, astounded, hurriedly shook its head bobbing like a rattle drum. Doubt? What doubt could it possibly harbor? The truth lay vividly before its eyes. It acknowledged its prior misstep and offered an apology to the revered one. Upon uttering those words, the domain dissipated. My apologies, revered one. I should not have harbored any suspicions, the sword spirit said, bowing respectfully to Chu Yuan. Do not worry, Chu Yuan replied with a light laugh. Waving his hand dismissively, the enlightenment ancient tea tree had drawn the sword spirit into that special domain, allowing him to witness everything firsthand. He found himself both amused and exasperated. The enlightenment ancient tea tree was exceedingly earnest. Yet this earnestness also subtly indicated that it was fiercely protective of its master's dignity, beyond question. Of course, he bore no grudge against the sword spirit for its doubts, as such skepticism was entirely natural, considering it had likely transcended the sword spirit's understanding. Thank you, revered one. The sword spirit expressed gratefully. It exhaled in relief. suddenly feeling as if walking on thin ice. Truly, to accompany a sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Henceforth, it must exercise utmost caution in all matters. For if it inadvertently offends its esteemed master, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment would surely not show mercy. Its pride had diminished entirely. Even if it were in its complete form, it would still be insufficient to withstand the torment of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Xianxia had indeed struck fortunate this time, having such a master. The heights of his future achievements are beyond imagination. The sword spirit mused silently. At this moment, it felt that Xianxia's master might very well hail from the fabled celestial realm. Only beings from such a place could compel even the mightiest emperors to bow in submission. There must be no errors, as long as mistakes are avoided. I too can bask in victory alongside Xianxia. With this thought, it grew increasingly exhilarated. If it could remain in the presence of such an entity, perhaps it could journey to the legendary celestial realm. When that time comes, should it encounter its former master, the latter might very well find itself clinging to its leg. Within this realm, Chu Yuan began to cultivate a small world, handing the returned spatial stone to the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Yes, master, the tea tree replied respectfully, and then commenced the creation of the small world. Since it was a task assigned by its master, it would exert its utmost effort to excel. Come here and share with me tales of the upper realm and your former master. Chu Yuan beckoned the sword spirit. He was immensely curious about the upper realm. Certainly, the sword spirit scampered over eagerly, beginning to recount tales of the upper realm. Yet, scarcely had it spoken a few words when commotion erupted at Xianxia's side. Boom! A surge of sword intent ascended to the heavens. The sword intent had achieved minor perfection, his cultivation sword, directly breaking through to the early stage of nirvana. This caught Chu Yuan by surprise, as Xianxia had only recently attained the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If he could break through at the divine realm, how much more could Xianxia? Beep, the Master's fifth disciple, Xianxia, has broken through to the early stage of nirvana, granting the Master one opportunity to draw a reward. The system notification appeared. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth. Let us draw the reward immediately, he declared inwardly. Beep, drawing reward in progress. Drawing complete. Congratulations, Master. You have received 2 years of cultivation bestowed upon you. This represents the sum of 2 years of cultivation based on the Master's current talent. For the Master's personal use only. Oh, this time, I have drawn a cultivation bestowal, a rarity in recent times. Following this with a mere thought, he activated the reward. A surge of cultivation materialized out of thin air, merging with his own, and in an instant his cultivation began to elevate continuously. Late stage of the divine realm. Perfection of the divine realm. Early stage of the divine monarch realm. Perfection of the divine monarch realm. The 2 years of cultivation bestowal allowed him to break through directly to the perfection of the divine monarch realm, while his soul remained at the perfection of the divine monarch realm, not yet advancing to the next stage. For the next stage is the sacred realm. The disparity between the divine king realm and the sacred realm is immense, not easily traversed. If the divine realm signifies the first elevation of life, then the sacred realm represents the second. Although the divine soul has not yet ascended to the sacred realm, it remains undeniably more potent than the perfected divine souls of others within the divine king realm. Is this the true strength of a perfected divine king? Chu Yuan assessed his own cultivation, and a novel sensation of power enveloped him in comfort. Exhilarating. Now, beneath the sacred realm, he is invincible. Even the most extraordinary prodigies, at the same level of cultivation, cannot hope to contend with him. He has drawn one step closer to genuine invincibility. During his recent breakthrough, he did not suppress his aura. Although the sword spirit could not probe deeply, it was nonetheless capable of discerning the change. At this moment, it stood agape, astonished that the Master had directly surged from the mid-stage of the celestial realm to the perfected divine king realm in one breath. Astonishing. Even those great emperors in their youth could not achieve such a feat. Truly, the Master is formidable. What is even more terrifying is that the Master, possessing only the cultivation of the divine realm, has managed to command the venerable pinnacle of the Emperor, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, to willingly submit. This is the true horror. Could it be that the Master is a second-generation celestial from the celestial realm? Chapter 181. Something is amiss with the time. It seems that only this explanation holds merit. Just as some second-generation emperors from the higher realms can compel sacred beings to submit. Xianxia had just felt joy from his own breakthrough, but upon opening his eyes, he witnessed his master surpassing him in an even more astonishing manner. He was stunned. How could his master be so formidable and still break through so swiftly? It was utterly disheartening. "Please sit," Chu Yuan said gently, observing him. Xianxia nodded and took a seat. He noticed the towering tea tree of enlightenment beside him, and upon seeing the leaves on its branches, the very same that his master had previously used to brew tea, he was taken aback. He now understood the extraordinary value of those tea leaves. To his astonishment, he was in the presence of the very tree that produced the enlightenment tea. That was a being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. The sword spirit spoke to him. At the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Xianxia's pupils constricted. He knew that the sword spirit had once been a remnant of a weapon wielded by a being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and thus understood the unimaginable power such a status entailed. He could hardly believe how formidable this tea tree was. "Xianxia, I pay my respects to you, senior." Xianxia promptly rose and bowed to the tea tree, his eyes filled with reverence for the powerful entity. The tea tree of enlightenment paused its movements, revealing a smiling human face upon its trunk. "No need for excessive formality. Since you are the disciple of the master, I shall offer you a token of my esteem. Take these tea leaves and brew some tea." 3,000 tea leaves floated gracefully before Xianxia. Gulp. Xianxia's eyes widened, unable to resist swallowing hard. So many leaves of the enlightenment tea. Moreover, the implication of this tea tree is that the master is the proprietor of the tea tree? How astonishing. Truly, the master is remarkable. This abundance leaves Xianxia feeling a tad embarrassed, as he experiences a somewhat overwhelming sensation. "Since it has been bestowed upon you, you should graciously accept it," Chu Yuan remarked. 3,000 leaves for the enlightenment ancient tea tree are merely a drop in the bucket. Those densely packed leaves are simply abundant. Furthermore, even if they are plucked, new ones will inevitably sprout. As the enlightenment ancient tea tree was acquired through a lottery by Chu Yuan and is considered a reward, it cannot be returned after the disciple is conferred. Otherwise, the benefits derived from the enlightenment tea leaves would likely exceed all expectations. However, there are enlightenment tea leaves in the upper realm, and once they ascend, they can procure some to return to their disciples. Chu Yuan quietly contemplated. Ultimately, Xianxia, shedding any reservations, accepted the 3,000 leaves of enlightenment tea. Such an abundance. The sword spirit was filled with profound sentiments. 3,000 leaves of enlightenment tea. If they were in the upper realm, the various factions would surely engage in fierce competition. Strength and background is indeed exhilarating, he mused. What others strive desperately to obtain is effortlessly within reach here. "Now, please continue," Chu Yuan directed towards the sword spirit. The sword spirit resumed its narration about the affairs of the upper realm, while Xianxia listened attentively. The enlightenment ancient tea tree, meanwhile, was engaged in creating a small world. For it, the act of creating a small world was quite simple. However, achieving perfection, such as inscribing imperial-level Dao patterns and enhancing defenses, proved to be rather time-consuming. "Hold on, you must endure." On Jiang Yi's side, it had already been 11 months. Now, they entered the 12th month. The pressure weighing upon them had become increasingly terrifying. During the 9th and 10th months, they could still manage to move their bodies. But after the 11th month, they could no longer move at all. Under the immense pressure, they were incapable of executing even a single move. They could only sit cross-legged on the ground, practicing the true dragon body refinement technique through static cultivation. Under such tremendous pressure, their physical bodies endured excruciating pain. Fortunately, they were not ordinary individuals. Had it been anyone else, their bodies would likely have been shattered. They gritted their teeth and persevered. They absolutely could not be eliminated. Otherwise, they had no idea what might transpire. It could very well lead to death. Time passed slowly, and they felt immense torment. Jiang Yi frequently voiced reminders to the others, urging them to hold on. Thus, the 12th month was finally endured. 1 year had passed. The pressure suddenly dissipated. The four of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, buzzing. At that moment, streams of dragon energy entered their bodies, along with other extraordinary energies, and their cultivation levels were restored in that instant. As the cultivation began to regain its momentum, it surged uncontrollably, skyrocketing. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of the four individuals continuously swelled. Jiang Yao broke through to the early stage of the Xiandan realm. Jiang Yi ascended to the early stage of the five organs realm. Xiaoyan advanced to the mid-stage of the five organs realm. Yin Shuran achieved perfection in the law avatar realm. Each of them directly surpassed a significant threshold. Throughout the year, while enduring immense pressure, their latent potential was unleashed. In addition to the enhancement of their physiques through body refinement, their cultivation inevitably progressed. Previously, their advancement had been stifled, but now, freed from restraint, they soared forward in leaps and bounds. At that moment, a grand and authoritative voice resounded. First trial. Body refinement stage, all passed. The physical bodies can now rival the young, true dragons of the same realm. Next, the second trial, combat stage. Engage in battle with the projections of true dragon prodigies of the same realm. Defeat or withstand for a year to pass. As the words fell, for figures began to slowly materialize in the distance. The second trial evidently involved combat. Jiang Yi scrutinized the projections ahead, exclaiming, "Ah, the storage ring can be opened." Jiang Yao was overjoyed, disregarding the distant projections, and hastily retrieved a bounty of spirit fruits from her storage ring to indulge in. "I'm famished. I haven't eaten in a year." She even tossed a piece of lobster meat to Xiaoyan, a delicacy from Qingyu, the master of the Qing Shrimp Palace. "Third junior brother, please roast this for me." Of course, second senior sister. Xiaoyan activated his heavenly fire body, beginning to roast the meat processed by their master. Quickly consume the Tianyun grass. Jiang Yi suddenly remembered and urgently reminded Xiaoyan. "Understood, senior brother." Xiaoyan freed one hand to take out and consume a fifth-grade Tianyun grass. In an instant, both of their cultivations reached perfection in the five organs realm. "This feels off." Yin Shuran noticed something amiss, furrowing her brows. Meanwhile, several days had passed for Chu Yuan. The sword spirit had incessantly relayed all that it knew. The Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree had been fully restored within the small world. Excellent, excellent. At this moment, Chu Yuan was surveying the interior of the small world. Its expanse was considerably larger than the previous small world he had obtained. The combined area of the 100 kingdoms and the 10 sects outside the world did not even amount to a tenth of this small world. Ding! The master's eldest disciple Jiang Yi has broken through to the early stage of the five organs realm. The second disciple Jiang Yao has ascended to the early stage of the Xiandan realm. The third disciple Xiao Yan has reached the mid-stage of the five organs realm. And the fourth disciple Yin Shuran has achieved perfection in the law avatar realm. The master has gained 4 lottery chances. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. Chu Yuan exclaimed, "What? Wait a moment. His 4 missing disciples have all broken through. How long has it been? They've all directly surpassed a significant realm? No. What heavenly materials and earthly treasures have they consumed to progress so rapidly?" He was utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he hastily opened the attribute panels of his disciples to inspect them. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cultivation levels of Jiang Yi and Xiaoyan had diverged from the system's indications, having already achieved the perfection of the five organs realm. It appeared they had utilized the potent yuan grass. However, Chu Yuan could not fathom why his disciples had advanced so swiftly. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as his gaze fell upon their ages. Jiang Yi was 15, Jiang Yao was 7, Xiaoyan was 18, and Yin Shuran was 17. Had his disciples inexplicably aged a year? Just a few months prior, they had celebrated their birthdays. Something was amiss. The passage of time felt profoundly unnatural. Chapter 182. 4 consecutive draws. Kuanpeng Immortal Technique. 5 years of cultivation bestowed. What was amiss? Upon hearing Yin Shuran's words, the 3 turned their attention to her. Jiang Yi quickly inquired. The storage ring can be opened, and some items can be retrieved. However, many treasures had lost their potency, their powers still sealed. Yin Shuran explained. She had attempted to communicate with a powerful treasure, only to find that she remained unable to do so. Some of the trump cards she had stored in her ring had also transformed into mere mundane objects. The ability to influence the contents of the storage ring was terrifyingly formidable. Hiss, it seems to be true, I just tried it. And the life-saving trump card bestowed by our master cannot be activated either. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. It appears we are prohibited from utilizing other potent treasures. Jiang Yi mused, likely related to the upcoming practical combat. That makes sense. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Then let us prepare to face the projection of the true dragons chosen. Relying solely on our own combat prowess, we can achieve victory. A fierce fighting spirit and confidence shone in Yunshuren's eyes. A year has passed, and I wonder how our master is faring. Would he be worried since he cannot locate us? Xianxia remarked, having finished a spirit fruit during a moment of leisure. I miss our master a bit, she mumbled as she nibbled on her food. Through this true dragon trial, we should be able to exit. At that time, we will be able to reunite with our master. Jiang Yi gently patted Jiang Yao's small head. The 7-year-old Jiang Yao did not seem to have grown much. Just then, a resounding dragon roar echoed from afar, causing their blood to surge slightly. They quickly turned to look and saw 4 colossal dragons materializing in the distance. Is this a projection? Why does it feel so real? Xiaoyan inhaled deeply. Such overwhelming pressure. Yunshuren's expression grew slightly grave. It seems our opponents have been thoroughly assigned. A brilliant light shone in Jiang Yi's eyes. The 4 dragons consisted of a red fire dragon emanating a 5th-tier perfected aura. Clearly, this was the opponent Xiao Yan would face. 1 golden dragon, radiating a 7th-tier perfected aura. This would be Yunshuren's adversary. A black dragon with vertical pupils residing between its brows at the pinnacle of the 5th tier stood as his adversary. The final dragon, a nascent 4th-tier azure dragon, was the opponent of Jiang Yao. As the resounding voice had proclaimed earlier, they were to battle projections of true Dragon Clan prodigies of the same realm. One could only wonder if the dragon meat was edible. At this moment, Jiang Yao had already taken the roasted lobster meat from Xiaoyan's hands, munching on it as she surveyed the 4 dragons in the distance. The other 3 remarked, always thinking about food, this little glutton is truly incorrigible. With a resounding roar, the dragons swiftly approached their respective challengers. The dragon's might was overwhelming, instilling awe. Let us go. Upon seeing the fire dragon charging towards him, Xiaoyan surged forward to meet it head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 3 also dashed out without hesitation. They would not remain idle. We will eat once we secure victory. Jiang Yao reluctantly stowed away her food. She then unleashed a punch towards the incoming azure dragon. The other 3 engaged in combat as well. The battlefield divided as they clashed in the 4 cardinal directions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of impactful collisions ensued, leaving all 4 with solemn expressions, for this confrontation had ended in a stalemate. Such formidable physiques. Is this truly the body of a dragon? It appears this projection bears little difference from the real thing. Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. As the skirmish resumed, they discovered that aside from their silence, these 4 dragons were extraordinarily powerful in every other aspect. Their physical strength was remarkable, and their divine abilities equally formidable. In a short span, they could not gain the upper hand, let alone defeat them. It seemed this would be a protracted battle. Jiang Yi, with his Kirin thunderstep, unleashed a sword from his dual pupils, exuding an unparalleled aura that seemed capable of annihilating all foes. Reflecting on their residual energy, they realized they had only vanished for a month, yet had aged a year. Could it be that the flow of time in the realm they had entered differed from that of this one? A month here equating to a year there? Chu Yuan could only entertain this possibility, for it was the most logical explanation. He found himself questioning whether his disciples had truly ascended to the celestial realm. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for now. Their ability to advance in cultivation indicated they were likely safe, albeit temporarily. Chu Yuan shook his head slightly and closed the disciples' attribute panels. Then he commanded all in for draws. A wave of excitement surged within him. For consecutive draws, never before had he been so extravagant. Ding, drawing lottery. Ding, lottery completed. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 2 years of cultivation enlightenment, equivalent to the results of 2 years of intensive training in seclusion, for Master's personal use only. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Kuanpung's celestial technique from other worlds in the universe. A supreme level of true immortals, a fusion of both techniques and divine abilities. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the secret of the all character from other worlds in the universe. Furthermore, it is a special edition. Upon usage, it unleashes a stable 10-fold increase in combat power. It is only effective for realms below that of immortals. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 3 years of cultivation enlightenment, equivalent to the results of 3 years of arduous training in seclusion, limited to personal use. A series of prompts from the system echoed. The smile on Chu Yuan's face grew increasingly radiant. Kuanpung Immortal Technique. The secret of the all character. 3 years of cultivation enlightenment. Splendid, splendid. This quadruple draw was certainly worth it. With 3 years of cultivation enlightenment, I shall undoubtedly reach the saint realm, given my innate talent. Mastering true immortal level techniques and divine abilities will be effortless, Chu Yuan mused. His progress was astonishingly swift. Many techniques and abilities had yet to keep pace with his advancement and would soon be rendered obsolete. Master, are you satisfied? Observing the joyous expression on Chu Yuan's face, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment felt a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. This small world was birthed by its own efforts. The master appears to be quite content. Although it existed at the pinnacle of the emperor level, it could also enter this small world. In this realm, as long as the strong restrain their power, they could traverse to numerous places. For instance, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, despite being at the pinnacle of the emperor level, could function similarly to the lower realms. There was no risk of overwhelming power leading to destruction, unless one chose to unleash their strength indiscriminately, allowing it to disperse freely, which could indeed cause collapse. If the ancient tea tree of enlightenment were to release its power, the Xianxia continent would instantly be reduced to nothingness. Yet, as long as it remained restrained, returning to its essence, it would pose no issue whatsoever. However, from the sword spirit, Chu Yuan had also gleaned many profound secrets. Chapter 183. Has he broken through again? Late stage of the semi-saint. For example, powerful beings from the upper realms can descend to the lower realms. However, the cost of such a descent is exceedingly steep. Furthermore, the stronger the being, the greater the cost. Each descent results in a significant loss of both cultivation and lifespan. Coupled with the considerably inferior cultivation conditions in the lower realms compared to the upper realms, there exists a vast chasm between them, making it rare for powerful beings to willingly descend. Even beings of divine status find it unprofitable to descend to the lower realms. Particularly, those of divine status are not absolutely invincible in the lower realms. The lower realm lacks significance. Who would choose to reside in a lesser place when a better one is available? As for those at the saint and emperor levels, descending offers no advantages whatsoever, as the lower realms are unsuitable for their cultivation. Moreover, to descend, it requires at least a being of the saint realm to intervene. For instance, Xianxia's descent was facilitated by the involvement of a saint-level existence. Of course, with her cultivation level, she would face no losses in the lower realm. However, the entity that facilitated her descent would inevitably suffer some backlash due to the barriers formed by the laws of heaven and earth between the upper and lower realms. Nature is not easily traversed. A sense of satisfaction enveloped Chu Yuan as he came to his senses, nodding slightly. Indeed, he was immensely pleased. This miniature world not only opened up space, but also manifested landscapes, rivers, and mountains, effectively evolving yin and yang to create the sun and moon with remarkable precision. Most astonishingly, the defenses of this small realm had reached the imperial tier. The spiritual energy within was extraordinarily rich, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Planting precious herbs here would undoubtedly yield astonishing results, with the potential for even higher-level mutations. This could be considered Chu Yuan's final contribution to his sect. He would wait a while longer to see if his 4 disciples could return. If they did, they would depart together. If not, he would leave with Xianxia, venturing to the divine continent and even the upper realms. After growing stronger, he would seek out his disciples again. In any case, he would not linger long in the Xianxia continent. Could an emperor accelerate the time within this small world? Chu Yuan inquired of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. If time could be hastened, it would indeed become his treasured cultivation ground. His innate talent was exceptionally profound. All he lacked was a bit of time. However, it was unattainable. Even an emperor who comprehended the laws of time could not alter the flow of time within a small world. Such a feat was exceedingly challenging. It seemed that only the legendary immortals could achieve it. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment replied telepathically. An emperor at the pinnacle could merely manipulate their own time during battle, hastening their own pace while slowing down others, thereby creating an effect of disparity. Moreover, the efficacy against adversaries of the same realm was rather limited, as they were not easily influenced by another's laws. For those of a lower realm, however, it would be akin to dimensional suppression. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Even emperors were incapable of such feats. Yet his disciples had indeed matured a year. Could it be that immortals were truly involved? If he were to accompany them, would he not also age a year, significantly enhancing his cultivation? Nevertheless, such matters could not be forced. With a surge of intent, Chu Yuan activated 5 years of cultivation to elevate his understanding. Boom! In the next instant, his cultivation began to ascend. The Holy Realm is divided into 4 major stages: Quasi-Saint, Saint, Great Saint, and Holy King. Each major realm is further categorized into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. At this moment, his cultivation surged, propelling him into the Quasi-Saint realm. Instantly, an awe-inspiring aura radiated from him. He began a profound transformation. Flesh, bones, spirit, and even every strand of hair underwent metamorphosis, continually enhancing and evolving. His essence itself experienced a profound shift, with every breath becoming sanctified. This transformation was swiftly completed. Once his cultivation stabilized, it continued to ascend. In the midst of the Quasi-Saint's mid-phase, and upon reaching the latter stage, he finally came to a halt. After 5 years of cultivation, he estimated that it took him merely 1 year to break through to the early Quasi-Saint phase, followed by a progression of 1 small realm every 2 years. Chu Yuan pondered this in his heart. To be frank, it was not particularly swift. He perceived that this kind of cultivation enlightenment was merely a result of conventional training, devoid of any extraordinary opportunities. In reality, in the realm of cultivation, if one were to encounter fortuitous events, breakthroughs could occur at a much faster pace. Talent is merely one significant aspect. Other factors hold equal importance. To put it plainly, some individuals blessed with fortune, despite possessing lesser talent than him, could experience even swifter advancements due to their serendipitous encounters, and he found that quite reasonable. There are numerous factors that influence the speed of cultivation advancement, opportunities, and so forth. Isn't the system his very opportunity? Upon closer reflection, his current breakthrough was indeed swifter than what would typically be expected. With this realization, he smiled. Compared to mere opportunities, his advantages were utterly unparalleled. Gradually, he reined in his aura. Upon his recent breakthrough, he had also managed to contain his energy, preventing it from dispersing too far, lest its destructive power be unleashed. At the late Quasi-Saint phase, the slightest strand of hair could obliterate countless divine kings. Truly, it was a profound elevation in the essence of life. At that moment, the sword spirit within Xianxia's mind erupted with an incredulous exclamation. Xianxia had also entered the miniature world to witness this spectacle. The sword spirit had observed Chu Yuan's breakthrough in its entirety, and it was only because Chu Yuan had not entirely concealed his fluctuations that it was able to detect the transformation. It remained stupefied for a considerable time before expressing its astonishment. Wasn't it merely a few days ago that he had reached the pinnacle of the Divine King realm? How was it possible for him to ascend to the Saint realm now? Moreover, after entering the Saint realm, he had consecutively traversed several small realms. It was mind-boggling. Xianxia was equally astounded. His master had achieved yet another breakthrough. How was it that this seemed easier for him, despite being of a lower realm? Was it not said that as one progresses in cultivation, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous? Xianxia, oh Xianxia, your master is truly remarkable. Others who ascend to the Quasi-Saint realm must undergo a considerable period of transformation to solidify their cultivation. Yet, your master completed his transformation in one fell swoop and even advanced several times consecutively. This was nothing short of extraordinary. The sword spirit marveled. Xianxia nodded in deep agreement. Thus, it seems that his master is indeed extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with fervor. He regarded his master as his goal, aspiring to become a man as swift as his master. Rapid breakthroughs. It was akin to boarding the train before purchasing a ticket. Chu Yuan contemplated this and smiled faintly. Under the auspices of his cultivation enlightenment, coupled with the innate holy body Tao fetus, he had transcended the conventional rules of breakthrough, directly attaining the Quasi-Saint realm. In truth, to ascend to the Saint realm, one must comprehend the profound meanings of the Tao, the realms of intent, true meaning, and ultimately, the profound truths are a gradual exploration of the great path. The profound essence of the Tao serves as the gateway to the Quasi-Saint realm. A modest mastery of this essence acts as a stepping stone into the saintly domain, while a grand mastery allows one to ascend to the great saint realm. Only through the complete perfection of the Tao's essence can one transcend into the Saint King realm, excluding those with innate sacred bodies or chaos physiques. The Imperial realm, however, pertains to the laws of the Grand Tao. Chapter 184. The Arrival of the Teleportation Array Ancestor. Upon emerging from a small world, Chu Yuan summoned the high-ranking members of the sect. Upon his arrival, they all respectfully bowed, as some among them had already achieved the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. Having undergone the baptism of the Spirit Transformation Pool and the Saint Transformation Pool, their innate talents had significantly heightened. Those who once despaired of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm now possessed the potential to glimpse the saintly domain. Even the most formidable powers and geniuses on Lingxiao continent, such as the ancestor of Suspended Mountain or the prodigious Lu Ming, were eclipsed by their extraordinary talents. With such gifts, combined with abundant cultivation resources, their training speed had remarkably accelerated. They were acutely aware that all these changes were due to their ancestor, and thus, they held immense gratitude towards him. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Please, sit down and enjoy some tea." "Yes." The group responded eagerly, ready to comply with whatever their ancestor commanded. Beside them, Xianxia, radiating joy, poured tea for everyone. "Who might this be?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired, intrigued by the handsome Xianxia. Not only he, but others were equally curious. "Esteemed elders, my name is Xianxia, a newly accepted disciple of the master." Xianxia replied. Although these individuals were of inferior cultivation, they were still members of the Master Sect, and he would not dare to be disrespectful. "Indeed, a disciple of the ancestor. I suspected as much," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His expression won a pride in his accurate guess. "To be accepted by the ancestor is a significant blessing. Your cultivation must surely exceed the Dharma aspect realm, I presume?" Sect Master Wang Mu remarked with a smile. Even now, he felt as though he were in a dream. Since his retreat, the sect's progress had far surpassed his expectations. His greatest aspiration had once been to attain the perfection of the five viscera realm and elevate Tianyun Sect into one of the top 3 sects of the Great Martial Dynasty. Yet now he had already reached the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, regarding the sects of the Great Martial Dynasty with indifference. Recently, the sect master of Tianyun Sect had sent him a message, expressing a desire to visit, which he had tactfully declined, fearing that the visitor would be disheartened by the current state of Tianyun Sect. Upon hearing Wang Mu's words, Xianxia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that joining his Master S ranks was indeed a blessing. He then added, "I have only just broken through to the Nirvana realm." A collective gasp of astonishment echoed around them, for this was a realm they could only aspire to. Truly, a disciple of the ancestor. At that moment, the tea arrived before them. Merely inhaling its fragrant aroma, they felt as if enlightenment were dawning upon them. "This tea," Xiao Qingfeng lifted his cup, inhaling the scent with wide eyes, utterly astonished. "This is the enlightenment tea, which serves to elevate one's understanding. Upon its first consumption, one may enter a state of profound realization." Chu Yuan spoke slowly. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Thank you, ancestor, for granting us this tea." Their gratitude was immeasurable. Such a precious gift, shared willingly by their ancestor, left them overwhelmed with appreciation. Subsequently, they drank the tea in one gulp. In an instant, they all entered a state of enlightenment. After some time, they gradually awakened, each experiencing significant gains, with some even breaking through to the Dharma aspect realm. Thereafter, Xianxia led them into a miniature world for exploration, where everything within left them in awe. This small world, a reflection of the outer realm, was intended by Chu Yuan to remain here permanently, not to be taken away. Those from the Tianyun Sect could begin their cultivation journey from this place, aspiring to reach greater heights. In the depths of the small world, even the holy source could coalesce, making it the best possible environment in the lower realm. Given that the sect members were rather weak in cultivation, they would gradually grow here. After all, the path had already been laid out for them. With the sect unable to keep pace with his progress, there was no necessity for him to remain tethered to them. A day later, a colossal hand obscured the sky above the sect, and amidst the astonished gazes of many, it seized the territory of the Tianyun Sect and transported it directly into the small world. Although the sect members had been notified in advance and were somewhat prepared, witnessing this spectacle still left them utterly astounded. Observing the barren land before him, Chu Yuan shook his head and smiled. The spirit crystal veins he had once arranged were now rendered unnecessary. Within the small world lay the holy source veins, and those spirit crystals would serve as reserves for the sect. The original site of the Tianyun Sect was left with only a divine-grade defensive formation, which Chu Yuan did not dismantle, instead leaving it as the first line of defense for the sect. Hidden within the void, the small world, forged through the refinement of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, remained undetectable unless an imperial existence personally arrived. Accessing the small world required a special token. Once inside, the sect members commenced the new construction of their domain, erecting buildings, cultivating spiritual herbs, and more. However, the vastness of the space limited their initial development to a mere minuscule area. It was hoped that as they grew, they would fully harness the advantages of the small world. The sect flourished under this new beginning. Chu Yuan also embarked on his own cultivation, primarily focusing on the Kunpeng immortal technique and the Jiji secret, while also delving into the profound truths of the Tao. Simultaneously, he manifested a separate avatar to impart teachings and resolve doubts for the sect members, as well as to guide Xianxia. Meanwhile, in the outside world, across various regions of the Lingxiao continent, numerous factions were shaken by the annihilation of the Yi family, with many left in the dark regarding the cause. However, 3 factions were well aware. The Nalan family, as one of the involved parties, naturally understood the circumstances. Additionally, the Xiankong Mountain and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce were informed. For Lu Yinji and Xinlan of the Wanbao Chamber had personally witnessed that divine existence accept Xianxia as a disciple. The Yi family had been eradicated. It is likely that the senior was avenging his disciple. Soon, news of the annihilation of the Yi family by a being of divine realm spread across the Lingxiao continent, causing quite a stir. However, it wasn't long before rumors emerged, suggesting that the existence of a divine realm was implausible. The one who decimated the Yi family had merely obtained fragments of a divine artifact. Clearly, some individuals on the Lingxiao continent had acquired these fragments, yet they had remained concealed until now. Days later, in the western part of the Lingxiao continent, within the abyss of the underworld, a sudden brilliance erupted from the ground's teleportation array. The hexagonal star formation shimmered as violet light surged forth like a torrent. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a figure at the center of the teleportation array. A cough broke the silence, and the figure began to survey his surroundings. This must be the Lingxiao continent, a hoarse voice remarked. It belonged to a man clad in azure garments, his pale face framed by a slender visage, and his eyes a light shade of blue. His attire fluttered in the wind, adorned with intricate azure patterns upon his arms. He licked his lips, his forked scarlet tongue glistening, and continued in his raspy tone. I hope the vitality of the beings here can satisfy me. He stepped out of the teleportation array, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Where are the guardians? Why have they vanished? Chapter 185. The disciple breaks through again. The vermilion bird's azure sky palm. In the trial grounds, Xiaoyan unleashed a palm strike, only to be met by the fiery breath of a fire dragon. He exhibited no surprise. Instead, he continued to engage in battle with the fire dragon, a conflict that had persisted for a month. He had grown accustomed to having his abilities thwarted by his opponent. Initially, he believed he could swiftly vanquish the fire dragon, but the reality was that, despite exhausting all his efforts, it proved exceedingly difficult to defeat the creature. The fire dragon was overwhelmingly powerful, its physical prowess, cultivation, and divine abilities were astonishingly superior. It could effortlessly battle across significant realms. The projection of a true dragon made him feel as though he faced an actual celestial dragon, incomparable to any other beast. Fortunately, it seemed that his opponent also experienced fatigue, allowing both parties to take moments to recuperate their strength, thus enabling the battle to stretch on for a month. Had the fire dragon possessed inexhaustible power, Xiaoyan would have surely succumbed long ago. World Annihilation Calamity Light. Meanwhile, Xianxia shouted, her supreme bone illuminating her back as countless patterns surged forth, coalescing into a gray light that surged toward her opponent, the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon also unleashed its divine abilities, a colossal dragon claw descending like an avalanche. The two forces collided, resulting in a momentary stalemate before the gray light shattered the dragon claw and continued its assault on the Azure Dragon. Although the Azure Dragon narrowly evaded the brunt of the attack, it still suffered injuries from the residual force. It became evident that, in contrast to Xiaoyan's battle with the fire dragon, Xianxia faced an Azure Dragon that bore even more wounds, with numerous dragon scales shattered and blood still flowing from its injuries. Evidently, in contrast to the evenly matched confrontation with Xiaoyan, Xianxia here holds a slight advantage. On the other front, Xiangyi engages in a fierce battle against the vertical-pupiled black dragon, their clash marked by intensity. Xiangyi, stepping with the thunderous Kirin, radiates a dual-eyed pressure that dominates the realm. Armed with a black sword and a white sword, he valiantly fights the Black Dragon, occasionally unleashing his twin blades for ranged assaults. The Black Dragon, with its vertical pupils, intermittently releases beams of annihilating light. However, the Black Dragon also bears its share of wounds. In Xianxia's arena, he maintains a slight upper hand, exuding an aura of invincibility. Although he cannot slay the vertical-pupiled Black Dragon, he manages to exert considerable pressure. Meanwhile, Chu finds herself in a similar situation battling the Golden Dragon, nearly evenly matched with Xiaoyan, yielding little advantage. She has attempted to assist Xiaoyan by eliminating their adversaries. However, she soon discovers that the 4 battlefields formed after their separation are shrouded by an invisible force, preventing her from crossing to aid her comrades. Just as they cannot reach her, in this trial, they can rely solely on themselves. Boom, boom, boom. They dare not show the slightest slackness, fully focused on how to vanquish their opponents. As time flows inexorably onward, they consume various elixirs to rapidly restore their strength. Other treasures remain inaccessible, including defensive artifacts. As if rendered ineffective, they may wield their weapons, yet their levels cannot exceed 1 major tier above their own cultivation. They are thus restrained from employing overly potent external forces. Xiaoyan and Yun Shuran remain in a stalemate. However, the injuries of Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao's adversaries, the Azure Dragon and the vertical-pupiled Black Dragon, worsen, amplifying their advantage. It appears that the elder brother and sister truly have the potential to slay their foes. Xiaoyan, feeling anxious, desires the same outcome. Yet, the task proves exceedingly difficult. Even when he injures the Fire Dragon, he himself sustains wounds. The cloud of great handprint. Yin Shuran unleashes her signature technique, yet she remains evenly matched with the Golden Dragon. Nevertheless, they do not succumb to despair. Instead, they grow increasingly exhilarated. They sense that through combat, they are rapidly strengthening. For months pass. In total, they have battled for 5 months. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's cultivation aura surges dramatically. Unable to contain his joy, he bursts in a hearty laughter, proclaiming, "I've broken through. Just wait for your demise." At this moment, his cultivation aura has unmistakably advanced to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. With his breakthrough, the Soul Palace has been established, and his primordial spirit has coalesced, filling him with an unprecedented sense of strength. His confidence soars, and he believes he can now slay the Fire Dragon. However, in the next moment, his smile freezes. For across from him, the Fire Dragon's aura has also elevated, advancing from the peak of the 5th tier to the early stage of the 6th tier. Damn! Xiaoyan's eyes widen in shock as he unleashes a torrent of curses. Your grandmother. How ominous is this? I have transcended, and you too shall elevate. What a splendid harmony we share. Let us remain in the same realm of cultivation. You, my dear uncle, infuriate me. I am consumed with rage. Boom! Xiaoyan ignited in flames, his hair transforming to a fiery red, standing tall upon his head, his entire being illuminated with blazing red patterns. He completely metamorphosed into a fiery entity, charging towards the Fire Dragon. A flicker of human-like derision flashed in the Fire Dragon's eyes, and it too lunged forward, resulting in another fierce clash between them. The commotion on his side naturally drew the attention of others. They had not anticipated that upon breaking through, their opponent's cultivation level would also advance. Initially, they had planned to accumulate a bit more power and then execute a sudden breakthrough to catch their adversary off guard. However, this no longer seemed necessary. Xianxia murmured. A month prior, she had sensed a trend towards breakthrough in her own cultivation. Yet, she had suppressed it. She harbored a small scheme, intending to gather a bit more power and then break through several minor realms at once, thus slaying the Azure Dragon directly. However, it appeared futile now. Boom! She resolved to cease her suppression and directly broke through to the mid-stage of the Shendan realm. Indeed, the Azure Dragon had also ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Even if our cultivation levels are equal, I shall still vanquish you. Xianxia stepped forward. Her petite form embodied an overwhelming aura, akin to an invincible sovereign of the world. Let the battle intensify. On Xiaoyan's side, after a few more clashes, he, filled with fervor, produced a 6th-tier potential herb and swallowed it whole. His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. The Fire Dragon too reached the 6th tier's completion. The two once again engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The small world where the Heavenly Essence Sect resided was named the Abyss Realm. Yuan Peak was relocated and expanded several-fold, becoming the most sacred place within the Abyss realm. At this moment, within a pavilion atop Yuan Peak, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged, practicing the Kunpeng Immortal Technique. The Kunpeng Immortal Technique intriguingly encompassed the principles of yin and yang. Thus, he comprehended the true essence of yin and yang, and as his cultivation progressed, this essence evolved into the profundity of yin and yang. His innate talent was terrifying, further enhanced by the infusion of enlightenment tea. Mastering techniques and divine powers was effortless, devoid of challenge. Ding! The master's third disciple, Xianxia, has broken through to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, granting the master a chance to draw a prize. As he practiced, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Chu Yuan? Chapter 186. Chaos arises, innocents suffer. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was indeed taken aback. It had been less than half a month since Xiao Yan's last breakthrough, and yet he had ascended again? No. The flow of time in Xiao Yan's realm was different. Far more time must have elapsed there. Soon, Chu Yuan regained his composure. He glanced at the attributes panel of his disciples. Xiao Yan had already ascended to the perfection of the Soul Palace realm, while Xianxia had advanced to the mid-stage of the profound Pill realm. It seemed that in just a short span of time, they had made significant progress. This arrangement appeared rather splendid, with his disciples advancing swiftly in one realm, and he himself securing rapid opportunities for rewards. It felt like a mutual triumph. With Xiao Yan breaking through, Jiang Yi and the others should be close behind. With such thoughts, his heart swelled with joy. System commenced the lottery, he declared, and without hesitation, he initiated the draw. He believed in seizing the moment, not postponing his rewards. Early enjoyment was preferable. Holding back would only stifle his own growth. Beep. Lottery in progress. Beep. Lottery completed. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 2.5 years of cultivation enlightenment, for personal use only. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. He had indeed drawn a boon for his cultivation. Excellent. In the next instant, he utilized it immediately. His cultivation surged from the late stage of the quasi-saint realm to its pinnacle. If he continued to draw such cultivation enlightenment, by the time his disciples ascended to divinity, he might well have reached immortality himself. How marvelous! Who claimed cultivation was arduous? This path was exceedingly simple. In the north continent of the Lingxiao realm, the human populace was sparse while the demon clans thrived. The Frost Dragon clan stood as one of the dominant powers in the north continent. Although they bore the name of dragons, the Frost Dragons were not true dragons. They possessed robust physiques and enormous wings upon their backs. Among them, the Frost Dragons were categorized into two types. The male Frost Dragons were draped in a cloak of darkness, with crimson eyes and claws as sharp as blades, exhaling fiery breath. In contrast, the female Frost Dragons shone in pristine white, resembling crystal, their azure eyes radiating a serene beauty, and they exhaled icy breath. The male Frost Dragons exuded an air of dominance, while the females appeared almost divine. Unlike the abodes of humans, the dwelling places of the Frost Dragons lacked palaces and towers. They resided in icy caves, devoid of defensive formations. Their numbers were also limited, with around 10,000 individuals. Yet even the weakest among them were the 6th tier or higher. The offspring of the Frost Dragons were born as 6th tier demon beasts, maturing into 8th tier or even royal tier beings. Some exceptional individuals could even ascend to the esteemed tier. At this moment, a spatial rift manifested within the territory of the Frost Dragons, from which emerged a man clad in azure. Frost Dragons, such delicacies are quite suitable for replenishing vitality. Lu licked his lips, eyeing them as one would a delectable feast. He hailed from the Heavenly Thief Sect and had previously sustained injuries, leading him to teleport to the Lingxiao realm with the intent of absorbing the life essence of its beings to restore his own origin. Although this land served as a nurturing ground for the divine of fortune for the Heavenly Thief Sect, it could also serve as sustenance when a need arose. The techniques of the Thief Heaven Sect are rather sinister. For instance, the particular skill he practices allows for rapid recovery from injuries simply by consuming the life essence and blood of living beings. Even the essence from lower-tier creatures proves beneficial, provided there is an ample supply. In fact, the Thief Heaven Sect possesses specialized breeding facilities dedicated to cultivating such life essence, where the creatures are not only capable of rapid reproduction, but also belong to inherently strong species. When members of the Thief Heaven Sect sustain injuries, they invariably seek nourishment at these breeding grounds. On this occasion, following a fierce battle with another faction, there were numerous injuries, leading to a high demand for the resources from these facilities. Consequently, a breeding ground on Lingxiao continent was urgently activated, and he was assigned to this location. Additionally, there was another reason for his presence in Lingxiao continent. After 60,000 years, no deity of fortune had emerged from this realm, which deeply dissatisfied the higher-ups of the Thief Heaven Sect. Thus, he was dispatched to bring calamity to the local beings, potentially hastening the birth of a deity of fortune. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that the Guardian was missing. Initially, he speculated that perhaps the Guardian had ventured out to capture an entity from the divine realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found that the restrictions on probing the divine realm were deactivated, leaving him astonished. Something had indeed changed in Lingxiao continent. However, rather than immediately reporting back to the Thief Heaven Sect, he decided to investigate further. Given the considerable distance, communication was not feasible. He commenced his inquiry from the western side of Lingxiao continent and soon heard rumors of a potential divine realm emergence, specifically regarding the demise of the Yi family. He made his way directly to the ruins of the Yi family in the southern region, yet he sensed no residual aura of the divine realm. Failing to find anything in the south, he turned to the central region and, subsequently, to the eastern region. Ultimately, in the east, he stumbled upon a divine grade formation. He could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly a divine grade array, capable of obstructing his divine sense, at the very least of mid-tier divine grade. Indeed, Lingxiao continent was undergoing significant changes. Just over a decade ago, a member of the Thief Heaven Sect had visited Lingxiao continent, and everything was normal then. Despite discovering the formation, Lui chose not to act hastily, as he was not yet at his peak. Therefore, he resolved to replenish his life essence and blood, intending to wait until he regained his full strength before confronting this formation. As for the possibility of formidable opponents within the array, certainly, he surmised that the Guardian had likely been subdued by the adversary. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the true God realm, and with his unique status and life-preserving trump cards, he could brave even the most perilous situations. Instead of replenishing his life essence within Lingxiao continent, he swept through the boundless sea surrounding it, devouring and refining countless creatures along his path. Numerous sea tribes have summoned fragments of divine artifacts in an attempt to confront him, yet he has resolutely disregarded their efforts. After devouring a multitude of sea beings, he ceased his consumption, recognizing that further gluttony would lead to extinction. It is essential to preserve a seed for sustainable development. While the beings of Lingxiao continent had yet to endure calamity, the sea tribes faced their tribulations first. Subsequently, having recovered sufficiently, he turned his attention to Lingxiao continent, advancing from west to south, then to the central region, and finally to the north. With the divine level array situated in the eastern continent, he designated it as his ultimate destination. In a mere few days, the inhabitants of Lingxiao continent suffered immensely, with numerous significant factions incurring substantial losses. Any faction that fell under his grasp saw at least half of their population perish. During this time, some wielders of artifact fragments banded together, fiercely intent on seeking vengeance against him. However, they were swiftly consumed, leaving him to belch in satisfaction. From that moment on, all beings that encountered him were left with nothing but despair and dread. The harbinger of chaos. Flee at once. At this juncture, a member of the Frost Dragon tribe, upon noticing his presence, cried out in despair. Chapter 187. Lu Yi stood frozen. During this period, the factions on Lingxiao continent had collectively dubbed the source of their turmoil as the harbinger of chaos, disseminating descriptions of his visage. Such a monumental event did not escape the notice of the Frost Dragon tribe. Thus, upon glimpsing his figure, they were engulfed in profound terror. Devoid of any inclination to resist, their only instinct was to flee. The territory of the Frost Dragons bordered the boundless sea, offering an escape into its depths at any moment. Yet, they dared not venture forth, for they were aware that turmoil had also arisen within the boundless sea, rendering every refuge perilous. This fear was the reason they remained in Lingxiao continent despite the evident dangers, as they had nowhere else to turn. They could only pray that the harbinger of chaos would not seek them out. After all, in the previous 3 continents, not every faction suffered. A small fraction emerged unscathed. Little did they anticipate that, in the northern continent, the harbinger of chaos would find them first. A dreadful divine might swept across the heavens and the earth, immobilizing all fleeing frost dragons in an instant. Lu Yi strolled forward leisurely, his form expanding until he became a towering giant, his triangular eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. He seized a frost dragon, devouring it voraciously. This horrifying spectacle left those frost dragons who witnessed it utterly shattered with terror. It was too terrifying. After finishing one, he continued to target other frost dragons with unhurried resolve. Before long, the entire frost dragon tribe had suffered the loss of more than half of its numbers. The taste was rather delightful, Lu Yi remarked. He then tore open a spatial rift and ventured to another location. He could not consume everything. That was the rule of the cultivation of heavenly thieves. Soon, news of the calamity befalling the frost dragon clan spread far and wide. The terrifying divine might was felt at great distances, prompting various forces outside the frost dragon territory to flee in haste, disseminating the alarming news. Yet, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, and one cannot escape their fate. Not long after Chu Yuan achieved the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, the sect leader, Wang Mu, sought an audience with him. "What is it?" Chu Yuan inquired. Wang Mu responded hastily, "Esteemed ancestor, representatives from the Hanging Sky Mountain and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce have come to seek your protection, claiming that chaos has erupted in the Lingxiao continent." Qianlan from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had intended to visit Chu Yuan earlier, but during that time, he had been in the southern continent at the Yi family. Qianlan had waited outside, unaware of his return as he had entered the sect directly through a spatial passage. Furthermore, after the sect entered the small world, the outside world remained oblivious to these events. It was only today that Xiao Xuanzhong intended to return to the royal family and discovered a multitude of people gathered outside. After inquiring, he learned of the turmoil in the Lingxiao continent. Both factions sought the protection of the venerable ancestor of Tianyun Sect. Knowing of the past interactions between the Hanging Sky Mountain and the ancestor, Wang Mu promptly reported the matter. At this moment, upon hearing the news, Chu Yuan felt perplexed. Chaos in the Lingxiao continent? What sort of chaos? Being situated in the small world, his divine sense could not extend outward, leaving him unaware of the unfolding events. Without hesitation, he accompanied Wang Mu and instantly appeared outside the small world, where his divine sense enveloped the entirety of the Lingxiao continent. In an instant, all changes were revealed before him. How intriguing! It was a mid-phase true god. He recognized Lu Yi, who, unbeknownst to her, was being observed. Chu Yuan was curious about Lu Yi's identity. Could she be from the Tianyun Sect? He had traced her initial aura, confirming she had arrived from the teleportation array. However, was this not the breeding ground of the Tianyun Sect? Such slaughter seemed to contradict their original purpose. Retracting his divine sense, Chu Yuan turned his gaze to the outside of the array. "You may return to the Yuan realm," he instructed. "Yes, ancestor." Wang Mu nodded in agreement. With a flash, Chu Yuan materialized outside the array, encountering familiar faces from the Hanging Sky Mountain, including the second ancestor, Lu Jing, Lu Ming, and Lu Yanji, among others. As for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, apart from Vice President Qianlan, there were also the president and others. They had been waiting for several days, filled with trepidation since learning of the unrest. While others speculated whether the one who annihilated the Yi family was the source of the turmoil, they knew otherwise. It was another deity present here, the source of turmoil, instilling fear and despair. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the Suspended Mountain were unwilling to remain passive. Thus, seeking the protection of the divine Tianyun Sect, they were prepared to sacrifice all their resources. In the face of severe casualties, all other possessions seemed trivial. After waiting in vain for several days, their anxiety grew, especially upon learning that the source of the turmoil had moved to the northern continent, likely to arrive at the eastern continent soon. Without the divine protection, their fates remained uncertain. Fortunately, they had just encountered the leader of the Tianyun Sect, who promised to relay their request to the sect's ancestor. At this moment, they awaited with bated breath. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them as if conjured from thin air. Recognizing the figure, they hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects, esteemed senior." Chu Yuan nodded. "I am aware of your intentions. I shall take action on your behalf." "Thank you, esteemed senior," they exclaimed with immense excitement. "We are willing to offer all our savings in gratitude," representatives of both factions declared. Beyond expressing their gratitude for protection, The offering also established a deeper connection, an advantageous exchange. There is no need, Chu Yuan replied, shaking his head. The Tianyun Sect is not in want of treasures. This left them in a quandary, as their desire to present gifts was met with refusal. In the future, when members of the Tianyun Sect travel abroad, you may offer them assistance, Chu Yuan stated, revealing his true intention. Although the conditions for cultivation in the small world were excellent, prolonged isolation from the outside would be detrimental. Eventually, Xiao Qingfeng and his companions would need to venture across the Lingxiao continent. Not every disciple would possess formidable means of self-preservation. Thus, having these two factions to provide some support would be beneficial. Rest assured, esteemed senior, we will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly, both parties affirmed, filled with joy, for this indicated that the senior trusted them. Chu Yuan slightly inclined his head. In the next moment, he gestured forward, and instantly, a vast passageway materialized. The passage was no longer shrouded in darkness. The scenery at the other end emerged vividly, appearing quite close. Through the passage, the onlookers beheld a scene of icy desolation, where a colossal figure was devouring a white bear with great relish. They were astounded. It is the source of turmoil, the earth white bear. He is consuming the earth white bear. This is a species renowned alongside the frost dragon clan. They exclaimed in shock. Are we witnessing a scene from the northern continent? Their astonishment was profound, for it was known that the northern continent lay over 100 billion miles away. Just then, Lu Yi, preparing to approach a nearby earth white bear, caught sight of the space passage that had appeared unbeknownst to him. He froze in place. Chapter 188. Xiao Yan's mother? How could there be a space passage here? How is that possible? Lu Yi's pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. He had truly perceived nothing moments ago. Had it not been for the fleeting glimpse he caught from the corner of his eye, he would have remained oblivious. At this moment, a chill ran down his spine, and he sensed the gravity of the situation. The ability to silently open a spatial passage around him, without him detecting any spatial fluctuations, could only belong to a being of the divine, sovereign realm. For even a celestial being could not accomplish such a feat with such stealth. Damn it! Why would a divine sovereign appear in such a place? And which faction do they belong to? What is their purpose here? In an instant, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. Wait! Suddenly, he discerned something peculiar. The spatial passage was not pitch black. He could see directly to the other side. Could a divine sovereign achieve this? It seemed unlikely, unless the distance was exceedingly short. Yet the scene on the other side of the passage was indelibly etched in his memory. Was that not the location of the divine level formation? To the east of Lingxiao continent, and he currently stood to the north. Even a divine sovereign could not possibly breach such a vast spatial distance in one go. They would have to traverse through the void while expanding the passage, which was a significant distinction. His gaze instantly locked onto those visible figures, particularly the white-haired man at the forefront, who was evidently the leader. It was highly probable that this spatial passage had been opened by him. What cultivation level could one possess to create such a spatial conduit? At that moment, Lu Yi held his breath, feeling a sense of suffocation. Simultaneously, a foreboding sensation washed over him. Surely, the opening of this spatial passage could not be merely for the earth white bear. It was undoubtedly in search of him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the white-haired man on the other side of the passage gestured lightly with his hand. In the next instant, an indescribable and terrifying force enveloped him, rendering him powerless to resist as he was swiftly pulled into the spatial passage, emerging on the other side. As soon as he materialized, his aura radiated outward. The individuals from Suspended Mountain and the 10,000 Treasures Guild felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Moments ago, they had been unaware of the true extent of the chaos's source, but now, even the mere presence was enough to instill despair within them. They felt as insignificant as a mayfly facing the vast heavens. The source of chaos was overwhelmingly powerful. However, what was most shocking was that such a formidable being was effortlessly seized by the ancestor of the Tianyun Sect from across the void. The figure, once colossal, was now reduced to a mere 2 meters in height during this process. At that moment, the expression on their face was one of sheer terror. How to describe it? It was as if they had laid eyes upon the source of chaos itself. Clearly, the might of the Tianyun Sect's ancestor had instilled fear in them. Although the ancestor did not emit any oppressive aura, the disparity was unmistakable. Their hearts were filled with deep emotion. They had merely sought the protection of this being. After all, in their eyes, both individuals were gods. In a true confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. However, they now realized that their previous assumptions were gravely mistaken. The ancestor of the Tianyun Sect was invincible. Lu Yi opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. Consequently, the divine aura he exuded was suppressed, rendering him as ordinary as any mortal being. Chu Yuan slightly raised his hand, causing Lu Yi's soul to detach and emerge, its essence resting in the palm of Chu Yuan. There was no need for further dialogue. Soul extraction commenced without delay. Fully subdued, Lu Yi could not even muster a scream. The onlookers could only witness the torment etched across his soul as it contorted in excruciating pain. In truth, Chu Yuan could have conducted a painless soul extraction, yet Lu Yi's malevolence was evident, thus rendering such compassion unnecessary. Before long, the entirety of Lu Yi's memories unfolded before him, including recollections of the restrictions imposed by the Divine King of the Tianyun Sect, as well as insights into various techniques and legacies, all of which could not remain hidden from him. What a formidable sect, the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan mused internally. From Lu Yi's memories, he acquired a wealth of information regarding the Tianyun Sect. To his astonishment, there were over 1,000 breeding grounds like those on Xianxia continent. Some of these facilities had indeed given rise to beings of fortune. They crafted elixirs known as great fortune pills from these fortunate beings. Consuming such a pill could enhance one's talent and cultivation, enabling individuals who once lacked the prospect of breakthrough to achieve it. It was akin to seizing the very essence of creation. Those beings of fortune were not to be confused with the fabled children of fortune. Otherwise, the Tianyun Sect would have long since perished. Furthermore, even if a child of fortune were to be refined into a great fortune pill, the act of consumption would likely invoke divine retribution. Chu Yuan contemplated. Moreover, within Lu Yi's memories, he stumbled upon a particularly intriguing revelation. Over a decade ago, individuals from the Tianyun Sect had visited the Xianxia continent with the intent of capturing a woman. Ultimately, however, she managed to escape. Presently, the Tianyun Sect was embroiled in a fierce conflict with another power, the cause of which also revolved around that woman. The sect's divine son had schemed against her, leading her to flee to the Xianxia continent, specifically to the Zhu family, where the clan's divine ability, the vermilion bird of the azure sky, resided. Thus, that woman was likely Xiaoyan's mother. It was unexpected to uncover news of Xiaoyan's mother in such a manner. Regrettably, Xiaoyan was not by his side at this moment. Upon hearing this revelation, he would surely be filled with joy. Chu Yuan exerted a slight pressure with his palm, instantly refining Lu Yi's soul. From the memories, it was clear that Lu Yi had intended to seek him out after regaining his full strength. Thus he was marked for annihilation. It must be noted that their enmity with the Tianyun Sect had already begun when that puppet was sent to capture him. Now, that animosity had deepened. After reducing Lu Yi's soul to ashes, he pointed a finger, causing Lu Yi's physical form to dissolve as well. Lu Yi's true form was that of a serpent, with each inch of flesh imbued with lethal poison, rendering him utterly useless. Certainly, all the treasures shall be retained without exception. In truth, Lu Yi possesses numerous life-preserving measures. However, regrettably, in his presence, there exists no possibility for activation. Very well. The matter is resolved. You may all return. Chu Yuan's figure had vanished, leaving only these words behind. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The very source of despair that had wreaked havoc upon the entire continent had been effortlessly annihilated. It was as simple as exterminating an ant from beginning to end. The adversary showed no capacity for resistance, nor even a chance to plead for mercy. This scene was indeed difficult to comprehend. They finally witnessed the essence of invincibility. Even deities stood as mere ants before this predecessor. What realm of existence does he embody? At the abyss of the netherworld, within the teleportation array, Chu Yuan's figure materialized. He inscribed several concealed restrictions. Now, splendidly, should anyone arrive here, I shall sense their presence in advance, and when the time comes, I shall simply retrieve the parcel. Chu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The insignificant Tianyun Sect does not warrant a special visit from him at this time. After Lu Yi's demise, it is certain that the members of the Tianyun Sect will soon come knocking, as Lu Yi is a descendant of a certain deity-level figure within their ranks. They cannot simply disregard this. When they arrive, I shall eliminate them directly. The treasures they bear will serve as mere parcels. Chapter 189. The Layout of the Lower Realm, Orthopedics. After establishing several restrictions, Chu Yuan returned to the Abyss, resuming his cultivation. While he could rely on his disciples to enhance his strength through lotteries, such opportunities do not arise at all times. Thus, he must still exert effort, which is hardly exhausting. Meanwhile, outside, the individuals from the Floating Mountain and the Wanbao Merchant Association departed with profound astonishment. Their furrowed brows had lifted. The source of turmoil had been resolved. There was no longer any need for trepidation. Other factions remained oblivious to these developments. Contemplating this, they could not help but feel a sense of superiority. Furthermore, upon their return, they amended their faction's management regulations. The previous first rule of loyalty to one's own faction was now supplanted by a new first rule. When encountering members of the Tianyun Sect, provide unconditional and utmost assistance. Soon, they received numerous inquiries from various factions. All of this stemmed from the Great Earth White Bear clan. Initially, the Great Earth White Bear clan had been adversely affected by the turmoil, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. Some among them glimpsed the other end of the spatial passage and recognized the second ancestor of the Floating Mountain and the president of the Wanbao Merchant Association. As they were once among the most formidable figures in Xianxia continent, familiar with one another to some extent, they also witnessed the turmoil's source being captured. What transpired thereafter remained unknown to them. After surviving the tribulation, only curiosity lingered. When factions inquired about the situation of the Great Earth White Bear clan, they reported the truth. Consequently, word spread, and many factions began to reach out to the Floating Mountain and the Wanbao Merchant Association. Both factions responded with honesty. Soon, numerous forces were shaken. The source of the turmoil has perished, and countless beings rejoiced. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, known for its credibility, would not speak falsely. If they declared someone dead, then indeed, that person has met their end. Simultaneously, a sense of terror enveloped them. There exists something even more formidable than the source of chaos in the Xianxia continent. Thankfully, this entity does not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, it would have heralded an even more terrifying catastrophe. They also learned that this being was responsible for the annihilation of the Yi family. The Yi family has truly missed a monumental opportunity. The Nalan family from a central continent could not help but voice their concerns. This calamity has also befallen the Nalan family, with a significant portion of their kin consumed, including their patriarch, Nalan Ba. The Divine Continent is the largest landmass in the Qingtian realm, occupying 1/3 of its expanse. The remaining 2/3 consists of the Boundless Sea, which houses other smaller continents. Xianxia continent is one among them. These smaller continents vary in size. Some are larger, while others are smaller than Xianxia. Although the Qingtian realm is categorized as a lower realm, it is not the sole world of its kind, for there are many realms akin to it, merely separated by great distances. The Tianyun Sect, situated in the eastern mountain ranges of the Divine Continent, boasts grand and magnificent architecture. At this moment, within a palace, an elderly figure seated in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. The soul lamp of Lu he had extinguished. How could he be dead? With a flicker of black light in his hand, Lu Zhongtian conjured a soul lamp, but alas, it was already dimmed. How could he perish while drawing vital essence from the Xianxia continent? There should be no one capable of ending his life there. Surely, he could not have been foolish enough to enter the god-slaying array. And even if he had, relying on his life-preserving trump cards, his demise would not come so easily. Could it be that the Zhu family had ventured to the Xianxia continent? He furrowed his brows. Although it would be a considerable undertaking for the Zhu family to travel there to kill, he believed there was indeed a possibility. After all, the Zhu family's goddess had initially escaped to that very place. Despite the special barriers isolating the breeding grounds of the Tianyun Sect, the Zhu family might possess the means to breach such defenses. The goddess had continuously traversed barriers to flee. It must be the work of the Zhu family. Regardless of who it may be, anyone daring to slay my grand descendant must pay the price. His descendants were few, and Lu Yi was the most promising among them, destined to cultivate at least to the realm of the heavenly god. Yet now, he has met his untimely end. Such a pity. Come here, both of you. Lu Zhongtian transmitted his voice. Shortly after, a man and a woman appeared in the palace. We pay our respects to our master, they declared. Lu Zhongtian nodded solemnly and said, Louis has perished in the Xianxia continent. It appears that someone from the Zhu family has infiltrated there. I am at a crucial juncture and cannot leave easily. You too must go. Seek vengeance for him, and, in the process, discern the Zhu family's intentions. What? Young Master Louis is dead? Both individuals were taken aback. Yes, hasten your departure. With your cultivation at the late stage of the celestial realm, you should be more than capable of handling the situation. Lo Zongtian asserted. Even if someone has infiltrated, they are likely only at the celestial realm, in the divine continent. The powers of each faction's divine monarch rarely take action. Just like this time, although the Heaven Sect and the Zhu family are in fierce conflict, not a single one of the ancestral figures from the divine monarch has intervened, though Louis possessed means to preserve his life. Encountering a celestial realm opponent still posed a risk to his existence. After all, such protective measures could only be utilized temporarily, and others might possess counteracting treasures. Understood. The two clasped their hands in respect and swiftly departed. Before long, they arrived at the location of the teleportation array and boarded the portal leading to the Xianxia continent, their figures vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, on the Xianxia continent, within the abyss of the underworld, the teleportation array illuminated. The two appeared. "Sister, we have arrived," said a somewhat handsome youth clad in black. The elegantly poised woman in white revealed a hint of disdain on her face. As expected of a minor continent, the spiritual energy here is too thin, and divine essence is scarce. "Then let us hasten to complete our task and return to the divine continent," the black-clad youth replied. "Do not rush. Our master did not specify a time limit for completion. There is no need to hurry, though I find this place rather distasteful. We have yet to experience such a backward environment. Let's linger here for a while. I sense there will be unique thrills." The woman in white's eyes sparkled with allure, her curvaceous figure leaning closer. "Very well." The black-clad youth's interest piqued instantly as he reached to lift the woman's chin, preparing to kiss her. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared not far away. It was a striking youth clad in purple and gold robes, with flowing white hair, standing there as if harmonizing with the heavens and earth, emanating an extraordinary aura. Chu Yuan had only just returned to the abyss when he sensed the activation of the local restrictions. Thus, with a mere thought, he manifested a clone to investigate. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a pair of siblings engaged in a tender moment, seemingly poised to indulge in forbidden desires. What shocked him further was the shared bloodline of the two. Such a manifestation could only arise from siblings of the same parents. Chu Yuan never anticipated witnessing such a scandalous scene here. Chapter 190. A fragmented clone transports to the Heaven Sect. The woman in white had closed her eyes, yet the anticipated kiss never arrived. When she opened her eyes, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her gaze. However, upon seeing the black-clad youth's horrified expression, she too sensed that something was amiss. She hastily turned her head and beheld the strikingly handsome young man with white hair. She was momentarily entranced, pondering how such extraordinary beauty could exist in this world. No, that was not the crux of her bewilderment. The real question was, when had this man appeared? "Brother, did you witness his arrival? Why did I sense nothing?" She quickly inquired through her thoughts to the young man in black attire. "I did not perceive him either. I only noticed him after he was already present. He must have been concealed nearby for quite some time, employing remarkably sophisticated methods of concealment. Even now, as I scan with my divine sense, I cannot detect him. It is as if he is a mere phantom in that very spot," the black-clad youth responded gravely. Upon hearing this, the white-clad woman also attempted to scan the area with her divine sense, but indeed found nothing. Her eyes alone could see him. At that moment, the black-clad youth's thoughts resonated in her mind once more. "Sister, this man is likely the one responsible for killing Lu Yi. He is lying in wait here, anticipating our arrival. Let us strike together and subdue him first." "Agreed, but once he is dealt with, we shall proceed with our plans. And you must assume his guise to accompany me," the white-clad woman communicated, suppressing her desires momentarily, her eyes glinting with a mix of anticipation and madness. "Of course," the black-clad youth replied decisively, unperturbed by the implications. He had often transformed into the likeness of others, his father, his master, the sect leader, even ancient beasts, so taking on a woman's appearance was not foreign to him. "On my command, 3, 2, 1, go." The black-clad youth began the countdown, and in the final moment, both surged forward. Each wielded a divine weapon. The black-clad youth brandished a dark spear crackling with violet lightning, radiating an aura of annihilation. while the white-clad woman held a slender sword adorned with crimson patterns that danced as if alive along the blade. They approached the avatar of Chu Yuan from either side. Their speed, a testament to their late-stage divine realm prowess, was almost instantaneous. Upon seeing the avatar remain motionless, they were momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the avatar was simply stunned into silence. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, and they unleashed their full might in an effort to obliterate him. However, just as their weapons came within 3 feet of the target, they halted abruptly, their bodies frozen in place as well. What is happening? Both wore expressions of horror at that moment. We cannot move. We are utterly immobilized. I have heard your thoughts quite clearly, the avatar remarked with a playful smile. 2 mere late-stage divine beings attempting to communicate in my presence is akin to mere noise. Even as but a fragment of my being, I am far beyond what your kind can contend with. Not to mention, there are 2 of you. Yet from their thoughts, it seemed they were enjoying the game far too much. They had initially believed their circumstances to be already extraordinary, only to discover that things could indeed become even more surreal. What? The 2 exclaimed in astonishment. The avatar of Chu Yuan raised his hands and drew forth the souls of the 2 individuals before him. In an instant, their spirits were extricated, and he commenced the soul-searching process. The air was filled with anguished cries of torment. No, you are not of the divine realm. You cannot be of the divine realm. The young man in black shrieked in terror. The horrific prohibitions embedded within their souls were effortlessly dispelled, a feat unattainable by anyone of divine stature. This individual surpassed the divine realm. How could such an existence manifest in the lower realms? It was hopeless. Senior, spare me. I am willing to become your furnace. Just spare me a chance, pleaded the woman in white, realizing the sheer magnitude of his terror. They were utterly incapable of confronting such a being, one that even the Tianyun Sect could not contend with. Damn it, how could Lu Yi offend such a person? Chu Yuan's avatar scoffed disdainfully. You think you are worthy to be my furnace? The soul-searching concluded. With a slight exertion, he promptly refined the souls of the 2, followed by the annihilation of their corporeal forms. The destruction of 2 late-stage divine realm bodies released a surge of pure energy, enriching the surrounding divine energy and spiritual essence considerably, though it still paled in comparison to the depths of the abyss realm. He collected 2 artifacts and the storage treasures belonging to the 2, fully aware of their contents due to the soul-searching. Their sordid deeds were vividly imprinted in his memory. Chu Yuan bypassed such trivialities and sought what was truly valuable. These 2 divine realm individuals held elder status within the Tianyun Sect, whose master, Lu Zhongtian, was one of the sect's ancestors, currently striving for perfection in the divine king realm. Within the Tianyun Sect, both the ancestors and the sect leader were of divine king status, while elders were at the divine realm. There was no position of supreme elder, and true divine beings served as attendants, with illusory divine beings still categorized as disciples. Furthermore, the Tianyun Sect, as one of the most formidable forces on the continent of the gods, could be regarded as one of the most powerful entities in the Azure Sky realm, possessing sacred artifacts. Indeed, while the lower realms scarcely boasted sacred beings, numerous formidable factions possessed sacred artifacts. Many forces in the lower realms even maintained connections with some powers from the upper realms. The Tianyun Sect had ties to a certain faction in the upper realms, though neither Lu Yi nor the 2 individuals were privy to the specifics of this connection. The Tianyun Sect utilized that sacred artifact to establish barriers across thousands of continents, isolating them completely. Thus, if someone attempted to fly outward from Ling Xiao continent, after traveling a sufficient distance, they would encounter a barrier rather than reaching other continents. Unless one could traverse this barrier, it was utterly impossible to access other locations. To truly depart, only the teleportation array would suffice. These barriers were merely the residual influence of the sacred artifact, unable to attain true sacred-level status, yet undoubtedly exceeding the divine tier. Previously, when Chu Yuan eliminated Lu Yi in Chuan Town, he utilized his spiritual consciousness to scan the surroundings. The barriers posed no challenge to his perception, and he could easily breach them if he desired. He also detected other continents, similar to Lingxiao continent, that served as breeding grounds. At that moment, he contemplated visiting each one to seek out individuals with exceptional talents. Once he perfected the Kuinpeng immortal technique, the demise of these 2 individuals would likely prompt the arrival of others, most probably at the Divine King realm. However, he dismissed the notion of waiting. Although there is joy in anticipation, this approach was too sluggish for his liking. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey immediately. With this thought, a fragment of his being stepped onto the teleportation array. Chapter 191, Noisy, the emergence of the sacred artifact. He intended to head straight to the Heaven Sect, striking at the heart of their operations. His doppelganger shared a unified consciousness with his true self, functioning like a dominant hand guiding the other. Therefore, this moment truly reflected his original intent. In truth, such a projection of power could not venture too far from its origin. Should it stray too far, it would dissipate on its own. Nevertheless, given his current cultivation level, traversing the entirety of the Azure Sky realm with his doppelganger posed no difficulty. Buzz. The teleportation array activated, radiating a brilliant light as his doppelganger vanished. In reality, if his doppelganger wished to reach the Heaven Sect, it could do so without the need for the teleportation array. Its speed was comparable. Moreover, from the memories of the three individuals, he had a general idea of the sect's location. However, if he could take the easier route, why not? In the palace where Lu Zhongtian resided, having scarcely entered a meditative state, he abruptly opened his eyes once more. Instantly, he stood up, his gaze filled with astonishment. 2 extinguished soul lamps appeared in his hands. They were dead. The 2 of them had actually perished. At that moment, composure eluded him. 2 late-stage celestial gods had simply died. It is worth noting that even in the continent of gods, celestial gods are not as common as cabbages. They are vital members within various powerful factions. The sudden loss of 2 individuals was a significant blow to the Heaven Sect, especially considering they were 2 elders. Furthermore, they were his disciples. Including his great-grandson Lu Yi, 3 individuals had perished in a short span. What on earth was present in Lingxiao continent? Could it be that those old-timers from the Zhu family had infiltrated there? But that seemed implausible. It was merely a breeding ground, lacking any exceptional qualities. At present, the battlefield between the Zhu family and the Heaven Sect did not lie within that breeding ground. The ancestral elders of the Zhu family had no need to lurk in such a place to eliminate a few juniors. He needed to inform the others. Without delay, he sent a message to the other elders of the Heaven Sect. Upon learning of this, the elders were filled with outrage. Let's go and investigate. Several elders manifested themselves. Lu Zhongtian stepped outside, momentarily halting his pursuit of transcending boundaries. It was the ancestors. Where could they possibly be headed? Surely, they were not preparing for a final confrontation with the Zhu family? That seemed implausible. The Tianyun Sect was embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Zhu family, with the majority of its members engaged in battle outside, leaving only a handful behind to sustain the sect's operations. At that moment, upon witnessing the emergence of the 6 ancestors, those remaining glanced over, their gazes drawn to the location of the breeding farm's teleportation array. The Tianyun Sect possessed numerous teleportation arrays, each leading to specific destinations. Everyone, let us depart, Lu Zhongtian declared, sweeping his sleeve as he prepared to use the teleportation array. However, before they could step onto the array leading to the Lingxiao continent, it illuminated with brilliance. After a dazzling display, a figure, standing with arms crossed behind his back, gradually materialized. The 6 individuals narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer. To be frank, they were somewhat bewildered. Who would dare to teleport from that direction? This person was not from the Tianyun Sect. Wasn't such an act tantamount to courting death? Even if one were a pinnacle deity, entering the Tianyun Sect's territory would be a one-way trip. The figure was unfamiliar, not one of the Zhu family's ancestors, and his cultivation was inscrutable. This person was likely the one responsible for the deaths of Lu Yi and the others, audacious enough to invade here alone. As they assessed the situation, their vigilance heightened. Who are you? Lu Zhongtian asked in a deep voice. The avatar of Chu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and mused aloud. It appears this is indeed the stronghold of the Tianyun Sect. Excellent. I shall unleash a massacre. Arrogance. The 6 individuals, including Lu Zhongtian, were infuriated by Chu Yuan's words, collectively exclaiming in outrage, "Who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly in our presence?" Boom. Before the elderly woman in her mid-stage deity realm could finish her words, she was obliterated. Chu Yuan's avatar had appeared at the spot where she once stood, having struck her with a single palm. A torrential downpour of blood fell. Yet could not approach him. Silence. His voice resonated with calm authority. Everyone present, Lu Zhongtian and the others, were left in stunned disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once they regained their composure, The 5 of them instinctively retreated, creating distance between themselves and the threat. The rain of blood coalesced, attempting to form a corporeal being. A god can be reborn from blood. Chu Yuan's avatar gestured, and in an instant, the blood ignited, transforming into pure energy that dissipated. Only a single soul essence was drawn forth before him. Soul search. He had developed a fondness for this technique, as it might yield unexpected insights from the memories of others, albeit with a low probability. Yet, the possibility remained. However, it is evident that the memories of the divine soul did not align with his desires. Subsequently, the divine soul was swiftly refined and instantaneously dissolved. A mid-stage divine king thus fell. This scene was utterly shocking. There was no possibility of retaliation whatsoever. The bodies of Lu Zhongtian and the others instinctively trembled. Their eyes filled with profound terror. What kind of power is this? Could it be that he is wielding a sacred artifact? One of the elders exclaimed in astonishment. To so effortlessly slay a mid-stage divine king is something even a fully realized divine king could not achieve. Only with a sacred artifact and the invocation of a power surpassing the divine realm could such a feat be accomplished. An ambush. Quickly summon the sacred artifact. Lu Zhongtian shouted, his voice resonating throughout the entire thieving heaven sect, bolstered by his late-stage divine king cultivation. The thieving heaven sect spans nearly the entirety of the Xianxia continent. In an instant, many beings within the thieving heaven sect were startled. Several elders and sect leaders hastily emerged. Waves of divine consciousness swept through the thieving heaven sect. Who dares to offend the thieving heaven sect? In the next moment, an enraged roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, a terrifying aura began to awaken within the thieving heaven sect. Upon its emergence, even divine kings could not help but tremble. Sacred. This is the aura of the sacred. Deep within the thieving heaven sect, a blood-colored vessel ascended. And in the following moment, the light of the world was drawn into the vessel, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with only the blood-colored vessel radiating brilliance. Resembling a crimson sun, ripples surged around the vessel, as if even space itself were being drawn into it. Quite efficient, remarked Chu Yuan's avatar. It had only taken a few seconds for the sacred artifact to manifest. With the appearance of the sacred artifact, the previously terrified Lu Zhongtian and the others released a collective sigh of relief, retreating a considerable distance. Lu Zhongtian coldly declared, "No matter who you are, you must die here today." Chu Yuan's avatar responded nonchalantly, "Oh, must I?" Chapter 192, the sacred artifact, could not sway him in the slightest. Just then, a chilling voice emanated from beneath the blood-colored vessel, where 2 figures stood, both possessing the cultivation of fully realized divine kings. In every era of the thieving heaven sect, there are always 2 individuals specifically tasked with wielding the sacred artifacts. Evidently, these 2 are the current artifact masters. It was they who had just activated the sacred artifact, causing it to awaken. The thieving heaven sect boasts numerous divine realms, and there are also quite a few divine kings. In truth, had the Xianxia continent not been severed from the divine legacy by the thieving heaven sect, the emergence of divine beings would have been relatively easy. If such places can give rise to divine beings, one can only imagine the potential of the divine continent. The cultivation conditions here far surpass those of the Xianxia continent. Moreover, the thieving heaven sect possesses a complete divine legacy, making the nurturing of divine beings not particularly challenging. Additionally, given its vast expanse, finding disciples with the potential to attain divinity is equally not difficult. The descendants of the divine realm typically possess commendable talents. Upon attaining divinity, their lifespans are extended, and provided their innate abilities are sufficient, it is indeed plausible for them to ascend to even higher realms. The current God-King level of the Heavenly Theft sect is not a mere accumulation of centuries or millennia, but rather the result of several millennia of effort. In the midst of the darkened heavens, a blood-red vessel surged to an astonishing height, its opening directed towards the avatar of Chu Yuan, unleashing a terrifying force of suction. Under this formidable pull, all the surrounding space disintegrated instantaneously, creating a void of nothingness. The sacred might radiated with overwhelming terror. Onlookers could almost envision the scene of Chu Yuan's avatar being drawn into the blood-red vessel, undergoing a relentless process of refinement. Yet, when the dreadful suction bore down upon his avatar, he remained steadfast, standing immobile with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unperturbed, even as the surrounding space crumbled. He remained untouched, his purple-gold robe billowing elegantly, adding to his majestic presence. This spectacle rendered the expressions of Lu Zhongtian and his companions, once filled with pride, utterly frozen, completely unmoved. How could he remain unaffected by such a sacred artifact? It was inconceivable. Even with the divine instrument at hand, he should not have appeared so effortlessly resilient. Surely, he must have summoned the artifact's power to withstand such pressure. Yet, there was no aura of a sacred item surrounding him. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? A tall, black-haired elder, Wen's son, stared in disbelief, unable to reconcile what he was witnessing. As the leader of the Heavenly Theft Sect and one of the 3 fully realized God Kings, he was among the most formidable figures on the continent of the gods. Typically composed and collected, he was known for his shrewdness and ruthlessness, having encountered countless formidable scenarios. However, at this moment, he found himself utterly at a loss for composure. His previous steadiness stemmed from the events being within his understanding or control, but what he beheld now transcended both. The others of the Heavenly Theft Sect stood in shock, bewildered by the identity of this individual. He had arrived and effortlessly dispatched an ancient ancestor, and now, even in the presence of a sacred artifact, he remained unscathed. The sheer terror was overwhelming. 2 figures, clad in identical black and white robes, concealed their identities within their garments, their faces obscured. Yet their bodies trembled slightly, betraying their unease. Realizing they could not draw him into the blood-red vessel, they summoned their sacred artifacts, hastening towards him. The vessel rotated, its opening now angled upwards, descending directly above Chu Yuan's avatar in a bid for a violent suppression. The might of a sacred artifact could not be resisted, even by 10 fully realized God Kings. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, and the ground of the Thief Heaven Sect was instantly pierced to the depths below. Yet, Chu Yuan's avatar remained unmoved, standing steadfast. The blood-red vessel loomed above him at a height of 100 zhong, but it halted, unable to exert further oppression. The members of the Thief Heaven Sect were filled with dread. Come quickly to assist, Wen's son urged, channeling his cultivation to empower the sacred artifact while simultaneously alerting others. Upon realization, Lu Zhongtian and the others joined in, with elders of the celestial god realm and others transmitting their cultivation to amplify the power of the sacred artifact under the guidance of those wielding it. In the next moment, a holy might that was more than double the original terror was unleashed, breaking through the barriers of the Thief Heaven Sect's formation and being sensed by the outside world. Outside the Thief Heaven Sect, its members were engaged in a fierce battle with the Zhu family, the battlefield extending over millions of miles. Those beneath the divine realm swarmed like locusts, dazzling the onlookers, while the combatants of the divine realm shook the heavens and earth. The area of the Thief Heaven Sect approached that of the Lingxiao continent, housing countless individuals, predominantly cultivators, amounting to billions. This was indeed the pinnacle of power within the divine continent. The sheer number of individuals ensured that formidable warriors continuously emerged. The clash between the Zhu family and the Thief Heaven Sect could be likened to a battle between the beings of 2 continents. To say that the skies darkened and the sun and moon lost their light would not be an exaggeration. Just as both sides were fiercely engaged, an overwhelming holy might was unleashed from the Thief Heaven Sect. They were employing a sacred artifact at such a critical moment. The elders of the Zhu family in the celestial god realm, along with the hidden divine kings, were astonished. Wasn't a sacred artifact only summoned in dire circumstances? Although the battle was fierce, it did not seem to have reached that level yet, especially since the divine king ancestors had yet to engage. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Thief Heaven Sect were equally taken aback. They were utilizing a sacred artifact without prior notice. Within the sect, the blood-red vessel still couldn't suppress Chu Yuan's avatar. He chose not to act hastily, wishing to observe the extent of the artifact's power in the hands of these individuals, but appeared rather lackluster. This sacred artifact was of inferior holy grade. Fully awakened, it could contend with the quasi-saint level. However, it was regrettable that these individuals could never unleash its full potential. A sacred artifact could only truly exhibit its might in the hands of a saint. Even with numerous perfected divine kings, it would be difficult to manifest its true power. In other words, even if the artifact's power were fully revived, it might not be able to affect his avatar. His avatar possessed 1/10 of his strength, making it nearly invincible among quasi-saints. His full power could certainly challenge the saint realm, even allowing him to contend with sacred artifacts barehanded, for he possessed the innate holy body and a formidable physique. If his true form were present, he could shatter this sacred artifact. Yet, such an act would be a tremendous waste. It is better to keep it. Returning it to the disciples would elevate them to the imperial tier. Imperial weapons. How splendid that notion is. Chapter 193. The Fire Spirit Body. Why? Why can we not subdue it? Lu Zhongtian muttered, utterly questioning his existence. When Sun and the others felt similarly, grappling with profound existential dread alongside an unprecedented terror. This individual is likely not of the divine realm. The divine realm could not achieve such a feat. This must be the sacred realm. Upon this realization, despair engulfed them. Why had the theft of Heaven Sect provoked such a being? No, the real question is, why does such a person exist in the lower realm? Having breached the sacred realm, why not ascend to the upper realm for better prospects, instead of remaining in such a place? Is tormenting the weak truly amusing? Their mental state was on the verge of explosion. At last, Chu Yuan's avatar took action. His right hand extended upwards, and in an instant a golden hand materialized, its intricate patterns vividly tracing the principles of heaven and earth. With a gentle grasp, it seized the blood-colored jar, infusing it with sacred power, causing the jar to shrink continuously as the golden hand also diminished in size. No. When Sun and others felt their eyes bulging with despair as the sacred artifact was wrested from them, they were utterly powerless to intervene. The blood-colored jar was now in Chu Yuan's avatar's possession, spinning rapidly. His sacred energy surged within, recklessly dismantling the barriers, and moments later, the process was complete. Did you not claim that I must perish here today? It appears you are incapable of fulfilling that promise. Chu Yuan gazed at Lu Zhongtian, stating, I shall send you to reunite with your great-grandson and disciples. The blood-colored jar instantaneously absorbed Lu Zhongtian, followed closely by the others. Once inside the jar, all that remained was fear, for they sensed the looming shadow of death enveloping them. Senior wait, Vincent exclaimed hostilely, unaware of how the theft of Heaven Sect had offended you. Please enlighten us. Chu Yuan's avatar could not be bothered to respond to Sun. The fate of the theft of Heaven Sect was sealed. The blood-colored jar ascended, drawing all the divine beings within the theft of Heaven Sect into its confines. As he received no acknowledgement from the other party, Sun felt a sense of numbness. Senior, my theft of Heaven Sect is merely a subordinate force of the Blood Moon Sanctuary in the upper realm. I implore you, for the sake of the Blood Moon Sanctuary, spare our lives. Should the Blood Moon Sanctuary learn of the destruction of the theft of Heaven Sect, they would surely seek retribution, which would not bode well for you. Sun resorted to invoking their background, tinged with a hint of threat. A flicker of interest crossed Chu Yuan's avatar's expression. Connected to a sacred ground in the upper realm? No wonder the theft of Heaven Sect possessed a sacred artifact. If the Blood Moon Sanctuary wishes to be eradicated as well, let them come. Chu Yuan's avatar replied indifferently. He held no regard for any sacred ground. The prospect of instilling fear in him was utterly futile. Boom! The words reverberated like a thunderclap in their ears, leaving them utterly stunned. This individual was audacious beyond measure. It was the end for them. This person disregarded even the sacred grounds. They were thoroughly doomed, their hearts laden with despair. Xianxia, have you offended him? You truly deserve death. The white-clad divine king, master of the sacred artifact, demanded an explanation from Xianxia. Instantly, countless piercing gazes converged upon Xianxia, as though they could devour him whole. Indeed, it seemed there was a deep-seated enmity between Xianxia and the adversary. I do not know. Xianxia fervently shook his head. Still in denial? You shall perish. Within the crimson jar, Sun yearned to slay Xianxia, yet found himself rendered immobile. At that moment, a formidable force of divine consciousness invaded their minds. Soul-searching, a cacophony of screams erupted. Their memories had all been laid bare to Chu Yuan's avatar. These individuals were thoroughly wicked, each deserving of their fate. None were innocent. This was fortuitous, for he was not one to indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Unexpectedly, they possessed extensive knowledge about the sacred grounds of the upper realm. He was somewhat taken aback, having assumed they were largely ignorant of the upper realm. However, their memories revealed a notable understanding of the concept of sacred grounds. The term sacred does not refer merely to the realm of the holy, but embodies a sense of exalted sanctity. In the upper realm, sacred grounds are often on par with the imperial families, as they typically possess imperial lineage. This information had previously been gleaned from the sword spirit. The memories of the members of the heaven-thieving sect corroborated this fact. Furthermore, for individuals from the lower realm to ascend to the upper realm, there are two methods. The first is to break through to the sacred realm, which would allow one to invoke the laws of the upper realm and ascend directly. The second method requires individuals beneath the sacred realm to be actively summoned by a powerful force from the upper realm. Convincing those from the upper realm to do so is no simple task. Yet, within the memories of these individuals, it was revealed that a few years prior, one from the heaven-thieving sect had been summoned to the upper realm. That individual was none other than the divine son of the heaven-thieving sect. He was the chief instigator of the recent conflict between the heaven-thieving sect and the Zhu family. The divine son was neither a descendant of the sect leader, Wen Sen, nor of any high-ranking officials within the sect. He hailed from humble origins, born to a weak couple within the sect. In this world, there are two types of prodigies: those who inherit the prowess of their formidable parents, and those who are born of miracles. Clearly, the divine son of the heaven-thieving sect belonged to the latter category. Though his parents were mediocre, he exhibited extraordinary potential, possessing the qualifications to attain sanctity. Upon the discovery by the higher echelons of the heavenly theft sect, they took him in, opting not to refine him into a pill, but rather to nurture his potential. They informed the Blood Moon Holy Land of the upper realm, who instructed them to cultivate the sect's divine heir to the divine realm, promising an eventual ascension. Naturally, they too would reap benefits. In fact, 60,000 years prior, the heavenly theft sect had sent an individual upward, earning the method for concocting the Great Fortune Pill. This time, however, they acquired several formidable divine tier supreme techniques. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyan's mother also possessed a unique physique. From the memories of these individuals, he was nearly certain that the divine maiden of the Zhu clan was none other than Xiaoyan's mother, who bore the rare fire spirit body. Initially, the divine heir of the heavenly theft sect pursued her, but she, aware of his character, consistently rebuffed his advances. In a fit of desperation, the divine heir resorted to administering a yin-yang union potion. Yet, his intentions were not merely to possess her. He sought to absorb her fire spirit body, a forbidden technique he wielded that could greatly enhance his own essence if successful. However, to his astonishment, she possessed a powerful secret treasure, allowing her to evade the clutches of the divine heir. As for how she ended up in the Lingxiao continent, even the members of the heavenly theft sect remained oblivious. The fire spirit body, a unique constitution, could indeed be deemed a true genius. Nevertheless, it still fell short of his criteria for an apprentice. Such a physique would merely indicate potential and aptitude at the saint realm. Presently, he felt even the qualifications of an emperor were a stretch. Moreover, should he take her on as a disciple, it would complicate her relationship with Xiaoyan, as she would refer to him as senior brother, while Xiaoyan would call her mother. Chapter 194. My sister has a son. After completing the soul search, he activated the crimson jar, releasing a wisp of sacred might that refined all within, transforming them into streams of pure divine energy. Chu Yuan's avatar did not disperse this divine energy, for even the smallest morsel held value. It could be of use later. He gathered the energies from outside as well, preparing to plunder treasures. His figure vanished from the spot, and in the next moment, he appeared outside. The battlefield stretched before him, the earth ravaged beyond recognition. He tossed the crimson jar into the air, and in an instant, a resounding sacred might radiated outward, capturing the attention of all present. Ha ha ha! Our sect's sacred artifact has emerged. Prepare to meet your doom. Upon sighting the crimson jar, the divine beings of the heavenly theft sect erupted in triumphant laughter. Alarmingly, some divine beings from the Zhu clan felt a pang of anxiety. The hidden ancestors of the Zhu clan prepared to summon their own sacred artifacts in defense. How could they be unprepared for an assault? However, before they could summon their artifacts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The crimson jar began to absorb all the divine beings of the heavenly theft sect. Several sovereigns of the divine realm, over 100 deities, thousands of true gods, and several thousand illusory gods, all were drawn away, not a single one remaining. Alas, what a blunder! We are our own kind. An elder from the heavenly thief sect, in a state of panic, cried out. Meanwhile, the ancestral figures of the divine sovereign realm, who had been lurking in the shadows, along with some elders from the divine realm, were utterly horrified. They had noticed a critical detail. The one who summoned the sacred artifact was neither of the two artifact bearers of the heavenly thief sect, nor their sect leader, but a stranger. Who is this person? Why has he invoked the sacred artifact of our sect? Where are the others from the heavenly thief sect? A sense of foreboding washed over them. Yet there was no time for contemplation or resistance, as they were swiftly absorbed into a crimson vessel. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence. Whether it was those beneath the divine realm of the heavenly thief sect or all the formidable members of the Zhu clan, they stood in stunned silence. What did they just witness? The sacred artifact of the heavenly thief sect capturing their own? This was utterly incomprehensible. Not only were they perplexed, but many others from various factions who had been quietly observing the clash of these two great powers were equally bewildered. What was the heavenly thief sect attempting to accomplish? A senior elder from one of the major factions questioned. As for Chu Yuan's avatar, after gathering all those of the divine realm, he simultaneously performed soul searches on them, subsequently refining them. This scene left others with a chilling sense of dread, as they stood frozen in disbelief. This individual had actually refined the powerful members of the heavenly thief sect? He must not be one of them. The sacred artifact of the heavenly thief sect had changed hands. What on earth has transpired within the heavenly thief sect? At this moment, members from various factions were filled with confusion. The Zhu clan was equally baffled. Good heavens! They had yet to enter a decisive battle with the heavenly thief sect. And yet, all their formidable opponents had vanished? Chu Yuan's avatar held the crimson vessel in hand. With a gentle wave, 9 figures appeared before him, all at the pinnacle of the divine, sovereign realm. These individuals were none other than the ancestral figures of the Zhu clan, who had been concealed in the shadows. At this moment, their faces bore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had seen a ghost. They had concealed themselves so well. Yet a mere wave of the hand had brought them here. They had no understanding of what had transpired. What on earth is this terrifying method? Even possessing a sacred artifact, such a feat would be impossible. Moreover, this was not merely the artifact's power. It was the individual's own strength. This person is of the sacred realm. The members of the Zhu family are not foolish. At nearly the same moment, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Upon the instant of its inception, they all halted their breaths, enveloped by an overwhelming tension. We pay our respects to the esteemed elder, they hastily proclaimed. Confronted by such a formidable presence, even summoning sacred artifacts would yield no chance of victory. Thus, they prioritized formal greetings above all else. Moreover, the adversary had obliterated the heavenly thief sect without directly assaulting their Zhu family, suggesting that the circumstances might not be as dire as they seemed. Are you Zhu Cunjing, the patriarch of the Zhu clan? Inquired Chu Yuan's avatar, gazing at a middle-aged man who had achieved the pinnacle of the divine king realm. This man, clad in a black Taoist robe, bore a striking resemblance to Xianxia, with a demeanor exuding the formidable authority of one who had long held a position of power. Chu Yuan's avatar had gleaned this individual's identity from the memories of those from the heavenly thief sect. Upon being addressed, Zhu Cunjing took a deep breath and promptly clasped his hands in reverence. Indeed, it is I, he replied. The elder's current disposition towards the Zhu family was inscrutable. Therefore, maintaining proper decorum was paramount. Chu Yuan's avatar nodded slightly before posing another question. Where's your sister, Zhu Zuiqiao? At present, Zhu Zuiqiao, the divine maiden of the Zhu family, was also Zhu Cunjing's younger sister. The current wielders of the Zhu family's sacred artifacts were a married couple, their parents. Despite being siblings, Zhu Cunjing and Zhu Zuiqiao had an immense age gap, spanning several millennia. Zhu Cunjing was born when his parents were still in their youth, a time when their cultivation was feeble. As Zhu Cunjing progressed in his training, he eventually surpassed his parents. Conversely, Zhu Zuiqiao was born after her parents ascended to the divine king realm. The inquiry left the Zhu family members momentarily stunned. The elder's first question was directed towards Zhu Zuiqiao. Did she possess some undisclosed connection with this individual? Zhu Cunjing replied earnestly, esteemed elder. My sister has ascended to the upper realm. May I inquire why you are asking about her? The revelation that she had ascended to the upper realm took Chu Yuan's avatar by surprise. He had assumed she remained in the lower realm. Your sister has a son, who is now under my tutelage, Chu Yuan's avatar stated calmly. At this, the Zhu family member's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My sister has a son? Zhu Cunjing could not contain his voice, his emotions surging dramatically. The expressions of his parents, a distinguished couple with hair now silvered by age, mirrored his astonishment. You are unaware? She did not mention it to you? Chu Yuan's avatar queried with mild perplexity. Could it be that these individuals were oblivious to Zhu Suiqiao's motherhood? He was now nearly certain that Zhu Suiqiao was indeed Xiao Yan's mother. All evidence, from time and place to appearance, aligned perfectly. Zhu Xuanjing shook his head. We do not know. Since her return, she has not spoken a word to us. He then proceeded to explain. The situation is as follows. Esteemed elder, please listen to my account. Chapter 195. The downfall of the thief sect and the Zhu family's fortuitous alliance. Upon concluding his statement, Zhu Xuanjing enlightened Chu Yuan. It was revealed that 5 years prior, Zhu Suiqiao had been discovered by members of the Zhu family. At that time, she was in a dire state, having sustained grievous injuries both physically and spiritually, rendering her unconscious and unresponsive. Her condition was so severe that even the most potent elixirs failed to yield any effect. The Zhu family in question is a minor branch of the illustrious Zhu family from the Upper Realm, which is said to have ties to the legendary divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. The Zhu family's clan technique, the Vermilion Bird's Azure Sky Palm, is a simplified version of a powerful divine ability associated with the Vermilion Bird. Given Zhu Suiqiao's critical condition, they reached out to the Upper Realm Zhu family, who graciously agreed to take her in. Consequently, she was transported to the Upper Realm 5 years ago. In the intervening years, no news had come from the Upper Realm Zhu family, leaving them uncertain about her fate. However, considering the Upper Realm's formidable capabilities, it was likely that they could heal her. Thus, they were unaware of Zhu Suiqiao's motherhood, discovering only after extensive investigation that it was the son of the thief sect who had inflicted such harm upon her. Fueled by rage, Zhu Xuanjing and his companions have been engaged in a protracted conflict with the thief sect for 5 years, determined to exact retribution. In battles of such magnitude, resolving matters swiftly without employing sacred artifacts is nearly impossible. Historical records indicate previous conflicts between two factions that spanned centuries. When I found her, I noticed she had already lost her purity, yet I never imagined she had borne a child, Zhu Xuanjing's mother remarked. In this realm, cultivators can discern whether someone has lost their purity simply by observing the presence of their primordial yin. However, determining whether a person has given birth is far more elusive due to the remarkable recovery abilities of individuals. The distinction between having given birth and not is often negligible. Were it not for the primordial yin, even the loss of purity might remain undetected. Senior, may I inquire where that child is now? Zhu Xuanjing asked earnestly. They believed in such extraordinary beings. There was no reason for them to jest. Their immediate desire was to see the child. I have sent him to a place for training, so you will not see him for the time being, Chu Yuan's avatar replied, uncertain of when Xiao Yan would return. Is that so? Zhu Xuanjing and the others expressed their disappointment. When he returns from his training, if he wishes to meet you, you shall naturally see him. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. By the way, Senior, what is the child's name, and how old is he now? What is his cultivation level? His name is Xiao Yan. As for the rest, you shall learn in due course when you meet him. Very well, they replied. Chu Yuan's doppelganger nodded slightly, and then spoke. The divine realms within the Tianyun Sect, both inside and outside, have been eradicated by my hand. I have taken some items from the Tianyun Sect. The rest is for you to manage. Upon finishing his words, he vanished from sight. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by his departure. Even at this moment, the members of the Zhu family felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. The divine realms of the Tianyun Sect had perished so effortlessly. Surprisingly, Zhu Suiqiao had a son, who had even taken a sage as his master. It was possible that the elder eliminated the Tianyun Sect to avenge the child's mother. At that moment, Zhu Xuanjing's father lamented, alas, I forgot to inquire about the child's father. Zhu Xuanjing struck his thigh in frustration, eager to discover who his sister's child's father was. If only that elder had not departed so swiftly. Otherwise, he could have asked, well then, let us attend to the matter at hand. The elder has vanquished the strong of the Tianyun Sect. Next, we shall erase the Tianyun Sect from this world, proposed one of the Zhu family's ancestors. Indeed, the Tianyun Sect must be annihilated. The others nodded in agreement. Consequently, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Without the divine realms, the Tianyun Sect was akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In an instant, countless entities beneath the Tianyun Sect's divine realms fell, with blood flowing like rivers. In the distance, none of the spectators remained composed. The figure had arrived and departed without a trace, merely waving a hand to teleport the Zhu family members before him. Truly, he was a sage. Oh heavens, a sage exists in the lower realm. Moreover, did you hear? That individual is the master of the Zhu family's divine daughter's son. The earlier conversation had been unguarded, and they overheard everything. Zhu Xuanjing is the uncle of that person's disciple. With such a connection, the Zhu family has truly secured a powerful ally. Some expressed their envy. Though various factions held influence in the higher realms, the sages of the upper realm remained there and did not descend. In contrast, the ally that the Zhu family had acquired was genuinely present in the lower realm, who could stand against him if he chose to intervene, just like the Tianyun Sect, which was utterly incapable of resisting its obliteration. One must never offend the members of the Zhu family, although the figure did not explicitly promise aid to the Zhu family. The mere existence of this connection instilled fear in everyone. Remember the elder's visage. We must not provoke him, one person remarked earnestly. To offend him would be akin to inviting catastrophe. After Chu Yuan's doppelganger entered the Tianyun Sect, he relocated all the treasures, including the divine herb garden, the scripture repository, and more, leaving nothing behind. When he previously refined those of the divine realms, he had also retained their storage treasures. The storage treasures of the divine realms were no longer limited to mere rings. They included bags, bracelets, necklaces, belts, and so forth. With a mighty wave of his hand, Chu Yuan's doppelganger uprooted the exceptional divine veins beneath the Tianyun Sect and carried them away, as if the earth itself were writhing. Vast mountain ranges within the Tianyun Sect collapsed. The absence of the supreme divine veins resulted in a conspicuous diminishment of the surrounding divine energy. Subsequently, he retracted the flags and discs of the sect's protective formation. The grand array of the Tianyun Sect was composed of 9 supreme divine formations, intricately interlinked, capable of effortlessly withstanding the assaults of numerous divine kings. Unless 100 divine kings converged in their efforts or a sacred artifact was employed, breaching would be virtually impossible. Such a return of disciples would yield supreme sacred treasures. Thus, it was imperative not to squander this opportunity. Outside, the elders of the Zhu family were preparing to breach the formation with sacred artifacts, only to discover that the array had dissipated. It must have been the work of that esteemed senior. Yet, despite searching, they could not find the figure of that individual. At this moment, Chu Yuan's avatar had already returned to the Ling Shao continent via the teleportation array. This journey could indeed be deemed fruitful. It was time to seek out Xianxia for a return. Soon, the avatar entered the Abyss realm, merging seamlessly with its true form. Astonishingly, this lower realm concealed other sacred realms. Were they newly ascended? How had they gone unnoticed before? Further afield, beyond the sight of those covertly observing, a figure frowned. She stood amidst the void, gazing into the distance when a divine king flew past her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Chapter 196, Tie by Fine Gold, a Growing Divine Sword. The woman was adorned in a delicate azure gown, her slender waist elegantly encircled by a white jade ribbon, its tassels swaying gently with grace. Her face, reminiscent of a perfect egg, was a masterpiece, her skin as flawless as white jade, radiating a soft sheen, akin to crystalline ice sculpted beneath fresh snow, utterly impeccable. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes were as deep and cold as a secluded pool, her nose elegantly aquiline, while her lips bloomed like petals in spring, tender and dewy. Her hair, dark as silk, was elegantly pinned with a beautiful ornament cascading naturally over her shoulders to her waist, shimmering like a galaxy of stars in the gentle breeze. An ethereal aura surrounded her, exuding an unapproachable chill that kept all at bay. After a moment of contemplation, her ruby lips parted softly. It is best to distance myself from here for a time. This individual will surely ascend to the upper realms before long. Unlike others, she was not in haste to ascend. She possessed ample time to cultivate slowly in the lower realms, her lifespan far exceeding that of others. When she had amassed the strength to traverse the upper realms, she would ascend without delay. Until then, it was prudent to avoid interactions with other sacred beings, concealing her existence to avert unnecessary complications. As long as I do not reveal myself, even the sacred kings would be unable to detect my presence. She held unwavering confidence in her ability to remain hidden. In an instant, her figure vanished, along with any trace of her aura, as if she had never been there at all. Abyss Realm, Daoyuan Peak. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Xianxia was summoned by Chu Yuan. Upon seeing him, he clasped his hands in greeting, his eyes brimming with respect. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded, gesturing toward a collection of storage artifacts and a blood-red jar sealed off from any aura on the table, saying, These are for you. He paused momentarily. A notification from the system sounded promptly, completing all returns in the blink of an eye. Regardless of the quantity, the system exhibited remarkable efficiency in executing the returns. Chu Yuan continued, examine what you need. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Thank you, Master, Xianxia replied, eager to explore. It seemed that his master intended to allow him to select some treasures, a gracious offer he could not refuse, especially as he was in genuine need. These storage artifacts had once been bound to their owners, but after being vanquished by Chu Yuan's avatar, they had become unclaimed. Anyone could inspect them by inputting their cultivation level. You can take those pills, they will be beneficial to you, and those few precious herbs. The voice of the sword spirit echoed in Xianxia's mind, as it assessed the treasures with a broader knowledge than his own, offering him valuable suggestions. Xianxia obediently followed the spirit's guidance, taking whatever it recommended. After a brief moment, the sword spirit's unexpected exclamation resonated. It materialized, first bowing respectfully to Chu Yuan before fixing its gaze upon one of the storage artifacts. Senior sword spirit, what is it? Xianxia inquired with curiosity. What prompts you to emerge so suddenly? Noticing the spirit's interest in something within the artifact, Chu Yuan also felt a flicker of intrigue, though he maintained a facade of calm composure. Do you see the sword inside? Take it out, the sword spirit instructed Xianxia. This one, Xianxia retrieved a sword. It was the only one within the storage artifact, easily identifiable. The sword measured nearly 4 feet in length, its sleek white blade exuding an aura of divine craftsmanship. It was a supreme divine artifact, yet unlike others, this one possessed a concealed majesty, its power not readily apparent to the untrained eye. Chu Yuan had previously noted this sword as a relic from a god king of the Tianyun Sect. However, aside from its understated power, he had not discerned any other unique qualities. He too had received a return, a supreme holy sword of the holy tier. Nonetheless, even at the holy tier, the swords might remain subtle. When placed alongside another, their differences in rank might not be immediately evident based solely on appearance. The sword's true power could only be unleashed through activation. The treasures acquired from the Tianyun Sect were a hodgepodge of items. Thus Chu Yuan had hesitated to affirm the sword spirit's interest in this particular blade. This is it. The sword spirit circled the sword, its delight becoming increasingly palpable. Indeed, it is forged from Tai-Bai essence gold. Tai-Bai essence gold? What is that? Xianxia asked, intrigued. Chu Yuan was also curious. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he lowered his gaze to sip his tea. Tai-Bai gold, a premier material for crafting weapons, is indeed a unique substance. It can be forged into imperial weapons at the highest level or into arms of any grade at the lowest. The specific grade of the weapon crafted depends solely on the skill of the artisan. Unlike other materials for imperial weapons, those of lower cultivation realms are utterly incapable of refining or shaping them, let alone forging them into weapons. However, Tai-Bai gold is different. Even those of weaker cultivation can transform it into weaponry, showcasing remarkable malleability. In the hands of a powerful blacksmith, it can become an unparalleled divine weapon. While in the hands of an ordinary craftsman, it may simply become a common blade. Tai-Bai gold is also exceedingly rare in the upper realms. I am aware of its properties because a part of my former essence was composed of Tai-Bai gold. Xianxia was taken aback, realizing how formidable Tai-Bai gold truly was. It could indeed forge imperial weapons, and even a portion of the original sword spirit was composed of this extraordinary material. Of course, it is impressive, the sword spirit continued. Moreover, weapons crafted from Tai-Bai gold possess another remarkable trait. They exhibit growth potential. After being refined with secret techniques, the weapon's level increases alongside the cultivation of its master. To be candid, my previous master wielded a holy sword forged from Tai-Bai gold, which was transformed into a fated divine weapon through secret rites. As my master's cultivation ascended, so too did the weapon's rank. After my master attained the title of emperor, the weapon evolved into an imperial weapon. Subsequently, to enhance the weapon's power, my master incorporated several potent crafting materials, culminating in my final form, after which I was born as this sword spirit. As it spoke, the sword spirit gazed at Chu Yuan with admiration and reverence, saying, "My lord, this sword must have been specially prepared for Xianxia, right? Such a divine object, seemingly chosen for Xianxia, likely serves to test whether he can truly harness it. Even if he cannot, it is surely intended for him in the end, otherwise there would be no reason for it to be here." It indulged in its thoughts. "Indeed, you possess some insight," Chu Yuan replied with an expression of calm. He understood that the sword spirit was indulging in its imagination. yet he accepted the notion, even if it had not been intentionally prepared beforehand. It can now be considered so. He had genuinely been unaware that the material for a divine artifact could be so extraordinary. Hence, the return he received must be even more remarkable. Feeling quite pleased, he regarded it as a pleasant surprise. "Huh?" Xianxia exclaimed, astonished. "Was this sword specially prepared for me by my master?" Chapter 197. The Return of the Imperial Weapon. The shock brought by the secret characters, such a precious item, specifically bestowed by his master, moved him profoundly. What a blessing this feeling was. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, as a sword cultivator, this sword is most suitable for you. Thank you, master, for bestowing this sword. You are too kind to your disciple, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever require anything, I am willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." In Xianxia's eyes, there shone an unwavering determination, as if he would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, unafraid of death. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, with such heartfelt intent. "My disciple, I am already satisfied. Haha, since the esteemed one has bestowed upon you such a divine sword, then, Xianxia, I shall impart to you the secret method for refining your life-bound weapon," the sword spirit declared grandly. Chu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, not because he was surprised that the sword spirit was willing to share the secret with Xianxia, but rather that the spirit had remembered such a precious technique. The sword spirit was a remnant spirit, having lost specific memories of many known legacies. "Thank you, esteemed sword spirit." Xianxia expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for such formality between us," the spirit waved dismissively. After all, Xianxia had a formidable master, and he would surely be relying on Xianxia in the future. "Moreover, do not refer to me as senior anymore. It makes me feel old. Just call me Brother Jian." It was not merely a matter of age. Xianxia was a disciple of the esteemed one, whose tea-trees were at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, while the sword spirit was merely a remnant of an imperial weapon, hardly deserving of the title senior. The spirit had contemplated this before and finally voiced it aloud. Xianxia intended to protest, but upon seeing the sword spirit's eyes filled with a hint of pleading, he simply nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, Brother Jian." Hearing this address, the sword spirit broke into a broad smile, clearly delighted. "That is more like it. May I have the honor of viewing that refining secret method?" Chu Yuan inquired with great interest. If he could obtain the refining method from the sword spirit and then pass it on to his disciple, the benefits would be immense. The fact that the sword spirit was willing to share it with Xianxia suggested a high likelihood that it could be shown to him as well, which prompted his question. "Of course, esteemed one, I shall present it to you right away." The sword spirit was pleased to see Chu Yuan's interest in the refining secret method, as he had been concerned about having nothing to please the esteemed one with. The previous divine ability he provided had felt somewhat insulting to the esteemed one's stature. Now, with the esteemed one proactively seeking the refining method, the spirit was more than happy. Instantly, the sword spirit condensed the memory of the secret method into a white orb of light, cradling it in both hands as he offered it to Chu Yuan. With a gentle wave of his hand, the orb floated before him. He tapped it with a finger, and a surge of spiritual power flowed forth as he swiftly absorbed the transmission of information. This refining method primarily focused on the cultivation of life-bound weapons. Yet not all such weapons could grow alongside their master's cultivation. Only those forged from rare, special materials possessed this unique attribute. Tie-by gold was one such material. "So, what is this secret method?" Chu Yuan remarked with feigned casualness. Esteemed one, did you know of this method before?" The sword spirit inquired with curiosity. This refining method had been acquired by his master from an ancient legacy, known to very few. However, considering that even the pinnacle emperors referred to Chu Yuan as their master, it was conceivable that he might also be aware of such secrets. This method is a simplification derived from another secret technique. Chu Yuan remarked that this made it all the more reasonable for him to bestow upon Xianxia the formidable secret technique he had acquired. "What?" the sword spirit exclaimed in astonishment. Such a powerful secret was, in fact, a simplification of another technique? This ritual refinement method, personally employed by the emperor, was undoubtedly a meticulously chosen treasure of immense strength. It was unexpected that it was derived from another method. Were it anyone else making such a claim, he would surely deride them for their ignorance and boastfulness. Yet, hearing it from his master, he found himself believing it. "Xianxia, come. I shall impart this secret technique to you." Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuan gently tapped Xianxia's forehead. A chime resonated as the more potent ritual refinement technique took form. The original technique could only elevate a weapon to the imperial level, whereas this newfound method could elevate it to the celestial tier. This technique was also shared with Xianxia. Here, take a look as well. Chu Yuan directed a finger toward the sword spirit's head, reciprocating the gesture. This. It has become so exquisitely refined. The sword spirit was utterly dumbfounded. It felt as though they belonged to entirely different realms. What the master spoke was indeed true. This supreme ritual refinement technique truly existed. With such a technique at hand, one could only wonder how many more terrifying legacies remained unknown to the master. I also possess a technique known as the all-character secret, a method to enhance combat power. Once employed, it can amplify one's strength tenfold. Whether you reach the Saint or Imperial realm, it will still yield a tenfold increase in power. Chu Yuan again tapped Xianxia's forehead. The cultivation of the all-character secret does not depend on cultivation level, but rather on comprehension. As long as one possesses sufficient insight, success is attainable. It is specifically tailored for the gifted. Chu Yuan had already mastered it. Regrettably, it was a reward obtained through a lottery and could not be reclaimed, which was somewhat disappointing. A tenfold increase in power? Effective even at the Imperial realm, the sword spirit was once more astounded. While it was aware of methods to enhance combat power, many only offered slight increases. Techniques yielding multiple-fold enhancements were exceedingly rare, and the larger the increase, the greater the cost. Some required the burning of cultivation, others the sacrifice of one's soul, and some even demanded the offering of lifespan. Master, what are the side effects of this technique that grants a tenfold increase in power? It cannot help but inquire. A tenfold increase in power surely came at a perilous cost. Indeed, there are side effects. It accelerates the depletion of one's cultivation power, consuming it at a rate approximately tenfold faster than usual. Chu Yuan cautioned Xianxia. Thus, after employing this technique, it is best to resolve matters swiftly. The longer one delays, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Yes, master, I understand, Xianxia replied earnestly, a fire igniting within him. If he truly mastered this technique, it would make overcoming realms and defeating enemies all the easier. The sword spirit was bewildered. When Chu Yuan mentioned side effects, it had anticipated as much. After all, what technique enhancing power came without repercussions? However, the subsequent words left it utterly speechless. What? The side effect manifests as an astonishing increase in the consumption rate of one's power, escalating by several dozen times. What kind of side effect is this? Compared to others who burn their essence or make sacrifices, this is hardly a side effect at all. While others who exhaust their origins can only enhance their combat prowess by mere 1 or 2 times, here you are, achieving a tenfold increase without any injury. How are others supposed to survive in such a scenario? Is this truly the unparalleled secret technique of the celestial realm? Indeed, it is terrifying beyond compare, far beyond what the upper realms can contend with. The sword spirit mused quietly. It was unequivocally certain that the revered one must be someone from the celestial realm. The reasons for their presence here were beyond the comprehension of a mere minor character like itself. Observing the sword spirit as it oscillated between shock and epiphany, Chu Yuan realized that the other party had indulged in their own flights of fancy. He inquired, Longu, is there anything else you require? None, master. Xianxia replied. I have received all that I needed, along with unexpected gains. Very well, you may withdraw. Chu Yuan gestured dismissively. Xianxia and the sword spirit bid him farewell before departing. Once they had left, Chu Yuan waved his hand to collect the numerous treasures scattered across the table. He took out a new blood-red jar and examined it closely. This was undoubtedly an imperial weapon. Chapter 198, Breaking Through the Sage Realm. Xianxia slays the dragon. The jar's design was even more exquisite than the one returned previously. Even in its dormant state, it radiated a faint imperial aura. It was only because Chu Yuan had reached the peak of quasi-saint cultivation that he could barely hold it. Anyone of lower cultivation would be unable to stand under its imperial pressure. Indeed, there was no weapon spirit. Chu Yuan observed, but found no weapon spirit present. The sword spirit had previously mentioned that only top-tier imperial weapons possessed weapon spirits, and only those with weapon spirits could be deemed ultimate imperial weapons. This particular weapon was merely a low-tier imperial grade. With my current cultivation, I can activate this imperial weapon to at least contend with the Grand Sage realm. Now, I can easily confront the Sage realm on my own. Possessing an imperial weapon will naturally elevate my combat capability to a new echelon. The primary limitation lies in my lower cultivation, which prevents the imperial weapon from unleashing its full potential. Otherwise, slaying a Sage King would be as simple as child's play. The blood-red jar had contained vast quantities of divine essence energy transformed from the fallen beings of the Heavenly Thief Sect, and upon its return, this energy was naturally restored. He summoned the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree and presented it with the 2 jars, along with the high-grade holy veins acquired from the return. Utilize these resources to further enhance the Abyssal Realm, Chu Yuan instructed, although he had previously employed numerous treasures to forge the Abyssal Realm. Those treasures were certainly inferior to the current ones. The return of the Heavenly Thief Sect's treasures had significantly elevated his wealth to a new tier. He now possessed an abundance of holy-level techniques and divine abilities. He gathered them all together and deposited them in the scripture repository of the Tianyun Sect. As for their specific allocation, he left that to the higher-ups and the many talented disciples. The sect's leadership and numerous outstanding disciples were now uniformly endowed with the potential to achieve sainthood. These inheritances would be more than sufficient for their needs. Chu Yuan retrieved the exquisite holy sword forged from Tai-Bai gold, a remarkable weapon of the highest caliber. In terms of both the weapon's rank and the quality of its material, it surpassed Xianxia's sword. Although both swords were crafted from Tai-Bai gold, Chu Yuan's version was of a superior grade, perhaps unparalleled even in the upper realms. He decided to refine this sword as his destined weapon. Employing the secret refining technique he had received, he commenced the ritual. Soon, the process was completed. Once his cultivation surpassed the holy realm, this sword would elevate alongside him. Furthermore, should he choose not to wield a sword in the future, it could be reshaped into another weapon when his cultivation reached sufficient heights. Chu Yuan had his own plans in mind. Meanwhile, Xianxia was also engaged in the refinement of his destined weapon, albeit with less efficiency than Chu Yuan. The secret technique for refining a destined weapon was rather unique. Even weapons of higher ranks could be successfully refined. Before long, the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree returned after completing its task and handed back the imperial weapon to Chu Yuan. Can you take on a physical form? Chu Yuan in Guit? The Wudao Ancient Tea Tree shook its head and replied, I cannot. Beings of our kind are rather special. We do not belong to the demonic realm, making transformation difficult. However, we can employ illusions, though our essence remains unchanged. Very well, then shrink to a size comparable to a human and accompany me on an outing, Chu Yuan instructed. Having mastered the Kunpeng immortal technique, he was now ready to venture to other continents in search of suitable disciples. Upon hearing this, the Wudao Ancient Tea Tree diminished to a height of 2 meters. Chu Yuan nodded in approval, but just as they were about to leave the Abyssal Realm, a system notification chimed. Beep. Your eldest disciple, Xianxia, has broken through to the early Soul Palace realm. You have earned a lottery opportunity. Ah, he has also broken through? Chu Yuan mused, recalling that Xiaoyan had only recently achieved a breakthrough. He checked Xianxia's attribute panel and found that, indeed, in a short span, Xianxia had reached the full Soul Palace realm, likely having consumed a 6th-tier potential herb immediately after his breakthrough. Among his 5 disciples, the one with the highest cultivation was the 5th disciple, Xianxia, who was in the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Next was Yun Shuran, who had reached the full Law Manifestation realm. Following them were Xiaoyan and Xianxia, both now at the full Soul Palace realm. The gap in cultivation between the two had vanished. Xianxia had caught up with Xiaoyan. Given their talents, it was likely that they would soon catch up to Yun Shuran as well. Finally, Xiangyao was in the mid-stage of the Profound An realm. System lottery. Chu Yuan commanded without hesitation. Beep. Lottery in progress. Lottery completed. Congratulations, Master. You have received 2 years of cultivation enlightenment. Use it without a moment's delay. Upon realizing he had drawn the cultivation enlightenment, Chu Yuan focused his intention and commenced the utilization. Buzz! In an instant, a profound cultivation surged within him, merging seamlessly with his existing power. Moments later, he experienced a remarkable breakthrough. Boom! He ascended to the early stage of the Saint realm, achieving the 2nd major level within the sacred domain. Quite impressive. Once again, he underwent a transformation, a metamorphosis completed in the blink of an eye due to the influx of cultivation. His attributes experienced a significant augmentation across the board. Now, even relying solely on his own strength, he could contend with those at the great saint level. If he were to employ the G character secret and the Kunpeng celestial art, his combat prowess would become utterly extraordinary. He remained humble, recognizing that the path to invincibility was long and arduous. The might of his innate saint body and Tao fetus had grown even more formidable. He could sense his physical form becoming increasingly robust. The power of the saint body was becoming more terrifying. With bare hands, he could receive saint weapons, and even shatter them without issue. He himself was akin to a human weapon. "Let's proceed," Chu Yuan said with a smile. The recent breakthroughs had been quite drastic, granting him several additional slots for disciples. He genuinely wished to accept a few more students, for such an endeavor would expedite his own advancement. He left a clone behind, ensuring that should any other disciples return, they would be promptly informed. At the True Dragon Trial Ground, after Jiang Yi reached the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, his opponent, the vertical-pupiled Black Dragon, had also ascended to the 6 stages perfection, albeit battered and bruised. Boom! 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 Following another round of fierce combat, 2 swords, one black and one white, descended from the heavens, wielding unparalleled might, and severed the dragon's head. The perfected 6-stage dragon lacked the ability to survive decapitation. After the separation of its head and body, both dissolved into a flurry of light particles. The eldest senior brother had slain the Black Dragon. Xiaoyan and Yun Shuran sensed this momentous event and turned their gazes. Just as they did, the calamity of obliteration struck. Over with Xianxia. Her destructive powers crashed against the Azure Dragon, shattering it into fragments. She too had vanquished her foe. Indeed, it was an illusion. There was no dragon meat left to save her. Xianxia shook her head in reluctant disappointment. The True Dragon Trial, 3rd Refinement, commenced. Those who had slain their adversaries would advance directly to the 3rd Refinement. At that moment, a grand voice echoed. The figures of Jiang Yi and Xianxia vanished in an instant. Slaying opponents allows one to enter the 3rd Refinement early? Xiaoyan murmured, observing the two disappear. What exactly is this 3rd Refinement? There were no explanations. He noted a troubling inconsistency. The 1st Refinement focused on physicality, the 2nd on combat strength. These were clearly stated. However, there was not a single clue regarding the 3rd Refinement. Chapter 199. Sister, grant me your supreme bone. No matter, let us first slay this fire dragon. Xiaoyan grew increasingly fierce in battle, and the fire dragon began to show signs of injury. However, he felt it was still insufficient. Nearly half a year had elapsed, and if this continued, he was uncertain whether he could vanquish his opponent in the remaining months. Although surviving for a year would suffice to pass. His elder brother and second sister had already defeated their adversaries and advanced to the 3rd level. He could not afford to fall too far behind. Yun Shuran was also exerting all her efforts in battle, and while the Golden Dragon had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. At present, she could not envision the possibility of slaying the Golden Dragon, yet she continued to strive. Thus, it became evident that within the same realm, Xianxia and Jiang Yi exhibited greater combat prowess. One relied on the power of the heavy pupils to discern and anticipate attacks, unleashing formidable might, while the other depended on the Supreme Bone's extraordinary abilities and exceptional combat talent. It was not that Xiaoyan and his companions lacked combat aptitude. Rather, they paled in comparison. In the Divine Continent, the Thief Heaven Sect was completely eradicated. The Zhu family temporarily took control of the Thief Heaven Sect's territory. The demise of the Thief Heaven Sect stirred significant upheaval throughout the Divine Continent, leaving countless factions in shock. Particularly noteworthy was that the downfall of the Thief Heaven Sect was orchestrated by a being of the Sacred Realm, which left many in utter disbelief. The emergence of a Sacred Realm entity in the lower realms was nothing short of astonishing. Initially, many were skeptical, but once powerful factions came forward to attest to the event, they were compelled to accept the truth. Numerous factions began inquiring about the origins of this Sacred Realm figure, for they believed that reaching such heights could not possibly stem from a minor force, as small powers could not cultivate such talent. Regrettably, their inquiries yielded no results. They only discovered that the Sacred Realm individual had some connection to the Zhu family, primarily due to the son of the Zhu family's divine maiden. After the Zhu family assumed control of the Thief Heaven Sect's territory, they decided to liberate all the breeding farms associated with the sect. The Thief Heaven Sect was positioned near the boundless sea, with thousands of continents under its dominion, underscoring the vastness of its territory. After all, there were merely tens of thousands of continents upon the boundless sea, and the Thief Heaven Sect occupied a significant fraction of that. Naturally, The collective landmass of all the continents in the boundless sea was still dwarfed by the divine continent. The Zhu family utilized sacred artifacts to dismantle the barriers established by the Heaven Sect. From this point onward, as long as one's cultivation was sufficient, they could traverse from one continent to another. They dispatched envoys to various continents to clarify the situation, and at long last, the truth was revealed to all. This included the major factions of the Lingxiao continent, which finally comprehended the reasons behind the absence of divine beings. Continents that had endured the turmoil also came to understand the truth behind the chaos. No one harbored any affection for the Heaven Sect, especially on some continents that had suffered far more grievously than the Lingxiao continent. Several remnants of the Heaven Sect's divine realms were also eliminated by the Zhu family. To their astonishment, the Zhu family discovered that the esteemed figure from the sacred realm seemed to be present in the Lingxiao continent. The upper echelons of the Zhu family descended upon the Lingxiao continent to pay their respects outside the Tianyun Sect. After all, it was Xiaoyan's maternal family. And so Chu Yuan allowed his avatar to sit for a while within the Tianyun Sect. Upon entering, they appeared like country bumpkins, for the conditions within the abyssal realm were beyond the reach of the great powers on the divine continent. Shortly thereafter, they departed, treating the Lingxiao continent as a forbidden land, vowing to safeguard it from disturbance. This aspect pleased Chu Yuan considerably. Naturally, during this excursion, his avatar did not allow the carefree king to meet them, should they discover that it was the carefree king, that old scoundrel who had wronged the Zhu family's divine maiden. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of the Zhu clan. Chu Yuan strolled leisurely atop the boundless sea alongside the ancient enlightenment tea tree. They passed one continent after another. Chu Yuan gazed down upon the myriad beings of the continent, activating his true vision to inspect their attributes en masse. Unfortunately, those with exceptional talents and fortunes were nowhere to be found. He remained unhurried, searching each continent one by one, intending to explore all realms of the boundless sea before venturing to the divine continent. He aimed to thoroughly investigate the entire Azure Sky realm before considering a journey to other lower realms. If such a journey proved impossible, he would ascend directly to the upper realm, where prodigies flourished, making it far easier to find suitable disciples. In the third trial of the true dragon, brother, how do we end up here? Xianxia blinked her large eyes, looking at Jiang Yi beside her. This location was within the Di Kuan mountain range, the very place where they had initially vanished. Wasn't it said to be the third trial? Could it be that the trial was conducted outside? A cloud of confusion enveloped Xiangxia's mind. The third trial has already concluded, Jiang Yi replied. It's over? Why can't I remember anything? Xiangxia's face was a canvas of bewilderment. It is because I passed the third trial and obtained the inheritance, while you joined later, thus rendering your memories of the third trial unretainable. Is that so? How fascinating. Xianxia believed him, glancing around. We're the third junior brother and fourth junior sister. They are still in the second trial and will likely not emerge for another 6 months. Oh, brother, what inheritance did you receive? A grand ability to foresee the future. Jiang Yi's expression grew grave. Foresee the future? Does that mean you can see what lies ahead? Wow, that's impressive. But why do you seem so solemn? Xianxia inquired, observing Jiang Yi's somber demeanor. Because I have glimpsed our future. Our future? What does it look like? Is it not good? Xianxia felt that if the future were bright, her brother would not bear such a heavy countenance. Very grim. I witnessed our master's demise. Third junior brother and fourth junior sister met a tragic end. The Tianyun Sect has perished, and we too have died. Jiang Yi's voice trembled, laden with fear and disbelief. What? Everyone is dead? Xiangxia's face turned as pale as a ghost. The thought of their master perishing, along with third junior brother and fourth junior sister, overwhelmed her with sorrow, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. She quivered as she spoke. Brother, why must it be this way? I do not want everyone to die. Who has killed everyone? In this moment, Xianxia was once again filled with murderous intent. Whoever killed them, she would retaliate against. It was her master's enemies, exceptionally powerful. The reason her master resided in that insignificant place, Tianyun Sect, was precisely to evade these foes. Starting from now, in 20 years, her master's enemies would come seeking revenge. Although they would have grown stronger by then, they would still be no match. Was there truly no way to avert this fate? Brother, could it be that the foreseen future is a mere illusion? She did not desire such an outcome. It cannot be false. It is remarkably vivid. What should we do then? Xianxia lamented. tears streaming down her cheeks, her entire being trembling with sorrow. In truth, there exists a way to prevent all this from occurring. Xianxia's feeble voice emerged. Huh? Xianxia sniffled, a glimmer of surprise illuminating her small face. Is there a solution? Brother, please tell me, what is it? We shall make it happen. Xianxia hesitated to speak further. Please, brother. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Sister, grant me your supreme bone. With your supreme bone, my innate talent will ascend to a new echelon. In 20 years, my cultivation will surpass that of our master and his enemies. By then, those adversaries will be incapable of harming us. This is the sole resolution. It is what our master explicitly informed me in the foreseen future. Sister, do you consent? Chapter 200. The first true dragon of the immortal realm, the primordial dragon. Brother, we have emerged. Xianxia's voice rang out. Xianxia surveyed his surroundings. Was this not the Kuan mountain range? Moreover, it was the very location that led to the downfall of the Yufeng stronghold. They had also been forcibly brought into the true dragon trial here. Xianxia stroked his chin, deep in thought. Brother, are you not curious as to why we have suddenly surfaced? Xianxia inquired, tilting her small head. Indeed, I am curious, Xianxia nodded. Wasn't he at the third trial? Why are we here? Because I passed the trial and acquired the inheritance, while you did not. That place obliterated your memories of the third trial. Xianxia explained. So that is it. Xianxia's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder I only recall being transported to the third trial and then arriving here. Brother, there is something I must tell you. Xianxia spoke gravely, tears shimmering in her eyes. Xianxia queried, what is it? The divine ability I obtained is actually one that allows me to foresee the future, Xianxia stated earnestly. She then recounted her vision of the future where their master perished, the Tianyun Sect was annihilated, and they all met their demise. The only way to alter this fate is for Xianxia to bestow his heavy eye upon her now. Thus, in the future, she could confront their master's enemies. So, brother, will you give me your heavy eye? I truly do not wish to witness everyone perish, sob. Upon finishing her plea, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her large, tear-filled eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. Do you desire my dual pupils? Xianxia gazed at her intently. Yes, for the sake of everyone. Please grant me this favor, Xianxia implored, her demeanor pitiable. Very well, close your eyes. I shall extract it for you. Xianxia inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision. Is it true? Brother, you are truly wonderful. Everyone shall be saved. Xianxia expressed her gratitude, her heart swelling with emotion. Obediently, she shut her eyes. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Xianxia sent Xianxia hurtling through the air. A thunderous crash echoed as a distant mountain crumbled to dust. Clouds of debris swirling around. Wah! Brother, why did you strike me? Xianxia cried out, her small figure emerging from the haze, her face swollen and tear-streaked. Xianxia paid her no heed, instead murmuring to himself. Is this the third trial? What is the essence of this trial? To discern truth from falsehood? He furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed by this third trial. From the outset, he had sensed that Xianxia was not truly herself, despite her identical appearance and aura. Beneath the dual pupils, she was but a manifestation of intricate laws. It seemed they wished for him to extract his own dual pupils. If they intended to deceive him, they should at least have ensured that his pupils could not pierce through their ruse. Moreover, even if he truly could not see through it, the flaws were too numerous. His sister would never compel him to sacrifice his dual pupils for some mere supernatural ability. At the very least, she would first return to inform their master, allowing him to make the final decision. He shook his head. Enough of this. I shall eradicate these illusions. In an instant, the might of his dual pupils erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. Brother, please don't. Xianxia, sensing the impending danger, was engulfed in terror, her expression heart-wrenching. An expression of disdain flickered in Xianxi's eyes. She had transformed into his sister, and thus, she must be eliminated. With a resounding roar, two exquisite swords burst forth from his dual pupils, annihilating everything in their path, including Xianxia. As everything disintegrated, the landscape before him shifted dramatically, revealing a new realm. All around him was an expanse of void, as if he were immersed in the depths of the cosmos. Before him loomed a colossal entity, dwarfing him to the size of mere dust. Summoning all his strength, he discerned the true form of this magnificent being, a five-clawed golden dragon. Bearer of the dual pupils, congratulations on passing the true dragon trial. A grand voice resonated from the dragon's mouth. "I humbly greet you, esteemed elder." Xianxia clasped his hands in reverence. This entity was likely the orchestrator behind the true dragon trial. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, he felt an overwhelming power emanating from it. The five-clawed golden dragon inclined its head slightly. "I know you must be curious about the nature of the true dragon trial, the benefits of passing it, and other inquiries. Fear not, I shall elucidate all in due course." "I am all ears," Xianxia nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Before we delve into that, allow me to introduce myself. I am the first true dragon of the celestial realm, known among its denizens as the primordial dragon ancestor." Xiangyi's pupils contracted. The celestial realm. The first true dragon. The primordial dragon ancestor. Hiss. Could this five-clawed golden dragon truly be as formidable as it claims? Although he was unfamiliar with the celestial realm, he understood that the imperial realm was synonymous with the celestial domain, and to contemplate a world named after immortals was to grasp its sheer terror. If what the other party asserted was genuine, then they were at the very least an immortal. Eons ago, the killing realm invaded the celestial realm, and I perished alongside two supreme beings of the killing realm. In that fierce battle, not only did I meet my demise, but my direct descendants were nearly obliterated. Only a single offspring, born but a short while prior, was sealed by me within the essence of the celestial source. Upon finishing this account, the five-clawed golden dragon extended its claw, retrieving a resplendent gemstone that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Within this gem, a diminutive five-clawed golden dragon coiled and slumbered, its tender horns adorably protruding. "This indeed is my progeny." Xianxia scrutinized the scene before him and then inquired, "Did you not perish alongside others?" Although his question remained unfinished, its implications were unmistakable. How could this being still exist here? The five-clawed golden dragon replied, "Indeed, I perished alongside them. Yet I did not succumb immediately on the battlefield. I lingered for a few moments. In that fleeting time, I forged this realm of trials." The celestial realm suffered great losses in that battle, and the entire expanse was grievously wounded. Fortunately, we ultimately emerged victorious. However, our fortune has been in decline ever since. Yet, as the cycle dictates, the celestial realm shall one day find restoration. When that time arrives, a new era of prosperity shall dawn, and great fortunates will abound. I await such fortunates for this true dragon trial. Viank, Yifronit, you speak of the celestial realm, yet this place is not it. Who says it is not? The lower realm is in essence also part of the celestial realm, the five-clawed golden dragon asserted. Xianxia was uncertain whether this place was indeed the lower realm. Yet the dragon's words suggested it might belong to the celestial realm. His understanding of the outside world remained woefully inadequate. "Why do you await fortunates?" Xianxia posed a different question. "I seek to find a companion for my progeny," the five-clawed golden dragon explained. "My offspring has inherited my gifts, and only in an era of prosperity can he truly flourish. Yet, such prosperous times are often rife with conflict, and I wish for him not to be alone. Hence I devised this true dragon trial, to find him a companion. Of course, the primary purpose of this trial realm is merely to provide him shelter throughout the ages. Finding him a companion is a secondary consideration." Chapter 201. The True Dragon Immortal Technique. Initially, I intended to create a secret realm to house him until the arrival of a prosperous era, at which point he could emerge. However, upon reflection, I realized his solitude was too profound. It would indeed be splendid if he could grow alongside another. In times past, I too had a dear brother. Though he too has perished, this secret realm is not static. It traverses the vastness of the celestial realm space and will activate upon sensing a fortunate one. In truth, this occurrence marks your first activation, as the era of prosperity has only just begun. In the depths of the mystical realm, the third refinement awaits. A trial that must be passed to earn my recognition. After all, my offspring must not be weak. Thus, a companion should equally possess strength. The first refinement concerns the physical form, for only those endowed with formidable bodies can traverse further. The second refinement tests combat prowess, the illusion of the true dragon. A once mighty prodigy of the dragon clan possesses extraordinary strength, even among the celestial realms, standing out remarkably. To prevail signifies both formidable combat ability and innate talent. As for the third refinement, cough, it was originally intended to be a trial of the heart's resolve. However, due to time constraints, it was only partially realized. transforming into a challenge of discerning deception. One must unveil the ruse and shatter the illusion to succeed. It can be said to be riddled with flaws, particularly under the gaze of your dual pupils, rendering it almost futile. I had not anticipated the presence of a dual-eyed individual. I once knew another such being who fought valiantly until my fall. I remain unaware of his fate thereafter. Returning to the matter at hand, although the third refinement is fraught with shortcomings, it serves its purpose. At the very least, I believe it can test one's intellect. Those lacking acumen may still fall prey to deception. As for the notion of companionship, it may also be perceived as a reward for passing the trials. Granting access to my celestial legacy, upon receiving my inheritance, one must naturally protect my progeny, a transaction of sorts. Are you not concerned that someone may obtain your legacy, yet neglect your offspring, perhaps even harm them? Viang yi inwidet kuristi. The five-clawed golden dragon shook its head. Indeed, there is concern, yet perfection is unattainable. This is fundamentally about forging a benevolent bond. As for the ultimate outcome, that lies in destiny. The offspring of the true dragon will undoubtedly attract attention. Forming a good relationship may prove far more beneficial than solitude. Senior, if none of us pass the trials, will others be summoned for assessment afterward? Not at all, the five-clawed golden dragon affirmed. The true dragon trial offers but a singular opportunity, a grand era heralding the emergence of great fortune. Once born, all is irreversible. Regardless of the outcome, my progeny shall come forth. Those who succeed may find companionship. Those who do not shall simply lack this fortune. I have already perished and cannot create further conditions. What you witness is merely a restriction I established, triggered by circumstances. It is not the true essence of myself. By the way, time within the realm of the true dragon trial flows 12 times faster than in the outside world. A consequence of my mastery over the laws of the Great Path, which encompasses the dimension of time. 12 times faster? Xianxia gasped. Thus, has only a little over a month passed outside? Precisely, the five-clawed golden dragon regarded him intently. Now that you comprehend the circumstances, do you wish to accept my inheritance? I wholeheartedly accept, Xianxia declared without hesitation. Who could refuse the legacy of the celestial? Very well, I shall bestow it upon you now. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, merging into Xianxia's consciousness. True dragon celestial method, an exquisite treasure of celestial rank. After a considerable time, Xianxia finally regained his senses. He solemnly clasped his hands and said, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall exert all my capabilities to safeguard your offspring. As one with dual pupils, my word is my bond. Your assurance suffices." The five-clawed golden dragon responded, "My progeny shall not fully awaken for nearly half a year. After 6 months, this secret realm will collapse, and at that time, my offspring will return you to the place from whence you entered. For this half year, you may cultivate here. I shall also guide you in the true dragon immortal technique." "Thank you," Xianxia replied, struggling to believe that this five-clawed golden dragon was merely a remnant of a seal. It felt as if it were a living being, capable of normal conversation and answering questions. Could it be that the true dragon had foreseen what he would say today, eons ago? That seemed improbable. I am willing." "Brother, proceed." Xianxia hesitated for a moment before finally declaring, "Fear not, dear sister, even without the supreme bone, you can still grow stronger." Xianxia reassured her, having stepped behind Xianxia. "Do not be afraid. I shall be gentle." In a place unseen by Xianxia, a glimmer of cunning gleamed in Xianxia's eyes as he reached out slowly towards her back. Buzz! Suddenly, the supreme bone radiated a brilliant light. Destruction of the realm's calamity. Xianxia's cold voice resonated. Boom! Caught off guard, Xianxia was blown away. You're not my brother at all." At first, she truly believed she had emerged. When Xianxia spoke of their master's demise, she felt genuine sorrow. However, when he proposed to extract her bones and inquired if she was willing, she sensed something amiss. Her brother would never harm her so easily. Foreseeing the future was inherently an ethereal matter. She was no fool. Moreover, to wish to extract her supreme bone without even seeing their master was unthinkable. Her brother would never act in such a manner. Thus, she decisively obliterated the illusion. Indeed, it was all a deception. Had it truly been her brother, with her cultivation, she could never have harmed him. The falsehood was swiftly annihilated. The surroundings began to change rapidly. Soon, she beheld her brother, and a colossal dragon. Xianxia had initially thought that only by exerting his utmost effort could he perceive the dragon in its entirety. Yet in truth, Everyone experienced this sensation. Could this also be an illusion? She murmured. It is real. Before Jiang Yi had even begun his cultivation, Jiang Yao had arrived. He hurried over and gently stroked her head. 7.5-year-old Jiang Yao had not grown much. Brother, what is happening? She inquired, feeling the warmth of his palm. Jiang Yi promptly shared everything he knew. Oh, I see now. The third refinement is a semi-finished product. No wonder it presents little challenge, Jiang Yao remarked. Buzz. Once again, a beam of golden light descended, and Jiang Yao received the inheritance of the true dragon immortal technique. If it is granted to one, it can equally be bestowed upon two. Particularly, Jiang Yao is certainly deserving. In truth, the other recipient is not lacking either, though perhaps a bit reluctant. The gaze of the golden dragon shifted to a certain direction. Thank you, senior. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully, astonished that she too could attain such a legacy. You're welcome. Just remember to look after my son in the future, the five-clawed golden dragon replied. No problem, leave it to me, Jiang Yao assured, patting her chest with a demeanor of confidence. Chapter 202. The Lottery, 5 Years of Cultivation. Subsequently, Jiang Yao and Jiang Yi cultivated within this spatial realm, while Xiao Yin and Yun Shuran continued their fierce battles in the second trial. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Xiao Yan's momentum grew, increasingly formidable, and the might of his heavenly fire Dao body intensified. As the battles progressed, his combat prowess became ever more terrifying. The fire dragon he faced had sustained severe injuries. Boom! On Yun Shuran's side, a commotion erupted. She had broken through her cultivation. Originally at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, she had finally advanced to the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Throughout this prolonged battle, her combat strength had seen remarkable enhancement, deepening her comprehension of techniques and divine abilities. Consequently, the once evenly matched golden dragon was now subdued by her. However, it did not incur any grievous wounds. In the outside world, merely a few days had elapsed. During this brief span, Chu Yuan traversed the boundless seas, surveying numerous continents and the attribute panels of countless beings. Yet he found nothing suitable. Yet, it would not be entirely accurate to say he had not encountered any prodigies. He indeed came across one with the potential to attain sainthood. However, such talent failed to capture his interest, hence he did not seek them out. Beep. The master's fourth disciple, Yun Shuran, has broken through to the early stage of the Nirvana realm. The master has received one lottery opportunity. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. This time, he was not particularly surprised. Ever since he learned that the flow of time in his disciples' location differed from the outside world, he had grown accustomed to their rapid breakthroughs. Over the past month, Xiao Yin had advanced, Jiang Yi had broken through, and even Jiang Yao had made progress, albeit at a minor level. Thus, Yun Shuran's breakthrough was only to be expected. After all, more than half a month had passed, and in the realm where his disciples resided, it must have been over 6 months. Lottery. Beep, drawing the lottery. Lottery completed. Congratulations, Master. You have received 5 years of cultivation bestowed upon you. Quite satisfactory, Chu Yuan nodded in approval. Without hesitation, he utilized the reward. His cultivation ascended from the early stage of the Saint realm to the late stage. He was not far from reaching the great Saint realm. A smile crept upon Chu Yuan's face. Beside him, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment remained steadfast, showing no reaction to Chu Yuan's breakthrough. In its perception, the actions of its master were merely customary. In the realm of the true dragon trial, 2 months had elapsed. You shall perish. With a fervent battle cry, Xiao Yin unleashed the most formidable attack in history, the azure sky palm of the vermilion bird. Boom! The fire dragon exhaled a torrent of flames, transforming into a radiant pillar of fire that clashed with the overwhelming fiery palm descending upon it. In an instant, the fiery pillar was consumed by the palm, which firmly enveloped the fire dragon. The fire dragon's battered body erupted, disintegrating into shimmering motes of light. He had vanquished his adversary, successfully passing the trial. Turning towards Yun Shuran, he offered a smile before vanishing from sight. Upon entering the third trial, he found himself once again outside the Di Kuan mountain range, where Jiang Yi and another were waiting. Senior brother, senior sister, what brings you here? What is the nature of the third trial? There is no third trial. This secret realm is flawed. When attempting to transmit to the third trial, we actually emerged, Jiang Yi explained. Is that so? He exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I was the first to emerge and have clarified the situation. Look around. We have indeed returned. The trial has concluded. It seemed to be true. Xiao Yin felt that everything around him was genuine. They had truly emerged. However, Shurian had yet to return. Let us wait for her. We have already been here for 3 months waiting for you, they said. Very well. Shurian faced formidable opponents, yet enduring for another month would suffice for her to pass. A month later, Yin Shurian emerged, and the trio exchanged explanations regarding the third trial. Although they had not undergone a third trial, and had not obtained the ultimate treasures or rewards, they had acquired the true dragon body refinement technique and amassed substantial combat experience from battling the projections of the true dragon clan's prodigies, which they considered a valuable gain. Let us return to the sect, Jiang Yi suggested. Upon their return, the sect remained unchanged with their master present, and they continued their cultivation under his guidance. However, not long after, a wounded woman arrived, Xiao Yan's mother. It was the first time he had seen her since his memories began. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Yet, she was gravely injured, her essence shattered, and her life hanging by a thread. He implored his master to save her. But his master replied that salvation was impossible unless he was willing to sacrifice his heavenly fire body's essence for her survival. For only with such a special constitution could she endure. His father knelt, beseeching him to relinquish the essence of his unique constitution, though his mother did not plead. Her demeanor was imbued with a desire to live. Confusion enveloped him. Damn it, something feels amiss. His father would not forsake his own life for his mother. He would never implore him to offer the essence of the heavenly fire body. Yet, everything felt so tangible. Unsure of what to do, he ultimately refrained from sacrificing his essence, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Then he discovered that his mother, who was originally said to have only 3 months to live, had surprisingly endured for an entire year. His father continued to implore him to relinquish the primal essence of the heavenly fire Tao body. Yet, he remained resolute. His father merely begged, without taking any action. Thus, the years passed, and his mother persistently maintained that precarious state between life and death. He increasingly sensed something amiss. The aura of his father felt genuine, yet increasingly unfamiliar. Not only his father, but those around him, including his master, began to persuade him to offer up the primal essence of the heavenly fire Tao body. He felt as though everyone was becoming more and more estranged. These individuals appeared utterly incongruous, almost as if they were mere facades. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Yan entertained a possibility, and suddenly, the very fabric of this reality seemed to unravel. Consequently, when the king of Carefree once more approached him with persuasion, he struck down his father with a single palm and then dispatched his mother. The scenery before him transformed, and he found himself in a peculiar space. Indeed, it was all an illusion. Fortunately, he was astute enough not to be deceived, Xiao Yan mused. He beheld Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, along with the 5-clawed golden dragon. Third junior brother, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao greeted him. Big brother, second sister, where are we? He inquired with curiosity. Jiang Yi promptly elucidated the situation. I see, he remarked, feeling reassured that this time it was not an illusion. Having passed the trial, you are about to receive the inheritance. Boomed the majestic voice of the 5-clawed golden dragon, which subsequently granted Xiao Yan the legacy of the true dragon immortal technique. Those who successfully navigated the trial would receive this inheritance. Failure would result in demise within the trial's confines. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, a truth that has persisted throughout history. As for the third trial, let us not even mention it. The preceding 2 trials were not something just anyone could conquer. If different individuals had attempted it, they might have perished entirely. Big brother, second sister, what did you experience in the third trial? Xiao Yan asked with intrigue. Chapter 203, The True Dragon Offspring, Long Xian. Jiang Yao and Jiang Yi recounted their experiences, having previously shared them with one another. Wait, you both noticed something was amiss so quickly? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially felt rather pleased with himself, thinking himself clever. However, in comparison to his elder brother and sister, he felt rather foolish. He then shared his own experiences. Ah, it seems your situation is quite different from ours, Jiang Yao said, nibbling on something. That's perfectly normal. What is important varies from person to person, Jiang Yi added. For the sibling duo, their most cherished possession was each other, hence their illusions bore striking similarities. Yet, Xiao Yan's situation was rather distinct. This true dragon immortal technique, no wonder it was so difficult to contend with that fire dragon before. It turned out that the dragon's divine abilities were merely a simplified version of the immortal technique. Xiao Yan began to cultivate the true dragon immortal technique. He soon discovered that the mystical powers wielded by his previous adversary were intricately connected to celestial techniques, which explained their formidable strength. Although the true dragon celestial technique was merely a form of celestial art, they had already begun to cultivate some of its lesser fragments. Moreover, unlike the transmission of other practitioner skills, this particular legacy was enriched with various annotations and extensions, allowing them to grasp its profound intricacies with greater expedience. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. On Xianxia's side, she had endured a year, although she had not vanquished her opponent. She had successfully passed and entered the third refinement stage. Moments later, her figure materialized within this realm. She had endured familial upheaval, necessitating the sacrifice of her golden spirit's sacred body's essence, a scheme she had seen through. Soon after, as a successful candidate, she too received the celestial technique's legacy. This time, all participants had succeeded. Crack, crack. The 3-meter-high gemstone housing the true dragon's offspring began to fissure, akin to an eggshell preparing to release a chick. Elder, has the ceiling within the celestial source had no impact on longevity? Xianxia pondered aloud, considering the implications of such prolonged confinement. Upon hearing this, the others became curious as well. Celestial existence signifies immortality. An endless lifespan can be secured by sealing a being beneath the celestial realm with the essence of the celestial, thereby halting the passage of time and the aging of the bones, achieving the goal of eternal existence. Although my son has been sealed for an extensive period, he is, in essence, merely 3 years old. Celestial existence is indeed immortal. At these words, the 4 individuals shuddered, realizing this was precisely the eternal life sought by countless cultivators. What is his name? Xianxia inquired, her gaze fixed on the small dragon within, finding it adorable and yearning to touch its chubby little horns. Xianxia, declared the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the future, I implore you 4 to support him abundantly. He had also bestowed numerous protective measures upon Xianxia, ensuring temporary safety, though not everlasting security. After all, even he had met his demise. However, should anyone dare to harm Xianxia, they would face the backlash of the ultimate measures he had left behind. Even celestial beings would not emerge unscathed. That is our duty, the group responded, astonished. This was once a celestial being. Even the prohibitive measures left behind were of celestial caliber. It was only natural for them to react in such a manner, given that such an existence humbly requested their assistance. In truth, if he could be taken under the tutelage of a master, protection would not be an issue. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They acknowledged the truth of his words. Their master was indeed protective and possessed great ability, certainly surpassing their own. Who is your master? The 5-clawed golden dragon inquired, intrigued. Regrettably, he had long since departed. Otherwise, he would have insisted on meeting the individual. After all, to have accepted these 4 as disciples surely indicated a remarkable fortune. How can I describe him? Xianxia mused for some time, struggling to articulate his essence. In any case, I believe that my master is the most formidable, Xianxia remarked with a smile. The 5-clawed golden dragon fell silent, pondering that few in the celestial realm were worthy of being his son's master. He believed that his son's achievements would one day rival his own. The third trial was an illusion, regardless of how long it felt within. It was merely a fleeting moment in reality. At present, 2 years had elapsed since they entered the trial grounds, while 2 months had passed in the outside world. As the celestial source crystal shattered, Xianxia's previously dormant aura began to circulate once more, and the blood within his veins resumed flowing. He gradually opened his large dragon eyes, blinking in a groggy manner. He yawned and stretched languidly. The celestial source crystal had entirely fallen away and dissipated. Xianxia seemed to sense the gazes of Xianxia and the others, and he immediately turned to look, filled with curiosity. He raised his head to see the 5-clawed golden dragon, grinned widely, and called out, "Father!" His voice, rather than being childish, rang out clearly. The 5-clawed golden dragon wore a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Before long, within the Dikuan mountain range, at the site of the former Yufeng village, a buzzing sound erupted as 4 individuals and 1 dragon materialized. This time, they must have truly emerged. Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings, anxious that it might be yet another illusion, which would be quite disheartening. Perched upon Xianxia's shoulder was a small golden dragon, a foot long, with tears glistening in its eyes. Just moments ago, the five-clawed golden dragon had bid a final farewell to Long Xian. The little golden dragon, fully aware of its profound loss, was heartbroken. Following the five-clawed golden dragoness instruction, it had accompanied Jiang Yi and the others out. Jiang Yi had ultimately inquired whether they could remain in the secret realm for a while longer, as time within flowed much faster than in the outside world, making it ideal for cultivation. However, the five-clawed golden dragon stated that the secret realm was on the brink of collapse, and they could not linger. Thus, upon their exit, the trial realm was destroyed, and returning was no longer an option. Master, it seems this area possesses a miniature world. During this time, Chu Yuan had perused the attribute panels of all the beings across the boundless sea, yet none surpassed the qualifications of an emperor. He reasoned that encountering so many extraordinarily gifted disciples was undoubtedly due to the system's covert efforts. Otherwise, how could they all reside within the Lingxiao continent? Having completed his search across the boundless sea, he naturally turned his attention to the divine realm. Given the vastness of the divine realm, the prospects of discovery were greater. Although the hope was slim, as long as there was hope, that was sufficient. However, shortly after beginning his search in the divine realm, the ancient enlightenment tea tree spoke unexpectedly. This caught Chu Yuan off guard, for he had been acutely attuned to his surroundings. Yet, he had sensed nothing unusual, nor had he discovered any miniature world. If the ancient enlightenment tea tree claimed such, could it be that this was a realm only discernible to those of emperor rank? Upon contemplation, he immediately became intrigued. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Chapter 204. Yun Shuren's Blissful Days. I shall make an attempt, the enlightened ancient tea tree declared, and began its earnest investigation. Moments later, it spoke. Master, I have located it. This is a small world shrouded by the emperor's laws, likely a certain emperor's sanctuary. Furthermore, it belongs to an emperor adept in concealment. Had it been a less powerful emperor, discovery would have been rather challenging. Oh, a suspected emperor's sanctuary? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. In this lower realm, there should hardly be any holy domains, let alone an emperor's sanctuary. This seems illogical. The small world exuded an aura steeped in antiquity, suggesting it had existed for quite some time. At this point, the enlightened ancient tea tree continued. This small world is indeed closed off. Shall we pay a visit, or shall we force our way in to investigate? However, Chu Yuan's entire being shuddered at that moment, and he quickly replied, let us not dwell on this small world for now. We must return, for my 4 disciples have returned. Just moments ago, his clone had sensed the presence of his 4 disciples, and he felt compelled to see how they fared. He shattered the space, and he and the enlightened ancient tea tree vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, they appeared in the Di Kuan mountain range. At that moment, Jiang Yi and the others had already boarded a flying vessel, preparing to return to their sect. They had just embarked and had not traveled far when Chu Yuan and the enlightened ancient tea tree materialized above the vessel. Master, upon recognizing Chu Yuan, the 4 disciples' eyes lit up, and Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully. She hurriedly approached Chu Yuan, tugging at his sleeve, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Master, it has been so long. I've missed you. Oh, just a little? Chu Yuan teased. Originally, I had prepared a plethora of delectable spiritual fruits, yet I seem to have misplaced them. What? Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied with a beaming smile. Oh dear, I misspoke. Not just a little, but immensely. I truly have missed you during this time. Is that truly so, or are you merely after the spiritual fruits? Absolutely not. I swear. Jiang Yao shook her head vigorously, and in the process, something glimmering seemed to escape. Jiang Yao was momentarily stunned, wiping the remnants of drool from the corner of her mouth, and she broke into an awkward grin. Chu Yuan gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, Here, have some. It seems you haven't grown much in these 2 years. Perhaps you need to eat more. Jiang Yao is now 8 years old. Jiang Yi is 16. Xiaoyan is 19, and Yun Shuren is 18. Chu Yuan presented a storage ring to Jiang Yao. With delight, she exclaimed, Thank you, master. Upon opening it, she discovered an abundance of delectable spiritual fruits. During his travels across various continents, Chu Yuan had not forgotten to stockpile provisions for the little glutton, Jiang Yao. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and the others were taken aback. How did their master know that 2 years had passed? Did he possess knowledge of their trials in the true dragon testing grounds? Master, the trio approached respectfully. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded at them, acknowledging, indeed, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. His gaze finally settled on the small golden dragon perched on Jiang Yi's shoulder, which was staring at him with large, dark eyes, exuding a remarkable clarity. Chu Yuan immediately inspected the attributes of the little dragon. Upon his arrival, he had sensed the dragon's extraordinary nature. Despite its seemingly foolish and harmless appearance, the small golden dragon's cultivation had astonishingly reached the early stage of true divinity. Yes, the early stage of true divinity. Its prowess far surpassed that of Jiang Yi and his companions. Chu Yuan was intrigued. Where had they ventured to bring back such a formidable creature? Name: Long Xian, race, pureblood golden dragon, age, 3 years, talent, true immortal level, potential, true immortal qualities, cultivation, early stage of true divinity, innate, no prior cultivation. Fortune, second-rate fortune bearer, a pure-blood golden dragon, endowed with true immortal talent and potential, born at the early stage of true divinity. Indeed, Long Xian appeared to be a descendant of an exceedingly powerful being. As a second-rate fortune bearer, while not a fated child, it nonetheless held significant importance. Akin to Xianxia, who possessed abundant fortune, perhaps slightly surpassing her. However, in terms of talent and potential, Long Xian far exceeded Xianxia. Master, who is this? Xianxia inquired, gazing at the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. She noticed that the tree emitted a unique fragrance. Jiang Yi and the others also turned their attention to it. Jiang Yi had just stealthily used his heavy pupil to observe, only to find it utterly inscrutable. Could this tree be some powerful spirit? Having met the 4 young masters, I am the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. The tree introduced itself. Since you are the disciples of my master, you are akin to Xianxia. What? You are the Enlightenment ancient tea tree? Xianxia was utterly astonished. She had heard various names, such as the Enlightenment Old Tea Tree and the Enlightenment Tea Tree. In the upper realm, these names referred to a tree capable of producing the Enlightenment tea leaves, which were immensely precious and highly sought after in the upper realm. When she had returned to the upper realm, her family elders had mentioned that the leaves of the Enlightenment tea would soon manifest. The Yuan family was also preparing to procure a leaf for her, yet there had been no news until now. Indeed, young master, are you acquainted with my kind? The ancient tea tree spoke gently. I have heard of it, Xianxia replied, somewhat bewildered, pondering whether she had mistaken it for something else merely due to the similarity in name. On this first encounter, allow me to present each of you with some of this Enlightenment tea. The ancient tea tree chuckled warmly, its voice imbued with kindness. As its words faded, a bounty of 3,000 tea leaves appeared before each individual. Upon closer inspection, Xianxia's pupils contracted in astonishment. Wait, this appears to be the genuine Enlightenment tea. It is identical to what I have seen in the ancient texts. Just a moment ago, she had doubted whether this ancient tea tree was of the same kind she was familiar with. Yet the revelation unfolded with startling swiftness. Please accept it. You may brew it at any time for your enjoyment. The first taste will grant you a moment of enlightenment. You shall experience significant growth. Chu Yuan smiled. Having noticed Xianxia's momentary loss of composure, he understood the reason behind it. As someone from the upper realm, she was acutely aware of the rarity of Enlightenment tea. It was precisely this knowledge that made the offering feel so extravagant. Conversely, Jiang Yi and his companions exhibited far less astonishment. The first taste grants enlightenment. It truly is Enlightenment tea. I cannot believe I have received 3,000 leaves. A single leaf is nearly unattainable in the upper realm. Yet I possess so many. Moreover, should I require more, I can request it at any time. A wave of euphoria washed over her, nearly overwhelming her senses. If this news were to reach the upper realm, it would surely create a tremendous uproar. Chapter 205. A shared drink between master and disciple. Thank you. Jiang Yao expressed politely before accepting her portion. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan followed suit, offering their gratitude before taking theirs. Xianxia's thanks, however, was more reverent. I'm immensely grateful, she declared. There is no need for formality. Young masters, the ancient tea tree responded cheerfully. After diminishing in size, its leaves became small and clustered, resembling broccoli, which had led Xianxia to initially overlook the connection between its leaves and Enlightenment tea. These leaves can induce enlightenment and enhance understanding. You must possess great strength, Xiao Yan inquired curiously. I am quite capable. At the peak of the Emperor realm, the ancient tea tree modestly replied. Peak Emperor realm. Jiang Yi and his companions were taken aback. They were no longer novices in cultivation and had gained a clearer understanding of the hierarchies beneath the celestial realm. Xianxia, in particular, comprehended the sheer terror of the peak emperor realm. To think that this ancient tea tree was at such a formidable level, and it referred to them as young masters, implying that their true master was indeed a figure of great stature. Such was the reverence Jiang, Yi, and Xiao Yin held for their master. Meanwhile, Xianxia found herself engulfed in shock. Clearly, her master was far more mysterious and powerful than she had ever imagined. To be able to kneel beneath the esteemed master's tutelage is indeed a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. Now, do share with your master the experiences you have encountered over these past 2 years, Chu Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by the tales of his disciples. Master, are you not aware of our whereabouts? Xiao Yin asked, intrigued. Why do you say that? Zhuduan Tuka Sopti. Though only 2 months have passed outside, we have indeed traversed 2 years in our journey, Xiao Yin replied. However, judging by your bone age, it is evident that you have endured 2 years, Chu Yuan remarked. That is not entirely accurate. If we were to rely solely on bone age, one could ascertain that, yet master, your calm demeanor suggests you are privy to our divergent experiences of time, Xiao Yin asserted. Oh, quite perceptive of you, Chu Yuan acknowledged. Master, your words sadden me, Xiao Yin lamented, his expression one of mock despair, for he had always prided himself on his intelligence. Enough of that. Speak as I have instructed, Chu Yuan gently chided. Tapping his head. Very well, I shall recount our tale, Xiao Yin conceded, cradling his head. Thus, Xiao Yin and his companions recounted their adventures, and swiftly. Chu Yuan grasped the essence of their revelations. It turned out to be an extraordinary secret realm. The significance of Longxian was indeed formidable. One could not help but marvel at the fortuitous fate of his disciples. Not only had they acquired the true dragon immortal technique, but they had also brought back a pure-blooded little golden dragon. Such fortune was nothing short of astonishing. Master, may we bring Longxian back to Tianyun Sect? Jiang Yi inquired earnestly. They had promised to care for Longxian and could not abandon him here. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, you may. Thank you, Master. Jiang Yao and the others rejoiced. Longxian, grinning widely, appeared quite formidable yet endearingly foolish. Thank you, Senior, for taking me in. In truth, Chu Yuan harbored intentions of accepting a disciple. However, he was uncertain whether Longxian had aspirations to become a student. If not, it might lead to a rather awkward rejection. But there was no rush. They would take it one step at a time. Once Longxian witnessed his own exceptional qualities, he might be inclined to seek a master. By the way, I have taken on a new junior disciple. Once we return to Tianyun Sect, you shall have the opportunity to meet him, Chu Yuan announced. We have a junior disciple now. The 4 of them expressed their astonishment, curiosity bubbling within them. What manner of person is this junior disciple? What extraordinary talents does he possess? Xiao Yin could not contain his inquisitiveness. Chu Yuan smiled. You shall discover that for yourselves upon meeting him. In the next moment, the flying vessel arrived at the outskirts of Tianyun Sect, seamlessly integrating into the array. Where's the sect? Xiao Yin exclaimed, gazing about like a curious monkey, utterly bewildered. Chu Yuan provided a brief explanation regarding the changes within the abyssal realm. Such transformations have occurred in such a short span. Upon entering the abyssal realm, Xiao Yin and his companions stood in awe. Before long, they reached Daoyuan Peak, where Chu Yuan, accompanied by 4 disciples and 1 dragon, made their appearance. The doppelganger of Chu Yuan soared forth, merging seamlessly with his true self. Changge, come forth and meet your senior brothers and sisters. Chu Yuan communicated telepathically to Yi Changge. In the next moment, Yi Changge flew out from the pavilion. The group formally introduced themselves. Reincarnated pupils, supreme bones, heavenly fire physique, golden spirit, sacred body. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Their qualifications to be your seniors are undeniable. Each of them has grown strong enough to command respect in the upper realms. Your seniors are indeed impressive. Naturally, with such a formidable master, your future will only be brighter, the sword spirit remarked. Yi Changge nodded in agreement, acknowledging the exceptional talent of his seniors, albeit noting that the 4th sister seemed a tad ordinary. Haha, from now on we are family. Let us look out for one another. Xiao Yin jovially clapped Yi Changge on the shoulder, exuding a brotherly demeanor despite being younger. Indeed, Yi Changge nodded earnestly. Henceforth, he would no longer be a solitary figure. At the very least, he had a master and senior siblings. The path of cultivation appeared to hold greater intrigue now. Let's take a break from cultivation today and enjoy each other's company. Shall we, master? Xianxia inquired, glancing at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded, certainly. Then let us eat and chat. I shall grill the meat. Xiao Yin cheerfully declared. I'll brew the tea. Yin Shu ran at it. I'll prepare the fruits. Yi Changgu chuckled, manifesting streams of sword energy in his hands. Yay, I'll handle the eating. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully, prompting laughter from the group. Before long, the ingredients were ready, and they gathered around the table. This table and pavilion were no longer as they once were. They had been upgraded by Chu Yuan, utilizing materials returned from the Heavenly Theft Sect, which were quite splendid. Wow, it smells delightful. Let me have a sip of tea first. Jiang Yao lifted her teacup, inhaling the aroma before gulping it down, immediately entering a state of enlightenment. Observing this, Jiang Yi and the others followed suit, soon finding themselves in a similar state of comprehension. Yi Changgu chuckled softly, noting that despite claiming they would tea cultivate today, they all fell into enlightenment. Master, I toast to you. Yi Changgu raised his teacup in reverence towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded, the two clinking their cups and savoring the tea leisurely. Meanwhile, the cultivation energies of Jiang Yi and the others steadily ascended. The little golden dragon, now a meter long, sat cross-legged in a position with a cup of enlightenment tea before him. However, he appeared somewhat hesitant and did not immediately lift the cup to drink. Chapter 206. Such trivial celestial arts do not merit me as a successor. After finishing his tea, Chu Yuan set down the cup and turned his gaze towards Xianxia. A faint smile gracing his lips as he asked, Why aren't you drinking? Senior, I'm not thirsty, Xianxia stammered in reply. Feeling like a child visiting someone else's home, restless and uneasy, Chu Yuan found it rather peculiar. Could this little golden dragon be somewhat socially anxious? Its excuse of not being thirsty was rather flimsy. After all, one would hardly expect a being of the true divine realm to experience thirst. At this level of existence, sustenance was no longer a matter of survival. It appeared that the little dragon was simply feeling shy. Surely you possess some ancestral memories? Chu Yuan inquired. The offspring of great demons typically retained fragments of such memories, especially considering that the little golden dragon's father was a true celestial being. It was evident that Jiang Yi and his companions were permitted to divulge everything from the secret realm, indicating that the true celestial had tacitly approved. Otherwise, they would have been bound by prohibitions preventing them from speaking. Moreover, Jiang Yi and the others had even revealed secrets regarding celestial arts. By the way, the true dragon body refinement technique that Jiang Yi had practiced was actually a facet of the true dragon celestial art. The true dragon celestial art constituted a remarkably coherent system, which allowed Jiang Yi and his companions to cultivate effectively. The existence of such a system implied a gradual process of mastery. In contrast, many other techniques and supernatural abilities plunge practitioners directly into high intensity without a foundational approach, making them exceedingly difficult to master. Yet, most techniques fell into this challenging category. The Kunpeng celestial art, akin to the true dragon celestial art, also possessed a complete system. Dragon Xin nodded gently, appearing somewhat anxious. Why would this elder pose such a question? Was he attempting to extract information from his ancestral memories? Could it be that he coveted the inheritance of the true dragon celestial art? The thought troubled him. He could not hope to contend with Jiang Yi and his master. If the elder truly desired it, he might as well comply. Although his father had bestowed the inheritance upon Jiang Yi and his companions with restrictions against external scrutiny, they could still share it if they wished. In such a case, even if he refused, they might still choose to disclose it. Furthermore, this individual, being the master of Jiang Yi and his companions, must possess formidable strength. As long as he harbored no ill intentions, forming a benevolent connection could be beneficial. Despite his youthful appearance, Dragon Xian was far from inexperienced. His ancestral memories brimmed with knowledge. Nevertheless, he would prefer not to share his father's legacy indiscriminately. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and asked, Are there any records of the Kunpeng in your memories? Dragon Xian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had misjudged the elder's intentions, as the inquiry was not about the inheritance. Indeed, within my ancestral memories, there once existed a Kunpeng in the celestial realm. It was a being as powerful as my father. However, that Kunpeng perished long ago, leaving no direct descendants and no legacy behind. Dragon Xian responded after sifting through his memories. The celestial realm? The sword spirit materialized with a start, its expression one of astonishment. What had it just heard? The celestial realm, the stuff of legends? Earlier, when Xianxia and his companions introduced themselves, they focused primarily on their own identities, merely referring to Dragon Xian as a friend. Thus, neither Xianxia nor the Sword Spirit possesses any knowledge regarding Long Xian's origins or background, nor are they aware of Xianxia and his companions' whereabouts prior to this moment. At this instant, upon hearing the term celestial realm, the Sword Spirit could no longer remain composed. Its current weakness rendered it incapable of recognizing the extraordinary nature of the little golden dragon, which it mistakenly believed to be merely a peculiar golden dragon. My apologies, Master. I have lost my composure. The Sword Spirit hastily expressed its contrition once it regained its senses. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Master, could it be that this brother, Long Xian, hails from the celestial realm? Xianxia inquired with palpable curiosity. During this period, the Sword Spirit had frequently narrated tales of the upper realm, extolling its prosperity and strength, which far surpassed that of the lower realm. However, whenever the celestial realm was mentioned, the Sword Spirit would exhibit a longing demeanor. Chu Yuan nodded and briefly recounted the events that Xianxia and his companions had experienced over the past 2 months, deeming it unnecessary to withhold information from his own disciples. I see. I suspected that their accounts diverged from what I had heard. So they have entered such a wondrous place. Xianxia reflected. He had previously overheard discussions among the disciples of Tianyun Sect regarding his senior brothers and sisters, but upon meeting them, their cultivation and age appeared markedly different from what had been described. Initially perplexed, he had presumed that the Tianyun Sect disciples were simply misinformed. Little did he know, the truth was far more astonishing. The Sword Spirit was left astounded, its scalp tingling. The little golden dragon possessed such a significant lineage, being a descendant of a celestial. How terrifying! Are you certain that Kunpeng left no legacy? Chu Yuan inquired, as 2 streams of yin and yang energy manifested in his hand. As the energies spiraled, they transformed into a diminutive Kunpeng, seemingly simple, yet imbued with profound mysteries. At this moment, it was Long Xian's turn to widen his eyes in amazement. Is this the celestial art of Kunpeng? The unique aura emanating from it was on par with the true dragon's celestial art. Chu Yuan noted hapfi my see. Indeed. Wow. Celestial art. Although the Sword Spirit was an ethereal entity, it felt as if its eyes were about to pop from astonishment. It is indeed true. My conjectures were correct. The Master is from the celestial realm. How else could one explain the existence of celestial art? The Master is undeniably an esteemed figure from the celestial realm. Predecessor. Might you be the inheritor of Kunpeng's legacy? Long Xian summoned his courage to ask, recalling that the legacy memory had stated no inheritance remained. Yet he now stood before it. The distinctive aura left no room for doubt. Chu Yuan shook his head with a smile. Not all. I merely acquired this celestial art by chance, and it flows with relative ease for me. The mere legacy of Kunpeng's celestial art is hardly worthy of my status as an inheritor. The term inheritor implies a successor. For Chu Yuan, this would somewhat diminish his standing and prestige. Regardless of his prowess, he remained merely at the true celestial level. His potential alone could elevate him to the realm of celestial emperor. It was not arrogance. Rather, the Kunpeng celestial art was indeed unworthy of association with him. However, when these words reached their ears, it resonated like a thunderclap. Long Xian, Sword Spirit, Xianxia. Alas, to declare that celestial art is unworthy of being his legacy. Who, indeed, is the esteemed master of Xianxia and his companions? At this moment, Long Xian's heart trembled profoundly, overwhelmed by an unfathomable terror. He had presumed that no matter how formidable this individual might be, there could be no connection to the celestial realm. Yet now, it was apparent that this was not merely a connection in the eyes of this master. Celestial techniques seemed trivial. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding the master's thoughts on his true dragon celestial technique. But now he realized that such worries were born of his own pettiness. He felt an overwhelming urge to raise his thumb in admiration, uttering a heartfelt acknowledgement of the master's prowess. It seemed that the master was even more terrifying than he had initially imagined. The Sword Spirit was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, unable to articulate the shock it felt at the disregard for celestial techniques. Truly, this was the mark of a master. Xianxia, too, contemplated that despite his broadened horizons, he still harbored an unwavering belief in the invincibility of his own master. Chapter 207. 7 Consecutive Strikes. A supreme being from the upper realm desires to descend. Observing Long Xian's naive astonishment, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. To accept a disciple, one must first earn their respect. Long Xian differed from Xianxia and the others. He possessed ancestral memories that affirmed his lineage as a true dragon, rendering it impossible for him to lack pride. Even if a peak emperor stood before him, seeking to take him as a disciple, Long Xian would certainly refuse. This was the reason behind Chu Yuan's reluctance to voice his intentions to accept a disciple. Should anyone attempt to coerce Long Xian into submission, they would likely meet with failure, perhaps even igniting a rebellion in him. A dragon, after all, could not be devoid of pride and spirit. Even a socially anxious dragon would ultimately refuse when faced with significant matters. Of course, Long Xian was not truly socially anxious. He merely exhibited a certain reserve in unfamiliar environments. Now, having instilled a sense of awe in Long Xian, the chances of successfully accepting him as a disciple had markedly increased. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan did not rush to speak. Boom! At that moment, Xianxia began her breakthrough. Earlier, within the secret realm, her cultivation had already ascended to the late stage of the profound pill realm, and now she had attained the completion of the profound pill realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning of her journey. The first moment of enlightenment held far greater significance than one might assume. Chu Yuan eagerly anticipated that with all 4 disciples advancing together, opportunities for rewards would surely follow. Before long, Xianxia achieved his breakthrough, surpassing Xiaoyan, who had previously reached the completion of the Soul Palace realm, now advancing to the Law Manifestation realm. Xiangyi's cultivation had initially lagged behind Xiaoyan's, yet he had now overtaken him. Ding! Undoubtedly, a reward opportunity was at hand. Given that only a brief time had passed, he refrained from claiming his reward immediately. As expected, not long after, Xiaoyan also broke through to the Law Manifestation realm. Subsequently, Yun Shuran and Jiang Yao each reached new heights, one ascending to the Nirvana realm and the other to the 5 Organs realm. 4 consecutive breakthroughs had been achieved, and they had gathered the rewards. Seeing Jiang Yao break through to the 5 Organs realm, Chu Yuan casually crushed a 5th-tier Tianyun grass and offered it to her. Instinctively, she swallowed it. In an instant, her cultivation soared once more, achieving the perfection of the 5 Organs realm. To attain such mastery at the tender age of 8 is truly astounding. Yet, as Chu Yuan pondered this, he suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. Beside him, Long Xian had already reached the true God realm at merely 3 years of age. In comparison, it did not seem so terrifying after all. It was not merely a matter of innate talent disparity. Their starting points and foundational support were fundamentally different. Chu Yuan was, in essence, providing Jiang Yao and the others with the necessary groundwork and foundation. Long Xian possessed an inherent advantage, while Jiang Yao and her companions required external supplementation. Their destinies diverged. Some individuals start at a point that others may never reach in their lifetime. Yet, some can, through fortuitous opportunities, catch up to those who began with a higher advantage. Such is the nature of fate. Still in the midst of their breakthroughs, Xianxia felt an overwhelming pressure. Although he was the 5th disciple, he was the eldest at 22. Yin Shuran had already caught up to him in cultivation and was still advancing. It was only natural for him to feel the weight of competition. The rapid surge of power sent shivers down his spine. They continued to break through. Xianxia quickly settled into a meditative position, determined to cultivate as well. He must strive harder. Otherwise, he would be left behind. Chu Yuan wore a faint smile, pleased with his disciples' efforts. He was counting on them to help him ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, at the Zhu clan's estate, the higher-ups were in a state of agitation. They had received a message from the upper realm Zhu family, stating that a significant figure would soon descend to their realm in search of a crucial treasure. A being of the holy realm was coming down. What treasure could warrant such a visit? The Zhu clan's leaders were filled with curiosity. The clan leader, Zhu Suinjin, shook his head, stating that it was confidential and would not be disclosed to them for now. Perhaps they would learn more once the figure arrived. The descent promised to be lively. The elder from the Lingxiao continent had eradicated the Tianyun Sect, which was an affiliated force of the Blood Moon Holy Land. It was possible that a powerful entity from the Blood Moon Holy Land might also descend, which could spell trouble for the elder. Zhu Suinjin's father remarked gravely. In his view, although the elder was of the Holy Realm, Those who achieved such status in the lower realm would surely not match the strength of their upper realm counterparts. Others nodded in agreement, sharing his perspective. After all, the elder was the master of Zhu Suinjin's sister's son. When the time came, they could seek protection from the Zhu clan as powerful figures, or even recruit them into the upper realm Zhu family. Once they entered the upper realm, they would naturally no longer fear the Blood Moon Holy Land. Zhu Suinjin contemplated and decided, this must be our course of action. Suinjin, you should travel to the Tianyun Sect on the Lingxiao continent and personally inform the elder about the impending arrival of a powerful being from the upper realm, so that he may be adequately prepared. Zhu Suinjin's mother instructed. Indeed, I had the same intention, Zhu Suinjin replied with a nod. In other regions of the divine realm, numerous formidable powers stirred with excitement. Ha ha ha, the exalted beings of the upper realm are descending. Splendid, splendid indeed. Ever since a saint had eradicated the heavenly thief sect, many great factions had been plagued by concerns for their safety. However, the tide seemed to be turning. It would not be long before their superior powers would also manifest their might in the lower realms. With such support, life would surely be exhilarating. It was even possible that the aforementioned saint might be taken away. Without the protection of the Zhu family, that saint's days would surely be fraught with difficulty. Some quietly mused, though they dared not voice such thoughts for fear of dire repercussions. In the lower realms, the authority of saint was absolute. In just a month, the powerful beings from the upper realm would descend. Yun Shuran's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, enveloped in an aura of golden intent. As a prodigy, grasping the essence of intent after reaching nirvana was astonishingly effortless. Xiao Yan ascended to the completion of the law manifestation realm, comprehending the essence of fire. Jiang Yi also reached the peak of the law manifestation realm, understanding both the essences of life and death, which could even be combined to form the essence of life and death, a potency surpassing that of singular intents. Jiang Yao experienced yet another breakthrough, advancing to the early stages of the Soul Palace realm, thanks to Chu Yuan's timely provision of the 6th-tier potential grass, propelling her directly to the fullness of the Soul Palace realm. Soon, their enlightening experience came to a close. In a climactic moment, Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan simultaneously made significant leaps, both breaking into the early stages of the nirvana realm. Yun Shuran and Jiang Yao's cultivations remained at the pinnacle of their respective realms, though breakthroughs were imminent. During this enlightening session, Jiang Yao achieved the most substantial advancement, undoubtedly aided by Chu Yuan's precise offerings of potential grass. Additionally, both Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan made considerable progress, while Yun Shuran ascended a complete realm. This left Xianxia in a state of astonishment. His own ascension had not been nearly as remarkable. However, that was because he had previously experienced a significant enhancement, so his progress was less conspicuous. In contrast, Jiang Yi and the others had accumulated their strength, especially within the True Dragon Trial Grounds, where they faced intense training and pressure. The four opened their eyes, brimming with joy. Yet, they were not the only ones elated. Viang, Yao, Viang Yi, and Xiao Yan each contributed 2 chances for a lottery draw, while Yun Shuran offered 1. Now, Chu Yuan possessed a total of 7 lottery opportunities. Even he could not suppress his excitement. Beneath his calm exterior lay a restless heart. System. 7 consecutive draws. Let's go all in. I want them all. Chapter 208. Abundant Rewards. Celestial King Law. Boundless Compass. Primordial Essence of all things. With a mere thought, Chu Yuan initiated the lottery. Ding, lottery in progress. Ding, lottery completed. Congratulations, Master, on receiving 2.5 years of cultivation enlightenment. For personal use only. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 1 intermediate celestial technique enhancement card. Can be used to elevate true celestial techniques to celestial king level. Congratulations, Master, on receiving 7.5 years of cultivation enlightenment. For personal use only. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining a distance-free teleportation compass. Once a being or location is marked with a compass, regardless of the distance, you can instantly arrive at the marked place. There is no limit to the number of targets that can be marked. Moreover, unless the mark is deleted by oneself, it will remain forever. Congratulations, Master, on receiving 1 insight card. Upon use, it allows entry into a state of enlightenment. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining 5 years of cultivation enlightenment. For personal use only. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a strand of primordial essence. Containing the essence of a universe, a single strand weighs as heavy as a star and can be used to refine weapons. Enhancing their quality, the system's melodious notification echoed repeatedly, concluding the 7 consecutive draws. In total, there were 15 years of cultivation enlightenment, 1 intermediate celestial technique enhancement card, a distance-free teleportation compass, 1 insight card, and a strand of primordial essence. These were the entirety of the rewards obtained this time. Among them, the distance-free teleportation compass surprised Chu Yuan the most. It seemed rather invincible. Distance-free implies disregarding distance, doesn't it? Thus, when he marks his disciples, he can instantly appear by their side. Alternatively, if he marks a specific location, such as the Tianyun Sect, he could return from the upper realm or even the celestial realm in an instant. If he marked countless worlds, wouldn't it mean he could go wherever he wished? Both for traveling and fleeing, it appears exceedingly practical. Naturally, while this reward is splendid, it does not belittle the others. The intermediate celestial technique enhancement card can elevate true celestial techniques. Without hesitation, he directly employed it on the Kunpeng celestial technique. Buzz! In the next moment, a new inheritance materialized within his mind. It was still the Kunpeng celestial technique, but now it had transcended to celestial king level. This technique had undergone optimization from its original form. The previous version was entirely obsolete. As for the insight card, it would be best to use it after breaking through cultivation for optimal effect. The primordial essence would be reserved for the refinement of his innate weapon. Chu Yuan said. The breakthrough in cultivation would naturally follow the use of cultivation enlightenment, but he glanced at Xian and refrained from using it immediately. If he could utilize it after accepting Xian as a disciple, with Xian's talent as a boon, the effect would likely be even greater. Haha, I've broken through. What a delightful sensation. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but burst into laughter. This breakthrough was utterly exhilarating. Senior brother, shall we have a sparring match later? He proposed, eager for a challenge. Meanwhile, he turned his gaze towards Xianxia, cheerfully proclaiming, 5th junior brother, let us witness your combat prowess shortly. Indeed, both Jiang Yi and Xianxia responded in unison. It is worth noting that the 3 of them currently share the same level of cultivation. Do we not agree to refrain from training today? Yin Shuran remarked, covering her mouth with a smile. Exactly, Jiang Yao chimed in. Let them spar if they wish. We shall indulge in our food. As she spoke, she began eagerly tearing into the roasted meat, her anticipation surpassing their impending duel. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, stating, very well. Since you wish to engage in a friendly contest, you may do so. I have just derived a celestial technique to the celestial king level. Since you have already encountered celestial arts, I shall impart it to you as well. If you can master this technique, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Chu Yuan remained composed, showing no signs of insecurity. The intermediate celestial technique enhancement card was his tool, making it effectively his own derivation. Well, it's not entirely boastful, he mused. At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell silent. Celestial King technique. Xian's voice trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment, clarity dawning upon him. In his inherited memories, he understood the classification of celestial beings and the terrifying concept of a celestial king. The celestial king technique was an elusive existence. Even the true dragon celestial technique paled in comparison to a genuine celestial king-level technique. There was no denying it. Most frighteningly, this elder just claimed that he had derived the celestial king technique himself. This. Surely, it cannot be true. Xian found it hard to believe, for the implications were too daunting. If this were indeed the case, then this elder must be even more formidable than his own father. Celestial king? Master, does this imply the king among celestial beings? Xiaoyan asked, astonished. The others were equally intrigued, although they were familiar with the concept of celestial beings. They lacked clarity on how they were classified. At this moment, they all yearned for answers. Even the 8-year-old glutton Jiang Yao was no exception. While munching on her food, she gazed up at her master with her large, dark eyes, her little ears perked up to catch every piece of news. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded. Beyond the realm of the emperor lies the true celestial realm, followed by the quasi-celestial king, and then the celestial king. The sword spirit and the others gasped in awe. Just hearing about it was enough to convey the terror of the celestial king. The derivation of the celestial king technique was an unfathomable endeavor. Master, were you not just of the divine realm? How did you manage to derive such a powerful celestial technique? Xiaoyan asked, his face filled with admiration. This inquiry resonated with the sentiments of the others. Although the sword spirit and Xianxia were aware that Chu Yuan had attained the sacred realm, it was still implausible for one at the sacred realm to derive the celestial king technique. Chu Yuan smiled gently. Many things are not as they appear. Just look at it this way. Even at the peak of the emperor realm, did they not still refer to me as master? That seems to be true. Xianxia nodded in agreement, realizing the validity of his words. Once you reach the realm of being a master, you will understand, Chu Yuan remarked, feigning an air of mystery. One day, if my disciples also experience a breakthrough, they will naturally comprehend. This breakthrough is a state of being. He lowered his gaze to sip his tea, exuding calmness. Yet, in the eyes of others, he appeared entirely different, shrouded in mystery and unfathomable depth. Xianxia nodded like a chick pecking at grains, slightly bewildered, yet awed by her master's prowess. All right, the 5 of you, come forward, Chu Yuan instructed. The 5 obediently approached him. Chu Yuan extended his hand, enlarging his palm, from which 5 streams of light surged forth, each entering their foreheads. The inheritance of the Immortal King technique begins now. After the passage of an incense stick's burn, the transmission concluded. Long Xian, tense with anticipation, scrutinized their expressions, eager to discern the power of this immortal technique. Was it truly superior to the true dragon immortal technique? Chapter 209. Long Xian takes a master, the 6th disciple. Before long, the 5 opened their eyes, astonishment illuminating their faces. Is this the Immortal King technique? It feels infinitely stronger than the true dragon immortal technique. Xiaoyan exclaimed in excitement. At this, Long Xian felt a jolt of surprise. Upon realizing his words could be misinterpreted, Xiaoyan quickly corrected himself. No, Long Xian. I didn't mean it that way. The true dragon immortal technique is formidable too. Long Xian, however, waved his hand and inquired, is what you said truly accurate? Is it really that impressive? Indeed, Jiang Yi confirmed, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. The technique imparted by our master, the Kuinpeng Immortal King technique, is the most powerful I have ever encountered. He admitted he had only witnessed 2 techniques, yet the Kuinpeng Immortal King technique was undeniably the mightiest. Long Xian perceived the truth in Jiang Yi's gaze. He was not being deceived. It was indeed so. Moreover, it was the Kuinpeng Immortal technique. Once on par with the true dragon immortal technique, it had now ascended to the status of an Immortal King technique. How could this not leave Long Xian in awe? If this elder were to acquire the true dragon immortal technique and was willing to delve into its intricacies, could it not elevate the true dragon immortal technique to greater heights? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced uncontrollably. Not just him. If such an opportunity arose, even his father, if still alive, would be overwhelmed with excitement. Should I take him as my master? With a master-disciple bond, perhaps he would assist me in enhancing the true dragon immortal technique. But would he accept me as a disciple? At that moment, Long Xian pondered the possibility of becoming a disciple, yet he felt anxious and uncertain about the elder's willingness to accept him. Once confident as the heir of the true dragon, he now found his confidence wavering in the presence of this elder. A hint of melancholy crept onto his innocent dragon visage. What if he were to be refused upon asking to become a disciple? The thought alone filled him with apprehension. Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. Yin Shuran inhaled deeply, expressing her gratitude. She felt incredibly fortunate. Initially, the intention was merely to be with Brother Xiao Yan, which led to her apprenticeship. As time passed, she increasingly realized the profound depths of her master. The power she possessed was utterly incomparable to that of her master. Moreover, she harbored a strong intuition that what they currently understood and perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg of her master's capabilities. Xianxia and the others expressed their gratitude. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He turned to Zhang Yao and, with a gentle smile, remarked, by the way, your supreme bone divine ability, the world annihilation calamity light, I have successfully deduced it to the immortal level for you. It now qualifies as a true immortal divine ability. I shall impart it to you now. Wow, is that true? Zhang Yao's anticipation surged instantly. Although she had many techniques, she felt that the supreme bone ability was the most intuitive for her to wield. Naturally, she was overjoyed to hear that her master had elevated her supreme bone ability. Of course, my dear disciple, would I deceive you? Chu Yuan chuckled, his finger lightly touching Zhang Yao's forehead. The return, true, immortal level divine ability, the world annihilation calamity light, was now rightfully hers. Indeed, I become even more formidable. This is fantastic. Thank you, Master. I am so happy. Xianxia twirled around in delight, exuding an adorable charm. Master is truly extraordinary, the mightiest person in the world. Chu Yuan gently ruffled her hair, feeling quite pleased by the praise from his charming disciple. Xiaoyan, your vermilion bird azure sky palm has become somewhat outdated. I have elevated it to the pinnacle of the holy tier. It should suffice for some time. Chu Yuan said. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude. Though it wasn't at the level of an emperor or immortal, the significant upgrade was more than adequate for him for a considerable duration. Chu Yuan touched Xiaoyan's forehead, and the inheritance was swiftly completed. Ya! Xiaoyan exclaimed in exhilaration. Senior, I. Long Xian's stammering voice broke through, revealing his nervousness. He had made up his mind to seek apprenticeship. If he failed, he would simply bear the embarrassment. Earlier, he had harbored some doubts. Although it appeared that Jiang Yi and the others had indeed acquired the Kuanping Immortal King's technique, there was no guarantee that this senior had been the one to deduce it. What if the technique was already known to this senior when he received it? Such possibilities existed. However, when the senior imparted the supreme bone divine ability to Jiang Yao, he cast aside these thoughts. The original divine ability of the supreme bone was at the emperor level, and he recalled some records regarding it. It was improbable that this senior coincidentally possessed the true immortal level divine ability of the supreme bone, a skill that could only be cultivated after one transcended to immortality. Thus, it was highly likely that the senior had indeed deduced it. The same could be said for the Kuanping Immortal King's technique. With such a mysterious and powerful senior before him, he did not wish to miss this opportunity. The senior had not explicitly stated a willingness to accept him as a disciple, indicating a lack of intention on the senior's part. If he did not take the initiative, there would be no chance. It simply would not do. Though he is indeed the offspring of the true dragon, inheriting its bloodline and innate talents, the path to becoming a semi-immortal king or an immortal king is fraught with challenges. After all, even his father never ascended to that level. However, if he were to become a disciple of this esteemed elder, he might just surpass his father's achievements. This is his opportunity. Perhaps. The fact that Jiang Yi and the others were brought to the true dragon's trial ground was destined from the very beginning. Despite his youthful appearance, Long Xian harbored many thoughts. What is on your mind? Chu Yuan turned to him, having observed every change in Long Xian's expression. He sensed that if he were to speak up about accepting a disciple, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly high, at least exceeding 90%. At that moment, the gaze of others also fell upon Long Xian. Under the collective scrutiny, Long Xian felt somewhat uneasy, yet he mustered his courage and declared resolutely, I wish to become your disciple. Is that possible? Instantly, the entire gathering fell silent. Jiang Yi and the others were taken aback, initially expecting Long Xian to pose a question, only to discover he sought to become a disciple instead. They all regarded Long Xian quite favorably, though they were uncertain whether the master would accept him. Chu Yuan was also slightly surprised, not expecting Long Xian to be so proactive. He had assumed the young dragon would inquire about something. However, this was convenient, as it spared him the need to speak first. He did not respond immediately, instead taking a seat and gently sipping from his teacup, as if contemplating whether to accept him. In that moment, Long Xian held his breath, his heart racing. The tension within him grew palpable. After a brief pause, Chu Yuan looked at Long Xian and said slowly, the fact that you can accompany Jiang Yi and the others indicates a connection. I find you quite agreeable. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall be my sixth disciple. Chapter 210, Acceptance of a Disciple Reward, Eternal Dao Robe. As Chu Yuan's words resonated, Long Xian's face flushed crimson, his youthful dragon horns seemingly emanating warmth from his excitement. He had been accepted. The elder had agreed to take him as a disciple. How splendid! Jiang Yi and the others also bore smiles, as Long Xian became their sixth junior brother. Consequently, it became their duty to look after him, honoring the trust bestowed upon them by the five-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, even had Long Xian been rejected by the master, they would still have cared for him. This was their principle. Oh no, junior brother, why aren't you paying your respects to the master? Xiao Yin cheerfully reminded him. Upon hearing this, Long Xian snapped back to reality, clasping his claws together and kneeling on the ground. Disciple Long Xian pays respects to the master. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile, acknowledging him. Indeed, I now have 6 disciples, though there are still 7 slots available. There remains much work to be done. At that very moment, the system notification appeared punctually. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on accepting another disciple, synchronizing the cultivation talent of the 6th disciple, Long Xian. Synchronization successful. The disciple's return has already taken effect on Xian. The master has received a disciple reward, the eternal Tao garment. This special item can transform into any style. Once donned, it disregards cultivation levels, directly amplifying one's combat power and defense by 100-fold. Furthermore, it negates causality and scrutiny, rendering the owner impervious to any probing or divination regarding their essence. With a sharp intake of breath, Chu Yuan felt a chill of astonishment. The eternal Tao garment. This reward seems rather extraordinary. 100-fold increase in both combat power and defense, regardless of one's cultivation level, implies that no matter the realm he attains, the garment's effects remain potent. Whether in the Holy Realm, the Emperor Realm, or the Immortal Realm, its power is unwavering. This is indeed more precious than an Immortal Emperor weapon. After all, even an Immortal Emperor would experience 100-fold augmentation in both power and defense, which would obliterate any foe of the same realm. What of genius or talent? Such a garment would ensure instant annihilation upon exposure. Moreover, the ability to shroud oneself from causality and scrutiny is equally formidable. Encountering diviners or those with foresight would be irrelevant to him. Even those of higher cultivation would find it impossible to perceive him. The exhilaration is unparalleled. Possessing an innate sacred body and practicing immortal techniques, I am already invincible among peers. Should I employ the G character secret to amplify my power tenfold, I would become even stronger. Now, with the addition of the eternal Tao garment, I am invincible. Chu Yuan mused, delighting in his fortune. This disciple acquisition was indeed a tremendous gain. The only slight disappointment is that the eternal Tao garment, being a system reward, cannot be returned through disciple acquisition. Nevertheless, one must not be overly greedy. Chu Yuan raised his hand slightly, a gentle force lifting Xian. Sitting upright, Xian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Chu Yuan nodded and said, since you have become my disciple, I shall impart the Kunpeng Immortal King technique to you as well. With that, he pointed a finger to Xian's forehead. Thank you, master, Xian replied gratefully after the transmission was complete. Indeed, the Kunpeng Immortal King technique is far superior to the True Dragon Immortal technique. Would you like me to assist you in evolving your True Dragon Immortal technique to the Immortal King level? Chu Yuan inquired. He was indeed eager for the True Dragon Immortal technique. However, he sought to pose the question differently, believing Xian would be intrigued. What? Xian exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. Is that possible, master? Would it be too troublesome for you? He had harbored this thought, but was unsure how to voice it, and was surprised that his master had directly posed the question. It is no trouble. Evolving a technique does not require excessive effort, Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Then I must trouble you, master. The True Dragon Immortal technique resides within my mind. I can unlock the restrictions for you to observe, Xian declared. Chu Yuan nodded, and then his consciousness surged into Xian's sea of consciousness. Xian's spiritual essence was remarkably robust, with a small golden dragon coiled at the center of the sea of consciousness, representing Xian's soul. Chu Yuan's consciousness gently brushed against Xian's soul, and the inheritance naturally resided within. The Kunpeng Immortal King's law that he imparted to Xian was also encompassed within. Xian possessed the ability to unravel the restrictions of the True Dragon Immortal Law, for after his father's demise, the True Dragon Immortal Law wholly belonged to him. He could bestow it upon whomever he wished. Moments later, Chu Yuan successfully acquired the True Dragon Immortal Law. This is for you. At that moment, 3,000 leaves of enlightenment tea soared before Xian, forming a towering pile that eclipsed him. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Prior to his apprenticeship, it would not have offered such a gift, for its leaves were not as common as cabbages. However, having taken a master, it naturally treated him equally. Xian felt a tad bashful and scratched his head. Here, just accept it, Chu Yuan urged. Upon hearing this, Xian accepted the offering into his storage space, which was a beautiful golden bracelet adorning his right arm. Thank you. He simultaneously expressed his gratitude to the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. The ancient tea tree chuckled warmly. Ah, how delightful it is to be backed by powerful allies. With the tea leaves in hand and the transmission of celestial laws, even the emperors of the upper realms will be taken aback. The sword spirit mused silently. Indeed, it will be quite shocking. Master, please bestow a portion of the True Dragon Immortal Law to fifth senior brother as well. Everyone has received it except for him. Xian suggested, wishing to strengthen his bond with fifth senior brother Xianxia. That might not be appropriate, Xianxia interjected, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as the immortal law was exceedingly precious. Fifth senior brother, do not be so modest. We are all comrades now, Xian replied. His previous reservations diminished significantly after becoming Chu Yuan's disciple. After all, he was no longer an outsider, but one of their own. Very well. Thank you for your generosity. Sixth junior brother. Xianxia clasped his hands in gratitude. Chu Yuan smiled and gently tapped Xianxia's forehead, perfectly facilitating the return of the true dragon immortal law. Indeed, upon completing the transmission, he obtained the immortal level true dragon immortal law. However, he did not immediately pass it on to Xian. Since he had mentioned the need for deliberation, it would be more fitting to wait a while before bestowing it. To give it to Xian right away would feel insincere. He decided to cultivate it for himself first. Now, with 2 immortal laws in his possession, he felt quite content. All right, let us drink the enlightenment tea. Now that you've joined this family, you must quickly integrate, Chu Yuan said to Xian. He believed it was fortunate that Xian had not consumed the tea earlier. After all, had he broken through before Chu Yuan accepted him as a disciple, he would have missed out on the rewards. Now that he was drinking it, it was indeed better. If he truly broke through, the rewards would be shared. Chapter 2:11. Cultivation Pinnacle, Confronting the Emperor's Tribulation. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this, Xian obediently agreed and lifted the teacup to sip. Regarding the enlightenment tea, he found records of it within his inherited memories. It is a divine object, not found in realms beneath the celestial. He had not anticipated tasting it so soon. Before long, he entered a state of profound realization, exuding a formidable aura. Wait, how can he be so powerful? Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yi and the others were equally astonished. Previously, Xian had not emitted any aura of cultivation, leading them to believe he was still too young to have begun his training. However, at this moment, the cultivation energy radiating from him was undeniably terrifying. This was no mere initiation into training. His strength surpassed theirs by an immeasurable degree. His cultivation was at the early stage of true God realm, an innate ability he possessed from birth. Seeing the astonished expressions of his disciples, Chu Yuan understood that they were unaware of Xian's true prowess, and thus informed them. True God realm. Wow, he is extraordinarily strong. Xiaoyan was left speechless. Shock flickered in the eyes of Jiang Yi and Xianxia. They all knew Xian was merely 3 years old. The most astonishing part was that this power was entirely innate. He truly had not undergone any training. Indeed, he was a true descendant of the dragon, remarkably powerful. Jiang Yao's dark, expressive eyes reflected admiration. With such strength, he does not require our assistance, Yin Shuran remarked. Yet Jiang Yi shook his head, saying, not necessarily. Although his cultivation surpasses ours for now, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. He will undoubtedly linger at certain realms for extended periods, providing us with the opportunity to catch up and reach the same level. When that time comes, if he truly needs our help, we will be able to assist him. It seemed that the esteemed true dragon ancestor had considered this as well. Brother, your perspective holds some truth, Yin Shuran nodded, having been too astonished earlier to immediately grasp this crucial point. At that moment, an authentic dragon might emanate from Xian, imposing and powerful. Waves of potent, true dragon divine energy coursed over his surface, forming intricate dragon patterns. Enveloped in golden light, he closed his large dragon eyes. His expression one of sheer enjoyment and tranquility, exuding an air of sanctity. His cultivation aura continued to ascend. Mid-stage true God realm, late stage perfection. Then, he reached the early stage of celestial God realm. Ultimately, his cultivation settled at the mid-stage of celestial God realm. Beep. The Master's sixth disciple, Xian, has broken through to the mid-stage of celestial God realm. The Master receives 1 lottery chance. The system's notification rang out. With Xian's significant breakthrough, he naturally earned a reward. In the future, when accepting disciples, Chu Yuan contemplated it would be wise to choose those with lower cultivation levels. The lower their cultivation, the more significant breakthroughs they would require, thus increasing the number of lottery opportunities he could obtain. System, let us draw. Chu Yuan thought resolutely, activating it without hesitation. Beep. Drawing in progress. Beep. Drawing complete. Congratulations, Master, you have received 5 years of cultivation enlightenment. Upon witnessing the reward, Chu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Splendid. 5 years, combined with the previous 15, totals a full 2 decades of cultivation enlightenment. Long Xian opened his eyes, brimming with delight at the elevation of his own power. Congratulations, junior brother Liu, Jiang, Yi, and the others chimed in. Thank you, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Long Xian replied with a broad grin. Chu Yuan remarked, since you all have made breakthroughs, I shall casually attain one as well. The crowd responded with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, with a mere thought, Chu Yuan harnessed 20 years of cultivation enlightenment. With Long Xian's innate talent augmenting his own, his potential became even more formidable, significantly reducing the time required for each realm's advancement. Ordinarily, within the Saint realm, he would need just over 2 years to break through. However, now, a mere year sufficed. Boom, boom, boom. His cultivation surged faster than anyone else's. Perfected Saint realm, early Great Saint realm, mid-Great Saint realm, early Saint King realm, perfected Saint King realm. At this point, he had only expended about 12 or 13 years of cultivation. He was poised to continue his ascent. Boom! Without any hindrance, he directly broke through to the early quasi-emperor stage, marking yet another monumental leap in his life level. This transformation was entirely distinct from the Saint realm, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle and occurring with remarkable swiftness. As he achieved this breakthrough, the entire Abyss realm underwent a transformation. The heavenly and earthly spiritual energy suddenly grew denser, the divine radiance surged, and even more enigmatic powers began to manifest. Following this, wondrous phenomena emerged. Celestial flowers rained down. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Purple chi ascended from the east, and myriad laws resonated in unison. Various auspicious divine beast ethereal figures also materialized. Countless Tao flowers blossomed, embodying the mysteries of the Tao. These vibrant flowers descended like snowflakes, and anyone touched by them fell into a state of profound enlightenment, highly conducive to cultivation. Hurry, everyone! Do not hesitate. Commence your cultivation. The voice of the sword spirit rang out. It had never anticipated that the Master's casual mention of a breakthrough would propel him directly from the late Saint realm, swiftly bypassing both the Great Saint and Saint King realms, and directly into the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, the breakthrough showed no signs of ceasing. The sword spirit was at a loss for words to describe its astonishment. Such occurrences were beyond mere experience, unthinkable even. Who could achieve a breakthrough so effortlessly? Even emperors in the Saint realm required considerable time to meticulously refine their way through small realms. The master was simply outrageous. Xiao Yin and the others were momentarily dazed by their master's rapid breakthrough, and only upon the sword spirit's reminder did they snap back to reality, hastily settling into meditation for cultivation. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for them. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, the members of the Tianyun Sect soon realized the immense benefits of cultivation and eagerly embarked on their training. Mid-stage of the quasi-emperor, late stage of the quasi-emperor, complete quasi-emperor. Chu Yuan advanced with unstoppable momentum, showing no signs of halting. He swiftly departed from the Yuan realm, tearing through the fabric of space with a single step. Distancing himself from this location, even from the Qingtian realm, was the master truly on the verge of achieving the status of an emperor? The sword spirit's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Although Chu Yuan had left, the profound resonance of his breakthrough lingered for a considerable time. The master is about to face the tribulation of emperorhood. If you wish to witness it firsthand, it would greatly benefit your future cultivation. I shall take you to see, spoke the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Jiang, Yi, and the others were left in a daze. They had just settled down to meditate when their master departed. Facing the tribulation of emperorhood, Yin Shuran was utterly stunned. Was the master truly on the brink of becoming an emperor? He seemed only 51 years old. They could scarcely comprehend the rapidity with which their master's cultivation progressed. Not only they, even Long Xian was engulfed in endless shock. Even within his inherited memories, there was no record as exaggerated as this. Even genuine celestial heirs had to diligently cultivate. To achieve a breakthrough so swiftly was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Yet, their master had accomplished it. This breakthrough was not merely the concealment of power followed by a sudden release. It was a genuine transformation. This left him questioning the very essence of dragonkind. After imparting his words, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment had already enveloped them, racing after Chu Yuan. Chapter 212. Is this truly the tribulation? Both the inheritance of celestial techniques and the teachings of emperors contain descriptions of the emperor's tribulation, an essential passage to attaining the status of an emperor. The emperor's tribulation is immensely terrifying. Those who succeed will ascend to emperorhood, while those who fail will perish, their Tao extinguished. At the moment Chu Yuan was poised to break through to emperorhood, he sensed an ominous celestial tribulation locking onto him. Once targeted by the tribulation, escape becomes impossible, no matter where one attempts to hide. Thus, he decisively vacated the Yuanguan realm. Should the tribulation descend upon it, the realm itself would likely face annihilation. At this moment, he donned the eternal Tao robe, transforming it into a semblance of his everyday attire. The Xianxia realm is a spherical celestial body, and high above its vast firmament lies a formidable barrier separating worlds. This barrier is exceedingly resilient, impervious to anything below the Saint realm. However, for Chu Yuan, it posed no obstacle. He traversed the world barrier and emerged outside the Xianxia realm, where the expanse was not chaos but a boundless cosmos. Distant stars twinkled, akin to the lower realms like the Xianxia. Though they appeared near, they were, in reality, incredibly far away. Even with the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, one would need to travel for an extended time. In truth, upon attaining sainthood, one could commune with the laws within the world barrier, allowing the upper realm to facilitate ascension. The upper limit may not lie within the depths of the starry sky, but perhaps in another layer of space. He soared towards the abyss of the cosmos, maintaining a considerable distance from the realm of the azure heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the celestial expanse. This sound was not merely noise, but a profound reverberation of the great Tao, reminiscent of ancient war chariots trampling through chaos, instilling awe and trepidation. A vortex of thunder began to take shape above Chu Yuan's head, an immense maelstrom of lightning, spanning billions of miles, nearly a third the size of the azure heavens. Most terrifying of all was the oppressive might released from this vortex, akin to the wrath of annihilation. The tribulation of the path to transcendence had manifested. Fortunately, he had distanced himself from the azure heavens. Otherwise, the cataclysmic event could have obliterated everything. Chu Yuan gazed at the impending tribulation, silently contemplating its world-destroying power. Indeed, it could annihilate the azure heavens. At this moment, within the thunderous vortex, divine lightning of a purple-golden hue began to coalesce, intertwining and flickering like an impenetrable net. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment had already transported Xianxia and the others to a remote location. Even from such a great distance, they could still sense the terrifying and vast imperial might. The imperial aura of Chu Yuan, coupled with the pressure of the tribulation, sent ripples through the infinite cosmos. Xiaoyan and the others could not see their master, but once the ancient tea tree bestowed its enigmatic power upon them, they gained the ability to perceive the scene as if sharing the same vision and sensations. This was one of the ancient tea tree's extraordinary abilities. Why is this tribulation so terrifying? The sword spirit exclaimed. The tribulation they witnessed was far more formidable than any they had encountered before. At least 100 times stronger. Could a quasi-emperor truly withstand this? It bore the might of a true emperor. What shall we do? Can our master successfully navigate this tribulation? Xianxia expressed her concerns. Fear not. The tribulation has intensified because the master has ascended to the realm of the emperor. And moreover, he is at the mid-stage of that realm, the ancient tea tree explained. Although the tribulation had grown more potent, so too had the master. Overcoming the tribulation was well within his capabilities. The tea tree held unwavering faith in its master, a belief that stemmed from the very depths of its essence. Of course, it was only due to the master's release of his cultivation aura that it could sense this. Even before facing the tribulation, he had already ascended to the mid-stage of the emperor realm. Truly, he was exceptional. The sword spirit, filled with admiration, found itself at a loss for words. Long Xian nodded in agreement. Even in his ancestral memories, there had been no record of such an occurrence. Typically, even chaos bodies and innate sacred bodies would undergo tribulations before ascending. What he did not realize was that other chaos bodies and innate sacred bodies advanced steadily, step by step, utilizing the tribulation to attain the emperor's path. However, Chu Yuan was different. His cultivation was bestowed upon him, and with no bottlenecks before reaching the celestial realm, he achieved a direct breakthrough. exhausting all his power and soaring from the late stage of the Sage realm to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Merely 20 years of cultivation. Thus, it is evident that his innate talent has reached an unimaginably formidable level. 20 years is a mere trifle for an emperor with a lifespan exceeding 1,000,000 years. Look, the master is about to undergo tribulation. At that moment, Xianxia exclaimed. They watched intently, eager to witness how their master would navigate this trial. At this moment, above Chu Yuan's head, within a swirling vortex of thunder, 9 colossal purple-golden thunder dragons had already taken form. In the next instant, these immense dragons, exuding an aura of destruction, descended upon Chu Yuan. Each thunder dragon radiated the essence of a mid-stage emperor. The first wave of attacks, 9 strikes already. Xianxia gasped in astonishment. The sword spirit was equally taken aback, stammering, "The proof of the Tao tribulation consists of 9 waves. Typically, the first wave entails only a single strike. Only extraordinarily defiant individuals may face 9 strikes between the 6th and 9th waves. And this is merely the first wave. 9 strikes of heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, countless prodigious quasi-emperors have perished beneath such assaults. Yet it matters not. Chu Yuan assessed the strength of the 9 strikes and remarked nonchalantly. He employed the Jieji secret, unleashing 10-fold battle prowess. Extending his hand, it transformed into an immense size, effortlessly grasping all 9 thunder dragons within his palm. With a mere thought, he stored these dragons in his system's storage space. This essence of utter destruction might serve as a powerful card for his disciples in the future. It would be wasteful not to utilize it. In an instant, the first wave of attacks dissipated. Chu Yuan stood resolute, one hand resting behind him, exuding an air of tranquility. "Wow, Master is amazing," Xianxia exclaimed with a beaming smile, initially filled with concern. She was astonished at how effortlessly the master had resolved the situation. The sword spirit, however, was left dumbfounded. 9 heavenly tribulation strikes. Just like that, they vanished? This is utterly incredible. Is this truly the process of transcending tribulation? At that moment, an even more terrifying tribulation was brewing. 9 colossal thunder knives, each 1,000,000,000 zhang long, were forming. These were the legendary Tao-slaying knives. The sword spirit gasped again, overwhelmed. Such phenomena are exceedingly rare and rarely witnessed by any who seek the Tao. Those who do encounter them often meet their demise beneath the Tao-slaying knives. Chu Yuan had already transformed into a giant, transcending divinity, his colossal form rivaling the expanse of the azure heavens. No other emperor could achieve such magnitude. Yet he had done so. Soon, the 9 thunder knives descended. He caught them effortlessly, storing them away with ease. Following this, 9 indistinct shadows of emperors materialized. Also a manifestation of the tribulation, which he seamlessly collected. Chapter 213. Enlightenment, Pinnacle of the Emperor. Supreme Emperor Weapons. Subsequently, phantasms of weapons such as the Bell and Cauldron Tower emerged, all of which were likewise collected by Chu Yuan with a casual motion. Clad in the eternal garment, his combat prowess had ascended to unimaginable heights. The trifling tribulations of the Taoist emperor posed no threat to him whatsoever. Thunderous roars echoed as the 9th wave of heavenly tribulation approached. This wave, in stark contrast to its predecessors, was devoid of flamboyance, yet its sheer ferocity was daunting. As the tribulation struck, it conjured various illusions that affected the heart of the Tao. However, for Chu Yuan, it was merely a formality. Upon receiving this final wave, the tribulation was complete. The tempest of lightning dissipated, and a pure source of power infused his being, allowing him to break through another minor realm, attaining the late stage of the emperor. In that moment, an aura of imperial majesty enveloped him, resplendent and supreme, radiating for millions of miles. With every gesture, he could provoke tremors in the cosmos, causing spatial rifts to manifest. He subdued his presence throughout this tribulation. Not even the hem of his garment bore a speck of dirt. Activating his enlightenment card, he focused his mind, entering a state of profound comprehension. The principles he grasped swiftly transformed into the laws of the great Tao. From initial understanding to perfect mastery, Sword Tao perfected, Fire Tao perfected, Yin-Yang Tao perfected, Destruction Tao perfected, Indestructible Tao perfected. Before long, 5 perfected laws materialized around him, etched into his imperial essence, fortifying it further. He sensed his cultivation becoming more fluid, and with a powerful surge, he broke through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Subsequently, he rapidly comprehended the true Dragon Immortal King's law and the Kunpeng Immortal King's law. Hours later, he emerged from his state of enlightenment. From this moment forth, Chu Yuan proclaimed himself the foremost being beneath the celestial realm. He chuckled inwardly, realizing he had surpassed even the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. He could easily subdue it with but a finger. This was not to suggest that the ancient tea tree of enlightenment was weak. In truth, it was significantly stronger than the average peak emperor. Only those with extraordinarily formidable power could contend against it. The celestial realm was no longer far off. Chu Yuan felt elated. At this rate, it would be mere months before he ascended to immortality. Ascending to immortality was not overly challenging. In a flash, he appeared before Jiang, Yi, and the others, having already returned to his normal size. His imperial might now tempered, he appeared much like before, though his presence was markedly more transcendent. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the Taoist Emperor. Congratulations, esteemed one, on attaining the Taoist Emperor. The crowd joyfully exclaimed. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Very well, let us return. With a wave of his hand, he gathered them all and swiftly returned to the Yuanshan peak of the abyssal realm. I shall also impart the secret of the word all to you, Chu Yuan declared. Presently, only Xianxia had received this secret. As Long Xian and the others pondered the meaning of the character Jia, Chu Yuan had already touched their foreheads, and soon, the transmission was complete. They were all astonished by the existence of such a formidable secret art. However, their surprise soon transformed into acceptance. As long as it was bestowed by their master, they deemed it perfectly reasonable, no matter how extraordinary it might be. Xiaoyan, there is something I must inform you, Chu Yuan stated. Master, what is it? Xiaoyan inquired, puzzled. It pertains to your mother. What? My mother? Xiaoyan exclaimed, leaping up. Master, you have news about my mother? Indeed, Chu Yuan replied, revealing all that he knew. The Zhu family in the divine realm is your maternal kin. The patriarch of the Zhu family is your uncle. Would you like to meet them? The choice is yours. I wish to see them, Xiaoyan responded earnestly. Chu Yuan nodded. Very well. Are you still planning to compete? If so, we can visit the divine realm after your contest. He too intended to venture to the divine realm, as he still had not comprehended the mysteries of the small world he had discovered. Let the battle commence. Senior brother. Fifth junior brother, prepare for combat. All right. Soon, the three engaged in a fierce duel. Before long, Yin Shuran joined the fray. Long Xian refrained from joining due to his superior cultivation level, as fighting them would be akin to sparring with infants. He sat patiently, while Jiang Yao did not participate either, her reason being her comparatively low cultivation level. Instead, she cheered them on while indulging in copious amounts of food. Chu Yuan discreetly employed the boundless compass to inscribe marks upon them, simultaneously leaving a mark in the abyss. In a flash, he returned to his loft. He retrieved the weapon forged from the rare Tai-Bai gold, which had originally been of the sacred tier. Due to his recent breakthrough, it began to metamorphose into an imperial tier weapon. However, this transformation was not a swift process. The evolution of a life-bound imperial weapon typically required nurturing with essence blood and other resources. Harnessing his formidable cultivation, Chu Yuan reshaped the sword into an aesthetically pleasing form, incorporating the essence of all things he had acquired. With the infusion of this essence, along with his relentless forging efforts, the imperial weapon soon took its final form, achieving the pinnacle of the imperial tier, an extreme path imperial weapon. Moreover, due to the addition of the essence of all things, it surpassed other extreme path imperial weapons in strength. The imperial realm is divided into the quasi-imperial and great emperor stages. However, imperial weapons are not categorized as quasi-imperial or great emperor weapons. Generally, low and mid-grade imperial weapons are suited for quasi-imperial cultivators, while high and top-grade imperial weapons are used by great emperors. The same applies to techniques and divine abilities. Low and mid-grade imperial techniques can only be cultivated to the quasi-imperial stage. After upgrading his life-bound weapon, Chu Yuan stored it away, intending to wield it when the time came to confront adversaries. Time seemed to drag on. His ascension in strength was indeed exceedingly rapid. 3 months prior, when he drew the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, he was in awe of the might of the emperor's pinnacle, considering it a formidable guardian and a hidden ace. Yet now, he has surpassed even the ancient tea tree. Previously, he had acquired a sacred artifact from the thieving Heaven Sect and, upon its return, obtained a low-grade imperial weapon, which he could not fully wield at that time. However, now he possesses his own supreme imperial weapon. The speed at which he has grown stronger is nothing short of astounding. Outside, after several hours of fierce combat, the disciples finally ceased their skirmishes, having reaped substantial rewards. Jiang Yi and Yi Chang'e exhibited the most formidable prowess, followed closely by Xiaoyan. Yun Shurian, due to her cultivation level, slightly surpassed Jiang Yi and the others, making them ready to venture to the divine continent. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan materialized within the pavilion. He intended to allow Xiaoyan to visit family and also to explore that small world. After thoroughly searching the divine continent for suitable disciples, he planned to ascend to the upper realm. With his current strength, he would navigate the upper realm with ease. As they exited the abyssal realm, Chu Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 214, The Grand Tournament of Heroes. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted westward, where the teleportation array in the nether abyss of the Lingxiao continent illuminated, revealing the figure of Zhu Suinjing. After the Zhu family took over the territory of the thieving Heaven Sect, they retained the teleportation array, as it was undeniably faster than flight. With an operational teleportation array at hand, it was only logical to utilize it. Initially intending to bring Xiaoyan to the Zhu family, Zhu Suinjing's arrival was quite opportune. With a mere thought, Chu Yuan transported Zhu Suinjing before him. Zhu Suinjing, bewildered, questioned how he had suddenly appeared before this esteemed elder, having just arrived in the nether abyss. What transpired? Why was he here? The surroundings revealed they were outside the Tianyun Sect, leading him to realize that the elder must have brought him here. Zhu Suinjing was internally astonished. Although confused, he was not foolish. In an instant, he noted his surroundings, understanding that his presence here was undoubtedly related to the elder. Such an incomprehensible means of transporting someone across vast distances was utterly remarkable. Having encountered the elder, Zhu Suinjing quickly offered a respectful salute. Chu Yuan nodded and smiled lightly, stating, "You have arrived at just the right time." He then turned to Xiaoyan, saying, "Xiaoyan, this is your uncle." From a moment, Zhu Suinjing appeared. Xiaoyan had been observing him closely, noticing a striking resemblance that evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Now, with his Master S declaration, he learned that this man was indeed his uncle. "Are you truly my uncle?" Xiaoyan stepped forward, visibly excited. He had heard from his master that the Zhu family had engaged in conflict with the thieving Heaven Sect due to his mother, indicating that his uncle and family held her in high regard. Such kinship resonated deeply within him. After a moment of surprise, Zhu Suinjing's gaze fell upon Xiaoyan. His attention had previously been fixated on Chu Yuan, but upon noticing Xiaoyan, he trembled with overwhelming emotion, exclaiming, "You are Yener. I am your uncle, your true uncle." He had previously heard from his seniors that Xiaoyan had gone out for training, and he did not expect him to return so swiftly. Meeting Xiaoyan this time was truly worthwhile. "Uncle," Xiaoyan called out joyfully. "Yener." Zhu Suinjing approached Xiaoyan, gently patting his shoulder, and remarked, "You've grown so much. It is our negligence. Only recently did we become aware of your existence." By the end of his words, he felt a wave of guilt. "It's all right, uncle," Xiaoyan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He understood that it wasn't that his uncle and the others did not wish to see him, but rather due to certain circumstances, they were unaware of his being. "Let's have a good chat later," Zhu Suinjing suggested. "Sure," Xiaoyan nodded with a smile. At that moment, Zhu Kunzin turned his gaze towards Chu Yuan, his demeanor respectful. He had not forgotten that he had come with a mission. "Senior, I have an important matter to discuss," Zhu Suinjing stated gravely. "What is it?" Chu Yuan responded calmly. Previously, Zhu Suinjing had been unaware that Xiaoyan was present, so his visit was not solely to see Xiaoyan, but rather for another matter. He was somewhat curious about the reason for Zhu Kunzin's personal visit. "We recently received a message from the Zhu family in the upper realm." Zhu Suinjing elaborated on the situation. "In the sacred realm below, we are searching for a particular treasure?" Chu Yuan inquired with interest. What could possibly warrant such great effort from the sacred realm above to come down here? Ordinary sacred-level treasures should not be sufficient to provoke such attention. At the very least, it should be of imperial rank. "Senior, since you previously eradicated the Tianyun Sect, the Blood Moon Sacred Land may also have representatives from the sacred realm below, so I specifically came to inform you." "You are considerate," Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was not afraid of the Blood Moon Sacred Land's representatives from the sacred realm below, the fact that they came to offer a friendly warning was indeed a commendable gesture. "It is my duty," Zhu Suinjing replied. Chu Yuan extended his hand. and the Enlightenment ancient tea tree immediately understood his intent, bringing its branches closer. Chu Yuan plucked 3 leaves of the Enlightenment tea and waved them over to Zhu Cunjing. Take these, accept them. What is this? Zhu Cunjing exclaimed in astonishment, as a fragrant aroma enveloped him, and he felt his mind become remarkably clearer. If he were to comprehend something at that moment, his efficiency would be significantly enhanced. Uncle, these are Enlightenment tea leaves. When brewed, they can enhance one's comprehension. Moreover, the first time one consumes them, they will undoubtedly enter a state of sudden enlightenment. These leaves, not only in the lower realm, but even in the upper realm, are invaluable and hard to obtain. Xianxia explained, sharing all that he knew. Zhu Cunjing was utterly astounded. These 3 leaves are so precious. This. Senior, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. He truly felt unworthy of such a gift. You should accept them. Chu Yuan's voice, though calm, was firm and left no room for argument. Just accept it, uncle. My master has never retracted gifts given to others. Xiao Yin chimed in with a smile. In that case, I shall accept. Thank you, senior. Zhu Cunjing expressed his profound gratitude. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. The leaves of Enlightenment tea can be steeped at least 100 times. 3 leaves are, in fact, quite ample. I have delivered the message. I urge you to be cautious of the Blood Moon sacred land. The saints descending from the Blood Moon sacred land are certainly not to be trifled with. After Zhu Cunjing stored the Enlightenment tea leaves, he spoke. Uncle, are you worried that my master might suffer at the hands of the Blood Moon sacred land? Which is why you came to warn me. Before Chu Yuan could respond, Xiao Yin chuckled and inquired. Zhu Cunjing nodded, saying, I do not mean to imply that you are not formidable, but the Blood Moon sacred land is a top-tier force in the upper realm. Their foundation is profound, and their saints will surely be difficult to contend with. He refrained from mentioning that the Zhu family in the upper realm could provide protection, for he was not the master of the Zhu family. Whether the upper realm Zhu family would be willing to offer shelter ultimately depended on their decision. Then you need not worry, uncle. Not to mention saints descending to the lower realm. Even emperors from the lower realm would not suffice to challenge my master. Xiao Yin asserted earnestly. Zhu Cunjing. What did you just hear? Even emperors from the lower realm are not enough to be killed. Could it be that this elder is an emperor? But how could there be emperors in the lower realm? Having saints is already extraordinary. Very well, and we need not be concerned. Zhu Cunjing replied. He could not be certain whether the elder was indeed an emperor, but the mere presence of the Enlightenment tea was enough to indicate that the elder was extraordinary. It is exceedingly rare to find such tea in the upper realm, and yet the elder possesses an entire tree. This must signify great power. The elder is more formidable than they had imagined. If that is the case, then there is no fear of the saints from the Blood Moon sacred land descending. Now, let us proceed to the continent of the gods. I have a matter I wish for your Zhu family to undertake. Are you willing? Chu Yuan turned his gaze towards Zhu Cunjing. What is it? Speak freely, elder. Whatever the Zhu family can accomplish, we shall devote ourselves to it. Zhu Cunjing pledged. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, requesting that you host a grand tournament for the prodigies, inviting the outstanding talents from the continent of the gods to gather in one place to compete, with the victors receiving substantial rewards. Chapter 215, The Eternal Being, Chun-Shi. Chu Yuan held a flicker of interest regarding the items the saints from the upper realm would seek upon their descent in a month. Thus he planned to ascend to the upper realm only after those saints arrived. In any case, during this period, he intended to explore that small world and examine the attributes of all beings on the continent of the gods, in search of suitable disciples. There was no need to rush. Moreover, he would need to dedicate some time to refining the gathered heavenly calamity lightning into unique treasures. His reason for urging the Zhu family to hold a tournament for prodigies was not merely to select geniuses, but rather for the benefit of his disciples. It is essential for disciples to engage with prodigies to accelerate their growth. This would greatly benefit their cultivation. He could not afford to let his disciples remain idle. He relied on their ascension to immortality to establish his legacy. Those who are favored by fate, the children of destiny, must be stirred and challenged. The more they are tested, the more formidable they become. The rewards he offered were sufficient to incite frenzy among the prodigies of other factions. Although the rewards may seem like mere scraps to his disciples, they hold a different significance for others. No problem, senior. This task is certainly within my capabilities. Zhu Cunjing declared confidently, thumping his chest. Everything is contained within this. Chu Yuan tossed him a storage ring. As for the distribution and organization, He need not concern himself with such matters. If Zhu Xuanjin, as the patriarch of a prominent family, cannot manage this, then the Zhu clan is doomed. With such an abundance of treasures, various factions are bound to be intrigued. Zhu Xuanjin gasped as he examined the contents. This matter could be easily accomplished. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and waved his hand. In the next instant, they found themselves outside the Zhu family estate in the Divine Continent. At this moment, with a mere thought, he could appear anywhere in the Azure Sky realm. The pinnacle of the Emperor level is no trivial matter. If he so wished, a single strike could cleave the Azure Sky realm in twain. Observing the surroundings, Zhu Xuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief. How do we arrive home in the blink of an eye? This is truly terrifying. It was beyond imagination what immense power this was. This grand competition is meant for your training. Make sure to engage with the prodigies of the Divine Continent. Chu Yuan instructed Jiang Yi and the others. Indeed, they all nodded in agreement. Except for Long Xian, the others were quite eager, as Long Xian believed he would find it challenging to encounter any worthy opponents. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. You may act freely, Chu Yuan said. Understood, the 6 disciples replied. Zhu Xuanjin wished to invite Chu Yuan to the Zhu family for a visit, to extend the hospitality of a host. But Chu Yuan and the Enlightenment ancient tea tree had already vanished. They had arrived at the location where the small world was previously discovered. Last time, Chu Yuan was unable to locate it, but now he could easily discern its presence from afar. Even from the Lingxiao continent, he could sense that something was different here. At this moment, Chu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the Enlightenment ancient tea tree trailing half a step behind him. His gaze was deep as chaos. And in the next moment, intricate patterns of Tao illuminated his eyes, making them gleam brightly. He peered into the small world, penetrating the concealed restrictions that shrouded it, and revealing the scenes within. This small world was considerably larger than the one encountered previously, dwarfing even 10 Lingxiao continents. It boasted picturesque mountains and clear waters, an exquisite environment, yet devoid of any fauna. The land was adorned with precious herbs and spiritual plants. This was not a desolate small world, but rather one teeming with vibrant life. It appeared to share a nature akin to the abyssal realm, likely opened by the aid of an emperor. However, this assistance did not resemble the emperor's private abode. Within, he also discerned the presence of a singular being, a remarkably beautiful human woman. How intriguing to think that there exists a saint king in this lower realm, lingering here. Chu Yuan found this quite fascinating. The woman's cultivation has remarkably reached the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. Chu Yuan felt intrigued and directly activated his true vision eye to examine her attributes. He could see her, thus he could directly access her attribute panel. Name: Chun Xin. Age: 3,823 years. Talent: Eternal Prodigy. Her innate bones and comprehension are at the pinnacle level, naturally possessing an immortal body. An immortal body, also known as an immortal celestial body, enjoys the endless lifespan of a celestial being without having attained immortality. However, it does not confer any enhancement to combat power, etc. Potential: the foundation of a true immortal. Cultivation: mid-stage, Saint King realm. Fortune: favored by heaven and earth, a person of great fortune. Upon seeing this attribute panel, Chu Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. Goodness, an eternal being. This person is indeed an eternal being. Enjoying the fruits of longevity without having attained immortality is simply enviable. Moreover, she is also a person of great fortune. Although the cultivation conditions in this small world are significantly better than those on the Divine Continent, they still seem somewhat inferior to the Abyss realm, merely managing to sustain cultivation at the Saint level. Yet, she has managed to cultivate to the Saint King realm in such a place. One must admit, that is truly remarkable. It appears that this individual embodies the protagonist template of the longevity path. Chu Yuan mused. Furthermore, she is a genius on the longevity path. Considering that she is only over 3,000 years old, such talent means that even without the immortal body, given the hundreds of thousands of years lifespan in the Saint realm, surviving in the lower realm poses no issue. Over 3,000 years is quite substantial for him. However, it is essential to realize that for beings at the Saint level, such a lifespan is exceedingly rare. It seems that Xianxia is yet to fully exploit the benefits of her immortal body. You shall be the 7th disciple. A smile graced Chu Yuan's face. He had already resolved to take her as his disciple. As for her potential descent, He believed such a scenario improbable, as he has always endeavored to win people over with virtue. Given his merit, she should be willing to accept him as a master. Those who follow the longevity path are typically keen on preserving their lives. They do not exhibit the same stubbornness as some, who would rather perish than submit, unless the circumstances are exceedingly unreasonable. Yet, taking on a disciple should not be particularly excessive. Initially, he intended to recruit someone of lower realms, with the hope of achieving a breakthrough and gaining a chance to draw a reward. However, times have changed. Securing a disciple reward is also quite satisfactory. After all, he currently has ample slots for disciples. Leaving them vacant would be a waste. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan sent a message into the small world. Xianxia, come forth and meet me. In that moment, within the small world, Xianxia, seated amidst the clouds, suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. Someone was calling her. How could this be possible? She was in this small world, and even an emperor-level existence might not be able to detect her. The most terrifying aspect was that the individual knew her name. At that moment, a chill ran down her spine. The transmission was far too vivid to be mere auditory hallucination. Chapter 216, The Deception Begins. What to do? What should she do? Although Xianxia felt a surge of anxiety, she did not completely lose her composure. Her mind raced to devise a solution. Should she simply flee? After all, her greatest skill was evasion. If she truly ran, even a peak Saint King would struggle to catch her. No, running away was not the wisest option. The fact that this person could transmit a message to her without detection, and even called her by name, indicated that they possessed an unfathomable strength, certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere saint realm existence. Wait, remain calm. The other party merely requested an audience and did not display any hostility. Perhaps they were not malevolent after all. The most crucial point was that since they could communicate with her, it would likely not be difficult for them to approach her. The small world should not be able to impede them. If the other party intended her harm, they could have acted without her even realizing it. Yet, they chose not to. They likely were not her enemy. But who could they be? Could they be an old acquaintance? But it was impossible for them to possess such strength. Xianxia furrowed her brow, pondering silently. Very well, let us first ascertain the situation outside. Xianxia cautiously began to observe, enveloping the small world with her divine sense, allowing her to glimpse the scene beyond. Soon, she spotted two figures outside the small world. No, one figure and a shadow of a tree. Upon recognizing the face of the lone figure, she momentarily froze. Wait, wasn't he that the individual who annihilated the thieving heaven sect? It was them. Wasn't he a saint? How could he possibly know her? This was incomprehensible to Xianxia. Not long ago, she had ventured out and witnessed a saint decimating the thieving heaven sect. At that time, she perceived him as relatively weak, perhaps just having recently broken through to the saint realm. She observed him discreetly, and he seemed oblivious to her presence. Hiss! Something was amiss. Could it be that he had detected her presence back then, but feigned ignorance, only to come seeking her now? The thought sent a shiver through her. The possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Initially, she believed he was unaware of her presence, planning to lay low until he ascended. But now it appeared he had likely been keeping an eye on her all along. However, how did he know her name was Xianxia? While she was acquainted with a few individuals outside, none of them knew her name. Those who did had long since perished. She gazed at the remarkably handsome young man, feeling an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding him, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of danger. Her sense of security had vanished entirely. As she gazed through the small world, she noticed that the eyes of the person outside were fixated upon her, accompanied by a gentle smile. After a moment of contemplation, she slightly bowed her hand toward the outside and said, "Senior, please come in and have a seat." Within the confines of her small world, she could harness the power of its formations, granting her a sense of security. She was about to open the entrance to allow them entry when, before she could act, the strikingly handsome young man waved his hand, and in an instant, two figures materialized not far from her. They had entered. They had done so with such ease. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, their desire to enter had been effortlessly fulfilled. At that moment, tension coursed through her entire being. She could not allow herself to relax in the presence of such formidable entities. "Since you have expressed your intention to enter, we shall not stand on ceremony," Chu Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. Xianxia was taken aback. While she had invited them in, she had not anticipated such an abrupt arrival. It was rather daunting. "I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed seniors," she said, bowing respectfully. She then waved her hand, and 2 cushions appeared atop the white clouds before her. Please, esteemed seniors, take a seat. Not only was the strikingly handsome youth inscrutable to her, but the tree was equally enigmatic. Chu Yuan sat cross-legged, finding the cushion surprisingly comfortable. Likely crafted from some spiritual plant. The Enlightenment ancient tea tree also took a seat, now in human form. Xianxia gracefully gestured, and a teapot and cups materialized, floating in the air as she began to brew tea. May I inquire how the esteemed seniors came to know my name? She posed, voicing her curiosity. Chu Yuan regarded Xianxia, finding her exquisitely beautiful, the most enchanting woman he had ever encountered. The term fairy seemed fitting in her presence. I calculated it, he replied with a hint of amusement, embarking on a whimsical tale. Calculated? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, it was deduced in such a manner, Chu Yuan stated, pinching his fingers, adopting an air of prophetic wisdom. Xianxia found herself amused. Senior, you jest, do you not? The notion of deducing someone's entirety was difficult for her to accept. Surely, even emperors could not accomplish such a feat, as it entailed the intricate web of causality. Far too obscure. She served the 2 cups of brewed tea before them. If the Enlightenment ancient tea tree were to manifest a face, it would undoubtedly display a peculiar expression. After all, it was a tea tree that drank tea. It seemed odd to contemplate. Furthermore, the tea was inferior to its own, rendering it motionless. Chu Yuan lifted a cup to taste. It was actually quite pleasant. Within the small world, there existed a sacred tier tea tree, and the leaves were indeed produced by it. For those below the sacred realm, consuming this tea could cleanse the marrow and enhance one's innate potential. Certainly commendable. However, it paled in comparison to the Enlightenment tea. Yet, for mere tasting purposes, the flavor was indeed delightful. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze and sipped his tea. After taking a sip, he looked up and said, Not only have I deduced your name is Xianxia, but I also know you are 3,823 years old, possessing an immortal body with infinite longevity. Xianxia, initially seated in meditation, she sprang to her feet upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He knew her exact age. He was aware of her immortal body. How could this be possible? Since awakening to her immortality, she had never disclosed this secret to anyone, for she understood the implications of eternal life. Countless cultivators tirelessly pursue greater power, driven by the desire for extended lifespans. If anyone were to discover her secret, they might very well seek to exploit her. Yet, this person had spoken of her immortality as if it were a mere fact. A shiver coursed through her, her skin prickling with unease, as if she had tumbled into an icy abyss. She felt utterly numb. Observing Xianxia's dazed expression, Chu Yuan chuckled softly. So, do you believe me now? Yes, senior, I believe, Xianxia replied with a wry smile, genuinely convinced. After all, how could he possibly know such intimate details about her? Senior, have you come to see me for a reason? Xianxia held her breath, her heart racing with anxiety. The unfolding events were entirely beyond her control. She felt as though her fate was no longer her own. This person had discerned her immortality and sought her out, which could not bode well. She could have refrained from asking, could have delayed the conversation, but deep down, she knew that no matter how long she postponed it, the purpose of his visit would eventually be revealed. Rather than remain in a state of trepidation, she chose to confront the matter directly. Chapter 217, The Divine Eye of the Tao, a master's gift of celestial sovereign techniques. Are you afraid I will dissect you for research? Chu Yuan observed her anxious demeanor and surmised her thoughts. Before she could respond, he continued, Rest assured, I have no interest in your immortal body. For others, longevity is rare, but for me, it is within easy reach. His words were not mere bravado. He was not far from the realm of immortality himself, and indeed, eternal life was nearly within his grasp. Once again, Xianxia was astonished. Not regarding her immortal body, longevity is within easy reach. She thought incredulously. How could such a statement be true? If it is not for the sake of my immortal body, then what brings you here, senior? Since he claimed his intentions were not related to her immortality, she was curious about his true purpose. Could it be for her, as an individual? The thought sent a jolt through her, for she was acutely aware of her extraordinary beauty. If the senior had taken a liking to her, although he was indeed handsome and powerful, she had no intention of relying on anyone, especially before understanding their character. Since you wish to know, I shall speak plainly. I have foreseen a connection between us, a master-disciple bond, Thus I have come to accept you as my disciple, Chu Yuan stated directly. There is no need for convoluted discourse. What? Xianxia was taken aback. Accepting a disciple? This was a possibility she had not previously considered. She had thought otherwise, but it seemed she had overthought it. However, she was not inclined to take on a master. She had grown accustomed to solitary cultivation. Yet, with this esteemed elder arriving at her doorstep, it would likely be no simple task to decline. Elder, I hardly know anything about you, she said with a wry smile. To accept a master so hastily would be quite rash. Indeed, Chu Yuan reflected, allowing me to introduce myself. I am known as Chu Yuan. Should you choose to accept me as your master, you may gradually come to know more about me. By the way, this is the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, possessing the cultivation of a peak emperor. As Chu Yuan gestured towards the ancient tea tree, Xianxia's pupils contracted. Peak emperor. Boom! The ancient tea tree unleashed its immense aura of cultivation, the overwhelming imperial might nearly causing the small world to collapse. The reverberations of myriad paths echoed, and the very fabric of space trembled. The terror was ineffable. In that moment, even Xianxia, who was at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, felt utterly insignificant. She could acutely sense that should the other party wish, a mere wisp of their aura could annihilate her. Even the formations of the small world appeared as fragile as paper before such imperial might. Peak Emperor, this must be genuine, terrifyingly so. Chu Yuan gently raised his hand, effortlessly dispersing the imperial might of the ancient tea tree, smiling as he cautioned, take it easy, lest this world collapses. Yes, master, the ancient tea tree replied. The term master left Xianxia utterly bewildered. A peak emperor refers to someone as master. She felt even more flustered. What manner of being was this? Why were they in the lower realm? Moreover, they wished to accept her as a disciple. So, what is your inclination? Chu Yuan inquired, observing her intently. I advise you to agree. This is an extraordinary opportunity for you. The existence of the master is beyond imagination. Do not presume the master harbors any ulterior motives regarding you. You are not yet worthy. The master merely finds you pleasing to the eye. The ancient tea tree communicated to Xianxia, adding, furthermore, the master despises being refused by others. If the master desires to take you as a disciple, I shall assist in this endeavor, articulating the truth and then applying a touch of pressure. The ancient tea tree's communication was not concealed from Chu Yuan. In fact, it was intended for Xianxia to believe it was a private warning from the ancient tea tree. A flicker of appreciation appeared in Chu Yuan's eyes. Not bad, not bad. This ancient tea tree is quite adept at handling matters. Initially displaying its cultivation to intimidate, it now provides verbal support, laced with a hint of threat. Xianxia found it increasingly difficult to resist the notion of becoming a disciple. Upon hearing the ancient tea tree's message, Xianxia fell into deep contemplation. In the end, she expressed, Senior, it is my honor that you are willing to accept me as your disciple. I am eager to become your apprentice. She understood that, in truth, she had no other options. Despite the senior's current amiable demeanor, she knew that if his mood shifted, she might find herself in peril. The last words of the ancient tea tree served as a warning to her. Regardless, survival took precedence. If he intended to scheme against her, she was not equipped to resist. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Whether she was truly willing or not was of little consequence. Even if she wasn't at present, she would inevitably come to embrace it in time. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the 7th disciple of this sect. My rules are few. Simply perform a bow of respect to your master. Disciple she pays her respects to master. After straightening her robe, she formally acknowledged her apprenticeship. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have received your 7th disciple. Cultivation talent synchronization successful. The disciple reward system is now effective for Xianxia. Congratulations, master, on receiving the disciple reward. Daoist Celestial Eye, a celestial talent. One who possesses the Daoist Celestial Eye faces no bottlenecks below the realm of Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Eye possesses the formidable power to pierce illusions and analyze the Tao. Additionally capable of evolving into endless ocular techniques for divine combat. As soon as Xianxia became a disciple, the system notification appeared. The Daoist Celestial Eye. This reward was indeed of a talent nature. It seemed remarkably powerful. Chu Yuan couldn't help but muse. This was his second talent-related reward. The first was the innate sacred body Tao embryo, drawn from the rewards. However, at this moment, in comparison to the Taoist celestial I, the innate sacred body, Tao embryo, seemed somewhat inadequate. It could be said that the innate sacred body, Tao embryo, was exceptionally formidable beneath the celestial realm. While the Taoist celestial I was equally formidable even within it. Even a dual I manifestation could not compare to the Taoist celestial I. Chu Yuan's spirits were lifted as he gently raised his hand, a gentle force lifting the bowing Xianxia. Now that you have become my disciple, I shall impart to you a technique of the celestial king. Upon saying this, Chu Yuan touched her forehead with a finger. Soon, the inheritance of the Kunpeng celestial king technique was complete. Xianxia was left in astonishment. The celestial king technique, celestial, my goodness. She had actually received such an inheritance? It was important to note that the technique she had previously practiced was merely a supreme grade holy level. When she discovered this small world, she acquired a technique inheritance within it and diligently cultivated it to the holy king realm. Once she reached the pinnacle of the holy king stage, she found herself without further techniques and had planned to gradually deduce an imperial level technique on her own, considering her endless lifespan afforded her ample time. Yet, she never anticipated that she would now receive a technique above the holy level, and it was the celestial king technique. The magnitude of its power was simply leagues beyond the technique she had been cultivating. At this moment, Xianxia's heart resonated with profound astonishment. Upon becoming a disciple, one is bestowed with the celestial king's method. Could it be that the master is indeed an immortal? At this moment, Xianxia genuinely suspects that her master embodies the legendary immortal, for only one endowed with boundless longevity would show indifference towards the concept of eternal life. Moreover, even those at the pinnacle of the emperor realm refer to the master as their sovereign. Such reverence could only be afforded to an immortal. She recalls her master mentioning the ability to deduce her name, age, and the nature of her eternal being, a feat seemingly exclusive to celestial beings. The transmission of the celestial king's method is overwhelmingly vast, filled with countless intricacies that she must gradually comprehend. However, she has gained a basic understanding of the levels of cultivation, from the quasi-emperor to the great emperor, true immortal, and quasi-celestial king, culminating in the celestial king itself. It is evident that the method her master has imparted is of extraordinary caliber. Her master's essence likely transcends that of a mere true immortal. The realization that such an entity has accepted her as a disciple fills her with a surreal sense of disbelief. Grateful for the teachings, Xianxia takes a deep breath to compose herself before expressing her heartfelt thanks. In this world, the grace of imparting knowledge is akin to the bond shared with one's parents. Chu Yuan nods slightly. These 3,000 tea leaves are for you. The wisdom tea tree has presented an abundance of leaves, each exuding a rich fragrance. Accept them. Brewing tea from these leaves can enhance your comprehension. When consumed for the first time by someone below the emperor realm, it can induce a state of sudden enlightenment. Chu Yuan reflects on his newfound understanding of the wisdom tea leaves after his own cultivation has progressed. Although they can elevate one's comprehension and maintain peak awareness, those at the emperor realm rarely experience true enlightenment unless the wisdom tea tree itself reaches a celestial level. Chu Yuan suddenly considers that with each disciple he accepts, the wisdom tea tree bestows 3,000 leaves. If he were to gather disciples rapidly, he might deplete the tree's resources significantly, despite the regenerative abilities of the leaves. It would take at least a century for them to fully replenish. Fortunately, the wisdom tea tree has a considerable supply, boasting no fewer than 1,000,000 leaves, so will not be exhausted too swiftly. Xianxia is taken aback. The notion of enhancing comprehension and achieving sudden enlightenment is indeed remarkable. She can already envision the immense value of such a divine artifact, a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. It feels almost too precious to accept. You have already received the celestial king's method. These tea leaves pale in comparison. The wisdom tea tree reassures her. The tea leaves and the celestial king's method are not to be compared. Xianxia acknowledges this truth and, after expressing her sincere gratitude once more, accepts the gift. You possess an eternal body. Your demeanor is likely cautious and averse to conflict, correct? Chu Yuan inquires, observing her. Indeed, Xianxia affirms with a nod. Very well. You shall henceforth accompany me in cultivation, without the need to engage in battles. I see you have a talent for brewing tea. Henceforth, the task of preparing tea for me shall fall to you. Will you accept this singular duty? The tea-making technique of Xianxia, combined with her captivating beauty, is indeed a feast for the eyes. He found himself eager to entrust such matters to her. Willing, most certainly willing. Xianxia stated earnestly that it was only right for her to assist her master in making tea, as she had received immense benefits from it. Moreover, with such a formidable ally at her side, she no longer had to live in fear of her longevity being discovered by others. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile. Rather than merely taking on a disciple, it could be said he had acquired a tea attendant, which was quite advantageous, as it relieved him of one more task. System. Integrate the Tao Celestial Eye. Chu Yuan silently commanded. Ding! Integrating the Tao Celestial Eye for the master. Integration successful. Almost instantaneously, Chu Yuan's eyes transformed, becoming even brighter and more profound. Thanks to the system's assistance, no aura was leaked, nor was there any instability. It felt as if it had organically grown from within him, perfectly under his control. How formidable! He could currently manifest a thread of celestial might, which was nothing short of a dimensional strike against those at the Emperor realm. Chu Yuan was astonished as he sensed this power. The ability to eliminate a peak emperor with a mere glance felt effortless. Furthermore, it possessed other remarkable uses, such as discerning illusions and perceiving the essence of the Tao, making it an unparalleled tool for cultivation and combat. Chu Yuan examined his attribute panel. With the synchronization of his 7 disciples' talents, along with the enhancement of his innate holy body and the Tao Celestial Eye, his talent had reached an unimaginable level. His potential had transcended the realm of the Immortal Emperor and entered a domain known as the Harmonious Tao Realm. Harmonious Tao Realm? Could it signify the fusion of the Tao? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. The realm above the Immortal Emperor could not possibly be simple. However, he could not discern the specifics at this moment. Clarity would come in time. Let us brew a pot of enlightenment tea. Perhaps you may achieve a sudden breakthrough. Chu Yuan suggested, glancing at Xianxia. Should Xianxia attain a breakthrough in her grand realm, he would be eligible for rewards again, though that seemed rather challenging. The Holy King realm's breakthrough into the grand realm would lead to the quasi-emperor stage. Understood, master. Xianxia brewed the tea, serving the first cup to Chu Yuan and taking the second for herself before entering a state of enlightenment. It appeared that this would not conclude quickly. Chu Yuan observed her condition. The enlightenment at the Holy King realm would undoubtedly require more time. However, he was not pressed for time. He busied himself with comprehending the Kunpeng Immortal King's techniques and the True Dragon Immortal King's methods. In the divine realm, at the Zhu family, Zhu Cunjing and others warmly welcomed Jiang Yi and his companions. Upon learning of Xiaoyan's arrival, the 2 wielders of sacred artifacts quickly came to pay their respects, as they were Xiaoyan's maternal grandparents. "Where's your father?" They inquired curiously after chatting for a while, their curiosity regarding their son-in-law evident. "My father is cultivating at the Tianyun Sect. Once he finds the time, I will bring him to meet you," Xiaoyan replied. He felt a twinge of anxiety for his father, who was merely at the law manifestation realm. Confronted by the Zhu family, the pressure would be immense. Fortunately, with the support of the sect, his father had undergone the baptism of the sacred pool and possessed the potential to attain saintly status, ensuring he would not be feeble in the future. He mused silently. Their departure had been hasty, leaving him without the chance to share some enlightenment tea with his father. Upon returning to the sect, he would provide his father with some, and with the aid of the tea, his father's cultivation would surely accelerate. He had also gifted some of the enlightenment tea to his grandparents, who were astounded upon realizing the value of such treasures. Soon, Zhu Cunjing summoned the senior members of the Zhu family to discuss the organization of the talented youth competition, and it was swiftly decided. Invitations were dispatched to various influential factions, with the event scheduled to take place outside the Zhu family estate in half a month. With the teleportation arrays scattered throughout the divine continent, individuals from all directions would not require excessive time to arrive. Chapter 219, Bestowing a Small World, Return. The senior members of the Zhu family were equally astonished by the cultivation levels of Jiang Yi and his companions, openly declaring that among their peers across the divine continent, none could rival them. Some of the Zhu family's gifted individuals were skeptical, suspecting exaggeration, and wished to witness it for themselves. Thus, the senior members arranged for them to spar with Xiaoyan and the others. The results were astonishing. The Zhu family's talents were rendered meek and introspective, questioning their very existence. Although they were considered prodigies, in comparison to Xiaoyan and his companions, they felt utterly ordinary. In half a month, the entire divine continent's talents would come to understand the essence of true genius. The so-called elites from various factions were merely stepping stones to Xiaoyan and his group. An elder of the Zhu family lamented, foreseeing the overwhelming dismay that would befall the talents of the divine continent in the weeks to come, predicting a complete breakdown of their morale. Days later, within the small world, Xianxia emerged from her moment of enlightenment, experiencing a breakthrough in her cultivation, albeit modestly, advancing from the mid-stage of the Saint King realm to the late stage, just a step away from reaching perfection in the Saint King realm. As anticipated, the later stages proved increasingly challenging to transcend. Below the Saint realm, achieving a significant breakthrough was feasible. However, Chu Yuan remained unperturbed, having expected this outcome. Progress had been made, and he was closer to a major breakthrough, which would inevitably come in due time. Patience was required regarding Xianxia's development. To obtain the lottery rewards, they would need the assistance of disciples with lower cultivation levels. How much do you understand about this small world? Chu Yuan inquired of Xianxia. Master, cannot you deduce the origins of this small world? She asked. Chu Yuan responded, do you truly believe I possess such foresight? The intricacies of causality should not be trifled with. Oh, I see, Xianxia replied, enlightened. She then disclosed all she knew, explaining that her entry into this small world had been fortuitous. She had received the inheritance from the realm's master, which appeared to be an abode of a being at the Saint realm, established with the assistance of a powerful emperor adept at concealment. As for the era and other details, they remain unclear. Upon her discovery, the precious medicinal herbs within bore the indelible marks of time, some dating back tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It was these invaluable herbs that she relied upon for alchemy, thereby enhancing her cultivation. Thus, her alchemical skills were quite commendable. Her innate talent for cultivation was indeed formidable. However, without guidance or instruction, she had to rely solely on her own comprehension. Even in alchemy, it was through countless trials that she managed to concoct some useful elixirs. Beyond alchemy, she also delved into weapon forging, formations, and puppetry, making her a rather versatile practitioner. Consequently, despite her extraordinary talent, it took her nearly 4 millennia to reach the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. Had she devoted her entire focus to her cultivation, her prowess would undoubtedly have been even greater. Yet, she believed that acquiring diverse skills would better serve her survival, which is why she chose to cultivate broadly. After revealing everything, she bestowed the inheritance she obtained upon Chu Yuan. The original master of this unclaimed secret realm had likely perished or ascended. Chu Yuan harbored some thoughts about this miniature world. If you accompany me in training, I shall claim this small realm, he declared. She nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the exterior of the miniature world, Chu Yuan waved his hand, extracting it from the void. The spatial chains that once tightly bound the small realm to the void shattered instantaneously, causing a catastrophic spatial collapse and unleashing torrents of chaotic energy. Yet, with his vast power, Chu Yuan swiftly quelled the spatial turmoil, restoring order. They found themselves amidst the void, where Chu Yuan grasped the small world and refined it in an instant. Here, he said, presenting the miniature realm to Xianxia. The system's notification chimed, and he received an even more advanced small world, one with a greater expanse and all its medicinal flora elevated by a tier. This included the soil, mineral veins, and more. Moreover, the hidden restrictions left by the former emperor had transformed into true immortal-level barriers, equivalent to an imperial-level small world established with the assistance of a true immortal. Although not vast, its essence was exceptionally high. Master, you should keep it. I cannot bear its weight, Xianxia protested, unable to manage it herself. Yet, one should not underestimate this small world. Even those at the Saint King realm would find it immensely challenging to move, for it belonged to the external realm rather than being an inner world. Very well, Chu Yuan conceded without hesitation, as it was merely a reward to be claimed. He stored the small world within the system space, intending to later merge it with the realm of Yuan. He contemplated that sending disciples to the Azure Sky realm might yield returns as well. However, he would not do so lightly, for the multitude of beings in the Azure Sky realm would also return, resulting in potential complications. 2 identical individuals appeared, one possessing greater strength, leaving one to ponder the potential consequences. The experimentation would have to wait. For now, he was reluctant to initiate a return to the realm of sentient beings. Observing his master collect the miniature world, Xianxia was secretly astonished. Indeed, his master was extraordinarily powerful to have contained such a vast world. One could only wonder where it was stored. Chu Yuan did not escort Xianxia back to Tianyun Sect. Instead, he continued to traverse the divine continent, intending to review the attributes of all living beings before making any decisions. Perhaps there were suitable disciples to be found. What on earth was the Zhu family thinking? They were offering such extravagant rewards to host a competition for prodigies. Upon receiving the invitation from the Zhu family, numerous powerful factions across the divine continent were left astounded. While hosting a competition for prodigies was not unusual, previously, there had been various gatherings of talented individuals. Such lavish rewards suggested that the Zhu family was laying their entire foundation on the line. The promised rewards were indeed astonishing. Even the major factions were envious upon seeing them. Surely, the Zhu family wouldn't be jesting with us? After all, should they act so foolishly, they would undoubtedly offend all the formidable powers across the continent. The Zhu family could not be so naive. Inquiries were promptly directed to the Zhu family for clarification. With so many factions seeking answers, the Zhu family decided to disclose the involvement of Chu Yuan. They revealed that he had eradicated the sponsor of the thieving Heaven Sect, intending to foster exchanges between his disciples and the continent's talents. So was he. No wonder such wealth was at their disposal. Upon learning this, the various factions believed in the authenticity of the rewards. After all, not long ago, he had annihilated the thieving Heaven Sect, and treasures would surely accompany such a feat. Go, all of you go. Such generous rewards were too enticing to ignore. Ha ha ha, my son possesses the potential of a sage. This competition for prodigies will surely allow him to vanquish his rivals and claim the rewards. I wonder how formidable that sage's disciple is. Just the opportunity for our inner disciples to gain insight. Thus, many powerful factions nearly unanimously agreed to send their prodigies. Yet, what if in the end, the Zhu family failed to deliver the promised rewards? Some expressed concern. Would they dare not to deliver? Although the Zhu family is backed by that sage, our own sage will also descend. That makes sense. Chapter 220, The Qian's Celestial Step. Not a single suitable candidate was found, which was truly disappointing. Chu Yuan sai in wali. After breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, his speed of investigation had significantly increased. It did not take long for him to review the attributes of all living beings on the divine continent. Yet, he found not a single individual worthy of becoming his disciple. At present, there were no living beings in the entire Qing Tian realm who could qualify as his disciples. Unless he lowered his standards for accepting disciples, which he would not do. He remained steadfast in his principle of being selective. Currently, his criteria for disciples were either those with great fortune or those possessing the potential for transcendence. This is the bare minimum requirement. At the very least, there must be one. Accompanied by the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and Xianxia, he vanished from the realm of the gods. However, he did not return directly to the heavenly Yun zone. Instead, he arrived at a location within the boundless sea. After breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he discovered not only the small world where Xianxia resided, but also another one. This small world, nestled within the boundless sea, exuded an incomplete and somewhat fragmented essence. At this moment, upon his arrival, he was nearly certain that this was indeed a shattered small world. Of course, when he referred to a small world, he meant one that had reached a level above the saint realm. As for those below the saint realm, the realm of the gods was replete with many such worlds. For instance, the Tianyun Sect possessed numerous small worlds specifically designed to nurture blood food. Such small worlds could only be classified as divine realms. With a mere sweep of his divine consciousness, Chu Yuan could discern what lay within. He had examined all the divine small worlds on the realm of the gods and found nothing of value. Only this fragmented world, and the one where Xianxia had previously been, required his proximity for investigation. Chu Yuan was quite intrigued by this shattered small world. With one person and one tree in tow, he slipped into the void, where nothing but chaotic currents met his gaze. He waved his hand to isolate a certain principle of the Tao, and instantly, a vast small world materialized before him. Master, there is indeed a small world here. Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. She had traversed many places in the Qing Tian realm and had been near this vicinity without discovering this small world. This is different from the small world you inhabit. That one is an outer world, while this small world is an inner world. Chu Yuan remarked after surveying the area. Ah, an inner world? Is it not within the body of a powerful being? How can this be an inner world? Xianxia questioned, perplexed, as she could not discern this as an inner world. Involving the principles of the Tao, Your current cultivation level is insufficient to perceive it, Chu Yuan elucidated. This is, in fact, an inner world left behind after an emperor's demise. However, rather than collapsing, it has fused with the void. The principal distinction between an inner world and an outer world is that the latter can utilize external energy, whereas the inner world behaves differently. Upon the owner's fall, the inner world transforms into a realm of death. Upon concluding his explanation, Chu Yuan guided them into the small world. Darkness, decay, destruction, and silence. This was Chun Shi's impression. Within the small world, there was no sign of life. It truly resembled a realm of the dead. As she surveyed her surroundings, her pupils suddenly constricted. In the depths of darkness, she beheld an enormous golden skeleton, though the skeleton appeared dim and devoid of radiance. An overwhelming aura of power continued to surround it. That was undoubtedly the skeleton of an emperor. Chu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the skeletal remains. He had observed them earlier outside. Besides that singular skeleton, there were others, yet none possessed formidable strength, with some reduced to the point of disintegration upon contact. Merely gazing at the bones, he could not discern the nature of the creatures they belonged to, only certain they were not human. This fractured microcosm was several times larger than the one inhabited by Chun Shi, yet all the rivers had run dry, devoid of any precious herbs or spiritual flora. It appeared to have long since perished, reduced to dust. With a wave of his hand, something soared towards him beside the colossal skeleton. As if sensing something, it emitted a golden radiance while in flight. Instantly, a majestic aura surged forth, akin to the rise of a glorious sun. Was that an imperial weapon? Chun Shi felt the overwhelming pressure, her beautiful eyes trembling with astonishment. This oppressive sensation was profoundly alarming. It was a golden ring, intricately inscribed with various complex Tao patterns. Indeed, it was a premier imperial weapon. With an assertive grasp, Chu Yuan seized the ring and swiftly refined it, suppressing the imperial might. Subsequently, he inspected the space within the weapon. Indeed, it contained a storage space. Imperial essence, along with a medley of miscellaneous treasures. Wait, was that a heritage stone? Chu Yuan was taken aback, for the stone bore a semblance of familiarity. He extracted it and, with a sweep of his consciousness, instantly grasped the legacy contained within. The Qilin treading the heavens, an exceptional imperial-level divine ability. He promptly assimilated the inheritance with his mind. The Qilin tremor step that Xianxia had obtained was merely a fragment of this divine technique. The image of a Qilin now made sense to Chu Yuan. His gaze turned towards the skeleton, which must belong to a Qilin. This microcosm was likely that of a Qilin emperor at the pinnacle of existence. Before transcending, the Qilin emperor must have relocated this inner world to the outside before entering into eternal rest. Regrettably, no words of wisdom were left behind. The specifics of the events leading up to this moment eluded Chu Yuan. Here, he gleaned no pertinent information. Moreover, this fractured world appeared so due to the transition from an inner world to an outer one, having lost its vitality rather than being truly broken. Yet, what the inheritance stone for the Qilin tremor step? Surely, no one had ventured here before. Could it be that the Qilin emperor had discarded it into the outside world? Such a possibility existed. The Qilin, akin to the true dragon and Kuanpung, should be of the same caliber, presumably beings of the celestial realm. Perhaps this Qilin was not the true Qilin, but rather a descendant imbued with its bloodline. Chu Yuan mused within himself, for if it were a genuine Qilin, the legacy left behind should encompass more than just an imperial-level ability. It ought to include celestial-level techniques as well. Furthermore, possessing only a single divine ability without any accompanying cultivation method raised further questions. Chu Yuan remained uncertain about the circumstances surrounding the resting Qilin. However, he had no need to seek the truth. He claimed the imperial weapon for himself, finding little of interest beyond it. With a wave of his hand, the small world was engulfed in swirling dust, burying the skeletal remains alongside the other small bones. "Let us depart," he instructed, leading them away. Upon emerging, he restored the previously disrupted laws of the Great Path, as if nothing had transpired. Chu Yuan recounted to Chun Shi the events that transpired after the Qilin's transcendence left this small world behind. The Qilin, Chun Shi exclaimed in astonishment. The skeleton earlier had been unrecognizable to her, primarily due to her unfamiliarity with Qilins, only knowing them as legendary, auspicious beasts. In the lower realms, only distant relatives of the Qilin existed, not the Qilin itself. Chu Yuan nodded, and then presented her with a circular ring. This imperial weapon is of no use to me. It is yours. Thank you, Master. Xianxia expressed her gratitude, feeling that her master, an immortal being, naturally would not covet such an imperial weapon. Nevertheless, to her, it was a treasure of immense significance. As soon as she grasped the ring, Chu Yuan received a return from the system, acquiring a superior-grade immortal artifact ring. He could now be considered one who possessed an immortal artifact. However, within the system's storage space, he did not hasten to retrieve it. Apart from the ring, everything else had been returned in full. The imperial essence had transformed into immortal essence. This substance contained the power of the celestial path. Even emperors who refined it could extend their lifespans, rendering it a form of longevity, elixir. If used for sealing individuals with sufficient quantity, it could achieve the same effect as long xian, preserving them through the ages without aging. Additionally, the Qilan step had evolved into a superior-grade divine ability. The other items were rather ordinary, which did not concern Chu Yuan. Given Xianxi's current cultivation level, she could not fully refine this imperial weapon, managing only a rough control over it, unable to completely awaken its full power. At that moment, the weapon's oppressive aura diminished, and she wore it on her left wrist like a golden bracelet. In critical moments, she could invoke its power, reviving some of its imperial might, sufficient to dominate beneath the imperial realm. The Azure Sky realm might still harbor some hidden secrets, perhaps merely undiscovered by me. For instance, if the disciples were to visit Long Xian's ancestral home, there may be items of equivalent caliber, though it is equally possible that there are none. Such matters can only be left to fate. Soon, Chu Yuan and his companions returned to the Tianyun Sect. Xianxia surveyed the Abyss realm, noting that the cultivation conditions here surpassed those of her previous small world. That small world barely sustained sacred realm cultivation, whereas this place allowed for unfettered advancement in the sacred realm. Chu Yuan briefly explained the circumstances of the Abyss realm and the Tianyun Sect. You may consider me a reincarnation of a great power from above, now undertaking my recultivation, Chu Yuan said with a smile, believing this explanation suited his situation perfectly. Xianxia took a deep breath, realizing the truth. No wonder, despite being an immortal realm, her master was so powerful. It turned out to be a reincarnation and cultivation anew. Could her master possibly be the reincarnation of a celestial king? She felt it was highly likely. Come over here. Chu Yuan transmitted a message to the senior members of Tianyun Sect. Ancestor. Soon, they all arrived, having not seen the ancestor for quite some time. Huh? Ancestor? Who is this? Xiao Qingfeng glanced at Xianxia and curiously inquired. The others, equally intrigued, had never encountered such a beautiful woman before in their lives. Xianxia, my seventh disciple. What? Seventh disciple? When did the ancestor acquire a seventh disciple? They recalled that the ancestor had only 5 disciples, with Xianxia being the latest addition not long ago. Unbeknownst to them, 2 more had appeared in the meantime. Chu Yuan promptly introduced Xianxia and Long Xian, even using his cultivation power to display Long Xian's appearance. All right, the reason I called you here is to present you with some gifts. Chu Yuan bestowed upon them various treasures, for he had an abundance of them. Lastly, he offered them the Enlightenment tea, preparing to gift Tianyun Sect with 10,000 leaves of this precious tea. Upon hearing the effects of the Enlightenment tea, they were all left in awe. Soon, after distributing the items, Chu Yuan allowed them to depart. They left in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to try the Enlightenment tea. Thus, it would not be long before the Tianyun Sect would witness the emergence of practitioners at the Nirvana realm. After selecting a building for Xianxia, Chu Yuan returned to his own loft and began examining a celestial artifact. The artifact remained completely silent, emitting no terrifying aura. Master. Suddenly, a youthful, delicate voice echoed in Chu Yuan's ear. Following that, a golden little girl emerged from the celestial artifact. You are the spirit of the artifact? Chu Yuan blinked in surprise, gazing at the golden little girl. It was known that supreme imperial weapons possessed artifact spirits, so it was reasonable for celestial artifacts to have them as well. However, what intrigued him was that he had yet to refine this artifact, yet the spirit was already calling him master. Could it be due to the system's return? Yes. I am the artifact spirit, the golden little girl replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of flattery. Chu Yuan smiled and asked, Why do you call me master? Because you are my master. Do you not know this, master? The golden little girl inquired, puzzled. Ahem. I meant to ask, how do you know I am your master? Well, I think I was just born, but I have many things in my mind, and the most important piece of information is that you are my master, and I shall never betray you for all eternity. Chu Yuan understood. It seemed that it was indeed due to the system's influence. It appears that any celestial artifacts returned to him in the future, even if given to others, would remain loyal to him. If he were to sell it to others, when they wielded the celestial artifact against him, it would likely refuse to function. It might even turn against them unexpectedly. Quite intriguing. Speaking of selling, could it be that selling to others might allow the celestial artifact to sneak back home? That would be rather unscrupulous. What is your function? Chu Yuan inquired, as his curiosity had been piqued. What transformations occur in a weapon once it possesses a spirit? I can alleviate your burden, my master. I can harness half the power of the celestial artifact, while you can control the remaining portion, effectively enabling you to unleash its full potential with only half the effort. The golden-haired little girl proclaimed proudly. Can you control it yourself? Chu Yuan asked. The little girl nodded. How long can you fight on your own? I can battle indefinitely. The essence of my celestial artifact allows me to commune with the heavens, granting me an endless reservoir of strength. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply. Does that mean you are akin to an eternal combat machine? Fascinating. Just how powerful is your half of the strength? It could barely contend with a celestial being at the early stages of true immortality. After all, I am merely a celestial artifact, not a true immortal. So you are equivalent to an early-stage true immortal? That is already quite impressive. Wait, let me gauge the extent of your combat prowess, Chu Yuan stated. He was genuinely curious about the disparity between an emperor and a true immortal. Previously, he had no means to compare, but now he could utilize the spirit to examine it. All right, my master, the little girl nodded. Chu Yuan contemplated for a moment, then stowed the celestial artifact and departed from the abyssal realm. Upon reaching a remote area outside the blue sky realm, he retrieved the celestial artifact. Right here will suffice. Master, to strike at my essence. The little girl giggled. Under her command, the celestial artifact radiated brilliance, yet its pressure remained subdued, not overwhelming the surroundings. Chu Yuan nodded. The celestial artifact was resilient, and he was certain he could not damage it. He unleashed his peak emperor cultivation, augmented by the tenfold might of the character secret, further enhanced by the 100-fold amplification of the eternal Tao robe. This was equivalent to a 1,000-fold increase in the power of a peerless emperor. Could it rival a true immortal? Chapter 222, Stepping into the Realm of Immortal Combat. The Heavenly Tao. Buzz. Within Chu Yuan's eyes, celestial patterns emerged and radiated, a manifestation of the power of the Tao Eye. Countless celestial patterns blossomed, amplifying his already formidable aura. With his left hand, he conjured the divine art of the Kunpeng Celestial King, while his right hand wielded the divine art of the True Dragon Celestial King. Unleashing his full might in a display of grandeur and sanctity, he resembled an immortal king descending into the mortal realm. The vast starry expanse around him had already collapsed into the void, while 5 great Tao laws simultaneously infused him with power. Wow, this! The golden-haired little girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly exclaimed, Master, be gentle. Take it easy, for she realized that, at this moment, her master's strength had indeed transcended into the realm of immortality. In the realm of the immortal, one could refer to it as the domain of humanity. Yet now, the master, with an unparalleled mastery of this human domain, has astonishingly wielded the powers of the immortal realm. This is truly unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he promptly reined in his strength, unleashing merely 50% of his power in a single strike. The ethereal shadows of the Kunpeng and the True Dragon resonated in harmony, spiraling forth, while within his eyes, a beam of white immortal light descended. The golden little lowly, commanding the immortal artifact, braced herself to receive this blow. Boom! The clash lasted only for an instant before the immortal artifact was sent flying, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aftermath swept across millions of miles, imbued with an aura of destruction. Even 1,000 peak emperors would be obliterated in its wake. The supreme imperial weapon would be reduced to dust upon impact with the residual waves. This was a realm of existence beyond comprehension. Although they had distanced themselves from the azure sky realm, Chu Yuan soon discovered that the scope of the residual waves was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. A surge of these waves was advancing towards the azure sky realm, and if they struck, the entire realm would likely be annihilated. He hastily prepared to intercept the residual waves. However, at that moment, a black hole suddenly formed outside the azure sky realm, swallowing all the residual energy. Furthermore, a thought was transmitted directly to him. Chu Yuan was slightly stunned, filled with astonishment. He had not expected such a black hole to emerge. The message conveyed by this thought was a warning, a caution against the destruction of the azure sky realm, lest he face irreversible consequences. This did not resemble a warning from mere cultivators. The essence of this thought was profoundly exalted, imparting an extraordinary sensation, akin to the edicts of the heavens. Could it be the heavenly Tao? Chu Yuan speculated, finding it highly plausible. Only the heavenly Tao would intervene to prevent the annihilation of such a lower realm. So, was it the heavenly Tao of the azure sky realm, or that of a higher world? The azure sky realm did not seem to possess a heavenly Tao. If it did, its influence could not be overly powerful, as this world itself was weak. Even the strength of an emperor could shatter the azure sky realm. Chu Yuan recalled what Xianxia and the others had mentioned earlier, that the true dragon had indicated the reason the lower realm harbored the hidden realm of the true dragon's trials was that the lower realm was also part of the immortal realm. Might it be that the upper realm is likewise? The lower realm, the upper realm, and the immortal realm are indeed a cohesive whole, merely divided into 3 layers? If this were the case, then this heavenly Tao must belong to the immortal realm. I have essentially grown beneath the watchful eyes of the heavenly Tao. It must have noticed my anomalies. Yet to this day it has not sought me out. What could be the reason? Or perhaps it is observing me in secret. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan called out, "Hey, heavenly Tao, are you there?" However, no one responded. He shrugged it off. Regardless of the heavenly Tao's disposition, he remained indifferent. After all, he still possessed the invincible card as a trump card. If the heavenly Tao sought its own demise, he would gladly oblige. Master, I have returned." The golden little girl soared from afar, wielding a celestial artifact, traversing billions of miles in the blink of an eye. "My apologies, Master. I couldn't withstand the blow earlier and was sent flying quite a distance." The little girl appeared quite embarrassed. She had intended to impress her master, but found herself nearly lost after the encounter. "How formidable is that?" Chu Yuan inquired. "It is comparable to the early stages of the true immortal realm, yet not quite at the mid-stage," the little girl replied earnestly. She exerted her utmost control over the celestial artifact, barely matching the early true immortal stage, only to be sent flying. What if you were to double your strength? He had used only 50% of his power earlier. That would equate to the mid-stage of the true immortal realm, without a doubt, she answered without hesitation. Chu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that he currently possessed such formidable strength. "I had no idea I was this powerful." Without employing the Celestial King's law, the great Tao's celestial eye, or any secret arts, relying solely on his own cultivation, coupled with the enhancement from his innate sacred body, Tao embryo, and 5 complete great Tao principles, he felt he was indeed an invincible emperor. When combined with those 3 elements, his combat prowess had already transcended the emperor realm by a significant margin. However, he surmised he still could not breach the threshold of the immortal Tao realm. The disparity between the human Tao and the immortal Tao was simply too vast, an insurmountable chasm. Even possessing immortal-grade talent would not suffice. This was a genuine, uncrossable gulf. What truly shattered such shackles for him was the 100-fold enhancement of the eternal Tao robe. It elevated his already immense strength 100-fold, not merely an increase in quantity, but a qualitative transformation. Such a 100-fold qualitative change was what brought him to this level. In summary, without the endowment of the eternal Tao robe, even the most extraordinary talents would find it nearly impossible to defy immortals from the human Tao realm. As one progressed, the disparities in major realms became increasingly pronounced, with their inherent value rising correspondingly. Indeed, the immortal Tao realm promised boundless longevity, marking a profound transformation. Grasping the celestial artifact in his hand, Chu Yuan exerted his full strength and discovered he could awaken 70 to 80% of the artifact's might, surpassing the little girl's control. However, as of now, there were no adversaries worthy of his deployment of the celestial artifact. "Do you know of the immortal realm?" Chu Yuan asked. "I do not." The little girl shook her head. "In my mind, there is only information regarding treasure levels and cultivation realms, with almost no knowledge of the outside world." Chu Yuan nodded slightly, finding this response to be expected, considering the spirit had only just been born and was a returned entity. "Master, may I follow you like this from now on?" The little girl, clad in a golden dress, wore the celestial artifact as a golden collar around her neck. It was indeed quite adorable. Chu Yuan nodded. Very well. Soon, they returned to the Abyss realm. Chu Yuan continued his cultivation, sensing that the pinnacle of true immortality was within his grasp, his innate talent proving extraordinarily formidable. Once he ascended to the realm of true immortals, the act of vanquishing those of the same realm would likely be as effortless as slaughtering livestock. Chapter 223. What? The young lady has taken a master? Time flowed like a swift river, and the half-month period designated by the Zhu family had elapsed. The arena for the talented competition had been constructed outside the Zhu clan's estate, featuring an impressive total of 800 colossal platforms, each grand in scale and magnificence. Given the multitude of prodigies participating, a greater number of platforms was essential to avoid wasting precious time. At this moment, outside the arena, an array of magnificent flying vessels, warships, and divine beast chariots hovered in the air, teeming with figures radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. Numerous peak figures of the Divine King realm were present, including clan leaders from divine lineages, sovereigns of divine dynasties, and esteemed masters from various divine sects, each a prominent force in the continent of the gods. The Zhu family had extended invitations to prodigies under 100 years of age, all possessing cultivation levels above the five organs realm. In the continent of slaying gods, such talents were exceedingly abundant. For instance, on the Lingxiao continent, the young master Lu Ming reached the early stage of the law-form realm by the age of 70. In the continent of gods, talents like Lu Ming were plentiful, with many boasting even greater potential and access to more abundant cultivation resources. Consequently, it was common to find numerous individuals in their 40s or 50s at the law-form realm. Ha ha ha, the Zhu family welcomes you all. A hearty laugh echoed, heralding the arrival of Zhu Xinjing, accompanied by a throng of followers. Brother Zhu, how have you fared? Greeted a prominent figure from a major power. Zhu Xinjing nodded and promptly stated, let's not dilly-dally. I shall get straight to the point. As you are aware, this talented competition has been commissioned by a venerable figure of the Saint realm. Hence, you need not worry about the rewards. They are all present. With a wave of his hand, a display of exquisite divine source veins, top-tier artifacts, premium divine medicines, and various rare treasures materialized, occupying the expanse of sky. A collective gasp of awe erupted, even from the leaders of major powers, who were visibly envious and tempted to seize these treasures. Many of their factions possessed only a single divine source vein. However, reason ultimately prevailed, for these treasures belonged to a being of the Saint realm. To attempt to seize them would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the thieving Heaven Sect. Esteemed guests, the competition will be structured according to cultivation realms, commencing from the lowest to the highest. The top 100 in each of the 4 minor realms within a major realm will receive rewards. The nearer one ranks to the top, the more generous the rewards. The champion of each major realm will receive an exquisite divine-level mine, along with additional rewards. Furthermore, those who successfully challenge higher realms and emerge victorious shall also be handsomely rewarded. As Zhu Xinjing announced the rules, countless cultivators erupted in cheers, for the rewards were indeed lavish. And thus, the talented competition was officially underway, commencing from the realm of the 5 organs. All prodigies participating in this competition are to undergo a bone age assessment. Upon qualification, they will draw lots for their matches according to their respective realms. The Zhu family has enlisted numerous divine beings to assist in the testing of bone age and the drawing of lots, alongside the appointed judges. Soon, a flurry of testing ensued, bustling with activity. Indeed, the crowd was immense. After all, apart from the foremost powers, other talented individuals from various factions, even wandering cultivators, were eligible to compete, provided their strength warranted it. The structure of the grand competition is as follows. First, the contestants will undergo bone age testing, followed by a lot draw within the same realm. Second, matches will commence among the early stages of each realm, culminating in the selection of the top 100 contenders, followed by the determination of the strongest from the other 3 minor realms, also yielding 100 each. In total, 400 outstanding individuals from each major realm will receive rewards. Third, among these 400, lower realm contestants may challenge those from higher realms. For instance, a contestant from the early stage of the 5 organs realm may challenge one from the mid-stage, and should they prevail, additional rewards await. This constitutes a minor challenge. Fourth, the aforementioned procedures will be repeated for the subsequent major realms. Fifth, Once the top 400 have been established in each major realm, individuals from lower realms may challenge those from higher realms, with substantial rewards for victories. Regardless of whether it is a minor or major challenge, the challenge party cannot refuse. Miss, is that you? Miss. At this moment, a respectful voice resonated near Yun Shuren's ear. She turned her gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a colossal warship stretching 1,000 miles, adorned with the banner of the Tianyun Sect, which is a subsidiary force of the Yun family in the Azure Sky realm. The one who transmitted the message was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, the esteemed leader of the Tianyun Sect, Yun Tianhe. It was at this sect that Yun Shuren had initially descended. Presently, a look of bewilderment filled Yun Tianhe's eyes. Miss, how is it that you are present near the Zhu family? Ah, indeed, after the downfall of the Heavenly Thief Sect, the Zhu family had taken over its territory, and the small continent where the Miss resided fell within that domain. The Upper Realms Yun family had instructed them not to interfere with Yun Shuren's affairs. Thus, upon learning of the Heavenly Thief Sect's demise, they refrained from investigating that continent. As for the Miss being in danger, that notion was unfounded. Her esteemed status afforded her an abundance of protective treasures. It is I, Yun Shuren replied with a gentle nod. Immediately, Yun Tianhe soared towards the Zhu family's vicinity. Yun Sect Master, what brings you here? Zhu Suinjing frowned, questioning his presence. Have you lost your sense of boundaries? Yet, Yun Tianhe directly approached Yun Shuren, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the Miss. Instantly, countless gazes turned towards this interaction. What was Yun Tianhe doing? He addressed that woman as Miss? What would be her identity? The many prominent figures present were taken aback, for they witnessed the profound reverence shown by the leader of a top-tier power. The identity of this woman must be absolutely formidable. The members of the Zhu family were equally astonished. They were all aware that Yun Shuren was a disciple of a venerable figure from the sacred realm. Yet it was evident that Yun Tianhe did not address her as Miss solely because of that esteemed predecessor. Otherwise, the other disciples of the elder would likewise refer to her in such a manner. A possibility dawned upon them. Could it be that she was a personage of great significance from the upper realm? Only such an identity could compel Yun Tianhe to exhibit such subservience. Yun Shuren maintained a tranquil demeanor and nodded slightly. Miss, how did you find yourself here? I shall escort you to Yun Tianmen, the elder proposed, believing that compared to the Zhu family, the Miss would undoubtedly have a closer affinity with Yun Tianmen, as the Zhu family was merely an outsider. No need, I am with my senior brothers and sisters, Yun Shuren replied. You old rascal, what are you planning to do with my fourth junior sister? Xianxia remarked, putting down the large chicken leg in her hand and fixing her gaze on Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe was taken aback. Wait, the Miss has senior brothers and sisters? She has taken a master in the lower realm? Who in the lower realm possesses the qualifications to be the Mrs. Mentor? She is a paragon of the upper realm, of incomparable status, while this lower realm is trivial. Then, a realization struck him. For so many years, he had been unaware of the Miss's purpose in descending to the lower realm. Now, she had actually taken a master. The Miss was not foolish. Her choice of mentor indicated that her master must possess extraordinary capabilities. It was quite possible that the Yun family had sent her down to the lower realm expressly for the purpose of seeking a master. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would the Yun family send the Miss to such a place? To have the upper realm's Yun family personally escort her to find a master. What kind of person could her mentor be? The sheer speculation left him astounded beyond measure. Chapter 224. Whose 8-year-old child is this formidable? Miss, is your master the one who annihilated the Tianyun Sect? Yun Tianhe inquired, suppressing his astonishment. If that were the case, what right did that venerable figure have to be the Mrs. Master? Her parents were both of imperial stature. Indeed, it was my master who eradicated the Tianyun Sect. However, my master is not from the sacred realm, Yun Shuren clarified. Upon hearing this, not only did Yun Tianhe falter, but others in attendance from various factions also paused, taken aback. The one who had destroyed the Tianyun Sect was not from the sacred realm. How could this be? To obliterate the Tianyun Sect with such ease, one would undoubtedly have to transcend the divine realm. If not from the sacred realm, could it be from the imperial realm? But how could there be an imperial realm figure in the lower realm? Most from the other great powers were skeptical of the existence of an imperial realm. Only Yun Tianhe and Zhu Suinjin from the Zhu family seemed to entertain the notion. For Yun Tianhe, only an imperial figure, particularly one of the unique kind, could warrant the Miss's decision to take them as her mentor. As for Zhu Xuanjin, he recalled that Xiao Yin had previously mentioned that even an imperial realm presence would not suffice against that elder, indicating that the venerable figure was likely of imperial status. Perhaps even an emperor. Miss, is your master of the imperial realm? Yin Tianhe asked. Yun Shuran cast a fleeting glance at him, inquiring, do you have any questions? I dare not. Yin Tianhe nearly broke into a cold sweat, realizing that he had spoken too much. How could he, an insignificant figure, pry into the affairs of the lady's esteemed master? My apologies, Mississippi. I have spoken too freely. He hastily bowed his head in contrition, devoid of any semblance of arrogance befitting a leader of a formidable faction. He was entirely humbled. Yin Shuran waved her hand. Enough, you may return. Yes. Yun Tianhe acquiesced as he departed, returning to the worship of Yun Tianmen. Yet, many gazes lingered upon Yun Shuran and her companions. Are these indeed the disciples of that esteemed figure? Some attempted to gauge their cultivation levels, only to find it utterly impossible to discern. The concealment treasures possessed by Jiang Yi and his companions were beyond the comprehension of such onlookers. Time passed gradually. Those in the Five Organs realm had commenced their battles. It must be said that the talented individuals from the Divine Gods continent possessed a certain caliber, as nearly all could engage in combat beyond their current realm. Early-stage practitioners of the Five Organs realm often demonstrated the prowess of those in the mid or late stages. However, when so many prodigies congregated, the advantage of fighting beyond their rank diminished. With everyone capable of transcending their levels, defeating opponents of the same realm became quite challenging. Jiang Yi and his companions observed, acknowledging the talents present, though deeming them not particularly remarkable. Long Xian yawned on Jiang Yi's shoulder, entirely uninterested in the petty skirmishes of these insignificant creatures. For he perceived that, not only were these so-called prodigies lacking, even the leaders of the major factions were beneath his notice. He, being in the mid-stage of the celestial god realm, could easily overpower those at the pinnacle of the divine king realm with a mere flick of his hand. Some noticed Long Xian, but upon realizing that his aura bore no extraordinary qualities, they turned their attention elsewhere. Although the lower realms lacked true dragons and bloodlines of the draconic lineage, various lesser dragon clans bore a semblance of authenticity. There existed golden dragons of this sort in the lower realms. However, compared to true golden dragons, they were worlds apart. Should a pinnacle divine king of a lesser dragon clan stand before Long Xian, he would need not even lift a finger. Merely unleashing his bloodline's oppressive aura would render the foe incapable of fighting back. At this moment, battles raged fiercely across the 800 arenas, accompanied by an uproar of cheers and encouragement from the surrounding crowd. The voices of veteran powerhouses offering commentary resonated through the air. A match could conclude in mere breaths, while others might extend to half an hour, a necessity imposed by referees to enhance efficiency and prevent prolonged skirmishes. Otherwise, it was not uncommon for battles to persist for days on end. Despite the increased efficiency, the sheer number of contestants meant that it was already the following day by the time the strongest 400 in the Five Organs realm were determined. Next, it was the turn of those in the Soul Palace realm to proceed for Bone Age assessment and drawing lots. With a grand gesture, Zhu Xuanjin presided over the proceedings. At that moment, the talented individuals from various factions within the Soul Palace realm surged forth, their hearts ablaze with fervor as they beheld the battle among the prodigies of the Five Organs realm, eager to demonstrate their prowess and claim their rewards. They could hardly contain their excitement. I shall take my turn. At that instant, Jiang Yao stretched languidly, crushing the pit of the spirit fruit she had just devoured and transforming into a streak of light as she soared into the fray. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon her, drawing the attention of the multitude. They were all acutely aware that this young girl was a disciple of that notable figure. Goodness, this child appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Is she truly about to join the fray? Some were utterly astonished. Not only was this a battle of the Soul Palace realm, but even the previous contest of the Five Organs realm, such a young contender had never been seen. How could someone so small possibly attain the Soul Palace realm? Since she had come to participate in the assessment, it was evident she had reached such heights. However, her age could not be as youthful as it seemed. Perhaps she had cultivated some technique to preserve her appearance. I would wager she is actually over 25 years old, speculated a sect master. That makes sense. Others nodded in agreement. Achieving the Soul Palace realm before the age of 30, even on the Divine Continent, was an astonishing feat. Observing the reactions of those around them, Yuan and her companions, along with the Zhu family members, could not help but smile. These individuals will surely be taken aback. The Zhu family's representative responsible for assessing bone age showed utmost respect upon Jiang Yao's arrival, as Jiang Yao dispelled her concealment. The full force of her perfected soul palace realm emanated forth. Simultaneously, she radiated her bone age aura. Perfected soul palace realm. Wait, 8 years old. What sorcery is this? Is she truly only 8? An 8-year-old perfected in the soul palace realm. What a jest. At this moment, both the formidable figures from various factions and the talented individuals themselves were left aghast, their faces etched with disbelief and incredulity. This must be a fabrication. Who could possibly possess such cultivation at the age of 8? Even with the aid of elixirs, it would be impossible. If you doubt it, feel free to sense it more closely. Jiang Yao confidently displayed her aura, allowing these individuals to expand their horizons. The bone age and cultivation aura presented no discrepancies. After a thorough examination, the powerful figures proclaimed with conviction that there was indeed no semblance of deceit. At this juncture, they found themselves amidst a tempest of emotions. Their minds in turmoil. The prodigies, too, were stricken with despair. They prided themselves on being exceptional. Yet in comparison to this young girl, they felt utterly insignificant. At 8 years old, she had already achieved the perfected soul palace realm, while they, at the same age, could barely muster the achievement of the pool origin realm, a feat only a select few could attain. Chapter 225. The Unrivaled Impact of Young Jiang Yao. The leaders of the great powers could hardly contain their emotions, their eyes brimming with envy. This is an unparalleled genius. This is the true embodiment of an extraordinary prodigy. In the presence of this little girl, the other prodigies appeared as mere fireflies vying for the brilliance of the full moon, utterly overshadowed. At this moment, they could scarcely contain their desire for her to be their own. Achieving the pinnacle of the soul palace realm at merely 8 years of age, it was unfathomable to envision the strength she would possess in the future. Moreover, her charm was simply irresistible. Some were tempted to seize her for their own. Yet, the realization that she was a disciple of that esteemed individual quelled such thoughts, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of regret and loss. However, a flicker of hope lingered that perhaps, upon the arrival of a powerful being from the upper realms, an opportunity might arise for intervention. Some even mused thus. While they found themselves powerless, their factions might not share the same fate. Such a talent would undoubtedly pique the interest of those in power above them. Who knows? Perhaps they could orchestrate a maneuver to claim her for themselves, regardless of the prowess of that esteemed individual. It was implausible that they could rival the might of the upper realm's great powers, even if that being were to be of imperial caliber. Each significant force in the upper realm had its own imperial guardian. Furthermore, the likelihood of that esteemed individual being of imperial standing was exceedingly slim. They could not simply take her words at face value and assume her master was that formidable. They were far more inclined to believe that the master was merely of saintly rank. After Jiang Yao completed her assessment, she proceeded to draw lots to find her opponent. Meanwhile, the gazes of others were fixed upon Yuan and her companions. Was it solely the little girl who would participate? Were the others not to compete? The thought struck them. Were all the remaining contenders at least at the Soul Palace realm? This realization sent a shiver through them, for they sensed that the ages of the others did not seem particularly advanced. Were they all terrifying prodigies? Only time would reveal the truth. It was noteworthy that the great powers on the Divine Continent were predominantly human. In the Azure Sky realm, it was not a myriad of races coexisting, but rather a singular dominance of humanity. Even the formidable sea tribes within the boundless sea paled in comparison to the human factions of the Divine Continent. Those demonic tribes could at best reign supreme over small continents, but could not ascend to the grand stage of the Azure Sky realm. This was the state of affairs in the Azure Sky realm. What transpired in other worlds remained unknown. Once the lots were drawn, the duels commenced in earnest. In the first round, a total of 600 participants battled across 800 arenas. Jiang Yao did not participate in this initial round, as her cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. The first matches were contested among those in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm, and merely the preliminary rounds were numerous. In truth, this was not the first drawing of lots. Each round's victors would continue to draw lots for subsequent duels. Battles within the Soul Palace realm were undeniably more exhilarating than those of the Five Organs realm. Yet many were eagerly anticipating Jiang Yao's entrance. eager to discover whether this adorable young girl possessed formidable combat prowess. The contests were held day and night. In this arena, one could say that the concept of night does not exist, as the Zhu family employs powerful artifacts to maintain an eternal daylight. Although the distinction between day and night bears no significance for cultivators, the Zhu family nonetheless strives for perfection. After a full day and night, it was finally Xianxia's turn to participate. The battles within the Soul Palace realm demand considerable time. With a resounding announcement, the next match on Platform 501 was declared. Xianxia versus Luo Wui of the Ghostly God Sect. As the words echoed, both Xianxia and Luo Wui took to the stage. Luo Wui, a pallid young man clad in a black robe, exuded an eerie aura, a reflection of the spectral energies associated with his sect's cultivation methods. Miss Jiang, I humbly seek your guidance. Luo Wui courteously clasped his hands in greeting. A disciple of the Holy Realm must not be disregarded. Xianxia nodded slightly, one hand casually tucked in her pocket while the other gnawed on a spiritual fruit. The duel commenced with the judge's decree. Just as Luo Wui prepared to launch his attack, a sudden blur enveloped his vision, and he found himself hurled backward, crashing against the edge of the platform, rendered unconscious. Xianxia hovered in the position she had previously occupied, gracefully retracting her kicking foot. It was her single kick that had sent Luo Wui flying, his body and soul overwhelmed by an irresistible force, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. This spectacle left the multitude in attendance utterly astonished, their expressions rife with bewilderment. Many prodigies competing on other platforms could not resist casting glances in this direction. Is it over? Just like that? No way. Luo Wui must have thrown the match, right? Incredible. The more seasoned cultivators in the audience gasped in shock, particularly those at the law manifestation stage, who had been unable to discern Xianxia's movements. Her speed was simply unparalleled. The powerful figures for various factions were equally taken aback. Young, yet immensely skilled. It's one thing to possess high cultivation, but such formidable combat prowess is astonishing. Is she even human? Their existential doubts began to surface. Xianxia wins. The judge, having been momentarily stunned, regained his composure after assessing Luo Wui's condition and declared Xianxia the victor. With an air of tranquility, Xianxia exited the arena. Her opponent had proven far too weak. The true challenge lay in the projection of the true dragoness genius she had faced earlier. She was the first to conclude her battle, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the initial round for this lower realm before the next draw. As time gradually passed, Xianxia's presence remained unforgettable. Those vying for the top position felt an overwhelming pressure. After a brief interlude, it was once again Xianxia's turn to engage. This time, her opponent was a woman who had defeated her last adversary in merely 10 moves. Nevertheless, Xianxia still triumphed in a single strike. As the convenience of sleep overcame her, Xianxia took the stage once more, yet none of her adversaries could withstand even a single strike from her formidable prowess. Such overwhelming strength had instilled a sense of despair among the other prodigies. Soon, only 201 individuals at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm remained, poised for the next draw of lots for their duel. Wait, let us not draw just yet. Xianxia gestured, her demeanor suggesting that this protracted battle was rather dull. How about this? All of you come at me together. If you manage to defeat me, I shall reward each of you with a premium divine-grade mine. Her proclamation ignited a fervor throughout the arena. This little Xianxia is audacious indeed. She dares to take on 201 opponents at once. I shall amend the rules, if that is acceptable, Xianxia inquired of Zhu Xunjin. Naturally, that is permissible, Zhu Xunjin replied with a smile. After all, this event was organized at the behest of that esteemed elder, with the intent of showcasing the talents of the disciples from the divine continent. Thus, there is no reason to deny Xianxia's request. How audacious! One of the 201 prodigies could not help but scoff. They acknowledged Xianxia's strength. Yet to challenge them all simultaneously seemed to belittle their capabilities. Their presence here signified that they were among the strongest within the Soul Palace realm of the divine continent. A select few among them even possessed the prowess to contend against opponents of a higher tier. However, the elite from the major factions could not suppress their excitement. While her challenge was indeed bold, the prospect of winning a premium divine-grade mine from each individual was utterly intoxicating. Wait a moment. You intend to face all 201 of us? That is acceptable. But can you truly produce such an abundance of premium divine-grade mines? One discerning genius questioned. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, if victory yields nothing, would we not be played for fools? Furthermore, to defeat one opponent as a collective is not a particularly commendable feat. Without tangible benefits, we stand to gain nothing. With a playful chuckle, Xianxia produced a storage ring, declaring, "You may inspect it yourselves to ascertain whether I possess them." This was a high-grade storage ring capable of projecting its treasures for others to behold. Under her control, the items within the ring materialized before them. Rows of mines emerged, albeit differing from the premium divine-grade mines presented by Chu Yuan. Nonetheless, the sight of those mines caused the powerful figures from numerous factions to widen their eyes and breathe with trepidation. Some even trembled in their very beings. "Holy Grey Mines!" exclaimed the leader of a clan. The mere aura projected by these mines left them utterly astounded. Wasn't it promised that they would receive premium divine-grade mines? What they beheld was, indeed, of the holy grade. While they had never encountered holy grade mines, they could discern that anything surpassing premium divine grade could only be classified as holy grade. They still possessed enough discernment for this realization. Xianxia glanced around, a faint blush appearing on her face as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh, my apologies. I took the wrong one. It is this one." She then revealed a storage ring containing an array of exquisite, top-tier divine mines, as well as numerous other powerful treasures of heaven and earth. Xianxia remarked, "I possess an abundance of such items, and they are of no use to me. As long as you can defeat me, they shall be yours." To her, they held little significance. The onlookers were astounded. Is this truly a human utterance? Top-tier divine mines are of no value to her? What then is truly valuable? Such a display of wealth was nothing short of outrageous. Chapter 226, They ascended, and they lay down. To reiterate, had it not been for their apprehension regarding the formidable entity behind Xianxia, they would have already attempted to seize her treasures. The environment of the Azure Sky realm does not produce sacred-level mines, nor does the upper realm bestow them upon the lower realms. Thus, sacred-level mines are exceedingly precious. Even top-tier divine mines could incite envy among the powerful in the Azure Sky realm. Yet, Xianxia possessed such a multitude. Moreover, who could guarantee that this was all she owned? They pondered whether Xianxia's master had bestowed upon her the entirety of their wealth. This young girl, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was oblivious to the concept of wealth being kept discreet. It was merely the fear of her master that kept them in check. In a more unusual setting, some of the stronger individuals might secretly contemplate their options. After showcasing her treasures, Xianxia stowed them away and descended onto a platform. Her gaze directed towards the 201st genius, her intentions unmistakable. The 201st genius promptly joined her on the same platform. One platform was sufficient for their display of prowess. With divine minds set before them, they had no reason to refuse. The formation of the platform activated, drawing countless gazes. Everyone was eager to witness the outcome of this impending battle. The odds of a single fist prevailing against four hands were slim, especially against such a multitude. Despite her strength, the likelihood of her victory seemed minimal, as noted by a powerful figure of the Divine King realm. Many strong individuals nodded in agreement. Hearing the words of those formidable beings, Chu Yuan and his companions could barely suppress their laughter. Previously, Xianxia had single-handedly faced many of Zhu's family's geniuses, effortlessly dominating even those of the Law Phase realm. What more could be said of this gathering? Although it appeared the battle had yet to commence, Chu Yuan and the others had already foreseen the outcome. Boom, boom, boom. On the platform, the 201 individuals unleashed their cultivation, some wielding weapons, while others summoned divine abilities. Instantly, the arena was filled with a dazzling array of divine effects, as these individuals hailed from various factions, each employing distinct techniques. They did not underestimate her. Xianxia was indeed formidable, and even in their numbers, they could not afford to be complacent. Charge! With one individual taking the initiative, the others swiftly converged upon her. Surrounded and completely sealed off, Xianxia found herself with no escape. The attacks from these individuals had escalated to the mid-level of the Dharma phase. However, with a series of resounding impacts, figures were sent flying at lightning speed. Amidst the crowd, Xianxia moved like a graceful dragon, deftly parrying and evading strikes. With each counterattack, several adversaries were sent sprawling, instantly succumbing to slumber. In a mere moment, over half of the 201 challengers had already fallen asleep. The numbers dwindled rapidly. Those with greater cultivation, originally seated and observing, rose in astonishment. They were aware of her strength, yet they could hardly fathom such prowess. To crush mid-level Dharma phase techniques with bare hands. Her physical power must be extraordinary. Was she truly human? Her speed was astonishing, a technique beyond the divine realm, and she had mastered it effortlessly. It was stunning. The 200 adversaries had not compelled her to exert herself. She moved as if strolling through a garden, a feat that seemed utterly exaggerated. Forget 200. I suspect 500, 800, or even 1,000 would struggle against her. Unless a greater number could wear her down, victory seemed nearly impossible. And to exhaust her strength? A daunting task indeed. Did they not realize the boundless power within her? It was overwhelmingly profound. Furthermore, those challengers could hardly withstand a single strike from her, let alone tire her out. They were not on the same level, not even close. Countless spectators were left in utter astonishment. They had never witnessed such a formidable child. To them, Xianxia seemed more akin to a perfected Dharma phase than merely at the Soul Palace's completion, a combat prowess that was simply beyond measure. Previously, those who had been knocked unconscious by her strike, such as Luo Waya, had awakened feeling utterly humiliated. Yet now, they felt their dignity had been somewhat restored. With so many attempting to confront Xianxia, their failure rendered a single defeat at her hands entirely reasonable. There was no shame in it. Only a tinge of despair lingered. All were gifted, yet how could such a vast disparity exist? Jiang Yi and his companions wore faint smiles. Everything unfolded as they had anticipated. In truth, these geniuses held little value in their eyes. They believed that only when facing those of significantly higher realms would their battles possess any true significance. Before long, the skirmish concluded. On the arena, Xianxia stood alone, the others having fallen. In the final moments, the last few challengers panicked, losing their courage in the face of Xianxia's might. One even struck himself to faint. The rest swiftly succumbed to slumber. It was unfortunate. Having failed to defeat her, they would receive no reward. Xianxia stretched languidly and, with a cheerful smile, floated over to Jiang Yi and his companions. 201 geniuses, the referee announced with a quavering voice, revealing his profound agitation. The representatives of various factions were at a loss for words. Initially, they had anticipated the opportunity to acquire the extraordinary divine grade or vein, only to find the contest concluded in such haste, leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. They had awakened their own prodigies. Since Xianxia had not received the promised rewards, the normal accolades must be conferred, and these geniuses would continue to draw lots for duels. Do we win? Do we win? The few who had succumbed to unconsciousness in the swiftest manner eagerly inquired upon regaining consciousness. Yet, upon witnessing the expressions of their peers, their countenances turned ashen. They had lost. All of them had lost. It was utterly unacceptable. Subsequently, the draw for duels among the 201 geniuses commenced. In truth, one of them was meant to be Xianxia's opponent in the drawing. However, Xianxia no longer required the lottery. She was the unequivocal champion. Among the remaining participants, one was given a bye, while the others continued their matches, regardless of how spectacular the battles were. The spectators could not shake off the haunting memory of their defeat at the hands of Xianxia. After a considerable duration, the contest in the Soul Palace realm finally concluded. Xianxia emerged as the indisputable victor. The identity of the second place was of little consequence. With the competitions in the Five Organs realm and the Soul Palace realm having drawn to a close, it was time to distribute the rewards for these two tiers. Zhu Tsunjing commenced the distribution. The champion of the Five Organs realm was Luo Feng, a prodigy from the esteemed Luo family, a strikingly masculine youth. He received an extraordinary divine grade, or vein, along with other exceptional rewards. The strong members of the Luo family were filled with excitement. The other faction's experts could not help but feel envious. It was indeed a sight to behold. The remaining competitors received their rightful rewards. Next came the distribution for the Soul Palace realm, where an extraordinary divine grade, or vein, and additional treasures were presented before Xianxia. Zhu Tsunjing kindly remarked, "Miss Jiang, this is for you." Xianxia waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for me to accept this. I have more than enough to last a lifetime. Please, these are a gift for the Zhu family." After all, this was a gesture towards the family of her third senior brother's uncle. She genuinely possessed an abundance of such treasures, as her master had bestowed upon them vast amounts, far exceeding their needs. They were not in want of treasures, nor were they particularly interested in them. Moreover, they had grown accustomed to receiving a plethora of valuables from their master at regular intervals. Chapter 227. Too arrogant, quite irksome. Zhu Cunjing stood momentarily taken aback. For the Zhu family, extraordinary divine grade, or veins, were not plentiful. They had originally possessed only 3. However, during this period, Xiaoyan had gifted the Zhu family over a dozen, allowing them to flourish. These or veins had naturally been returned to Chu Yuan through the apprenticeship system. The return of extraordinary spiritual crystal or veins yielded extraordinary divine grade or veins, and the return of divine grade veins would result in sacred grade veins. Much of what he had acquired earlier was surplus to his requirements, and upon return, he had nearly distributed it all to his disciples. Even some sacred artifacts returned after the divine artifacts had been given to the disciples. This situation is rather awkward. Zhu Cunjing truly feels embarrassed to accept it. There is nothing inappropriate about it, and, as I mentioned, once I offer it, I shall not retrieve it, Jiang Yao stated. Then I'm immensely grateful to you. Miss Jiang, Zhu Cunjing replied with a respectful gesture of thanks. Subsequently, he accepted the items. This scene evoked profound envy among the onlookers from various factions, who wished fervently to be in Zhu Cunjing's position. The Zhu family was indeed fortunate. Soon after, Zhu Cunjing announced the commencement of the Dharma Manifestation Realm. The battles in the 5 Organs realm lasted over a day, while the Soul Palace realm contests extended beyond 2 days. As the realms escalated, even attempts to save time would inevitably prolong the duration of the battles. The higher the realm, the more challenging it became to conclude the fights swiftly. Even an all-out clash could be sustained for an extended period. In no time, the prodigies of the Dharma Manifestation realm began to enter the arena. Many spectators focused their attention on Yun Shuran and her companions, while Jiang Yi and others stood apart, undoubtedly perceived by others as disciples of that esteemed entity. Why have none of them emerged? Is it possible that none possess the cultivation of the Dharma Manifestation realm? The powerful figures and talents from various factions were filled with bewilderment. Jiang Yao's peers appeared relatively young. Could they all have surpassed the Dharma Manifestation realm? It was implausible that each of them was as extraordinary as Jiang Yao. Even Yun Tianhe from the Tianyun Sect expressed puzzlement. He recalled that the last time he saw the young lady, she had just achieved perfection in the 5 Organs realm. During the previous Soul Palace realm contest, she did not participate, leading him to believe she must have advanced to the Dharma Manifestation realm. However, now that it was time for the Dharma Manifestation realm, she remained absent. Could it be that she had transcended the Dharma Manifestation realm? If so, that would be an astonishingly rapid advancement. Before long, the evaluations of bone age and cultivation for the Dharma Manifestation realm concluded. They confirmed that the disciples from that esteemed entity did not belong to the Dharma Manifestation realm. Surely, if they did, they would have taken stage. This was, of course, advantageous for both the dominant factions and the prodigies. Consequently, the first place in the Dharma Manifestation realm seemed within reach. 3 days later, the battles of the Dharma Manifestation realm concluded, and it was time for the Nirvana realm to undergo evaluations of bone age and drawing lots. Jiang Yi, Xiaoyan, Yichanga, and Yun Shuran all proceeded to the arena. To their astonishment, they were all in the Nirvana realm. Everyone was eager to discover their bone ages. Soon, the information on their bone ages and cultivation levels emerged. Jiang Yi, 16 years old, early Nirvana realm. Xiaoyan, 19 years old, early Nirvana realm. Yichanga, 22 years old, early Nirvana realm. Yun Shuran, 18 years old, perfected Nirvana realm. Gasp! A wave of astonished breaths filled the air. In the divine continent, achieving the Nirvana realm by the age of 40 is already considered among the strongest talents, with very few capable of such an accomplishment. However, these 4, the eldest barely 22, and 3 of them under 20. Such terror. It was simply astounding. While perhaps not as exaggerated as Jiang Yao, the difference was negligible. Isn't the young lady supposed to be only 16? How is she already 18? Yun Tianhe was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. After the draw was completed, the competition commenced. Nearly all eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi, Xiaoyan, and Yichanga, eager to discern whether the prowess of these 3 was as formidable as rumored. In the first round, Xiaoyan emerged on one of the 800 platforms, swiftly defeating his opponent. This individual must surely be the nephew of Zhu Cunjing, someone mused. As among them, only Xiaoyan bore resemblance to Zhu Cunjing. Truly, he was a disciple favored by the Holy Realm, demonstrating remarkable strength. It was evident that the others were equally formidable. Indeed, when it was Jiang Yi and Yichanga's turn to engage, They too vanquished their adversaries with a single strike. Jiang Yi displayed the utmost elegance, while Xianxia at least unleashed a faint sword aura. However, Jiang Yi simply cast a glance, and his opponent fell, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Let us postpone any further contests until we reach the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, Xiao Yan suggested. This was a consensus reached among the three. The others were not particularly surprised by their proposal, as their strength was undeniable. Zhu Xunjing naturally acquiesced to their wishes. 2 days later, the duels among the geniuses of the early, mid, and late stages of the Nirvana realm concluded. When the time came for the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, Xiao Yan glanced around and nodded in satisfaction, noting the impressive turnout of over 30,000 participants. It must be acknowledged that the various factions of the divine continent possessed significant talent. The number of those under 100 years old at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm was astonishing, though certainly not exhaustive, as some must have been absent. These individuals were indeed prodigies, and the number of those over 100 years old at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm was likely boundless. Truly, a vast multitude. Here's the deal. All of you fight together. If you defeat us, rewards will be plentiful, Xiao Yan announced. While they lacked an abundance of top-tier divine mines, they could compensate with sacred-level mines. A single low-grade sacred-level mine could be equivalent to thousands or tens of thousands of top-tier divine mines. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Yao had managed to take on 201 adversaries, yet now they proposed to face over 30,000? This was unfathomable. It must be noted that Jiang Yao was at least contending with opponents of equal standing. Yun Shiran was also at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. However, Jiang Yi and his companions were in the early stages of the Nirvana realm, challenging those at the pinnacle, 3 minor levels above them, and yet they sought to contend against such a multitude? Madness. They felt Jiang Yi and his companions had lost their senses. No matter how powerful they were, it seemed implausible for them to prevail. Among those 30,000, some possessed strength rivaling that of the sovereign realm. Was this not sheer lunacy? They believed Jiang Yi and the others were becoming delusional. You three may engage. I will sit this one out and face the sovereign realm later. Yin Shuran chuckled softly, recognizing that this competition was primarily designed for their growth. However, within the same realm, she felt no pressure whatsoever. She deemed it unnecessary to fight. Despite her talent being the weakest among her master's disciples, even within the upper realm, she would still be regarded as an extraordinary prodigy. Once the golden spirit's sacred body emerged, even an ordinary king would be no match for her. Only those geniuses among the kings could provide her with some practical combat experience. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Were they all this confident in themselves? The powerful figures and prodigies from various factions were taken aback. Very well, Xiao Yan grinned. If Yin Shuran chose not to join, it would be even better. The three of them could take on over 30,000 opponents, which would provide just the right amount of pressure. In the Dragon Trial grounds, they had grown weary of one-on-one battles. What they lacked was the experience of fighting against multiple adversaries. Fortunately, among these challengers, some could unleash battle prowess equivalent to that of kings, ensuring they were not entirely inept. This was indeed intriguing. If they looked down upon them, it was time to show them a thing or two. At that moment, a genius at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm conveyed a message. His own combat strength was immensely formidable, capable of maintaining his undefeated status even against those in the early stages of the King realm. The fact that Xiao Yan and his companions, with 3 minor realms below them, still dared to challenge their group, irked them greatly, making them feel underestimated. Chapter 228. Their strength is unbelievably outrageous. All 800 arenas were opened, eliminating the need for defensive formations to rise around each one. The Divine Realm judges retreated to the outskirts of the arenas, erecting a barrier that enveloped all the platforms. Jiang Yi and his companions stood at the center of the 800 arenas, surrounded by over 30,000 individuals at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. As the battle was on the verge of erupting, the duel commenced. With a wave of Zhu Xunjin's hand, the clash ignited instantaneously. Zhu Xunjin and his comrades stood ready to intervene, for although the likelihood of Xiao Yan's group encountering trouble was minimal, they were nonetheless well prepared for any eventuality. Boom, boom, boom. Within the barrier, chaos ensued. Xiao Yan and his companions, in perfect harmony, did not hasten to conclude the battle. Instead, they utilized the opportunity to hone their skills in group combat. They dodged amidst the fray and counterattacked from desperate situations, maximizing every ounce of explosive power. Observers among the King Realm geniuses deemed their trio overly ambitious, as these onlookers could not discern their true circumstances. They believed that if the three continued in this manner without resolving their opponents, they would inevitably exhaust their strength and be defeated. However, those powerful beings above the divine realm were astonished, for in their eyes, Jiang Yi and his companions' utilization of power and approach to combat were nothing short of flawless. Beyond reproach, this was simply astonishing. Could such young individuals truly achieve this? They felt as though they were witnessing seasoned veterans of countless battles. The combat raged on for several hours. Jiang Yi and his companions remained vigorous and full of life. It was utterly absurd. They showed no signs of fatigue. Increasingly, individuals were left in awe. Due to the extraordinary prowess exhibited by certain prodigies, their combat abilities now rival those of the King's realm. Jiang Yi and his companions frequently parry such assaults and launch counterattacks, resulting in their internal cultivation power feeling inexhaustibly profound, a truly exaggerated phenomenon. It is not merely that the three of them are in the early stages of the Nirvana realm. Even if they were at the initial phase of the King's realm, such ease would be unexpected. Like graceful dragons, they weave effortlessly through the crowd, exuding an air of nonchalance and delight. Among the spectators, some female prodigies gazed intently, captivated by such youthful talent. Yun Shuran observed the attention lavished upon the striking Xiaoyan, a smile gracing her lips. She noted the interest of several women drawn to him. Yet she felt no jealousy. Her self-assurance was unwavering. Xiaoyan would never be swayed by those women. Meanwhile, the throng of over 30,000 prodigies grew increasingly alarmed. Some became impatient, unable to subdue Xiaoyan and his companions, which left them feeling disheartened. It is nearly time to conclude this, Jiang Yi stated calmly. Agreed. Both Xiaoyan and Yichang replied. They too sensed that their training had reached a sufficient threshold. Continuing further would yield little benefit unless they encountered a truly formidable opponent. Arrogance. The prodigies, sensing Jiang Yi and his companions' intent to resolve the conflict, felt a surge of irritation. They acknowledged the difficulty of confronting Jiang Yi's trio, yet they believed that overcoming them was no trivial matter. Hence their perception of the trio's demeanor as somewhat presumptuous. However, their expressions swiftly changed as they perceived the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Yi and his companions. Jiang Yi's eyes shimmered with divine light, exuding a formidable presence. With each step he took, the surrounding prodigies fell to their knees, unable to rise. A scorching wave of heat enveloped Xiaoyan, propelling those nearby away, as he blazed like a god of fire. Yichanga summoned a gust of wind, each breeze manifesting as a sword's aura, potent enough to threaten even a perfected Nirvana realm master. The realms of life and death, fire, and sword materialized around them. Of course, among the 30,000 prodigies, some had grasped certain realms of understanding, which accounted for their formidable combat abilities. With a thunderous clash, the battle commenced anew. Yet this time the tide turned decisively. Each strike from Jiang Yi and his companions rendered hundreds of opponents incapacitated. Though 30,000 seemed a vast number, the loss of hundreds at a time resulted in a rapidly diminishing fighting force. The prodigies' divine abilities could easily obliterate hundreds of miles, yet they were effortlessly countered. Upon earnest engagement, it became evident that these so-called prodigies were utterly unable to contend with them. Even the most resplendent talents would pale in comparison before them. As one prodigy after another fell, the onlookers, particularly the powerful ones, found themselves at a loss for words. In terms of combat prowess, this trio was undeniably invincible within their realm. Having first witnessed Jiang Yao, they were now graced with the formidable presence of three such individuals. Could it be that the disciples taught by the sacred realm are truly invincible? Generally, a typical sacred realm cannot produce such a prodigy. It must be that the esteemed elder possesses extraordinary strength and unique methods of guidance, enabling each disciple to be remarkably powerful. Yun Tianhe mused this to himself. The master of the young lady is indeed formidable, as all her disciples are exceptional talents. Before long, the battle came to an end, with over 30,000 individuals lying defeated, while Jiang Yi and his companions still appeared to have reserves of strength. Their terrifying prowess left the onlooking talents of the King realm feeling quite unnerved. Although all three remained in the early stages of Nirvana realm, the pressure they exerted surpassed that of those who had attained full mastery in the King realm. After a period of rest and recovery, The 30,000 individuals regained their combat capabilities, adopting a more composed mindset, choosing not to compare themselves with the three anomalies, but rather to assess their own performance. Through a draw, the top 100 of the Nirvana realm were determined, all of whom would receive rewards. With two significant realms concluded, rewards were once again distributed. Xiao Yin and his companions waved their hands, indicating they did not require such prizes, while Zhu Tsunjin accepted them with a cheerful smile. And the members of the Zhu family glowed with delight, overwhelmed by happiness. Meanwhile, other factions grew increasingly envious of the Zhu family. Next, it was time for the talents of the King Realm to engage in combat. The number of those under 100 years of age was significantly fewer than in the previous realms. To reach the King Realm before the age of 100 in the Divine Continent is to be among the elite, while none have yet achieved the status of a venerable before that age here. Although history records a handful of such prodigies, none exist in this era. However, there are over 100 who have attained full mastery in the King Realm before their centenary. The lower realms remain notably weak, making it difficult for venerables to emerge before the age of 100. Yin Shuran quietly shook her head. These prodigies are truly insufficient in the upper realms. Not only can individuals break through to the venerable realm before the age of 100, but some can even ascend to godhood within that time frame. Indeed, achieving divinity before the age of 100 is regarded as an extraordinary feat in the upper realms. To become a legend, one must attain divinity by the age of 100, sanctity by the age of several thousand, and imperial status before reaching 100,000. Such individuals will never be forgotten by the annals of time, even as the ages pass. Chapter 229. The Grand Competition concludes. The saints descend to the lower realms. The battles of the King Realm commenced. Although the number of participants dwindled, the time required to determine victors was extended, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The top 100 of each minor realm within the King Realm had emerged. The fewest eliminations occurred among those who had reached full mastery in the King Realm, as there were originally just over 100 participants. Following this, minor and major challenges commenced. Allow me to go first. Jiang Yao raised her hand. I would like to challenge those 400 from the Law Image Realm. If I may. Certainly. Zhu Tsunjin nodded without hesitation. Although, in principle, the challenges should begin with those in the Organs Realm. The rules of this competition favored Jiang Yao and her companions. Those from other factions found it difficult to voice any objections, as the rewards were provided by her esteemed master, and the request was not unreasonable. Thus, one may do as they please. Soon, Jiang Yao found herself standing alongside 400 practitioners of the Dharma Manifestation Realm, although they surpassed her by a considerable margin in terms of cultivation. Each bore a grave expression, as if facing a formidable adversary, and none dared to underestimate her. Without uttering any superfluous words, Jiang Yao stowed her provisions and engaged in battle. In the upper realm, at the Blood Moon Holy Land, a communication to the Sky Realm's thieving Heaven Sect went unanswered, indicating that something must have transpired. Within the sacred grounds, a powerful presence remarked that if it were any other lower realm faction, it would be inconsequential. However, this thieving Heaven Sect was the origin of Tuo Huan. Tuo Huan, having awakened the blood god body, was being meticulously nurtured by the Holy Land. Should he learn of disturbances at his origin, it would undoubtedly affect his disposition. Thus, the matter required careful handling, as another formidable entity concurred. Tuo Huan, the scion of the thieving Heaven Sect, awakened the blood god body upon his ascension to the upper realm and gained the favor of the Holy Land elite. The directive was given for those descending to seek the legacy to also investigate the situation concerning the thieving Heaven Sect. Should any adversary have dared to act against it, they would be made to pay dearly. In the upper realm, the Zhu clan issued an edict for those tasked with seeking the Qilin legacy to take valuable gifts to Zhu Zuiqiao's relatives. After Zhu Zuiqiao, the fire spirit body, was brought to the upper realm, the Zhu clan had successfully healed her injuries and placed her in a secret realm for cultivation, from which she had yet to emerge. However, upon her eventual return, her strength would undoubtedly surge. In the upper realm, the Yun clan instructed that the recently acquired enlightenment tea leaves be sent down to Xu Ran. They were uncertain of her current cultivation level and found themselves longing for her. Recently, the Yun clan had expended considerable effort to procure a batch of enlightenment tea leaves, which had finally come into existence. Xu Ran would surely be delighted upon receiving them. Moreover, numerous other factions in the upper realm were preparing to descend, as the pursuit of a powerful legacy warranted competition. Their simultaneous descent was not due to prior agreement, but rather a necessity for tokens of trust, without which even an early arrival would be futile. The emergence of these tokens occurred at the same time, and once acquired, they would promptly descend to the lower realm. In the lower realm, outside the Zhu clan's estate, the sound of thunderous clashes erupted. Xianxia, like a diminutive goddess of war, swept through her adversaries. Even when faced with practitioners of the Dharma manifestation realm who unleash forces rivaling those of the Nirvana realm, they remained unable to suppress her. At that moment, Xianxia was fully earnest. Aside from refraining from utilizing the powers of the Supreme Bone and excessively formidable divine abilities, she unleashed every other force at her disposal, including the secret of all characters. This left the talented individuals of the Soul Palace realm pale with shock. Could this truly be someone of their realm? Was she truly only 8 years old? It was difficult not to question the very essence of existence. After Xianxia concluded her challenge, Jiang Yi and the others also proposed a challenge against the King realm, and Yin Shuran made her move. The four of them engaged in battle against 400 individuals of the King realm. Although a few of these individuals had reached perfection and displayed combat prowess comparable to that of the Venerable realm, they were ultimately no match for Yin Shuran, who wielded the secret of the word Jie and activated the Golden Spirit Sacred Body. In the end, Jiang Yi and his companions swiftly brought the battle to a close. This competition proved to be fruitful for them. Firstly, they gained experience in fighting against many with fewer numbers. Secondly, they witnessed a plethora of diverse and ingenious tactics, enriching their experiences and contributing significantly to their growth. Of course, Long Xian remained uninvolved throughout, exhibiting no sense of participation. Many talented individuals joyfully received their rewards, while those who did not were filled with regret. As for the rewards due to Yin Shuran, she generously allocated a portion to the Zhu family and the majority to the Yun Tian men. For the latter is a vassal of the Yun family and deserves a share of the spoils. The Yun Tianhe and his companions expressed immense gratitude. The talented individuals from Yun Tian men also received some rewards. Though not the most substantial, they were still commendable. This genius competition fundamentally altered the various factions' perceptions of talent across the Divine Continent, making even the most arrogant geniuses aware of the existence of superior beings beyond themselves. After the competition concluded, numerous major factions hurriedly took their leave, as they needed to prepare for the arrival of powerful beings from the upper realm. The Zhu family, too, readied themselves to welcome their own esteemed members. Yin Shuran pondered who from her clan might descend this time. Over a decade ago, a powerful figure from the Yun family had brought her to the lower realm and entrusted her to the care of the carefree king's manor. However, that powerful being did not depart immediately. Instead, they remained in the Yun Tian men, periodically taking her away from the manor for training and body refinement. It was only during her last return to the upper realm that this figure accompanied her back, and thereafter, they did not descend again. Thus, this time she arrived alone, having utilized a teleportation artifact to arrive in the 100 nations of the Lingxiao continent. If those in her clan were to learn of her apprenticeship, they would likely be overwhelmed with emotion. Therefore, she planned to inform them in advance to prevent any offense towards her master. Indeed, her descent to the lower realm harbored secrets, though not specifically for the purpose of seeking a mentor. With the genius competition concluded, Jiang Yi and his companions did not rush back to the Tianyun Sect. Xianxia expressed a desire to explore various places across the Divine Continent and indulge in its culinary delights. The others shared her curiosity, prompting them to leave the Zhu family and venture elsewhere. News traveled swiftly across the Divine Continent, and not long after the conclusion of the genius competition, countless factions from all directions were informed. They were utterly astonished. Some, upon viewing the recorded images, marveled at the invincible figures of Xianxia and her companions. Countless individuals found it hard to believe their own eyes, for the power displayed was simply terrifying, utterly extravagant. Furthermore, the age of the wielder was astonishingly young. This was the epitome of true genius. Such thoughts unconsciously blossomed in the hearts of many. Wherever Xianxia and her companions traveled, they were recognized, akin to celebrities. A multitude sought to approach them, yet were intimidated by Long Xian's formidable presence. It was at this juncture that many realized that amidst these prodigies, there existed formidable experts. For Jiang Yi and his companions referred to the little golden dragon as their sixth junior brother, with Long Xian's imposing aura. Even those of the divine realm found it challenging to draw near. Xianxia delightedly savored various delicacies, purchasing any delectable finds to store in her spatial pouch. 2 days later, a peculiar wave of energy manifested within the Azure Sky realm. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the divine realm, were oblivious to the anomaly. Yet at that moment, within the abyssal realm, Chu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the entire Azure Sky realm. A hint of intrigued amusement graced his lips. As he mused, having descended to the lower realm, I am eager to see what you seek. Chapter 230. The true purpose of Yunshuren's descent beneath the world barrier of the Azure Sky realm. After a surge of special rule fluctuations, numerous figures materialized out of thin air, over 100 in total, each radiating an aura of quasi-saintly power. Among them were men and women, the young and the elderly, and even beings not of the human race. Upon their arrival, they scrutinized one another. Some bore haughty expressions while others greeted each other with smiles. Is this truly the Azure Sky realm? It is indeed a lower realm, inferior even to some of the secret worlds in the upper realm. Were it not for the powerful legacies present here, I would not have come. A gruff voice resonated, garnering much agreement from the crowd. This was their first descent into the lower realm, and it was indeed, as they had heard, the environment was remarkably poor. Moreover, the cost of descending was exorbitant. The act of descending into the lower realm was no trivial matter. It required at least a saint king to facilitate the process. These individuals were sent down by the stronger members of their respective factions, incurring a loss of 10% of their lifespan, as well as 10% of their cultivation. Simultaneously, the entities that sent them down would experience a backlash, suffering a similar loss of lifespan and cultivation. For instance, if they lost 10,000 years of lifespan, those who sent them down would equally lose 10,000 years. A loss of 10% of lifespan and cultivation was significant at the quasi-saint level. For those at the saint or great saint levels, the repercussions would be even greater. This elucidated why more powerful beings refrained from descending to the lower realm. Even emperors could not escape the sanctions of the heavenly rules, suffering even greater losses. Such was the celestial order maintaining the survival conditions of the lower realm. Conversely, for realms below the saint level, such as the divine realm, the costs were substantially lower. However, sending divine realm beings down was of little utility, as there were already divine realm cultivators in the lower realm, making it improbable to nurture geniuses in such a deficient environment. Below the divine realm, the cost of descending to the mortal plane is significantly less, with some instances being negligible. In mere moments, the cultivation aura emanating from their beings diminished by an entire level, and those who were once aged appeared even more so. Their cultivation had plummeted to the late quasi-saint realm. The cost of descending from the early quasi-saint realm to the peak of quasi-saint is not vastly different. Thus, the major factions naturally sent those at the peak of the quasi-saint realm to descend. Of course, these factions could also allow individuals of higher realms to descend, as they could easily afford such powerful beings. However, such an influx would not benefit anyone, leading to a mutual agreement that only those at the peak of the quasi-saint realm would descend. Consequently, everyone who came this time belonged to this specific tier. Additionally, apart from the human race, other races were present, such as the demon race and the spirit race. These races, although lacking subordinate forces in the Azure Sky realm, were undeterred in their descent to compete for legacies, having received the Kirin token. Though anticipated, the tangible experience of their cultivation waning and lifespan diminishing left them with heavy expressions. Soon, they activated spatial passages, hastily departing. Some sought refuge in subordinate forces, while others set out to explore the Azure Sky realm in advance. The Kirin token had yet to fully awaken, likely requiring another half-day, which afforded them the opportunity to address trivial matters. An elder, stooped and clad in a black robe, murmured to himself. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gleamed with pride and coldness. He was Lin's son, the representative from the Blood Moon Holy Land who descended to the mortal realm, possessing the late-stage, quasi-saint cultivation. He was far from capable of enveloping the Azure Sky realm with his divine sense. Lin's son directly descended upon the continent of gods, effortlessly seizing a ruler of a faction to probe his soul, to comprehend the occurrences surrounding the theft of Heaven Sect. Delving into the memories of these natives proved to be the most expedient method. In no time, he acquired the answers he sought. His expression shifted in surprise. A saint? The theft of Heaven Sect was actually annihilated by a saint. There's a saint in the mortal realm. Could it be that someone descended early? In his view, It was exceedingly difficult for a saint to emerge from the azure sky realm. The probability of a saint descending from the higher realm is evidently greater than that of someone breaking through in the azure sky realm. Is there some connection with the Zhu family? Regardless of who you are or what your origins may be, a price must be paid. Lin's son snorted coldly. Moreover, the disciples of this individual sparked astonishment in his eyes. For within the memories of this person, he learned that several of this individual's disciples were exceptional geniuses. Such prodigies, even in the higher realms, would be considered supreme. If he could seize them and bring them to the higher realm, it would be a monumental achievement. First, he would inquire about the whereabouts of that saint from the Zhu family. If he could not glean information, he would directly threaten his disciples. He was confident that they would summon him forth. Lin's son had meticulously planned everything. From his current position, the Zhu family was not far away. Though the Zhu family possesses a saintly figure from the lower realms, inquiries into matters reveal that this individual cannot impede him. Should a confrontation arise, he would unhesitatingly capture a member of the Zhu family to extract their soul. Lin's son tore through the fabric of space and stepped in, vanishing entirely. The being he interrogated, a peak divine king, has already perished in spirit. To Lin's son, such lower realm factions, lacking any substantial backing, are no different from mere ants. Welcome, esteemed elder from the upper realms. Within the Yun Tian Gate, Yun Tianhe, accompanied by the higher-ups of the sect, welcomed the arrival of a powerful being from the Yun family. This magnificent woman was the second saint they had encountered from the Yun family. The previous visitor had also been female, albeit an elderly crone. Yun Moi nodded slightly, her enchanting visage serene. Where is Chu Yuan? Take me to her. This marked her first visit to the azure sky realm, and unfamiliar with its terrain, she could not detect the aura of Yun Yuan. It would be swifter to have the people of the Yun Tian Gate guide her rather than search on her own. Returning, esteemed elder. The young lady and her companions are currently traversing the divine continent. Reports indicate they have reached the territory of the Ziwe divine sect. I shall escort you there immediately. Yun Tianhe replied, having kept a watchful eye on the young lady's whereabouts, knowing someone from the upper realm was descending. Indeed, this vigilance proved useful. Very well. Wait. Just as Yun Moi nodded, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What did you say? Her companions? Yun Tianhe nodded affirmatively. Yes, esteemed elder. The young lady has successfully taken on a mentor. I only learned of this recently. She descended for such a purpose. Yet, it is indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Yun Moi. What? Chu Yuan has truly taken a mentor. Her descent was for this reason. Who said that? What is going on with that child? At this moment, her heart was filled with bewilderment. While others may not know the true reason for Yun Shuren's descent, as her aunt, she was painfully aware that Yun Shuren did not descend merely to seek a mentor. Chapter 231, Preparations of the Upper Realm to Seize Disciples. In the upper realms exists a unique faction known as the Heavenly Mechanism Sect, which refrains from engaging in conflicts with any other factions, maintaining a transcendental existence. However, they occasionally predict significant events. The Heavenly Mechanism Sect recruits disciples based solely on talent, disregarding their lineage. Long ago, an ancestor of the Yun family joined the Heavenly Mechanism Sect, possessing astounding talent in the art of celestial mechanics. This individual ascended rapidly, and after achieving the status of a great emperor, became the venerable celestial master, surpassing even the sect leader. His predictive abilities were unparalleled. Over millions of years, he accurately foretold numerous significant occurrences in the upper realms without fail. However, despite his prowess, he was ultimately bound to the mortal coil. A decade ago, upon realizing his time was limited, the elderly celestial master cast a fortune for the newly born prodigy, Yun Shuren. This prediction, which wagered the last remnants of his life, finally revealed that Yun Shuren's destiny lay within the lower realms. The old celestial master spoke of a realm known as the Lingxiao continent within the heavenly domain of the 100 Nations, where there existed a place called the Great Wu Dynasty. In this land resided a noble child named Xiaoyan, destined to ascend to immortality. Should Yun Shuren forge a connection with this individual, the Yun family would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. After uttering these words, the old celestial master passed away. Consequently, the Yun family promptly dispatched Yun Shuren to the lower realm, understanding that establishing relations and nurturing bonds is best commenced from a young age. This notion was clear to Yun Moyu. Thus, Yun Shuren's true intent in descending to the lower realm was not merely to seek a master, Yet, to her astonishment, the girl had indeed taken a master. Xianxia, with her innate brilliance, would not easily submit to just anyone as a teacher. Could this individual possess some extraordinary qualities? How much do you know about Tianyun Sect? Yun inquired, refraining from revealing the true purpose of Xianxia's descent. Well, I don't know much. Previously, the Zhu family clashed with the thieving Heaven Sect, and the lady's master appeared, vanquishing the thieving Heaven Sect. At that time, everyone believed her master to be a saint. However, just recently, during the talented competition, she explicitly stated that her master is not a saint. Yin Tianhe replied, not a saint? Could it be that there is an emperor in the lower realm? Yin Mo was taken aback, realizing the significant implications of an emperor's presence in the lower realm. Moreover, even an emperor might not qualify as Shuren's master, for she was no naive child. Present to me all your memories and information regarding Shuren. Commandit Yun Montak Yue. It was far more efficient than lengthy explanations. Understood. Yin Tianhe promptly complied, displaying his memories. At his level of cultivation, he could manifest his memories, distinguishing it from soul-searching, which is passive. The presentation of memories incurred minimal harm, except for those bound by prohibitions, which could not be revealed unless the restrictions were unraveled. Soon, Yin Tianhe unleashed waves of spiritual power, each carrying vivid memories. Should he actively sever these memories, he would lose that portion of recollection, which would also inflict wounds upon his spirit. Yin Mo delved into these memories with her thoughts, her expression growing increasingly animated. The reason Xianxia's master had annihilated the thieving Heaven Sect was linked to one of its disciples, named Xiaoyan, who had ties to the Zhu family. If all went as anticipated, this Xiaoyan was likely the target of Xianxia's descent. Thus, was her decision to take a master influenced by Xiaoyan? She deemed it highly probable. Furthermore, upon witnessing the outstanding performance of Xianxia's fellow disciples during the talented competition, her composure completely unraveled. Truly exceptional prodigies. They were all exceptional prodigies, especially that 8-year-old girl, utterly remarkable. Xianxia paled in comparison to her. Moreover, the other three were equally impressive, with one of them being Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's performance truly lives up to the prophecy of the venerable elder from the Yuan family. This young man's future is boundless. Equally astonishing is the fact that Xianxia has attained the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, an achievement that seems remarkably swift. Just over a year ago, she was merely at the completion of the Five Organs realm. How could the Azure Sky realm harbor so many extraordinary prodigies? The most terrifying aspect is that these exceptional talents have all chosen the same mentor. In this moment, Yun Moi's heart is in turmoil, utterly unable to maintain her composure. Such a multitude of prodigies cannot possibly be possessed by any single force in the upper realm. Not even the Yun family could achieve this. My heavens! Who exactly is Shuren's master to have taken in such an abundance of elite disciples? Yun Moi feels a profound respect for the mysterious mentor of Xianxia. To be able to gather so many exceptional talents under one roof, and in the Azure Sky realm no less, her master must be extraordinary indeed. Suddenly, a thought strikes Yun Moi. The ancestor once mentioned that Shuren's fortune lies with Xiaoyan, and now they both share the same master. Could it be that this enigmatic mentor is, in fact, Shuren's true opportunity? The more she ponders, the more convinced she becomes. The secrets of destiny often reveal only glimpses of the future. The ancient seer must have foreseen Xiaoyan's rise, but may not have grasped the entirety of his connections. It is highly likely that among those connections, the master is the key to Xiaoyan's ascent. In light of this, her earlier thoughts resonate with truth. Yin Moi reflects on the recent words of Yin Tianhe, congratulating them on their successful apprenticeship, which now seems quite justified. Yin Tianhe is unaware of the whereabouts of Shuren's master. It appears that if I wish to meet this individual, I must go through Shuren. I shall seek her out and, conveniently, present her with the tea leaves of enlightenment. Yun Moi muses, filled with insatiable curiosity about the mysterious mentor of Xianxia, yearning to meet and discover the true identity of this remarkable figure. Lead the way. I will first seek out Shuren. Meanwhile, other prominent forces across the Divine Continent have also encountered their own formidable experts descending from the upper realm. Upon learning of Jiang Yi and his companions, those powerful beings are equally unsettled. Such genius, if brought to the upper realm, would undoubtedly be richly rewarded. At this moment, within the Ziyue Divine Sect, A burly elder clad in a purple robe scans the surroundings with his divine sense and discovers that these prodigies are situated just beyond the Xianxia divine city. He bursts into laughter. They are right here. Proximity grants advantage. They shall be mine. Elder, their master must also be a saint, or perhaps even beyond. The Xianxia divine sect members caution. It is certain that they are at the saint level, but beyond that is mere speculation. You cannot fathom the significance of such existence. How could one find themselves in such a remote corner? The elder scoffed, asserting that he harbored no fear even towards those of the sacred realm, including those of the sacred king level. After all, those who descend from the upper realms invariably possess their own hidden cards. Chapter 232, Astonishment. Their master is indeed so powerful. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Xianxia divine sect inhaled sharply, for it was evident they were in the presence of a formidable being from the upper realms, radiating an indomitable confidence. After the adept from Xianxia Mountain spoke, he had already flashed to the Xianxia divine city, unleashing an overwhelming sacred aura. In an instant, the countless beings within Xianxia divine city felt a terrifying pressure, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, instilling an intense sense of dread. The vast city fell into complete silence, with numerous entities gazing in awe at the sky. Where an indescribably majestic figure stood, the very source of that overwhelming sacred might, akin to a great sun. From every corner of the divine city, that figure was visible. The adept from Xianxia Mountain swiftly pinpointed the location of Xianxia and his companions, who were situated in a culinary pavilion. Naturally, Xianxia and his companions recognized the figure immediately. Upon noticing their gaze, they furrowed their brows slightly. The sacred realm has descended from the upper realms, Yuan whispered. They were not surprised by this revelation, having overheard Chu Yuan mention the descent of the sacred realm earlier. Calculating the time, it had been exactly a month since. A foreboding feeling enveloped Xianxia as he said in a low voice, "The intentions of a newcomer do not bode well." The others shared a similar sentiment, as the person's gaze was notably aggressive. However, they felt no fear. Even if the individual belonged to the sacred realm, it mattered not. "Remarkable. I cannot discern your origins. It appears you possess some impressive concealment artifacts," the adept from Xianxia Mountain exclaimed. His gaze ultimately settled upon Yuan. "You are from the Yun family of the upper realms, are you not?" Having reviewed the memories of the members of Xianxia Divine Sect, he recognized that during the genius competition, the master of the Yun Heavenly Gate was the young lady Yuan. Thus, it was highly probable that she was indeed from the Yun family of the upper realms. "Indeed, I'm the daughter of Yun Kongling," Yuan replied calmly. "What did you say?" The adept from Xianxia Mountain exclaimed in shock. "Yun Kongling, the sovereign of the sky, the current patriarch of the Yun family in the upper realms. This young lady's background is astonishing. Whether true or false, the Yun family was not to be trifled with. As for the others, there were no such reservations. I hail from the Xianxia Mountain of the upper realms. Would you, young ones, wish to join me in cultivating at Xianxia Mountain? We are a top-tier force in the upper realms," the adept from Xianxia Mountain inquired, casting his gaze upon Xianxia and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia and his friends shook their heads resolutely. "No, thank you. We have our own sect. I am aware of your sect. However, I must say that your sect cannot compare to Xianxia Mountain. By aligning yourselves with us, your future prospects will be boundless. As long as one enters the Purple Moon Mountain, acquiring the holy tier cultivation techniques and divine abilities until one's hands grow weary, it is not impossible to attain the Emperor tier inheritance through exceptional performance." The powerful beings of Purple Moon Mountain expressed their satisfaction. If these individuals were to willingly defect, it would be preferable to forcibly abducting them. However, should they refuse, the only alternative would be to confine them within a personal dimensional realm and subsequently transport them to the upper realm, with the exception of Yuan. Xiao Yin and the others could not help but roll their eyes. Holy tier, Emperor tier, were they attempting to entice them with such trivialities? Who did they look down upon? No, they resolutely declared, "We shall not betray our sect. You are merely refusing to heed the invitation." The powerful being of Purple Moon Mountain scoffed, anger manifesting in his demeanor. At that moment, several spatial rifts appeared around them, and more holy-level beings descended. Their affiliated forces, being the closest to the divine sect of Purple Moon, had rushed over upon learning of such prodigies. "Friends of Purple Moon Mountain, you cannot hoard all the glory for yourselves. At the very least, You must share some of these talents with us." Upon their arrival, the newcomers exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they gazed at Jiang, Yi, and the others. Yet, the powerful being of Purple Moon Mountain disregarded them entirely, opting instead to take direct action. There was no time for idle chatter. With a swift motion, he reached out towards Jiang, Yi, and his companions, intending to seize them. However, at that instant, a cataclysmic shift occurred. The heavens darkened, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the realm. Under this immense force, the so-called holy might appeared pitifully weak, akin to a firefly compared to the bright moon, or a puddle in contrast to an endless ocean. Bang, bang, bang. Under this oppressive force, all mighty beings, including the powerful one from Purple Moon Mountain, plummeted from the sky like meteors, crashing down into the divine city and creating vast craters upon its seemingly indestructible ground. This pressure not only affected the immediate vicinity, but also enveloped the entire Azure Sky realm. Every holy level being could sense it, though those in distant lands did not fall from the sky, as the terrifying pressure was not directed at them. Imperial might. This was none other than the might of an emperor. Not merely imperial might, but that of a great emperor. It was inconceivable. How could such an existence descend into the lower realms? It was utterly unreasonable. The multitude of holy level beings were left in a state of utter shock. The descent of a great emperor would inevitably result in the loss of at least 1/3 of their lifespan and cultivation. Only a madman would dare to do such a thing. "It is the aura of our master," Xianxia said with a joyful smile. The others breathed a sigh of relief, comforted by the profound sense of security their master provided. "To covet my disciple, do you deem yourselves worthy?" A cold, indifferent voice resonated in the ears of the powerful beings from Purple Moon Mountain and the other holy level beings, sounding akin to the voice of the Tao. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding." The powerful being of Purple Moon Mountain stammered, trembling with disbelief. In that moment, he questioned his very existence. The master of these individuals was, in fact, a great emperor. They had miscalculated, truly miscalculated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A colossal hand materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the 6 formidable beings from Purple Moon Mountain within its palm. A series of agonizing cries reverberated through the heavens and the earth as their souls were plundered. In that moment, they grasped the sheer terror of their captor, who effortlessly breached the supreme prohibitions safeguarding their memories, barriers even the most exalted emperors struggled to unravel. Their every recollection was laid bare before this being. Such feats were beyond the reach of even the pinnacle of emperors. A sense of foreboding enveloped them. Shadows of death loomed, leaving them icy and rigid. Before they could utter pleas for mercy, the colossal hand crushed and refined them. In the blink of an eye, their essence vanished entirely from existence. The hand retreated into the void, leaving behind a commanding voice that echoed through the cosmos. "Continue your revelries. Should your contemporaries strike against you, I shall remain uninvolved. However, if any dare to oppress the weak, I shall ensure their obliteration." Simultaneously, the annihilation of these individuals was mirrored before the eyes of other sacred realms. A stark warning. From this moment forth, none would dare to covet Jiang, Yi, and his companions. This was the very strategy that Chu Yuan had devised from the outset, opting to amplify the spectacle rather than merely slaying the powerful beings of Purple Moon Mountain in secrecy. Chapter 233. Yin Mou. This is the most potent imperial might I have ever witnessed. In the realm of Xianxia, at Tianyun Sect's Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan sat within a pavilion, gradually retracting his hand, which now cradled the essences of 6 late-stage quasi-saints. Such an immense source of power felt almost like a kingdom held within his grasp. With a flourish of his hand, he scattered some of the essence across the rear mountain of Daoyuan Peak. The current Daoyuan Peak was no longer the humble site it once was. It had expanded to a staggering expanse of 10,000 miles. During these past few days, Xianxia had cultivated numerous precious herbs in the rear mountain, declaring that to waste such a splendid environment on anything less would be a travesty. At this moment, she was nurturing divine herbs, believing she had ample time for cultivation. She preferred a harmonious balance of work and relaxation rather than the monotonous solitude of closed-door training. Consider this essence as fertilizer. Chu Yuan's voice resonated in Xianxi's ear. "Master, this is the essence of 6 late-stage quasi-saints. From whence did it come?" Xianxi inquired curiously after probing further. Chu Yuan did not divulge the matters concerning the sacred realms above, and although his imperial might had enveloped the entire Qing Tian realm, it primarily targeted those areas with sacred presences. For instance, Xianxia remained untouched by his imperial aura, and even with Xianxia's cultivation, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Some forces from the upper realms had dispatched individuals to seek out legacies, likely drawn by the secret of the Qilin skeleton discovered by her master last time, presumably in pursuit of Qilin heritage. Yet, some remained blissfully unaware. Desiring to take action against his seniors, Chu Yuan gently explained, "Then I shall have to turn them into fertilizer." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xianxia realized the folly of his seniors' actions and remarked that they deserved their fate, destined to return empty-handed. The legacy had already been bestowed upon their master. With a smile, Xianxia added, "It's so beautiful that it makes the surrounding world seem dim in comparison." "Master, when will my seniors return? I have yet to meet them." "Soon," Chu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. Jiang Yi and the others are traversing the divine continent, mainly because of Jiang Yao's insatiable appetite. Once they have had their fill, they will naturally return. At that moment, Chu Yuan's gaze shifted back to the outside world. The Zhu family. Just moments ago, Lin's son had arrived, inquiring about the whereabouts of the sacred realm that vanquished the Thieves' Sect. The Zhu family's sacred realm had made it clear that he would not divulge any information. With a plethora of talented disciples, one of whom was connected to the Zhu family, the sacred realm was not foolish. His first thought was to recruit. If he could persuade the other party to join the Zhu family, then their disciples would also become part of the Zhu family, an advantageous alliance. Thus, he rejected Lin's son's inquiries with great decisiveness. Seeing the Zhu family's sacred realm opposing him in such a manner, Lin's son sneered, preparing to seize a member of the Zhu family for soul-searching. However, the sacred realm would not allow him to succeed, and soon both were at standoff, brimming with tension, ready to engage in battle. Yet, to their astonishment, an overwhelming pressure from a terrifying emperor suddenly descended upon them. Moments later, the gruesome scene of the slaying of the powerful beings from Zhu, a mountain flashed before their eyes. At that moment, Lin's son was utterly dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his back. The one he sought, who had annihilated the Thieves' Sect, was not merely a sacred realm, but an emperor, coming from the upper realm. They had certainly felt emperor pressure before. However, this particular pressure was more fearsome than anything they had ever experienced. "Heaven help us! Do not notice me. Please do not notice me," Lin's son silently prayed. At that moment, he wished only to become invisible, since the scene had been projected before him. The opposing force undoubtedly knew his whereabouts. Had they witnessed his previous actions? If they pursued the matter, he would surely meet his demise, especially considering he had initially intended to kill the other party. Once the emperor's pressure dissipated, he finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a voice resonated around him. "Is it so that you wish to find me?" Lin's son. It was over. Before he could even attempt to argue or take further measures, a colossal hand appeared and seized him, instantly refining him to the point of no return. Zhu Jujiu pays respects to the esteemed elder. The Zhu family's sacred realm hastily bowed towards the enormous hand. Since the emergence of the emperor's might, tumultuous waves had surged within him, leaving him unable to find peace. Xiaoyan's master turned out to be an emperor. Such an illustrious figure was far beyond his reach. He felt unworthy. Anxious about the possibility of this venerable being taking his life, he soon realized that his concerns were unwarranted. After vanquishing Lin's son, the colossal hand vanished without a trace. Another batch of primal essence. Chu Yuan bestowed this essence upon Xianxia. Subsequently, he also granted Xianxia the 7 portions of late-stage Saint Realm essence that he had reclaimed. Xianxia asked no questions, solely focusing on nurturing the precious herbs. The annihilation of 7 saints signified enmity with 7 formidable powers from the upper realm. Yet did he care? Not in the least. To him, the forces of the upper realm were no different from the ones in the Azure Sky realm, mere ants in existence. Having settled the matter, Chu Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. Although he possessed immense power, he was also a man of principle. Unless provoked, he refrained from indiscriminately slaying the innocent. Thus, the remaining saints could continue to roam the Azure Sky realm, but whether they could escape alive would depend on their own fortunes. As for the legacy, they could forget about it altogether. Furthermore, he had shrouded that small world, ensuring that even if these individuals possessed the so-called Qilin tokens, they would not find it. Since Chu Yuan had acquired the Qilin's legacy, he naturally allowed the entity to rest undisturbed. Meanwhile, the surviving saints were far from calm. The emergence of an emperor in the lower realm was akin to a thunderclap for them. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Yet the reality was undeniable. Did he not fear retaliation from the upper powers after slaying so many? One saint marveled inwardly. An emperor is not invincible. Offending too many powerful factions carries the risk of demise. Yet this individual seemed utterly unafraid. How fortunate I was not to have approached. Those who had entertained thoughts of usurping Jiang Yi and his talented companions felt a profound sense of relief and trepidation. Had they gone, they would have met their end. The disciple of that man was untouchable. Previously, within a spatial passage, Yun Mo was filled with astonishment. The might of the emperor, Chu Yuan's master, is of emperor caliber. How extraordinary! There truly exists an emperor in the lower realm. Moreover, why do I feel that his aura surpasses that of any emperor I have ever encountered?